Chapter 10. Skidding across the cold floor of the training room, Ahsoka's body came to a painful and abrupt stop as she impacted the far wall. Unfortunately for her own sake, she couldn't complain about her current predicament. After all, it'd been her idea in the first place. She'd wanted to better understand the Sith, or rather understand how to fight against. Her only experience fighting against the Sith had been against Ventress. And while skilled, Ventress was still just an acolyte according to Master Nox, not a Sith Lord. She'd never actually fought directly against Dooku. And she wanted to learn. To that, she'd asked Master Nox to train her the same way she would train a Sith apprentice. Which was why she was now currently curled up in the fetal position, her body racked with convulsions after suffering from a particularly strong bout of Force lightning. The only upside to this situation was that Master Nox insisted that these lessons be done in private. Which meant that she was the only one to witness Ahsoka's pitiful performance. Is that the best that you've got, Ahsoka? I must say, I am thoroughly disappointed. After several weeks, I expected quite a bit more improvement from you than what you've shown me so far. Gritting her teeth, Ahsoka forced herself up onto her feet, her lightsaber held weakly in her right hand as her left barely kept hold of her wand. Across from her, Master Nox was standing still with her lightsaber deactivated while using her wand to itch at her temple. Training with a Sith was so different than what she was used to. With the Jedi, they were taught forms in large groups and encouraged to practice with one another. Compliments were regular and criticisms light. But while training with Master Nox, there was no encouragement. And the criticisms were much more pointed and usually delivered with a stinging strike from a lightsaber or a Force/magic-based attack that left her groaning on the floor. So you've decided for another bout, hey? Why don't you just be a good little girl and just stay down? With a yell, Ahsoka threw herself across the distance separating the two of them and swung widely. Master Nox didn't even seem to be trying, which infuriated Ahsoka even more, as she effortlessly dodged each of her swings. Her attack came to an end when Nox jumped back while slashing her wand across her body. Ahsoka tried to bring up a magical shield like Sirius had taught her, but in her state what she produced was so weak that Nox's spell sliced right through it like paper before slamming into Ahsoka and sending her back across the room. You're unbalanced, Ahsoka. Nox sighed. Fighting with the dark side doesn't mean letting your anger take control. But that is only part of your problem. Right now you're afraid. I'm not afraid. Ahsoka groaned as she spit out a wad of blood from the corner of her mouth. Yes you are. Nox chided. Every move you make screams of fear, Ahsoka. You're afraid to use the dark side while fighting because you're afraid that you'll lose yourself. You're afraid to press your attack against me because you're afraid that I'll counter you. Your strikes are hesitant because you're afraid that you're going to kill me if you don't pull back. And you're learning with me now because you're afraid that if you don't understand the Sith then your friends will die. Retracting her wand back into its holster, Master Nox held her blade horizontally across her body. When you use the dark side, you don't fear it and you don't let it control you. You control it. The air around Nox wavered and darkened. When you press your attack, you don't let them counter you. The darkened air turned to wisp of black energy that started rolling off of Nox. When you protect someone you care about, you don't let them die. A chill descended through the air making Ahsoka shiver as the waves of dark energy surrounding Nox became even more pronounced. And when you strike at your enemy, you kill them. A wave of pure force energy pulsed outwards from Nox making Ahsoka cover her eyes with her arm as she staggered backwards in an effort to keep her footing. Risking a peek over her arm, Ahsoka felt her heart skip a beat. Master Nox was almost glowing. The air around her was distorted, creating a dark glowing aura around the Grand Master of the Guardian Order. Can you see it, child? This is my sheer resolve to kill you. This is what it means to fight a true Sith. And this is what you must achieve if you are to succeed. Swallowing hard, Ahsoka held her blade in front of her as she closed her eyes. Don't fear the darkness. Control it. She will not counter me. I will kill her. Ahsoka felt something stir within her. It was unlike anything she'd ever felt. It was like the bottom of the vast well of the Force that was within her dropped out and she was falling deep. She was cold. Scared. And then as quick as the feelings came, they were gone. And she was on the floor of the training room. Master Nox was on her knees next to her, her face unreadable, but the arms that were around her shoulders were warm and gentle. You went too fast, child. Master Nox told her. I should have expected this. The same thing happened to Ashura the first time she truly touched the dark side. Still shivering, Ahsoka leaned into Master Nox, forgetting for the moment just who she was. I felt so cold. Dark. Alone. That is what happens when those who've been trapped in the light for so long get their first taste of the darkness. Master Nox answered. Stay too long in one side or the other, and trying to find balance becomes difficult. It took me almost a year of isolation to actually come to terms with the blinding light of the light side of the Force. That is why I've insisted on training my son and apprentices on both sides ever since the start of their training. It makes coming to terms with both sides much easier. Nodding, Ahsoka froze once more as where she was currently lying finally dawned on her. I'm sorry, Master Nox. She shouted as she rushed to her feet, a mistake on her part as she immediately felt lightheaded and would have fallen once more had Master Nox not been there to brace her. Think nothing of it, Ahsoka. Master Nox said, holding her steady. You made a tremendous leap today. And I'm impressed. Now accessing the dark side will be easier for you, and in time it will come as naturally to you as the light does. Despite the current cold within her, Ahsoka couldn't help but swell with pride at her slight praise. Master Nox hardly ever praised her, or any of them for that matter. So to actually receive praise from her was nice. Thank you, Master Nox. Nodding to her, Master Nox looked off to the side. You can come in now, Winky. With a slight crack, the small house elf Winky appeared just off to the side of Ahsoka and Master Nox. Winky has news, Mistress Nox. Winky said politely with a slight bow. Master Remus will be arriving in 2 hours, Mistress. And Missy Ahsoki, little Missy Nat be worried about you. Thank you, Winky. Ahsoka smiled as the elf glowed. I'll go and see her. Taking a step forward, Ahsoka stumbled and bit and had to stop to brace herself before she fell face first onto the floor. As soon as I can get feeling back into most of my extremities, that is. Take your time, Ahsoka. Master Nox said before turning back towards Winky. Has dinner been prepared? Yes, Mistress. Winky nodded enthusiastically. Winky been cooking all day. Winky loves the challenge of cooking so many different foods for Mistress and guests. And Winky made up new rooms for Master Remus and the newcomers. The reminder that Remus wasn't returning alone made Ahsoka freeze up momentarily. She'd knew exactly who was coming back with Remus. He'd informed them all as soon as they'd started their trek back to Earth. Master Kenobi. Master Ti. Padawan Maris Brood. Sky Guy's son. And, Rex, as well as 2 other clone troopers. In truth, her feelings on the matter were pulling her in so many directions that she honestly didn't know what to feel. On one hand, she was excited to see Master Kenobi again. He'd been, well, not really like a father figure to her, but definitely like a favorite uncle to her. But then he'd also been part of the same council that had thrown her out of the order in the first place. Then there was Master Ti. And while she might have not known the Togruta Master personally, she did respect her if for no other reason than they were the same race. But again, she too was part of the council along with Master Yoda and Kenobi. Then there was Sky Guy's son. And she really didn't know how to feel about him. Would he look like Sky Guy or Padme? She wanted to meet him, hold him, and take care of him. But would she even be able to? Would she see a child, the son of Anakin and Padme, 2 people she respected more than anyone else in the galaxy? Or would she see the son of Darth Vader, the man responsible for hunting down and destroying the Jedi Order? Then there was Rex and the others. Despite Remus's assurances that the clones were on their side and that they would explain what exactly happened at the end of the war that caused all of the clones to turn against the Jedi, she still wasn't sure about him. And that tore at her heart. Rex had saved her life more times than she cared to count during the war. How could she doubt him like this? Feeling a hand on her shoulder, Ahsoka looked up into the green eyes of Master Nox. You're strong, Ahsoka. And you have nothing to fear or be ashamed of. It is them that should be nervous about meeting you once more. Not the other way around. Ahsoka felt herself smile involuntarily at Master Nox's words. Ever since Remus had contacted them with a passenger list, she'd spent many hours talking with both Master Nox and Master Yoda as she tried to sort out her feelings. While Master Yoda always leaned towards her forgiving everyone, Master Nox wasn't. It was in fact that Jedi that needed her forgiveness. Not the other way around. And she wasn't sure if Master Nox had talked with them, but soon after that conversation both Master Sakura, despite having no part in what happened, and Master Yoda had asked for her forgiveness for what happened when she'd been expelled from the Jedi Order. Winky. Master Nox called out, startling Ahsoka out of her thoughts. Please take Ahsoka back up to her room and help her get cleaned up. I doubt she wants to meet our new guests looking like this. It was only then that Ahsoka actually looked down at herself. Her clothes were torn in so many places she was actually amazed that they were still hanging onto her body. Black bruises covered most of her exposed skin, which was also littered with small cuts and dried blood. Force, she really didn't hold back. But for some reason, I don't really feel that bad. Just a little sore and cold, that's it. Yes, Mistress Nox. Winky nodded before holding out her hand for Ahsoka to take. Winky will take you straight away, Missy Ahsoki. Taking hold of Winky's hand, Ahsoka had just a moment to brace herself before she felt her body rapidly being sucked through a tunnel of the Force. Less than a split second later the sensations ended as the duo appeared in the middle of Ahsoka's room. Will you be needing Winky for anything else, Missy Ahsoki? Winky asked with a bright smile. Actually, if you could tell Nat that I'm here I would greatly appreciate it. Ahsoka said, patting the elf on the shoulder as she nodded vigorously. You've been a big help to me. Thank you. Winky is proud to serve, Missy Asoki. Winky smiled before snapping her fingers and disappearing. Smiling at the elf's antics, Ahsoka stripped of what was left of her clothes and simply threw them right into the trash bin. They were beyond saving anyway. Walking into her small bathroom, she found a small vial of some sort on the vanity with a note that said, "For Missy Asoki's Aokis. Winky never misses a thing." Ahsoka smirked as she took up the vial and began applying its contents to her many injuries. Once she was fully healed, Ahsoka looked at herself in the mirror. Despite being healed, she was still a mess. But instead of heading into her shower, she picked up her wand and after taking a deep breath pointed it at herself. Scour Jiffy. The spell, taught to her by Sirius, was not necessarily pleasant as it felt like a dozen soapy sponges were running all over her body simultaneously. But she couldn't deny its usefulness. Within seconds of casting the spell she was completely clean from head to toe as if she'd been soaking in the shower for hours. It's faster than taking a shower, that's for sure. After double-checking to make sure that she got every spot, Ahsoka walked back into her bedroom and found a set of clothes that were almost identical to the outfit that she'd grown so accustomed to at the end of the Clone Wars. Winky, she really takes too good of care of us sometimes. She'd just barely managed to get her outfit on when the door to her room slid open and a small green blur slammed into her chest. "Are you all right, Master?" "I'm fine, Nat." Ahsoka answered, lightly returning Nat's hug. "Master Nox was just a little more aggressive in our training session today." Pulling back from her, Nat looked up at her with her big dark eyes. "Master Nox can be scary at times." Ahsoka couldn't help the slight chuckle that escaped her. "Yes, she can." And knowing Master Nox, such a comment would probably be taken as a compliment rather than an insult. But she is extremely wise and powerful. Even if her teaching methods are quite a bit different than what is considered to be normal. So always pay attention to what she has to teach you. "Yes, Master." Nat agreed enthusiastically. "Good." Ahsoka smiled. Nat was such a wonderful apprentice. Attentive and always willing to listen to her and accepting criticism without complaint. In short, the exact opposite of how Ahsoka had been when she was a youngling and even when she'd been a Padawan under Skyguy. As they stood there staring at one another, Ahsoka blinked as she felt a ripple of the Force pulse through her. What was, Harry? Did something happen to Harry? No. Can't be. I must have just imagined it. Master? Are you all right? Yes. Ahsoka nodded, trying to shake off the feeling of wrongness. No. Harry's fine. I was just imagining that. I'm fine. So, are you ready to meet some more Jedi Masters? Uh-huh. Nat grinned, nodding her head. Well, all right then. Ahsoka said, holding out her hand. Then grab hold. Taking a hold of Nat's hand, Ahsoka closed her eyes. A few weeks prior, Sirius and Amelia had taken the entire weekend off in order to train the 5 new arrivals how to apparate. It hadn't been a pleasant experience as Ahsoka ended up getting splinched. Lucky it wasn't too serious, but it still hurt. But after that one little mistake she'd gotten the hang of operating and now was taking advantage of just about every opportunity she could find to use it. Destination. Determination. Deliberation. With a quick turn, Ahsoka felt Nat's hand tighten as the two of them passed through the ether of the Force only to emerge a moment later in entrance hall of the temple. I really don't like that, Master. Nat grumbled, her hand still clutched tightly in Ahsoka's. While Ahsoka did agree that apparition was not the most comfortable means of travel, it was the quickest and most convenient. And in a temple the size of this one, almost essential, otherwise they would be spending most of the day walking from one place to the other. Realizing that they were the only ones in the entrance hall, Ahsoka let go of Nat's hand and faced off against her. We still have some time until Master Lupin and the others arrive, she said while drawing her lightsaber. How about a quick lesson, my apprentice? Grinning widely, Nat reached down to her own belt and pulled out her own lightsaber. Ahsoka had to fight against her naturally tendency to scoff as the red blade came to life in the small girl's hands. Unfortunately, despite how deep the Force is ingrained into this world, it still lacks kyber crystals. And until we find a nearby planet that has some, we are stuck using synthed crystals in the interim. Standing side by side with her apprentice, Ahsoka began running through the basics of Form I. Despite only just still learning the form, Ahsoka could already tell that little Nat would be a natural with Form I. Much like her fellow Nautolan Master Fisto. Her movements were not nearly as refined the late Jedi Masters, but Ahsoka hoped that one day young Nat would be just as skilled as him. Once they'd each gone through the form twice, Ahsoka used her wand to create 2 blindfolds which were then placed around both of their eyes before they continued on. Moving in tandem, the two worked their way through the sequences of Shiicho at least a dozen times. The only sound in the entrance hall the passing of their lightsabers and the sounds of their feet moving across the floor. As they came to the end of their last time through, their silence was broken by a slow steady clapping coming from behind them. Well done, Master Sakura applauded as she stood up straight from the pillar she'd been leaning against and walked towards them. You're a natural with a lightsaber, little one. And you Ahsoka, you seem to have found another niche in teaching. Well done. Ahsoka felt a swell of pride in her chest. She rarely, if ever, received compliments from any Jedi, well guardian, other than her previous master. It was always Ahsoka that's wrong. Or Ahsoka you need to be more mindful. So hearing a compliment like that, and from a former Jedi master, felt good. Thank you Master Sakura. Ahsoka said with a slight bow with Nat mimicking her. As they righted themselves, Ahsoka flushed as she finally noticed that they'd garnered quite an audience. In fact, all of former Jedi and Master Nox were watching them. Both Master Merrex were watching with grins on their faces. Mali was holding a still sleeping Galen in her arms while Kento had a white loth cat perched on his shoulder. The little creature, despite knowing that it was Master Yoda, still made her laugh quietly whenever she saw it. Which was quite frequent as Master Yoda almost seemed to prefer to be in his animagus form more often than not. Of all of the Jedi Masters, it'd always been Master Yoda that concerned her. Her concern though wasn't because he'd been the Grand Master of the Jedi. No. Her concern mainly came from the fact that Master Yoda always seemed so sad. Before the Clone Wars the little Grand Master had always seemed so full of life. Frequently joking with his fellow Jedi and the mentor that every youngling wanted to be taught by. But once the war started, his friendly disposition all but disappeared, replaced by a constant weariness that seemed to get worse and worse the longer the war dragged on. But now, here on this world, Master Yoda almost seemed to have found a new lease on life. Jumping off Kento's shoulder, the loth cat morphed mid-air, transforming back into Master Yoda's physical form before it touched the ground. Yes, impressive you both are. Master Yoda smiled as he hobbled over to them before pointing his walking stick at Nat. Widen your feet, you must. Good base, you have not. Fall easily, you will. Nat quickly nodded before taking up her normal fighting stance, to which Master Yoda immediately responded by using his cane to tap her legs slightly further apart. Still time to grow, your apprentice has. Master Yoda noted. Compensate for this while teaching, you must. Nodding, Ahsoka watched attentively as Master Yoda instructed her apprentice, and by extension herself. Say what one would about the aging Jedi Master, but there was no better teacher in the whole of the galaxy. They're here. Master Nox announced suddenly, drawing attention to herself as she pocketed the small handheld mirror that she'd been holding. Let us go and greet our new arrivals, shall we? Falling in line beside Master Nox, Ahsoka couldn't help but notice that she seemed off. Master Nox? Ahsoka said lowly as they walked. Are you all right? I'm fine. Nox answered quickly. Licking her lips, Ahsoka decided to press her luck. Is there something wrong with Harry? Master Nox walk halted momentarily, but it was so subtle that the only reason Ahsoka even noticed in the first place was because she was paying such close attention to the older woman. I don't know. Nox answered, her face betraying nothing. But I trust my son to handle anything that might be thrown at him. Nodding to herself, Ahsoka looked up at the red skyline as their small group made their way out onto the landing platform. Their timing was impeccable. As soon as they reached the middle of the platform a small ship became visible on the horizon, growing steadily larger the closer it got to them before coming to a stop directly above their heads. Once the ship had settled down on the platform, the rear hatch opened and Ahsoka felt her breath catch in her throat as she saw several of her friends that she'd already resigned to never see again. Master Nox stepped forward as the new arrivals, led by Remus, made their way down the loading ramp and onto the landing platform. Remus, Nox greeted with a slight bowing of her head. It is good to see you again. I've grown more than slightly tired of trying to keep that mangy mutt in line while you've been gallivanting around the galaxy. Sorry for the trouble, Remus smiled. Got a little sidetracked, but it was worth it. That I can see. Master Nox nodded before shifting her attention to the new arrivals. Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. Master Shock Ti. Padawan Maris Brood. Captain Rex. Commanders Wolf and Gregor. Welcome to Earth. Just as Nox finished greeting the new arrivals two more familiar faces stepped out of the ship. I was wondering if you two were coming out. Thank you, Master Nox. Obi-Wan responded, bowing slightly with Master Ti and the young Zabrak following suit. Remus Anila told us your story, madam. And I must thank you. If not for you, then we might have all truly have perished. I'm sure some of you would have survived. Master Nox responded with a grin. You Jedi are far more resilient than you give yourselves credit for. Obi-Wan nodded, seemingly not quite sure if he should be offended or not, before moving to look at the rest of them. When his eyes landed on Ahsoka, she felt her lungs freeze. There was such sadness in his eyes. It didn't even register in her mind that she was moving until she was standing just in front of Master Kenobi with only a pace between the two of them. Ahsoka. Master Kenobi greeted her. I'm so happy to hear that you're safe. You too, Master. Ahsoka responded before lunging forward and wrapping her arms around him. She felt Master Kenobi stiffen, and for a moment she was worried that she'd made a mistake. But then his arms rose up and encircled her as well. No words were spoken between the two. None were needed. All that was needed was the comfort that they were drawing from one another. I'm truly glad that you are safe, Ahsoka. Master Kenobi said, pulling back from her. And if I may say so, from what I've heard from Remus, it sounds like you've started to thrive in this place. Thank you, Master. Ahsoka smiled. No offense to you and the Jedi, but I honestly believe I've learned more about the Force through the magic of this world than I did in the Jedi while I was a youngling. One of Master Kenobi's eyebrows arched at that. Perhaps if you had actually attended or stayed awake in your classes like you were supposed to, then you would have learned more. Maybe, Ahsoka smiled back before turning her attention to the 3 clones standing just behind and off to the side of Master Kenobi. Commander Tenno. Captain Rex saluted her. Not even bothering to respond, Ahsoka simply walked forward and embraced Rex as well. It's good to see you, Rex. Just like with Master Kenobi, it took Rex a while to respond to her action. It's good to see you as well, Commander. Rex finally responded as he lightly returned her hug for a moment before she stepped away from him. Beside her, both Master Kenobi and Ti were greeting Master Yoda and Sakura. But Ahsoka's eyes were drawn to Ila. Or more specifically the small bundle that Ila was carrying in her arms. Swallowing past the lump that had formed in her throat, Ahsoka stepped up to Ila. May I? She asked, nodding down towards the small bundle in her arms. Of course. Ila smiled before passing off the infant to her. Pulling back on the blanket slightly, Ahsoka stared down at the infant in her hands. Force, he's a spitting image of Skyguy. Only slightly softer. Like Padme. She thought as she stared down at the infant. And he's powerful. Force, he'll probably be able to give even Harry a run for his credits when he's fully trained. As if sensing that he was being watched, the baby started fidgeting in her arms as 2 blue eyes opened and stared up at her. Well, hello there, little Luke. She said, smiling. I'm your Aunt Ahsoka. Luke stared at her for a while longer. Then he let out a wide yawn and closed his eyes once more. Well. Ahsoka laughed before handing Luke back off to Ila, albeit reluctantly. So much for first impressions, right? Don't fret, Ahsoka. Ila laughed. Luke didn't get much sleep recently. I'm sure once he's fully conscious he'll fall in love with you. Smiling, Ahsoka turned back around and started to mentally prepare herself for the rest of what was to come. But before the greeting could go any further, they were interrupted by a loud crack as Winky appeared. Ah! Don't let them hurt Winky, Mistress Nox. Winky cried as she dove behind Master Nox as both Master Kenobi and Ti drew their lightsabers and all 3 clones drew their blasters in response to her sudden and unexpected arrival. Stand down. Master Nox said sharply at the 2 Jedi Masters and 3 troopers, her tone leaving no room for argument. This is Winky. The caretaker of the temple, you could say. Everyone lowered their weapons, slowly. Are you all right, Winky? Ahsoka asked as she knelt down next to the little elf. Winky nodded, then her eyes widened. Mistress Nox. Master Harry needs you. Ahsoka felt her stomach drop to her feet with those few words. Oh no. Master Nox's brow furrowed as she stared down at Winky, the Jedi around her completely forgotten. What happened? Winky does not know, Mistress. Winky said as she pulled a small mirror out from within her clothes and handing it over to Nox. But Master Harry best calling you. Taking the mirror into her hand, Ahsoka felt her heart thud in her chest as Master Nox activated the connection. Please be all right, Harry. Pushing his plate away from him, Harry stared around at the Great Hall of Hogwarts. The professors had certainly outdone themselves this year with the decorations. Carved pumpkins alighted with candies floated throughout the hall while conjured bats constantly flew back and forth overhead, diving every now and then to nap a piece of candy out of the hands of the students. The walls were decorated with orange and black ribbons and banners. Even the ghosts of Hogwarts were in on the festivities, jumping out from the walls or floating up in the middle of the tables trying to scare the students, or at the very least try to get a laugh out of them. But despite the decorations and entertainment, few were actually truly paying attention to their surroundings as everyone had their eyes focused on the burning goblet that was standing tall at the front of the Great Hall. Ever since the feast dismissed the night before, every member of Bosbatons and Dumstrang that had made the voyage to Hogwarts had put their name into the fire, as well as most of the 6th and nearly every 7th year in Hogwarts had put their names in as well. Of course, they weren't the only ones to try, and those that were not technically able to participate learned the hard way that Dumbledore hadn't been lying about his protections the night before either. Dumbledore had indeed erected an age line around the goblet as well as a host of other enchantments which had been overseen by the headmaster and headmistress of Dumstrang and Bosbatons. And there was also a professor from Hogwarts standing vigil next to the goblet at all times. A few students had tried to test the defenses by standing just outside the age line and tossing a wad of paper at the goblet, but each time it'd been intercepted by the professor on duty or it simply burst into flames well before it reached the goblet. The only ones brave, or rather stupid, enough to try and cross the line were Fred and George Weasley. Harry had to give them credit, they thought of everything. They'd brewed an aging potion just long enough to supposedly age them a few months so that they would be considered of age. And then they waited until it was Professor Moody's turn to guard the goblet. Although guard was a rather loose term considering all the professor did was sit back and laugh at the students who tried to cheat their way in. So when Fred and George showed up, he did nothing as the twins drank the potion and jumped over the line. Apparently, not even Madame Pomfrey had been able to remove the snow-white beards that had appeared on their faces after they'd been thrown forcibly away from the goblet. Once all of the students had had their fill and the plates disappeared from the tables, Dumbledore rose from his seat once again and smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the choosing of the champions for the Triwizard Tournament." The entire hall quieted as the fire within the goblet rose up almost as if out of excitement. If he hadn't been paying attention carefully he would have missed it. But as the flames started to die down, a single piece of only semi-scorched parchment floated out of the flames and into Dumbledore's waiting hand. "The champion from Beaux Batons is, Mademoiselle Fleur Delacour." Everyone in the hall applauded as the blonde French beauty rose from her seat with her head high in the air before marching towards the front of the hall. Turning towards Ron, Harry held out an open hand. Grumbling, Ron fished out a sickle from his pocket, stared at it for a moment and dropped it into Harry's hand. "How did you know?" Twirling the coin between his fingers, Harry smiled. "That's for me to know and you to find out, Ron." Fleur, after shaking the hand of the Beaux Batons headmistress, turned and disappeared down a stairway just behind the teacher's table. As soon as she was out of sight, the goblet flared to life once again. "And the champion from Hogwarts," Dumbledore announced as he grabbed the floating piece of paper out of the air, "is Cedric Diggory." The applause was almost deafening as the seventh-year Hufflepuff rose from his seat and awkwardly waved at the students. Harry clapped as well, as he now had a true reason to actually pay close attention to the tournament. Ever since his second year, his mother had bade him to find worthy witches and wizards that could aid them in their cause. Cedric had been on his short list for a long time. Now with him entered into the tournament, Harry would be able to more properly assess his skills and level of power. As Cedric passed by Dumbledore, pausing only long enough to shake Professor Sprout's hand, the goblet came to life for a third time. Reaching out with a quickness that defied his age, Dumbledore snatched the last piece of paper out of the air. "And our last champion. From Durmstrang, Victor Krum." Again the hall erupted in applause as the Quidditch star from Durmstrang rose to his feet and marched forward to join his fellow champions. At the head table, Karkaroff rose from his seat and roughly embraced his school's champion before ushering him towards the back stairwell where the other two champions waited. "The choosing of the champions has now come to a close," Dumbledore announced once Krum was out of view. "The first task shall be in 2 weeks outside at the..." The goblet roared to life once again as a single piece of paper floated out from the flames. As Dumbledore confusingly reached out towards the paper, Harry felt a sinking feeling in his gut as a wave of magic settled over him. "What? What is? Oh hell no! My luck cannot be that bad." Opening the piece of paper, Dumbledore turned white as a ghost. "Harry Potter." The instant his name passed through Dumbledore's lips, the wave of magic he felt over himself slammed home. All around the hall the students of the three schools started whispering loudly to one another as they all turned to look at him. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore repeated. "You have been chosen, as a champion to compete in the Triwizard Tournament." Sparing a quick glance at his friends, all of whom looked just as confused as he felt, Harry rose to his feet and cleared his throat. "You must be mistaken, Headmaster," Harry said loudly so that the entire hall could hear him. "There is no mistake, Harry," Dumbledore said back. "Please, come and join your fellow champions and we will." Instead, Harry snapped his wrist off to the side and drew his wand before holding it point up in front of his face. "I, Harry James Potter, do hereby swear on my life and magic that I did not place my name into Goblet of Fire nor did I ask anyone else to place my name into the Goblet of Fire. So mote it be." Harry felt another wave of magic settle over him, and he could have sworn he glowed slightly as the magical oath settled over him. Lumos. The end of his wand lit up brightly and he held the spell for nearly a full minute before cancelling the spell with knocks. "As you can see, Headmaster," Harry said, facing off against the stunned faces of the students and professors. "By this oath you can see that I did not place my name into the goblet. Nor do I have any wish to participate in this RI." His words were drowned out as he let out a cry of agony as he doubled over and collapsed against the table. It was as if his very magic was revolting against what he was saying. He'd never felt anything like it before, not even the pain his mother induced when she trained him in the dark side could compare to what he was feeling at that moment. As quick as the pain came, it passed. And Harry was left gasping as he tried to blink the black spots out of his eyes. When he could finally see once again, he found that Dumbledore was next to him and his fellow Gryffindors had created a ring around him with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny being the closest. "You mustn't say that, Harry," Dumbledore said sadly. "The moment your name came out of the goblet a pact was formed. You must compete, or you will lose your magic. Now please, head down to your fellow champions while we try and sort out what happened." Nodding, Harry spared his friends a look that told them he would be okay before marching with his head held high towards the head table. He could hear more than a few harsh whispers coming from the students behind him, he paid none of them any mind. He knew the truth. His friends knew the truth. It didn't matter if the rest of them choose to believe the truth or not. Walking down the dimly lit stairs, Harry was doing everything he could to keep himself in check as he came upon the small room that housed the three champions. Cedric was the first to look up as Harry entered the room, his face going from excited and nervous to confused in the space of heartbeat. "Harry," he said, garnering the attention of the other two champions. "Do they want us to come back up to the hall?" "No," Harry said, shaking his head. "Then what are you doing here?" Fleur asked, the friendly persona she'd shown him yesterday gone and replaced by one of suspicion. "Apparently someone is trying to kill me again this year," he said, making sure he met each of the champions in the eye before continuing. "And they've entered my name into this blasted tournament. So, I'm the fourth champion of this year's Tri-Wizard tournament." Hearing at least a dozen heavy footfalls coming down the stairs behind him, Harry moved off to the side of the room just as all of the Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Maxime, Bagman, and Crouch came into the room. "Totally unacceptable, Dumbledore!" Madame Maxime was shouted as soon as they were in the room with the champions. "Hogwarts cannot have two champions." Dumbledore completely ignored the towering headmistress of Beauxbatons as he made a straight line for Harry. "Tell me that you didn't do it, Harry," he almost pleaded. "Tell me that you didn't put your name in the goblet." "I didn't, headmaster," Harry responded coldly. "And in case it just slipped all of your minds, just a few moments ago I swore an oath on my life and magic saying that I did not put my name into contention, nor did I ask anyone else to do so for me." "You're obviously lying," Karkaroff snarled. "Your name came out of the goblet. You must have put it in there." Harry didn't even fight the temptation to roll his eyes at the man. "All right then, let's review the facts, shall we? First, the goblet chose 3 champions before spitting out my name, which should have been a red flag to anyone with a brain. Second, no one in the school had any idea how the champions would be selected until less than 24 hours ago. Third, the goblet was warded by all 3 of you and kept under constant watch by the ministry and the professors of this school. So in order for me to get my name in there, I would have had to do something to the goblet to name 4 champions instead of 3. Plus get by the wards laid down by you 3, and I would have had to get past the professors guarding the goblet. Then to top it all off, I would have had to figure out how to lie my way through a magical oath. And all in less than 24 hours. I'm good, but I'm humble enough to admit that I'm not that good." "Kid's got a point, Karkaroff." Moody's rough voice echoed down the stairs as the scarred former Auror limped into the room, followed closely by Snape. Standing upright, Dumbledore turned towards Moody. "Alastair Severus, what have you been able to find out?" "Mostly that the kid hit the nail on the head," Moody grumbled. "Someone enchanted the goblet so that there would be 4 schools instead of just 3. Although how the bloody hell they managed that will take a lot more studying. So he did not put his name in the goblet." Victor Crumb grumbled. "Why would someone want you in the tournament?" "Well, considering there have been at least 5 attempts on my life since I was born, 2 of which have occurred at this very school, I would say the reason why someone would want me in the tournament would be fairly obvious," Harry countered. "Hell, I can name 5 people off the top of my head that want to see me dead. 2 of whom are in this very room. Snape and Karkaroff. Perhaps we should be asking these 2 Death Eaters why they entered my name into the tournament." Harry could have sworn that he heard Snape's teeth grinding and Karkaroff turned white before going bright red before taking a step towards him. "How dare you accuse me, you little she!" Karkaroff came to an abrupt stop, his hand reaching into the folds of his robe, as Harry's wand appeared right between the headmaster's eyes. "My mother had me memorize the name of every Death Eater that managed to escape justice during the last war. And how they got off," Harry growled. "You didn't even have the courage to face the consequences of your actions after the war. Instead you started singing like a bird trying to weasel your way out of Azkaban. So what was the plan, Karkaroff? Try to kill the boy who lived so that you might earn a reprieve from your fellow Death Eaters." "That's enough, Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice dripping with magic as he laid a hand on Harry's outstretched arm. "You've made your point, my boy. And no one here believes that you willingly put your name into the goblet. So put your wand away." Turning his head, Harry saw that just about everyone in the room had their wands drawn even though they weren't pointing them at either Harry or Karkaroff. Letting his wand fall back into his sleeve, Harry stepped away from the headmasters and back towards the back wall. "Thank you, Harry." Dumbledore smiled before his face hardened once again. "And you, Karkaroff, will never try to pull your wand on one of my students again. Am I understood?" For just a moment, Harry once again saw Wizard behind the mask. The same Wizard that he saw last year. The same Wizard that defeated Grindelwald and who inspires such fear within Voldemort. No wonder Mother never wanted to cross Dumbledore. When he's actually flexing his magic, just being in his presence is taxing. Of course, Dumbledore. Karkaroff coughed as he whipped at the light sheen of sweat on his brow. "Splendid. Dumbledore clapped merely as he slipped back into his normal grandfather-like role once again. Now then, as we can all agree that Harry's entry into this tournament was not his wish, the question becomes what should we do now? Unfortunately, there is nothing to be done, Dumbledore. Bagman said sadly, although Harry could just barely pick up a trace of excitement radiating off the man. Harry will have to compete with the rest of the champions or risk the consequences. If Hogwarts is to have 2 champions, then I demand that Beauxbatons and Durmstrang receive the same honor. Maxime demanded. That's impossible. Crouch said, stepping forward. The only way to choose a champion for the Triwizard Tournament is through the Goblet of Fire. And the goblet will not reignite until the next tournament. No. For good or ill, these 4 before us are the chosen champions of the Triwizard Tournament. An uneasy silence settled over the room as Crouch's words sunk in. Well then, Ludo Bagman coughed. Now that we have that all settled, we can move on to the reason why you are all here. The first task shall take place in 2 weeks. The 4 of you shall be tasked with retrieving a certain item. Now it is imperative that you retrieve said item, as it will have a clue as to the second task. Now while the 4 of you will have near unrestricted access to Hogwarts Library, you will be unable to receive special instruction from any of your professors. Any questions? No. Good. Well then, off you 4 go. We officials have some reorganizing to do before the first task is to take place. Not even bothering to wait, Harry turned on his heel and marched back up the stairs and out into the Great Hall. The hall was completely empty as he strode through and out the main doors. Just as he was starting to head up the stairs, a voice from behind pulled him up short. Harry! Wait up a second. Turning in place, Harry found Cedric jogging to catch up with him. What is it, Cedric? Coming to a stop at the base of the stairs, Cedric stared up at him. I just wanted to let you know that I don't think that you entered your name into the tournament, Harry. He said, somewhat surprising Harry. And I'll make sure that everyone in the school knows that as well. Thanks, Cedric. Harry smiled in spite of himself. That means a lot coming from you. No problem, Harry. Cedric smiled before clapping him on the shoulder. Now, I know that we're not supposed to get help from the professors or anything like that. But they didn't say anything about us helping out one another. So, if you ever want to study together, just let me know. I'd like that, Cedric. Harry nodded back as the older boy stepped away from him. Good. Cedric nodded before waving him off. Now go off and celebrate with your house. If you GRYFFs are anything like us puffs, I'm sure that there is one hell of a party waiting for you back in your common room. Oh, without a doubt. Harry laughed. Good night, Cedric. Night, Harry. As Harry watched the older boy walk away, he couldn't help but shake his head. Cedric was just about everything you wanted in a leader. He was fairly powerful magically, and he was consistently among the top 5 students for his year. He was also charismatic, and the fact that he wasn't hard on the eyes definitely helped him as well. But despite all of his positive qualities, he had a glaring problem. He was too nice. And in a tournament like this, that could spell his downfall. Cedric would be a huge boon for us if we could convince him to side with the Guardians. Even if he doesn't become a knight or a master, there could still be a place for him. Harry thought as he made his way towards the Gryffindor common room. He's pure blood from a well-known family. Damn. Now on top of trying to make it through this tournament in one piece, I have to make sure that Cedric does as well. Why the hell can't I just have one normal year at school? True to Cedric's prediction, the moment Harry entered the Gryffindor common room, he was met with a wave of applause, as just about every member of his house was waiting for him to arrive. At the head of which were the Weasley twins who, before he could do anything, dragged him through the entrance and hefted him up onto his shoulders, all the while shouting, "Hail to the champion!" After several embarrassing moments, Harry finally managed to get the twins to set him down. The moment his feet touched the floor, a cup of butterbeer was shoved into his hands and he was assaulted with a seemingly never-ending stream of questions. How did you do it, Harry? Being the most common of the questions. Finally having enough of it, Harry drew his wand and let off a low-grade cannon blast charm over his head. I'm sorry to disappoint you all, but I did not enter my name into the tournament. And at the moment the professors are unsure as to how my name got entered, but they are working on trying to figure it out. Pausing, he made sure to scan over all of his fellow Gryffindors before continuing. Cedric should be the one that you are all cheering for he was the one who was truly chosen as Hogwarts champion. And while I do still intend to do my best in this tournament, please give him your utmost support as well. After his little speech was over and done with, Harry secluded himself into one of the corners of the common room with only Hermione, Ginny, and Ron for company while the rest of their house continued to party. Albeit in a far more subdued atmosphere than when he first entered. Roughly an hour later the party had pretty much wound down to only a few 6th and 7th years who were participating in a game of drinking exploding snap with a bottle of fire whiskey that had somehow been smuggled into the dorms. I think that's enough for one night. Harry said, rising to his feet, startling Ginny awake who'd been leaning into him slightly as she napped. We should all get to bed, and I've got a call to make. Once back in the safety of his bed, Harry reached under his mattress and pulled out a small handheld mirror. Holding the mirror up to eye level, he spoke in a clear voice. Mother. The mirror stayed blank for some time, and when the connection was finally made it wasn't to who he was expecting. Master Harry. Winky gushed. Winky sorry for answering, but Mistress Knox is greeting the new arrivals. Of course, I forgot that Remus was due to be back today. That's all right Winky. Harry said, hoping to head off another crying fit from the elf. I need you to get my mother fast Winky. Something bad has happened. Winky's large eyes grew even larger as she nodded her head vigorously. Winky understands. Winky be going to Mistress Knox right now. A minute or so later, the surface of the mirror to ripple and be replaced by the image of his mother. Harry. What happened? I felt something shift in the force involving you. Ahsoka did as well. Harry wasn't necessarily surprised by this. Well, he wasn't surprised that his mother felt whatever had happened to him when his name came out of the goblet. He was surprised that Ahsoka had felt it as well, but that was something that could be pondered at a later time. Mother, something really bad happened. Harry began before taking a deep breath. Somehow my name was entered into the selection for the Triwizard Tournament. I'm now the 4th champion, and there is a bind on my magic. If I don't compete, I will die. His mother's face hardened like stone in the mirror and he could have sworn that the edges of her irises started to turn a bright shade of yellow. Never a good sign. I will be there tomorrow first thing in the morning my son. I promise you. Whoever has done this will pay with their life. Sitting in the Hufflepuff common room, Cedric was enjoying his 4th bottle of butterbeer as his housemates partied around him. Despite the jovial atmosphere and the fact that the party was being thrown in his honor, Cedric was having a hard time actually enjoying himself as Harry's forced entry into the tournament weighed heavily on his mind. He's only a kid. A 4th year. This tournament was known to be extremely dangerous and required no less than a newt-level understanding in all forms of magic. How do they expect him to keep up? He'd resolved himself to keeping an eye on Harry and helping him whenever he could. I am a Hufflepuff after all. And if there is one thing that we are known for it is our loyalty. Do not speak of what you do not know Smith. A cold voice snapped Cedric of his musing. And speaking of loyalty. Across the common room, Susan Bones was squared off against Zacharias Smith with Hannah Abbott at her side. The empty bottle in both of their hands and the fact that Smith was drenched from head to toe spoke to how far their current argument had escalated. I'm only saying what we all already know Bones. Smith growled back as he wiped his face with the sleeve of his robe. Your precious little friend somehow managed to con his way into this tournament, to steal all the honor for himself. He's nothing more than an attention-seeking prat and you just don't want to admit it. Cedric nearly missed a step as the candles in the common room and even the fire in the fireplace flickered for the briefest of moments. Is it getting colder in here? What is no? Just my imagination. Harry did not enter his name into the goblet of fire. Cedric said loudly, making sure he had everyone's attention. He should have done this the moment he stepped into the common room, but he was a little too caught up in the celebration. Better late than never I guess. Surely you don't believe him Cedric. Someone called out from the crowd. He's trying to steal your glory for himself. No he isn't. He didn't enter his name into the goblet. Cedric repeated. He gave an oath on his life and magic that he didn't. His magic accepted the oath and he still lives and can still use magic. Anyone who understands even the basics of magic should know that that means he spoke the truth. Not only that, but Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Moody both agree that someone else entered his name into the goblet. So, if any of you have a good reason as to why the Headmaster, Professor Moody and magic itself is lying for Harry's sake I would dearly love to hear it. Wisely enough, no one spoke up. Even Smith seemed thoroughly chastised. No one? Good. Now, and I'm ashamed to have to do this, but I feel that I must remind all of you that we are Hufflepuffs. You all value hard work and loyalty above all else otherwise you wouldn't be in this house. And as for Harry stealing my glory, he's not. He made it abundantly clear that he wanted nothing to do with this tournament, to the point where he almost died. Looking around, he made sure he had everyone's attention. Hufflepuff loyalty isn't isolated to just our house. We are loyal to all of our fellow students. So I hope that all of you will support and stay loyal to Harry, just as you are all supporting me right now. Many of his fellow housemates stared down at their feet as they shifted them back and forth. As for Susan, she was giving him a shy smile that made her look far too cute in his opinion. 4th year Cedric. She's a bloody 4th year. Right, Cedric coughed awkwardly stepping away from everyone. Well, I want you all to keep on partying. But I'm going to bed. I've only got 2 weeks until the first task and need to devote as much time as I can to the library. See you all in the morning. Walking up to his dorm room, Cedric had to shake his head more than once as he tried to get the image of Susan smiling at him out of his head. Maybe 4th year isn't too young. Sitting in the plush chair within her room, Fleur Delacour stared absent-mindedly at the book in her lap. With the first task of the Triwizard Tournament being only 2 weeks away, she knew that she needed to study every moment she could. But at the moment she couldn't concentrate on anything other than what had just transpired just a few hours prior. 4 champions, one of whom is a mere boy. She thought to herself before shaking her head. No. Not a boy. Harry Potter may be many things, but a boy he is certainly not. When Harry first descended into the champions' room, her thoughts had mirrored those of her fellow champions. That Harry had been sent down to retrieve them. But when he announced that he'd been chosen as a champion, her thoughts had immediately went down a different, much darker path. The whole reason that she'd even wanted to take part in this ridiculous tournament was to prove that she wasn't just a pair of tits with no brain in her skull. And in waltzed Harry Potter, one of the most renowned wizards in the wizarding world despite his age, and announced that he was competing as well. The nerve of the man. He already had enough fame as it was, and now here he was trying to take away her chance to prove herself. She could feel her Vila half clawing to get out and immolate the boy where he stood. But before she could, the headmasters and her own headmistress arrived, and she was forced to try and control herself. The conversation with the heads of the schools that followed made her completely re-evaluate her thoughts though. Upon having his name called, Harry had stood up in front of all the students and swore an oath on both his life and magic, a fact confirmed by Madame Maxime, that he had not placed his name in the goblet nor had he asked anyone to. Then if that wasn't bad enough, Harry had gone through a list of why it would have been impossible for him to enter himself even if he'd wanted to. By the time he'd finished his speech, she actually felt ashamed for jumping to her prior conclusion that he was just trying to garner more fame for himself. She actually felt pity for the boy, for all of 5 seconds. Any pity she might have had for him was gone the moment he pulled his wand on Headmaster Karkaroff, replaced by an insurmountable amount of respect. Here he was, a boy, no, a man of 14, and he was facing down a wizard who was over twice his age. And he wasn't even batting an eye at the situation. And if that wasn't enough, the sheer amount of power that was radiating off of him, it was more than slightly distracting. Her Vila side had shifted its tune as Harry went from a threat and an upstart, to a potential mate. She hadn't even realized that she'd drawn her wand until she felt herself moving towards Karkaroff. Thank magic that Madame Maxime was there to stop her before she made a complete fool of herself. Hearing the door to her room opening, Fleur looked up as Madame Maxime walked in. Fleur. Her half-giant headmistress greeted her. Madame Maxime, Fleur greeted back as she got up. How was the meeting with the other headmasters and the representatives from the British Ministry? Pointless. Madame Maxime nearly spat. There is no way to remove Harry Potter from the tournament without killing him at worst or risking permanent damage to his magical abilities at best. And there is no way for either Bosbatons nor Durmstrang to enter a second champion either. So we will simply have to adjust our plans accordingly. Of course, headmistress. Fleur agreed, nodding her head. Nodding, Madame Maxime conjured an oversized armchair across from Fleur before sitting down. Your biggest challenge will be Victor Krum. His flying skills are far beyond anyone else's. And I doubt that Karkaroff has held back at all in training the boy either. He'll have more than 1 or 2 nasty tricks up his sleeve. Staring at her headmistress, Fleur slowly shook her head. With respect, headmistress, I must disagree. Krum will not be my biggest advisory in this tournament. One of Madame Maxime's eyebrows rose as she regarded her. Surely you do not think that the Diggory boy will be your biggest threat? While his school records are indeed impressive, as we both saw tonight, he is soft. He does not have the will to win a competition like this. No. She said, shaking her head. The Diggory boy seemed, but like Madame Maxime said, that trait would prove to be disadvantageous to him in this type of competition. Harry Potter will be my biggest threat this year. Harry Potter. Madame Maxime repeated, leaning back. The boy is several years younger than you, my dear. And while I'll admit that he has potential, especially with the way he stood up to Karkaroff, it will still be years before he is at your level. I beg to differ, Madame Maxime, Fleur countered. Harry's magic is very well refined. And the way he holds himself speaks volumes as well. He's already at my level. And if I'm being perfectly honest, headmistress, he might even be slightly beyond me. Although where he got his training is beyond me. From what I've seen so far, it certainly wasn't at this school. Madame Maxime stood silently evaluating her for several minutes before nodding her head. Good. I was worried that you wouldn't see the boy as a threat and therefore dismiss him out of hand. I assure you, headmistress, there is no chance of that. There was no way that her Vila nature would let her forget about a wizard of Harry's caliber. And I promise you, I shall not let our school down in this tournament. Walking down to breakfast the next morning with Hermione, Ginny, and Ron, it took all of his effort not to smile, or cringe, about the impending storm that was about to rain down on Hogwarts. All right, Harry, Hermione said softly as the 4 of them stepped off the last stair and onto the ground floor. What's going on in that head of yours? What do you mean? Harry asked. You're good at hiding things, Harry, but remember I'm your apprentice. Ginny scoffed. And I know that you are hiding something. So spill. Smirking slightly, he glanced over his shoulder at his friends. All I'll say is this. Make sure that you have a good seat. Before any of his friends could figure out his statement, they came upon the doors to the Great Hall just as Daphne and Tracy appeared at the opposite end of the hall. As he saw them, Harry couldn't help but frown. Daphne had been acting aloof for the past few days as she barely acknowledged any of them. Even Tracy was having trouble getting through to her lifelong friend. In fact, the only one she seemed to even interact with was Luna, and that was only because Luna was her apprentice. As they drew closer to one another just down the hall from the Great Hall, Harry opened his mouth to greet her, only to have the words die on his lips as Daphne leaned into him and embraced him lightly. Her actions were so contrary to her normal behavior as of late that he almost didn't even realize she'd slipped a piece of paper into the inner lining of his robes until her hand was back out. Read it as soon as you get the chance. She whispered before pulling away from him and turning around and heading into the hall. Now even more confused, Harry followed after her into the hall. The Great Hall was almost completely packed as it was nearly the end of breakfast, and at the head table were all three heads of the schools, the professors of Hogwarts and Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman. The moment his presence became known, every conversation in the hall stopped as everyone turned to stare at him. Of course. Harry sighed. I knew that this was going to happen. As he walked down the length of the tables, Harry became even more confused. He expected some level of hostility, and the Slytherins certainly didn't disappoint as more than a few threw a couple of sharp words his way. But what did surprise him was the fact that the Slytherins were the only ones. None of the Gryffindors nor the Ravenclaws said anything. And while he did receive a fair number of cross looks from the Hufflepuffs, they all kept their words to themselves. Hey, maybe my little speech last night actually worked. Once he and his friends had taken their seats, the conversations in the hall picked up once again as everyone returned to their own little worlds. After scooping a small amount of food onto his plate, Harry reached into his robes and pulled out the small note that Daphne had slipped him. What's that? Ginny asked lowly enough so that they were the only two who could hear her. Something Daphne slipped me out in the hall. He whispered back as he tried to discreetly open and read the note. Harry, be mindful of yourself this year. A fair majority of the Slytherins, led by the blonde prick himself, are trying to come up with any number of ways to sabotage you this year. Even going so far as to attempt to make you fail to appear to a task. Also, be wary of. Feeling a familiar presence wash over him, Harry looked up just as Ginny, Ron, and Hermione all looked up as well. Showtime. Harry smirked as he turned towards the open doors. The entire hall quieted as some of the students began shiver involuntarily. Up at the head table, Dumbledore's brow furrowed as he rose from his seat and stared at the doors. Slowly, the sound of heels clicking against the stone floor began to echo as all conversations in the hall slowly came to an end. Assure you, madam. We are doing everything we can. Please understand that we at the Ministry are. A collective gasp went through the hall as Harry's mother stepped into the hall with the bumbling Minister of Magic pleading next to her. A step behind them was Madame Bones and Sirius. Harry nearly shook his head in mirth as he saw his mother. She had certainly spared no expense as she was wearing the same type of outfit that she did when they assaulted the Dauntless in order to save Ahsoka. Your assurances ring hollow, Minister. His mother growled as she continued to walk down the rows of students, completely ignoring the awestruck looks she was receiving from the students in the Great Hall. Good Merlin. He heard Seamus whisper to Dean. Major Will's alert. She just made the top of my witches I'd like to shag list. I hear you. Dean whispered back, as a few of the boys near to them nodded. But, who is she? Rising to his feet, Harry spared his two dorm mates a cold glare before turning towards his mother. Mother. He greeted, making most of the hall gasp as he bent his head slightly. Harry. His mother greeted him back before reaching out and laying a hand along his jawline. Are you all right, my son? His mother rarely showed him much physical affection, so the few times she did he reveled in it. Even if he was standing in the midst of all of his fellow classmates. I'm all right, mother. Madam Knox. Dumbledore's grandfather-like voice called out, making the two of them break contact and turn towards the headmaster who'd managed to cross half the distance between them and the head table. I expected you to at least call, but I must admit that I hadn't expected to see you so soon after the prophet was sent out. That was the only reason why his mother hadn't come earlier. She wanted to wait until the Daily Prophet, which told of his entry into the tournament on the front page, was already delivered. Less chance of the old man finding out they had a means of communication other than Hedwig. And why would I hesitate, headmaster? His mother asked, the edges of her green eyes tinting slightly yellow for the briefest of moments before reverting. This is the second time that my son's life has been placed in danger under your watch. A low rumble started up in the hall as all of the students began whispering to one another. Despite the whispers though, Dumbledore remained completely neutral. I understand your concern, Madam Knox. Believe me, I share them as well. But perhaps this would be a conversation best held in privacy of my office. Of course. His mother nodded. But the other champions and their respective school leaders should accompany us as well. After all, this conversation concerns them as well. And the ministry officials will be coming as well. And Auror Moody, as I suspect he will have more than one theory to add. Dumbledore looked like he wanted to argue, but seeing as they were in such a public setting he obviously decided against it. Of course. Headmaster Karkaroff. Headmistress Maxime. Would you please collect your champions and follow us to my office? Minister, Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman, if you will please follow us. Cedric, my boy, come along as well. It took a minute, but soon enough Dumbledore was leading all of them down the corridors of Hogwarts with Moody tagging along after them as well. As they walked, Harry concentrated on his mental link with his mother so he could discreetly pass on the information to her that Daphne had given him. Are you sure, my son? Daphne is mother. And I trust her. Before his mother could respond, Dumbledore led them into a dead-end hallway with a gargoyle statue at the end. As they walked, the gargoyle moved on its own, rising upwards and revealing the winding stairway that led up into the headmaster's office. The stairway could only be taken one at a time, but the office at end was more than spacious enough for all of them to spread out. Now that we are all here, Dumbledore sighed tiredly as he stepped around behind his desk and sank down into his seat. We can begin. Yes, Nox nodded as she glared at those who were supposed to be in charge of the tournament. Perhaps you can explain how my son was illegally entered into a tournament as a fourth participant when there were only supposed to be 3. Alastor has been examining the goblet since the incident last night. Dumbledore explained while waving towards the defense professor. Alastor, would you please report your findings? It was bloody masterpiece, Moody grumbled as he took out his hip flask and took a quick pull. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. They used multiple Confundus charms to temporarily overwrite the runic array of the goblet. Because of that, the goblet thought that it was choosing for 4 schools instead of 3. And Potter here was the only name entered under the 4th school. Like I said, bloody work of art. And what of Mr. Potter's reaction when he rejected his position? Amelia asked while glaring at the 3 headmasters. It was my understanding that the tying of one's life to the tournament was removed from the goblet. It was. Madame Maxime nodded. Whoever altered the goblet to add Mr. Potter must have removed the block we placed on that stipulation as well. Excuse me, Cedric mumbled, his face going steadily paler. Are you telling us, that if for some reason we can't participate in a task then we will, die? I thought you all just said that to keep the younger years from trying to enter. I'm afraid so, Cedric. Dumbledore confirmed sadly. But rest assured, we will be making sure that all 4 of you are able to compete in the assigned tasks. Your assurances have rung rather hollow as of late, Dumbledore. Nox growled before shaking her head. But since you all have failed so spectacularly in this matter, I'm going to take advantage of it. Madam Nox. Fudge stuttered, no doubt suddenly fearful for his job. Understandable seeing as how he needed this tournament to go smoothly to try and save face after the attack last year by the Dementors on Hogsmeade. One stipulation of this tournament was that only those of age could compete, correct? Nox asked rhetorically. Therefore I expect my son to be declared of age and emancipated by the end of the day. And the trace on his wand is to be removed as well. Fudge looked like they swallowed something incredibly sour. But in the end they had no choice and Fudge reluctantly nodded. As you say. Good. His mother nodded before turning to Dumbledore. Also, as my son has neither the experience nor training of these 3, Harry almost blew it by laughing at that. He will be allowed to fly home every Friday after he is done with his classes and return every Sunday evening. I will be arranging private tutors during these days to further his education beyond what is taught here at Hogwarts. This time it was Dumbledore's turn to look like he'd eaten something distasteful. I'm afraid that I can't do that, Madam Nox. Despite his soon-to-be status, he is still a student without his owls and therefore must remain at Hogwarts save for the holidays. Nox didn't even hesitate before turning back towards Moody. Tell me, Mr. Moody. As my son was not entered under Hogwarts, which school was he entered under? Moody stared at her curiously for a moment before laughing out loud. I'm afraid she's got you on this one, Albus. Moody laughed. The school he was entered didn't have a name. And why should that matter? Karkaroff scoffed. Because if this stipulation isn't met, Nox said glaring at Dumbledore. Then I shall withdraw my son from Hogwarts and enter him into the school he was entered into the tournament under. And seeing as how that school doesn't have a name, I can make one up. I imagine that it would be quite the headline. Minister-in-Chief Warlock's incompetence causes boy who lived to leave magical Britain. Quite the scandal. Harry will be able to leave for private studying over the weekend, Madam Nox. Minister Fudge said quickly before Dumbledore could get a word in edgewise. I'll even write up an educational decree for it if need be. All eyes turned towards Dumbledore, who in turn sighed dejectedly. You have me in a corner, Madam Nox. Very well, I will allow Harry to fly home every weekend for private studying. But only Harry. His friends must stay in school. Of course, his mother nodded with a smile. Now tell me. What is being done to catch the one who entered my son into the tournament? We are currently questioning everyone who had access to the goblet before it was transferred to Hogwarts. Crouch answered. As well as anyone who might wish to see harm come to young Mr. Potter. But unfortunately it will take some time before we learn anything of note. I see, his mother sighed, shifting her body slightly. Then I guess it once again falls to me to clean up the mess. Snapping her wand into her wand, his mother slashed it across her body. There was a single cry of alarm before a body slammed heavily against the wall of the office. Flicking her wand back towards her person, the body then flew across the room before sliding on the floor and coming to a stop as Nox planted her foot against the neck of Barty Crouch Sr. The moment his mother started moving, Harry drew his own wand and turned so he was back to back with his mother ready to defend her. Sirius had also moved, drawing his own wand and standing with them. But it looked as if they needn't have even bothered, as by the time his mother had Crouch under her heel, the only ones who even managed to react in time were Moody and Dumbledore, who both were on their feet and had their wands drawn and pointed at the two of them. Waving her wand over the struggling Crouch under her heel, his wand, a small flask, floated up from within his robe and into her open hand. Popping the top on the flask, his mother took a single whiff before closing it once more and tossing it over to Moody. I believe I captured your culprit. Catching the flask with one hand, Moody kept his wand trained on the three of them as he popped the top and took a sniff. The moment he did, his eyes widened and he moved his wand from them to Crouch. Polyjuice! He cursed. Bloody bastard was under our nose this whole time. The moment Moody moved his wand, every other wand in the room shifted from Harry and his mother to the man under her heel. When was the last time he drank anything? Amelia asked, staring at Dumbledore. Just a few moments ago at breakfast. The headmaster answered while glaring down at the man. I'll send for Severus to bring us the reversal potion. But it will take some time for. There's no need. His mother countered with a slight smirk. There is a much simpler, not to mention much more satisfying, way to reverse the potion. Lifting her foot, she brought it back down hard right into the imposter's gut. The imposter immediately doubled up and curled into the fetal position before throwing up everything that had been in his stomach. Once he stopped, his body started convulsing as his physical features began to shift. See? His mother said, smiling at the horror-stricken faces in the room. Much simpler. The only one who hadn't been disturbed by the display, besides Harry, Sirius, and Amelia, had been Moody. The old Auror merely watched before laughing. Bloody hell, I like this one. His laughter died however as the man on the floor stopped convulsing. He still looked somewhat the same, but he was at least 20 or more years younger than Crouch. Barty Bloody Crouch Jr. Moody growled. That's impossible. Fudge gasped, staring down at the man. He's dead. He died in Azkaban years ago. Well, seeing as how he's currently lying in a puddle of his own vomit before us, apparently he didn't. His mother said, shaking her head and stomping her foot down onto Crouch Jr.'s back to keep him from moving. I believe it is time for our champions to depart. Dumbledore said, stepping around his desk. They need not be present for this. With respect, Headmaster, Cedric said quickly, surprising everyone. This man, this Death Eater who's supposed to be dead, went through a lot of trouble to enter Harry into this tournament and to keep him in it. I believe that all of us, Fleur, Victor and myself, deserve to know why. Both Fleur and Victor nodded in agreement. Dumbledore stared hard at the three older champions, but none of them budged. Very well, Dumbledore sighed after realizing they weren't going to leave. Madam Bones. May I suggest that you send someone over to the Crouch estate? If his son was impersonating him, I fear that Barty Sr. is in great peril. Hee, you're too late, old man. Crouch Jr. cackled, freezing everyone in place. The moment I was discovered, my father died. Quick and painless. Far more than that old bastard deserved. But I paid him back for turning on me all those years ago. Hee, yes, he paid. Using her foot to flip the man over onto his back, his mother conjured a rather uncomfortable-looking chair before banishing Crouch into it. As soon as his body touched the chair, multiple straps extended from the back before wrapping around his body as if they had a mind of its own. Don't you think that is a little excessive, Madam Knox? Fudge asked nervously as his eyes flickered back and forth between the bound Crouch and Harry's mother. Surely you're not denying a mother her due, are you, Minister? Knox asked sweetly. After all, this is the same man who entered my son into a dangerous tournament against his will. Perhaps it would be for the best if I took over from here, Madam Knox. Amelia said, stepping forward. A formal interrogation and trial will be conducted later. But for the sake of the law I must insist on taking the lead on the questioning from here on out. Knox glared at Amelia, but Harry knew that it was just an act. His mother and Amelia were hardly ever at odds with one another unless it was planned that way. Very well, Knox conceded, stepping back so that Amelia could take her place. Once she was standing before the bound man, Sirius and Moody stepped up so both men were flanking her. Harry had to admit, the three did present a pretty imposing picture. Now, Mr. Crouch. Amelia began. Let us begin by you. This is all pointless. Crouch Jr. laughed. You want to know why I entered Harry into the tournament? Then let me tell you. I entered him in for the sake of my master. He who must not be named is dead. Fudge shouted, his face going extremely pale at the implication. Throwing his head back, Crouch let off a crackling laugh. My master is the most powerful Dark Lord since the time of Morgana. He has mastered death itself. And by the end of this tournament his greatest nemesis Harry Potter will be dead. And my master will have his vengeance. And he will bring me back to serve at his side once more. And all those who dared to turn their backs on him or stand against him will feel his wrath. Harry felt a slight warning from the force as Crouch clicked his teeth together hard. His mother was the only one to react to the motion as she shouldered past Amelia and the others. Don't let him swallow. She shouted as she grabbed his head and tried to pry open his jaw. Her actions proved futile however as Crouch started convulsing in his chair while white foam started to seep out of his mouth. Within a few seconds it was over and Barty Crouch Jr. was dead. Shit. Knox cursed as she stepped away from the corpse. What? What happened? Fudge stammered, holding a hand to his mouth as he started to look more than slightly queasy. Poison. Moody grumbled, pushing the dead man's head back. You see this with deeply embedded Muggle spies. They'll usually have fake tooth or something that's filled with poison. Should they be captured they break the container and release the poison to kill themselves in order to prevent them from revealing any information. Crude. But effective. The entire office was cast in silence as they all stared at the dead man. He believed that the Dark Lord is still alive. Madame Maxime said, breaking the silence as she turned towards Dumbledore and Fudge. Why? And why has the French ministry not been made aware of such developments? He isn't alive. Fudge nearly shouted. He died 13 years ago and that is the end of it. Magic is a wonderful and mysterious thing, Minister. Dumbledore said sagely. As much as we know about magic, there is just as much that we don't and even more than has been forgotten. Perhaps, it would be best to err on the side of caution in this case. Fudge went completely red. You know who is dead. His body was never actually recovered from the scene of his demise, Minister. Amelia countered. Perhaps the headmaster is right and it would be best to err on the side of caution in this case. If we tread carefully we can even do this without raising public suspicion. Harry rolled his eyes as Dumbledore, Maxime, Amelia and Fudge entered a four-way argument as they all but ignored everyone else in the room. Looking across the office, Harry took careful note of Karkaroff. The ex-Death Eater looked like someone had just walked over his grave. Which considering the things Harry heard he did to avoid Azkaban, mainly by ratting out of his fellow Death Eaters, he could understand why the man would be nervous. Still. I'm going to need to try and keep an eye on him this year, even more so now that it's been confirmed that Voldemort is the mastermind behind all of this. No. I refuse to listen to this. Fudge nearly screamed. He who must not be named is dead. Tomorrow in the paper the story will be told that one of his followers escaped Azkaban and entered Harry into the tournament to try and get revenge for his master. That is all. Anyone, and I mean anyone who says that you know who is behind this will be indicted for inciting a riot. And that is the end of it. The man is a complete and utter fool. Harry heard his mother's voice in his head. Perhaps it would be for the best if we were to take him out and place Amelia in as the Minister of Magic sooner than we thought. Harry thought back, draw a feeling of surprise from his mother. He's moving from a pain in the ass to a liability. Refusing to even think of erring on the side of caution makes him unworthy of being Minister of Magic. You're right, of course, my son. She sent back. This will be his last term in office. Come next summer he will be removed. One way or another. Very well then, Minister Fudge. Madame Maxime growled, drawing herself up to her full height. But I will be informing the French ministry of these developments. And I guarantee that they be expecting answers. Come, Fleur. Fleur managed to spare him one last encouraging nod before she followed after her headmistress. Karkaroff and Krum were right behind the two of them. Surprisingly, or perhaps not so surprisingly, Karkaroff remained silent. Once the foreign students and their headmaster and headmistress were out of the office, Fudge turned towards Dumbledore. You will not be informing any of your students beyond these two about what happened here today. If you do, then I will issue an educational decree removing you from your position. Dumbledore sighed but nodded nonetheless. As you wish, Minister. But I do hope that you will reconsider your stance before it is too late for us all. There is nothing to reconsider. Fudge growled before turning to Amelia. Madam Bones. Collect the body for disposal at the ministry. And for Merlin's sake shrink it down or something. I want this whole mess kept under wraps. We've already had 2 breakouts from Azkaban. If people learn that someone else had broken out years ago, then the people will lose faith in our ability to protect them. Without waiting to see if his orders were being followed or not, Fudge marched over to the fireplace, threw a handful of fluo powder into it, and was walking through the green flames before they were even fully developed. Well, Sirius sighed, shaking his head. That probably could have gone over better. Need any help with the body, Amelia? Thank you for volunteering, Sirius. Amelia said over her shoulder while still staring at the fireplace the minister had disappeared through. Shrink it and pocket it and bring it down the coroner's office. I have paperwork that I need to get to. Right, wait, what? Sirius gaped as Amelia activated the flute and marched through without a second look back. Hee, serves you right, lad. Moody chuckled as he pulled out his wand and waved it at Crouch, who shifted into a small chess piece. Now I'd get your arse moving, lad. Amelia's not one you want on your bad side. Don't I know it? Sirius grumbled as he picked up the chess piece and made his way towards the flue. See you soon, Harry. He threw over his shoulder before walking through the still active flue after Amelia. Now with it just being the five of them, Dumbledore sighed and made his way back to his chair. Alastair. Will you please see Mr. Diggory back down to the Great Hall? I need to have a word with Harry and his mother. Sure, Albus. Moody nodded before motioning for Cedric. Come on, lad. I must say, you handled yourself well back there. You drew your wand when it was appropriate and he didn't balk too much when Crouch Jr. there offed himself. Once Cedric and Moody were out of the office, Dumbledore motioned for Harry and his mother to take a seat across from him. Please, sit. I can see that you both have questions. What's he playing at, mother? More than likely he's fishing to try and find out what we know. His mother answered back as she took one of the offered seats. I want you to lead off this conversation, Harry. Ask him if he thinks Voldemort is alive first and if he's figured out just how Voldemort managed to cheat death. Yes, sir, I do. Harry nodded while taking the other seat. Crouch, he said that he entered my name into the tournament on behalf of his master. I know he's still alive, sir, because I saw his wrath in my first year. I guess, I want to know how he's still alive, sir. Ah, Dumbledore sighed, leaning back in his seat. As to that, Harry, I'm afraid that I cannot say for certain. As I told Minister Fudge, there is much magic in the world. Most of which we have no hope of comprehending. He's lying. His mother told him, not that he needed her to. He knows something, he's just afraid to admit it. Or maybe he honestly doesn't know. Harry thought back. Possibly. But if that were the case, then I fear that we would have another problem on our hands. Because that would mean that Dumbledore is not as clever as we'd hoped. And while he might not have any true place in our future, I would still like to use him as an ally against Voldemort. Licking his lips, Harry met Dumbledore's gaze head-on, almost daring the old headmaster to try and probe his mind. Why me, sir? He asked. Why is Voldemort constantly targeting me? Sighing once again, Dumbledore's eyes flickered momentarily back and forth between Harry and his mother before settling once again on Harry. I'm afraid, Harry. Dumbledore started before hesitating, obviously thinking of how to answer his question. There was a prophecy, Harry. Made just before you were born. It foretold of the fall of the Dark Lord at the hands of a child that would be born at the end of the 7th month to those who'd thrice defied him. Harry was actually kind of shocked that Dumbledore admitted it. And judging by what he was feeling through the bond with his mother, she was surprised as well. Not shocked. But she definitely wasn't expecting it. Now whether or not this prophecy is true or not, or whether it even pertains to Voldemort doesn't matter. What does matter is that Voldemort believes that it does. And that is why he went after you and your parents all those years ago, Harry. We'd like to see the prophecy. His mother said quickly, drawing Dumbledore's gaze to her. Prophecies are fickle things. They can be interpreted 100 different ways without ever being interpreted correctly. But I feel that once we see the prophecy in full we might be able to glean an insight into Voldemort's mind and we could better prepare Harry for what is to come. Harry was more than slightly amazed at the way his mother backed Dumbledore into a corner. Dumbledore couldn't outright deny their request as it was actually reasonable. Nicely done, mother. Of course, son. This isn't my first time manipulating old fools. I had the Dark Council wrapped around my fingers within days of taking my seat on it. Eyes flickering back and forth between the two of them, Harry almost felt bad as he watched Dumbledore wilt in front of them. I'm afraid that is no longer possible. Dumbledore sighed. A day after the prophecy was made, it was agreed upon by the Minister of Magic and myself that it would be best if no copy were to remain in the Hall of Prophecies. And the sphere containing the prophecy was destroyed. I see. His mother nodded, before narrowing her eyes at Dumbledore. Then tell us how it is that Voldemort came to know of this prophecy? Seeing as how you know of its existence and some of its contents, I take it that you are the one that heard it. And a seer does not remember the contents of their own prophecies. And while I am reasonably sure that you wouldn't divulge the contents after admitting to going through a lot of trouble to destroy the only hard copy, that leaves only one other explanation. Taking off his glasses, Dumbledore rubbed tiredly at his eyes. To my utmost shame, I fear that I share some of the blame. The prophecy was spoken to me in a hotel room without prompt and caught me completely unaware. Unfortunately, a Death Eater just happened to see me in the street and followed me. It was this same Death Eater who heard part of prophecy and reported it back to Voldemort. Harry felt his hands tightening into fists as the candles in the room flickered ever so slightly. Who was it? Dumbledore actually seemed somewhat startled by his reaction. What good would it do you to know, my boy? It is in the past. Harry's fists were squeezed so tightly that he felt his nails puncturing his palms. Because if this Death Eater isn't already in Azkaban, then I'm going to hunt them down and kill them. Violence begets violence, my boy. Dumbledore lectured, staring over the rim of his glasses. Slamming his hands against the arms of his chair, Harry shot to his feet and glared at Dumbledore. One of those responsible for the death of his parents was almost his. And like hell was he going to let this chance slip away from him. And all that evil needs to flourish is for good men to do nothing. Who told Voldemort? A high-pitched cry echoed from above them as a red and gold mass of feathers settled down onto the desk between Harry and Dumbledore. The Phoenix took one look at Harry, then swiveled his head back towards Dumbledore before turning back to Harry. As it did, the bird began to sing. And as it sung, Harry felt his anger and frustration slowly leaving him as the magic of the Phoenix song did its work. Cheeky bird! Harry growled, dropping back into his seat with a much clearer head. Fox is even more upset with me at the moment, my boy. Dumbledore sighed. Then, as if to prove his point, Fox scooted across the desk closer towards Harry. In time I will tell you all, Harry. But not today. Then I believe that is all for today. His mother said, rising to her feet. Come, Harry. We have training to get to. Harry cannot leave. Dumbledore said, rising to his feet. Yes, he can. His mother countered back while motioning for him to join her. In case it slipped your mind, today is Saturday. And the minister himself said that I am allowed to take Harry back to his home during the weekend to train. Dumbledore frowned. He still has the trace on his wand. Then we'll be stopping at Ollivanders first then. His mother shot back while grabbing a fistful of Floo powder and saying Grimmauld Place before tossing the powder into the fireplace. He'll be back on Sunday, she announced before making her way towards the green fire. Madam Knox. Dumbledore called out, halting the two of them in their tracks. I am not your enemy here. I am only trying to do what is best for Harry. As am I, Dumbledore. His mother shot back. The only difference is, I actually love my son. And will do anything to ensure that he lives to see tomorrow. Come on, Harry, after hearing about this whole debacle yesterday I lined up a whole slew of new teachers for you. I'm sure that you are going to enjoy their lessons. Chapter 11. Letting her fingers idly run up and down the curves of her lover's body, Knox stared out the balcony window in her room at the night sky beyond, her mind far away from the beautiful figure lying next to her. Her restlessness wasn't caused by the fact that her son had been entered into a dangerous tournament. A notion she had to laugh at. Even looking at past records, this tournament was only barely on par with what the overseers on Korriban would put their acolytes through. No. Her Harry would be able to walk through this tournament. But even with that reassurance, her mind would not rest. The Ministry, no doubt under the influence of certain individuals within its ranks, had been dragging its feet to grant Harry his emancipated status. His wand had been cleared of the trace by Ollivander with hardly a second glance. But each time she brought up the subject of Harry's lordship, Fudge began stuttering while claiming that he was working on it and that such emancipation and lordship status had never been granted to one so young. It was a lie, but it was a lie that Fudge was sticking to, thanks to the money Lucius was pouring into his pockets. A little tidbit sent her way by Narcissa. Then there was the whole debacle with House Crouch. After Junior's death, Amelia had sent a team of Aurors to the family manor. As expected, Crouch Sr. was found dead on the floor, his eyes staring up lifelessly at the ceiling above him. He'd been dead for hours. Fudge wanted SR's death to be classified as a suicide and the matter to be dropped. But Knox and Amelia were both convinced Crouch Sr. had some help leaving this life. Although Fudge, in his ignorance, wanted the case closed, that didn't stop Amelia from investigating though. No. Knox had chosen her allies well, and the next day Amelia had contacted a few retired Aurors that she trusted to start digging discreetly into the case. Then there was the revelations of the clones that also weighed on her mind. Rex, as he preferred to be called, had told them all of the discovery of one called Fives. Of the control chips that were implanted into all of the clones' brains while they were still fetuses growing on Kamino. It was the final piece of the puzzle that they'd all been missing. And now that she could sit back and analyze it all, she had to give this new Sith Emperor a grudging amount of respect. The man's plan had been absolutely perfect, obviously so, seeing how it worked. The man had spent decades refining this plan. A plan that she was sure had passed through more than one generation of this rule of two Sith. And while he might have not been the one who originated the plan, he'd been the one to modify it and see it through. He'd spent decades to see it through. Which means that I have to be careful and meticulous when we go back. Sidious, while not as powerful as Vitiate, is just as cunning and patient. Let's just hope that he doesn't discover the ritual that Vitiate used, or we will all be well and truly fucked when we go back. But even that revelation was not what kept her mind from resting. No. The true reason for her restlessness was the shroud that surrounded this world. It was getting weaker faster than she'd originally anticipated. The jetty's arrival has hastened the degradation of the shroud. That's the only explanation I have. Before they left Earth, Nox theorized that they had roughly 2 decades until the shroud was gone. And when they'd come back, she'd tested the shroud again and came up with the same answer. But after checking the shroud a few days prior, they would be lucky get half that amount of time before the shroud was gone. She checked her test twice a day over the next several days and kept coming up with the same results. And in that time, the only thing that has changed is the presence of the Jedi on Earth. But why? Why has their presence altered the shroud so much? A sleepy voice brought her back from her restless mind. You're still awake? I thought I would have tired you out by now. Morgana knows I tired myself out. Feeling the corners of her lips twitch upwards, Nox leaned down and pressed her lips against Nymphadora's bare shoulder. You've become quite an adept lover, Nymphadora. But I'm afraid that you still have quite a ways to go until you'll be able to wear me out. Damn. Well, at least I have fun trying anyway. Nymphadora chuckled before rolling over so they could see eye to eye. But something is bothering you, Ziri. And don't try to deny it. I've shared your bed long enough to know when something is wearing heavily on your mind. Oh, so you're an expert on me now just because we've fucked, hey? Nox smirked, then even smiled wider as Tonks blushed. Don't do that. What? Trying to change the subject. Tonks responded while sitting upright in bed and letting the thin sheet fall to her waist. There's something bothering you. So spill it. Sighing, Nox slipped out from their bed and made her way over towards the open balcony door, letting the cool night air kiss her bare skin. The degradation of the shroud has increased substantially, she said after staring out over the moonlit ocean. Behind her, Tonks cursed under breath. How long do we have? Not long, Nox admitted. A decade or less. Maybe a year too beyond on the outside if we're lucky. Hearing the sheets rustling behind her as Tonks got out of bed, Nox kept her gaze out on the ocean. So what are we going to do? We're going to have to accelerate our timetable. Nox cursed. If there was one thing she hated, it was having to accelerate her plans. That one thing caused the downfall of more Sith than she cared to mention. By this time next year, Fudge will be out of office and Amelia will be the new Minister of Magic. About damn time. Although I think you're going to need to use a summoning charm to get Fudge's nose out of Malfoy's arse. Tonks laughed. And what do you need me to do? Something that you're not going to like. Nox sighed before turning around so she was facing Tonks. I need you to leave the Aura Core. Instead of reacting like Nox half expected her to, Tonks only sighed and nodded her head. I had a feeling that this was going to happen sooner or later. And I'm actually not too broken up about it either. The department has become rather boring ever since Moody was forced into retirement. So, where am I going now? Disengaging herself from Nymphadora, Nox made her way over to Vanity in the room and activated one of the many runic hologram stones that were littered across its surface. This is one of our new facilities, she explained as a fairly ordinary-looking office building came into view. But unlike our others, this one has a specific purpose. Equipping and training our Wolf Guard, our mercenaries, and any other troops we might acquire. How did you manage that? Nymphadora asked. I can't imagine that too many world governments were thrilled with the prospect of the richest woman in the world suddenly forming her own private army. Well, that's easy to answer. They don't know. The top layer of this facility is nothing more than a research and development facility. The actual training facility is underground. Deactivating the hologram, Nox turned to Nymphadora. Next week I'm sending you, Rex, Gregor, Wolf, Shock Ti and Maris to this facility to oversee its completion. Tonks blinked at her. Okay. I can understand the clones being in the army and all. But why Shock Ti and her apprentice? From what I've heard, she hasn't necessarily taken to the Guardian way of life as well as the others. Her hesitance to fully accept the Guardian's way of life isn't a concern of mine. Nox said dismissively. But during the Clone Wars she was assigned a task that makes her invaluable to us at the moment. She was in charge of overseeing the training of all clone troopers before they were assigned to active duty. Tonks thought about it for a moment before nodding. All right. That makes sense. But then, why me? Because I trust you, Nymphadora. The only one I trust more is my son. She said simply, making Tonks blush. While you are there you will be teaching Shock Ti and Maris magic. And you will also be acting as my eyes, ears, and voice. By now, Tonks was flushed from head to toe. Whoa. She murmured. Not that I'm not grateful, because trust me I am. But, why me? Why not Remus or Ela? Or even Sirius? And what about the other Jedi that came with you? Remus and Ela will be joining you with our first batch of potential Wolf Guard members once the facility is completed. And besides, those two are completely enamored and busy with their new adoptive son Luke. Nox explained. And Sirius has another task that he's been working on for me. tracking down any squibs that had been disowned by their families or any muggleborns that VE left the wizarding world out of resentment. As for the other Jedi, Ahsoka is just now beginning to delve into the dark side. For one whose whole life has been spent in the light, the first touches of the dark side are difficult for the unprepared. The older ones can handle themselves. But I need to keep a watch on Ahsoka for the time being. At least while she doesn't have Harry around to anchor her, that is. And where she goes Nat does as well, so Nat will be staying here as well. As for the others? I don't presume to tell Master Yoda what to do. As amazing as this is for me to say, I respect the little bugger far too much for that. But from what I've seen, he prefers to spend his days in the library or meditating in the light meditation chamber that he requested to be added. I also need the Merrex, as they are now raising their own son and little Luke while Remus and Ayla are away for the day. Ayla is a possibility, but she, much like Obi-Wan, will be an asset in training Harry and the others. As for Asajj and Quinlan, those two are free spirits and I doubt I'll be able to tie them down here on Earth for long. A trait that I'm going to be exploiting. How? Tonks asked, tilting her head to the side. With the shroud falling, it lessens the time we have until the Empire finds us. She explained. So if we can't keep them from sensing us, we need to stall them from attempting to find us. So I'm going to be sending those two out with 3 primary objectives. First, to find any wayward Jedi that will be amiable to our cause. Second, to harass the Empire as much as possible. A task that I'm sure they will have no problem with. And third, to scout out potential allies in the greater galaxy for when we make our move. Tonks stared at her with wide eyes. Whoa, that's, Merlin sagged balls. How long did it take you to come up with that plan? It's always been my plan, Nox admitted, walking up to Tonks and wrapping her arms around her. I just keep altering it based on our current situation. Now that's enough talking, all this planning has reawakened a certain itch that I need you to scratch right now. Tonks grinned as she wrapped her arms around Nox in return. I love it when you get these itches. Just try and make sure that I can walk right this time. Last time it was more than a little embarrassing having to explain to Amelia why I was walking bow-legged and couldn't sit right for a week. Standing in the observation deck of the training hall with Masters Ti, Sakura, and Yoda, Obi-Wan, former Jedi Master and now Guardian Master, watched as Harry Potter, Knight of the Guardians and son of the Grand Master Nox, made his way through the ever-changing maze below. This test, or training as Master Nox called it, was far beyond anything he'd seen even the most senior of the Jedi Masters participate in. And he was succeeding. The boy was blindfolded and forced to only use his senses to guide him through the ever-changing layout as various platforms raised and lowered themselves seemingly at random. While he tried to navigate the terrain, Rex, Gregor, and Wolf were all stationed up on perches scattered across the training room taking shots at the boy, each of which he managed to deflect with his lightsaber. Then as an added twist, Asajj and Quinlan were both in the maze as well, making runs at him. There were no entrance or exit to the maze. And Harry's only test was to last as long as he could. And considering that he was going on his 2nd hour and still seemed to be in pretty good shape, Obi-Wan was far beyond impressed. He's quite impressive, is he not? Master Ti asked from beside him. He is indeed, Obi-Wan nodded without turning his eyes away from the spectacle below him. It wasn't just the boy's martial prowess that were impressive either. He was an incredibly attentive pupil and a remarkably quick study even by Jedi standards. After only 2 hours of training under Rex, he was able to completely disassemble and reassemble a blaster rifle back to pristine condition. He also soaked up any lessons Obi-Wan had for him within minutes. Even when he assigned him an incredibly complex task that would take any other Jedi Padawan hours or even days to complete, he could do them with little to no hesitancy. Strong in the Force, young Potter is. Master Yoda hummed. Touched by the father, he was. Even stronger because of this, he is. Nodding, Obi-Wan winced slightly as he watched Harry suffered a brutal assault by Asajj which sent him spiraling into a nearby platform with enough force to actually leave a dent in the stone. But amazingly enough, Harry was able to roll back up to his feet and respond with a force push of his own to get Asajj away from him. You actually saw this happen, Master Yoda? Obi-Wan asked, turning his attention away from Harry and to Master Yoda. It wasn't that Obi-Wan doubted Yoda, far from it. In fact, Yoda was probably the one being he trusted above all others in the galaxy. It was just, he watched the father die. And the events leading up to that moment on Mortis were permanently scarred into his memories. Watched from the shadows, the two of them I did. Lectured him, the father did. Then touched him, passed some of his knowledge along into young Harry, the father has. The 3 masters fell into a comfortable silence after that, intent on just watching the young man last for another 30 minutes before he finally started to show signs of slowing. He reminds me of Anakin. Obi-Wan said, watching as the young man refused to give up as he got back to his feet. He's just as powerful, and just as stubborn. Only there's a sense of control within Harry that Anakin lacked. What happened to Skywalker was not your fault, Master Kenobi. Master Ti said, laying a comforting hand on his shoulder. He fell victim to the Emperor. Just as we all did. An uneasy silence replaced the comfortable one, and Obi-Wan found himself cursing at his own blunder of bringing up Anakin again. I cannot change the past. I can only hope to create a better future. Another hour passed by before Harry finally fell down to one knee out of exhaustion. A thunderous boom, which he'd come to recognize as a cannon blast charm, echoed as Master Nox appeared from thin air next to the young man and knelt down next to him. Even from this distance, he could see her hand glowing slightly as she used the force to heal the worst of Harry's injuries. So much has been lost. Master Ti lamented as she watched the healing aura emanating out from Nox's outstretched palm. The holocrons that are here, they contain so much. It will take a millennia to properly sort through them all. Obi-Wan barely managed to keep himself from grinning. Master Ti's statement was made in jest, he was sure. But he was also sure that she was attempting to get through as many of the holocrons as possible during her lifetime. The only person who spent more time in the impressive library of books and holocrons than Master Ti was Melly. And she was the temple's librarian for all intents and purposes. Down below them, Harry had managed to regain his footing and was now surrounded by his mother, Ahsoka, her apprentice Nat, Master Ti's apprentice Maris, Asajj, Quinlan as well as Rex. All of them were listening as Nox lectured, taking time to demonstrate a point every now and then. As he watched, Obi-Wan felt his eyes drift towards Ahsoka. He hadn't been lying when he said that this world was agreeing with her. The last time he'd seen her so vibrant had been when he'd first met her, when she told him and a thoroughly confused Anakin that she'd been sent to be Anakin's Padawan. It warmed his heart to see the girl that he'd come to care for, that had been through so much hardship, start to enjoy life again. And a big part of that was because of the young man standing by her side. An outside observer have to be blind not to see the attraction between the two. And now that Obi-Wan thought about it, the looks the two sent each other were the same type of looks that often passed back and forth between Anakin and Padme. Which of course led him to question as to how he'd missed their relationship for so long. Looking back at it now, it was beyond obvious. A part of Obi-Wan that was still fully ingrained in the Jedi Order said that he should put a stop to their relationship before it could begin. But even as he thought that, a face came to the forefront of his mind. A young blonde woman that even now stole his breath away and made his heart flutter. No. I can't and won't stop it this time. I'll do everything I can to help them, but I won't stop their hearts. That sort of mentality is what pushed Anakin over the edge. I believe that the Padawans are far more interested in their lessons now that he is here, Master Sakura observed with a slight smirk. Or at least Ahsoka is more attentive, that is. I keep wondering if I should enter that betting pool that Kento and Sirius have going about when those two will disappear together for several hours. By the way, both of them brighten when the other enters the room. I would place my credits on sooner rather than later. Next to them, Master Ti cleared her throat rather loudly. Should we even allow such a thing to come to pass? I don't see why not. Master Sakura shrugged. There's nothing in the Guardian Code which prohibits relationships. In fact, Nox actually actively encourages them. Sometimes a little more vocally than decent society would allow, especially when her ahem, lover is the temple. We won't do anything. Obi-Wan said before Master Ti or Master Sakura could comment further. While the Sith are ultimately responsible for our current situation, we too hold some of the blame. If we had at least been open to the idea that such strong bond between two people will not ultimately lead to the dark side, then perhaps we could have helped Anakin. But instead, our ignorance and intolerance forced Anakin to tear himself apart as he fought a war within himself constantly. Battling between his feelings for his wife and his commitment to the Jedi Order. And it was this internal battle that the Emperor exploited. Wise words, Master Kenobi. Master Yoda murmured, still watching the young one's training. For thousands of years we guarded the galaxy. Set in our ways we became intolerant and unyielding while the galaxy shifted around us. Exploit this, the Sith did. Evolve, adapt we must. If balance is to be preserved. Nodding, Obi-Wan stared down at the knights and apprentices as they squared off with one another to begin duel practice. Satin, I wish you were here with me now. And you're sure that it will be alright if I take a picture then? Nodding, Harry cast a sideways glance at the young boy that had been sent to retrieve him. Although calling Colin a boy was kind of ironic, seeing as how Harry was only a year older than him. I'm sure Colin. Harry nodded, making the boy smile even more as he began to excitedly check his camera over and over. But I'll need to double check with the others first. At least with Cedric, that is. Walking down one of the fifth-floor corridors, Harry felt a familiar presence as his lips twitched upwards. Well, at least I won't have to worry about fending off reporters today. Thank you, Colin, Harry said as the two of them reached the door. I'll be sure to talk to everyone else and get back to you as soon as I can. Colin beamed at him before turning around and nearly sprinting away. Some might have said that he was wasting his time with the boy, but Harry saw something within him. The boy had an inquisitive spark as well as a keen eye that couldn't be taught nor tamed. He would be a reporter one day, no question about it. And as his mother always said, you can either work with the press, or be destroyed by them. Walking into the room, Harry grimaced slightly as he noted just how many people were in the room already. His fellow champions were all standing and chatting with their respective headmasters. Ludo Bagman and amazingly enough Percy Weasley were standing together talking animatedly with one another. Standing just off to the side of the two men was a blonde woman with thick glasses who had a quill and parchment floating in the air next to her while a man with a camera stood just behind her. Okay, I understand everyone but Percy. What the hell is he doing here? As the door shut behind him, Bagman turned towards him with the largest grin he'd ever seen. Ah, and here he is at last. Bagman said loudly, garnering everyone's attention. Harry lad, glad you could join us for this historic moment. Ignoring the bright welcoming by Bagman and instead marched right over to the person he'd sensed ever since she'd stepped foot into the castle. Mother, he greeted, I didn't think you'd be here today. His mother gave him a coy look. And leave you alone to the tender mercies of the press? Oh, I think not, my dear son. Yes, yes, well, as lovely as a reunion as this is, perhaps we can get on with the ceremony. I mean, if it pleases you, Madam Knox. Knox smirked at the flustered Bagman as she stepped forward and placed a finger under the man's chin. Why, my dear sweet Ludo, I would never dream of holding up your precious timetable. Especially when it concerns my one and only son. Bagman began to sweat and immediately backed off as he looked simultaneously aroused and scared shitless. Across the room, Harry noted that Fleur had been paying close attention to the way his mother acted, as if she were trying to memorize every syllable that left his mother's lips. You might be able to turn most men to putty with your Vila charms, Fleur, but my mother has been destroying men, and women, with a single glance since before any of us were even born. Part of Harry hated when his mother used her womanly wiles. But at the same time he stuffed down those feelings with a vengeance. His mother was her own woman. Not only that, she always taught him to use every advantage one had. Whether it be your mind, your strength, or your ability to turn others into a blubbering wreck with a single glance. Any advantage was one worth pursuing. Right, well, if Mr. Ash, 9 3/4 with a dragon heartstring core, is quite finished embarrassing himself, perhaps we can come to why I am here today. Ollivander said, taking a step forward into the center of the room, his eyes alight with glee before stopping and checking himself. Sorry, I'm always excited to examine other wands, I just can't contain myself sometimes. Thank you, Mr. Bagman, Mr. Ollivander. Dumbledore coughed, stepping forward and taking over as Bagman was still trying to compose himself after being subject to Knox's attention. We have gathered you four here today for the ceremonial weighing of the wands. Mr. Ollivander here, as the premier wand maker in Britain, shall be examining your wands. After which a short press conference and photo shoot will be held with Ms. Rita Skeeter here. Mademoiselle Delacour, as our first champion chosen, would please do us the honors of presenting your wand first. Stepping forward, Fleur pulled out her wand, a beautiful long white wand with what looked like engraved vines running up and down its length. Taking the wand as if he were taking a babe into his arms, Ollivander began inspecting the wand with a fine eye as his fingers ran over the engraved vines. He even brought the wand up to his ear at one point in time. His eccentric movements only made Harry more and more curious about the man. His mother was convinced that the man was not human. At least not fully. But the question was, if he wasn't human, then just what in the name of the Force was he? This is something else. Ollivander murmured lovingly. Rosewood, 9½ inches. And, oh, such a strong connection you have to your wand, my dear. Is this, yes. Maternal connection. But not that close. Second generation? Yes, that's it. Vila hair for a core. From your grandmother who's a full Vila. Fleur seemed completely floored. Yes. Yes, it was my grandmother who gave her hair for my wand. Yes, like I said, a fine piece of craftsmanship. Ollivander smiled, turning the wand in slight circles. I don't usually use Vila hair myself. It's powerful to be sure. But they are temperamental and loyal only to those that have a close blood relationship with the donor. But be that as it may, thrusting the wand out to his side, a bouquet of 24 red roses appeared in the air. This wand is in pristine condition. He finished handing both the wand, and the roses, back to Fleur. Cedric was up next, as he presented his wand to Ollivander, the man smiled widely. Ah yes, I remember this wand. Ash, 12¼ inches. Unicorn hair core. Yes, such a fine wand. And in wonderful condition. You've been taking good care of this wand, Mr. Diggory. Yes sir, thank you. Cedric smiled. It's never failed me. And nor shall it as long as you respect it. Waving the wand off to the side, a string of fireworks and pyrotechnics shot out from the end of the wand. Yes, excellent condition. Well done, Mr. Diggory. Next was Victor. His wand had a pale coloring with a more than slightly unusual curve to end of the wand. Most interesting. Ollivander hummed, twirling the wand between his fingers. This wand was created specifically for your hands, Mr. Crumb. 10¼ inches, hornbeam with a dragon heartstring core. Correct. Crumb nodded curtly. The wand was made by Gregorovich. Ollivander finished for the young man. Yes, I recognize his style in this wand. Also more rigid than need be. No fluidity to his work. A skilled wand maker to be sure, but he could use some variety in his work. Nonetheless, snapping the wand out to the side, a large mug appeared in midair that was quickly filled with a foamy beverage before disappearing. You have taken good care of it, my boy. His wand is in excellent condition. Thank you. Crumb nodded, taking his wand back and leaving only Harry left. When Harry stepped forward, Ollivander's grin nearly split his face in two. Ah, and Mr. Potter. Such an unusual wand for an unusual wizard. 11 inches, holly with a phoenix tail feather core. Such an unusual, usually unstable combination. Most fitting indeed. Yes sir, Harry nodded, holding up his wand for the wand maker. It has served me well so far. And so shall it continue to do so as long as you respect and take care of it, young Mr. Potter. Ollivander replied, taking the wand and running his fingers over its length. Yes. No nicks, no scratches. Well maintained. And, holding up the wand to his ear, Ollivander's grin faltered for a moment before returning with a vengeance. Yes, most curious indeed. What is curious, Mr. Ollivander? Rita Skeeter asked, stepping forward, her quill scribbling notes on the parchment floating in the air next to her. Forgive me, Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet. Could please elaborate on what you find peculiar about young Lord Potter's wand? This wand is completely and utterly devoted to young Mr. Potter. Ollivander explained without turning towards Skeeter. To prove his point, Ollivander waved it at a desk in the corner of the room. The strain on his face was evident, but the desk only rose a few inches off the ground before crashing back down. It rejects even I, the one who created it. This wand is in pristine condition, but I dare say that it will only work for young Mr. Potter. You've done something remarkable, young Mr. Potter. The only other wand that has ever said to have been completely and utterly devoted to its user was the Elder Wand. Thank you, sir. Harry nodded, his curiosity now piqued. Just what the hell is the Elder Wand? I've never heard of it before. Maybe Mother, no. She looks just as curious as I do. Clearing his throat loudly, Bagman stepped forward. Well, now that that is all out of the way, if our champions could please gather, let's say in front of the window, yes, that will make or a wonderful backdrop. Now Ms. Delacour, if you could please stand there. And Mr. Crumb there, and Mr. Diggory, let's have you be over here, and Mr. Potter, if you could please stand between Ms. Delacour and Mr. Diggory, please. Yes, that looks about right. Fighting down his annoyance, Harry took his place between Fleur and Cedric while Crumb stood stoically on Fleur's other side. The man with the camera that had been following Skeeter around eagerly stepped forward and began taking dozens of photos of the four of them from different angles. As he opened his camera to reload another roll of film, Harry actually did groan. And all the while his mother stood back, smiling as she enjoyed his torment. Right, I do believe that is enough pictures. Skeeter said, shooing the photographer away. Now I would like to take the time to interview each of you one at a time. So, let's begin with our youngest champion in history. Lord Potter, if you would please come over here, please, we can get started. Harry could barely get 2 words out before Skeeter had turned tail and moved to the back corner of the room where a couple of chairs had been set up. Forcing down the swell of dread that was building in his gut, Harry followed behind Skeeter and took one of the offered seats. Skeeter sat down as well, but when her quill started writing on the parchment without either of them even speaking, a slender hand reached out and grabbed the quill before snapping it in half. I truly do hope that you didn't think that you would be able to conduct an interview with my son without my presence, Miss Skeeter. His mother said evenly as she took the seat that was next to Harry. Skeeter's eyes burned for a split second, but she recovered quickly. Not at all, Madam Knox, she replied, reaching into her purse and pulling out another quill which quickly replaced the now broken quill. Your protectiveness of your son is a thing of legend, madam. I would not dare think to cross you. Good, his mother responded with a grin. I would hate to think that such a fine establishment like the Daily Prophet had an annoying little blue beetle buzzing around its office. The quill stopped mid-stroke on the parchment as Skeeter started to radiate fear. Yes, well, I can assure you that there are no bugs in the Prophet's office. His mother's eyes narrowed slightly, but the grin never left her face. Oh, I'm sure of that. No one likes a little pest buzzing around their heads. Especially my friend Madam Bones. Surely you know of her, yes? The head of the DMLE. Skeeter's fear spiked even higher as her already pale skin went a shade paler. Yes, I understand completely, Madam Knox. Wonderful. Knox clapped. Now you two go on ahead, pretend that I'm not even here. Harry's head was spinning. Mother, what just happened? Our little reporter here is an unregistered animagus. His mother answered back. And while that only carries the penalty of a fine, she would have to register herself afterwards and her ability to spy and get the best news would be gone. Now focus, son. She's asking you the questions after all. Force. How can you do this for hours on end? And after the day you had, no less. I mean, it's been dark for hours now. How are you still able to keep your eyes open? And shouldn't you have already headed back to Hogwarts already? Lowering his book just enough so that he could see over its cover, Harry cocked an eyebrow at Ahsoka, who had her head down and face buried into the pages of the book that she was, or at least had been, reading. It was late on Sunday, his last day at the temple for at least 2 weeks, as the first task was scheduled for the upcoming Saturday and he wouldn't be able to return home. More of a doer rather than a thinker, Ahsoka. Ahsoka's head rose up as she glared at him. I'm too tired to care right now, but I'm pretty sure you just insulted me. Me? Insult the great and wonderful Ahsoka Tano. Harry gasped mockingly. I would never dare. But hey, look on the bright side. You made it longer than those two over there. Sitting a slight ways down the table from the two of them were Nat and Maris, both of whom had their heads down and buried in the books that they'd been reading. At first the three girls had been excited about the prospect of studying with him in the library. But after 3 hours of doing nothing but reading, Maris and Nat both succumbed to the call of sleep. Yet, Ahsoka yawned. If only barely. I guess that we're all just lucky that books can't bite you. I mean, wait, books don't actually bite people, do they? Laughing, Harry turned the page in the book he was glancing over, trying to find any spell that would be useful. Actually, I know of at least one. The Monster Book of Monsters. Hagrid, the Care of Magical Creatures professor, assigns that book to everyone who takes his class. Every year several students are admitted to the hospital wing because the book broke their fingers after biting them. Ahsoka stared at him as if she were trying to figure out if he was lying to her or not. I'll take your word for it, she said as she flipped to another seemingly random page in the book in front of her. So, what exactly are you hoping to find in all of these books anyway? You never really gave us any clear indication. Anything that looks useful? Harry said as he got to his feet and handed his book off to her with the page he'd been reading held open by his finger. Like this spell, for instance. Once she relieved him of the book, Harry turned around and made his way back into the shelves looking for another book. Thank the force, Mally came around. At least now all of the books have at least some order to them. He loved his mother dearly, he truly did. But if there was one thing that always drove him insane, it was her organizational system. While it made sense to her, to anyone else it was completely random. Walking into one of the more advanced runic sections of the library, Harry schemed his finger along the spines of at least a dozen books before he felt the slightest tugging from the force when he passed a particularly large dark green leather volume. Pulling the book off the shelf, Harry started skimming through the pages as he made his way back to the large table. As he sat back down, he noticed that Ahsoka was completely absorbed in the page that he shown her. This is incredible. She murmured sadly as she started reading over the page again. This one spell could have changed the tide of so many battles during the war. Deciding not to question her, Harry started to silently flip through the pages. This wasn't the first time she'd made that particular offhand comment. And the one time he asked her what she meant, it became so awkward that Harry had decided that he wouldn't ask her about the war unless she started the conversation. This looks promising. Harry thought to himself as he came across one particular page and started reading. He became so engrossed in the page before him that he didn't even notice that Ahsoka had stood up until she was leaning over his shoulder with her face right next to his. That looks incredibly complex. Jumping slightly, Harry banged his knee against the underside of the table. Merlin's balls, Ahsoka. Harry cursed as he rubbed his knee and stared down at the two sleeping girls, who'd slept right through the commotion. Don't scare me like that. Ahsoka had to bite down on her knuckle as she apparently tried, unsuccessfully, to stifle her laughter. What's the matter? Did I startle the big bad Harry Potter? I'll give you startled. Harry smirked as he sent out a low-level bout of force lightning as she was turning away from him, hitting her right in the backside. Ahsoka jumped 3 feet into the air as she squealed slightly from the unexpected attack. Once she was back on her feet, she rounded on Harry, her eyes almost glowing. Did you just, oh Potter? You are so in for it now. Ahsoka's wand was just barely out of her wrist holder before Harry managed to apparate away from her, landing in the midst of the hundreds of bookshelves within the library. Keeping his head down, Harry started to wander the shelves while keeping his sense open, trying to pinpoint his pursuer. She's gotten a lot better at hiding her presence. Especially with only a few weeks of training in how to hide her presence. But as good as she's getting, she still has a ways to go. Pivoting, Harry brought his hands up ready to deflect whatever spell Ahsoka was about to throw at him. But was caught completely by surprise when, instead of throwing a spell at him, Ahsoka charged at him head-on and drove her shoulder into his gut. Acting on instinct, Harry threw his legs back and leaned forward to prevent himself from being taken to the ground. Putting his hands under her shoulders, Harry forced her to stand up so that they were face to face. Not bad to know. Harry smirked. You actually caught me by surprise there. But you still got a long way to go if you thin. Ahsoka threw her hip into him as her hand shifted their grip. Before he knew it, he was flying over her shoulder and landing hard on the ground. But instead of just letting him go, Ahsoka followed through by rolling on top of him, her legs on either side of his hips. Her arms moving to pin his above his head, while her other held her wand against his throat. You shouldn't be too overconfident, Potter. I was trained by the Jedi since before I could remember. Ahsoka smirked. And I spent 2 years on the front lines of the largest war the galaxy has seen for hundreds of years. It's you who's got a long way to. Taking a page from Ahsoka, Harry made his move while she was still talking. Using his feet to raise his hips off the floor, Harry reversed their position in the blink of an eye. And all Ahsoka could do was stare up at him with wide eyes as he now had her pinned to the ground. What was that about being overconfident to know? His smile quickly faltered though as he saw the look in Ahsoka's eyes and realized the position that they were in. Him. Laying on top of the woman that had been haunting his dreams for weeks. With her arms above her head, completely at his mercy. Whatever words he might have had died in his throat as her eyes bore into his with a fire completely unlike the fire he'd seen in them just moments ago. Letting go of her arms, Harry placed his hands against the floor on either side of her head to support his weight. Now free, her hands shot out to his face. But instead of pushing him back like he expected, they grabbed hold of his hair instead. Harry groaned aloud as Ahsoka twisted slightly beneath him. He'd never been in a position like this. Ever. Well, except for in his dreams, and those were only a recent development. But one thing was for sure, dreams had absolutely nothing on real life. The world around them started to fade as he felt a gently tug on his hair. He vaguely realized that their faces were drawing closer together. Another inch or so and they. Harry. Master Tenno. Are you two still in here? Harry and Ahsoka both froze as Nat's voice echoed through the library. Part of Harry wished that she would just go away, but that wasn't about to happen as Nat called out again even closer this time with Maris's voice joining in. Harry. Ahsoka. We know you two are still in here. Master Mally is in here too. Harry needs to be heading back to Hogwarts. Whatever moment that had been going on between Harry and Ahsoka was officially gone as Ahsoka roughly pushed him off of her as the two of them scrambled to their feet. Well. Harry coughed awkwardly, not quite able to look at Ahsoka. That, Ahsoka's orange skin was tinted with a slight red as she awkwardly adjusted her clothes that didn't need to be adjusted. Yeah, so that happened and, here you two are. Cocking his head, Harry found Maris and Nat both walking down the aisle towards them. As they came closer, Maris stated looking at the different books on the shelves. What were you two doing in this section of the library? These all look like the beginner-level charm books that Master Ti is helping me through. Didn't you say, Harry, that you needed some advanced spells? We are. Harry responded awkwardly, looking around trying to find something, anything, to explain why they were here. We just got lost, that's all. Lost? Maris asked, looking back and forth between the two of them before a slow smirk began to form on her face. So that is what you people call it on this world, hey? You know, I'm sure that there are better places to get lost in around here rather than in the library. You two are just lucky it was us and not Master Mally who found you two. Force knows what she would do if she found you two got lost in her library. It took all of Harry's self-control not to react, and even then he was still sure that his face was inflamed judging by the smirk of victory that Maris was giving the two of them. Beside him, Ahsoka didn't look to be faring any better than he. Right. Harry coughed, trying, and failing, to think of something, anything, that might get him away from this moment and back to the one that had just passed a few seconds ago. Well, I think I need to head out. More than likely way past curfew now at Hogwarts, and I doubt Dumbledore will be pleased that I'm already so late. Right. Ahsoka nodded before turning towards him. She looked as if she was going to say something, but then apparently thought better of it as she shook her head. Stay safe, Harry. I'll see you on Saturday. You're coming to Hogwarts? Harry found himself asking as once again Maris and Nat disappeared into the background, leaving only Ahsoka in his mind. Yeah, Ahsoka nodded. Master Knox said that I can come if I want. And I'm interested to see your school and everything, even though I won't be able to see it all that much. But it will still be interesting. Yeah, Harry nodded, his mind forgetting everything save for the fact that Ahsoka was going to be at Hogwarts. Well, I guess that I should head out then. Yeah. Ahsoka nodded, though neither of them moved. Are you two going to kiss? Both Harry's and Ahsoka's heads whipped around to find Nat staring up at them innocently while Maris was standing behind her, a hand over her mouth as she tried, failing, to stifle her laughter. What? They both asked. Master Kento kisses Master Mally whenever they leave the room. Nat replied innocently. And Master Knox kisses Madame Tonks. So, why aren't you two kissing? Harry was sure that his face was warm enough to cook something on by this point. That's for adults Nat. Nat looked back and forth between the two of them. But you two are knights. You are adults. And you like one another. So kiss. Harry and Ahsoka turned towards one another, her cheeks were as red as Harry felt. Deciding that Nat wasn't going to let them be until they gave in, Harry mustered his courage, leaned towards Ahsoka. And gave her a quick chaste kiss to her cheek. There, he said turning back towards a grinning Maris and rather disappointed looking Nat. Happy? Yes. No. Leave it be Nat. Maris said, grabbing Nat's hand as she started to move away. See you in a week or two, Harry. Make sure you win this competition thing that you're in. Don't want to dishonor the Guardian Order. Alone once more, Harry felt the awkwardness between him and Ahsoka grow exponentially. So. You should get going, Harry. Ahsoka said without looking at him. It may have been wishful thinking on his part, but she almost sounded disappointed. You don't want to be late. Yet. Harry nodded as Ahsoka began to wander off. Wait. Ahsoka. Stopping, Ahsoka turned back around to face him, her face completely blank. Yes. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Harry nodded to her. I can't wait for you to see Hogwarts next weekend. Nodding, Ahsoka's lips turned upwards, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Me too. Just, be safe on Saturday. You hear me? Yeah, Harry nodded as Ahsoka turned back around and left him there. Once she was gone, Harry let out the breath he didn't know he was holding in as he fell back against the bookshelf. Force. He breathed, clutching at his still rapidly beating heart. What is going on with me? That anticipated Saturday, Harry found himself sitting in a small tent just outside the Quidditch Stadium with his fellow champions as they waited for the stadium to fill up with the spectators there to watch the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. In the middle of the tent, Cedric was pacing back and forth like a caged animal, muttering one spell after another under his breath. Really don't need the Force to tell me that he is the most nervous out of the four of us. Sitting directly across the tent from him was Fleur. And while she definitely hid it well behind a blank mask, he could tell that she was merely a duck on the pond. Calm on the surface, but underneath she was going a mile a minute. And then sitting in a corner by himself was Crumb. The oldest of the four of them, Crumb wasn't pacing, nor was he giving off any feelings of nervousness. He was just there. It was strange. Harry expected to feel something from him. But at the moment he was just feeling nothing. Probably took a calming draft before he came here. Smart. And not against the rules either. Where did you get those robes, Harry? I thought you'd be wearing something to symbolize Hogwarts. Turning his attention back to Cedric, Harry looked down at the robes he was wearing. Fleur was wearing a silver set of robes with blue trim while Crumb was wearing a dark red with black trim robe. He'd been given a red and black uniform that had a griffin badge, much like Cedric's own robes that were yellow and black with a badger badge on his chest. But he'd turned the robes down. Cedric was Hogwarts champion, not Harry. So instead Harry had opted to wear a simple black-colored Jedi-like set of robes complete with a thick overcloak. I got them from my mother, he answered. These are the types of robes I wore over the summer on the trip my mother brought me on. They're actually really comfortable and easy to move around in despite how they look. Cedric gave him a once-over. But, why aren't you wearing the uniform that Professor McGonagall gave you? Because I'm not the Hogwarts champion, Cedric. Harry sighed. You are. Cedric's back straightened and Harry could feel a slight wave of pride rolling off of him. Before he could say more though, the tent flap opened allowing Dumbledore and the rest of the judges for the tournament walked in. As the last of the judges walked in, Harry had to control himself from twitching his hand to draw his lightsaber or wand. After the ousting of Crouch Jr., a new judge from the Ministry was selected to fill his place. And of all the people they could have chosen, they had to choose the toad-face woman that was near the top of Harry's shit list. Dolores Umbridge herself. Good morning, champions. Bagman exclaimed joyfully as he entered the tent, a wide smile across his face. And welcome to your first task of the tournament. Now, if you will all please gather around, I will explain to you all the task for today. Getting up from his seat, Harry made his way to the center of the tent with the rest of the champions. Once they were all assembled, Bagman pulled a small leather bag out from within his robes. So, the dreaded first task of the Triwizard Tournament. You will each leaving this tent one at a time to face your challenge. Your task is to collect a single golden egg, which is in the center of the Quidditch pitch, and return with it intact. Once the four of you have completed the task, you will each be awarded points by our 5 judges based on your performance. These points will not be used to determine the overall winner, however they are crucial for the final task. Now, Bagman continued. While this may not seem difficult, there is one little thing standing in your way. One of 4 Class 5 creatures, a manticore, a nundu, a Hungarian horntail, or a chimera. And as an added degree of difficulty, the terrain of the pitch will be altered for each of you pending on the order that you will be completing this task in. Cedric paled considerably and Fla's throat noticeably bobbed as she swallowed hard. Even Crumb seemed slightly surprised at what they were facing. Harry though, wasn't necessarily surprised. They really didn't do their homework on this. Historically the first task usually always involved either fighting or getting past some sort of dangerous creature. The only question that remains though, is what class 5 creature will we be facing off against? Now, Bagman continued. While we will be drawing the order here and now, you will not know which creature you will be facing until you leave this tent and enter the next just before entering the Quidditch pitch. Once inside the on deck, to borrow a Muggle phrase, tent you will be allotted 10 minutes to come up with a strategy before you will be forced to enter the stadium. Any questions? No? Splendid. Now let us choose the order. My lady, if you would do us the honors of choosing first. Keeping her face completely composed, Fleur delicately dipped her hand into the bag Bagman was holding open. When she brought it back out, she was holding a small black ball with a number 1 on it. And it appears that you've drawn the lucky number 1. Bagman smiled widely before moving the bag over to Harry. Now for our youngest champion. Reaching into the same bag, Harry felt 3 small balls within. For a moment he tried to find anything that might distinguish one from the other, which he was sure Fleur had done as well. But when he could find anything he decided to trust his luck and pulled one out at random. Number 4. Bagman proclaimed. Mr. Crumb if you would please. Crumb drew the ball numbered 3, leaving Cedric to go second after Fleur. Once the order had been confirmed, Dumbledore stepped forward and handed each of them a small pin. Staring down at the small H, Harry immediately knew what it was. Now our primary concern in this tournament is your safety. Dumbledore explained as he motioned to the pins each of them were holding in their hands. What each of you are holding is a one-time use portrait. Should you feel that you cannot complete the task, you need only say your name and withdraw. Also, should you fall unconscious the portrait will activate and you will be pulled out of the arena. However, failure to complete the assigned task will result in your final score being halved. Well then, Bagman said joyfully clapping his hands together. I guess that is everything. Ms. Delacour, if you would please enter the waiting tent you will find out which creature you will be facing and your 10 minutes to plan will begin. Best of luck to you all. With Bagman and Umbridge departing, Dumbledore came up to Harry and Cedric while Maxime and Karkaroff went over to their respective champions as well. I wish the both of you the best of luck. The old man said, smiling grandfatherly at the two of them. And please, do not try to be heroes. There is no shame in using your portkeys should you come up against something that you cannot face alone. Good luck. Harry wanted to scoff out loud. That little speech was meant for me. He doesn't think that I can do this and wants me to pull out the moment I enter the arena. Fat chance of that happening. Instead of scoffing though, Harry merely nodded his head while Cedric did the same. Now alone once again, Cedric resumed his constant pacing while Harry moved towards the back corner of the tent and knelt down onto his knees and closed his eyes. What are you doing? Meditating. Harry answered Crumb without opening his eyes. It's a good way to clear your mind and center yourself. Just before Harry thought he could gain a moment to center himself he heard Bagman's voice in the background. Welcome ladies and gentlemen to the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry cringed as the obscenely chipper voice of Bagman filled the air, shattering his inner peace. We have quite a treat for all of you today. As you can all see, the Quidditch pitch has been transformed and in the center is our champion's goal. A single golden egg which will contain a clue as to their second task. But standing in their way, one of 4 ferocious beasts from around the world. Now, let's give it up for our first champion to throw their hat into the ring. Ms. Fleur Delacour. Please enter the waiting tent and your 10 minutes of preparation time begins now. Opening his eyes, Harry managed to catch Fleur's gaze before she left the tent. Best of luck to you Fleur. He said. Although I'm sure that this will just be like a walk in the park for you. Yes sir. Fleur responded before holding her head up high as she walked out of the tent. Closing his eyes once more, Harry blocked out all sound as he meditated. The time passed by quickly as Harry knelt, seeking the Force for guidance, trying to gain some glimmer of what he would be facing soon. Cedric's name had been called at some point, but Harry was too deep into his meditation to acknowledge his fellow champion. The Force showed him something. But it was disjointed. Confused. It was as if the creature shouldn't exist in the Force for some reason. Congratulations Victor Crumb. Now witches and wizards, it is time for the youngest champion in the history of the Triwizard Tournament to come forth. The one and only, Harry Potter. Opening his eyes, Harry gave off a frustrated growl as he got up to his feet. He hadn't even realized that Victor had left the tent. How long was I meditating for? An hour? Maybe longer? And still I have no idea what I'll be facing. Walking out of the tent and into the next, Harry chuckled to himself as he saw the small little figurine that was prowling around the table that was in the center of the tent. No wonder the Force was confused as to what I would be facing. A chimera is technically a hodgepodge of animals and really shouldn't exist. But still, this could work out in my favor. Harry Potter. Your 10 minutes are up. Please enter the arena. With his plan firmly etched in his mind, or at least the outline of a plan he had worked up between the 10 minutes he was allowed and his talks with his mother, Harry walked out of the tent to the sound of a thunderous applause. The entirety of the Quidditch stands were standing room only by the looks of it. He briefly looked up towards one of the towers as he sensed his mother and Ahsoka briefly. Focus on them later, he thought, wrenching his gaze back down to the field. The green grass of the Quidditch field was gone, replaced with rough black rocks that were interwoven with a labyrinth of paths through. And in the center of the pitch, raised up on a pedestal, was his goal. Okay, now all that's missing is the damn chimera. Ducking down into the maze of rocks, Harry leaned his back up the stone and brought his wand up to his eyes. Omnes Videns. The spell was an old one called All-Seeing that he and Ahsoka had discovered during one of their late-night study sessions in one of the books that had been brought by Sirius from the Black family library. The spell would allow him to see anything that was alive in his immediate area, even if it was hidden behind something. It could even pass through disillusionment charms. There were only two downsides. 1. The spell didn't last long. And 2. It couldn't see through invisibility cloaks. His vision turned slightly golden as a pulse wave went through the immediate area in his vision. And for the briefest of moments as the pulse passed over it, Harry could see the outline of the chimera. It's hiding in the rocks, near the pedestal. He cursed as he used the spell one more time, this time focusing the pulse to the area where he'd spotted the chimera. Luckily the beast hadn't moved. More than likely waiting for me to fall into its trap. Large body, 2 heads. One looks like a lion's and the other looks like a goat's. And a thick tail, no. A snake for a tail. Well then, that'll make things easier. Let's just hope that all 3 heads actually speak. Pushing off of the wall, Harry cast a series of charms on himself. The first to silence his footsteps and the second to make sure he gave off no odor. Chimeras have excellent senses. I need to take this slow until I'm ready. Keeping his head down below the level of the rocks, Harry made his way around the outskirts of the arena. Once he was a fair distance away from his entry point, he pointed his wand at his throat and cast a weak sonorous charm on himself. Sitting up high in the spectators' tower with Master Nox and Sirius, Ahsoka was doing everything she could to keep herself firmly in place as she watched Harry move around the outskirts of the arena. All the while the monstrous beast that he was up against stayed put in the center near the egg. It's smart, she thought to herself. It knows that Harry needs to come to it. So it's not wasting energy. Force, these monsters would have given even the most senior masters of the Jedi Order pause. As Harry edged through the maze, a memory resurfaced in Ahsoka's mind. A recent memory of the 2 of them in the library. Harry on top of her. Her hands weaving through his hair. His eyes on fire. His breath tickling her skin as she pulled. Force. Ahsoka cursed as she violently shook her head as she felt her cheeks warming considerably. Ahsoka tried for days after the little incident to tell herself that it meant nothing. But with each telling, she knew that her lies were growing weaker and weaker. What had happened, or almost happened, meant everything. She was not well versed in manners of the heart, no Jedi was. A fact that she cursed just about every day since meeting Harry. During the war she'd had a brief infatuation with Lux Bonteri, but those feelings paled in comparison to what she was feeling now towards Harry. Shaking her head once more, and glad that no one had noticed her internal struggle, she forced herself to pay attention to what was happening beneath them. As she watched Harry, Ahsoka couldn't help but marvel at the different approaches each of champions had taken. The first participant had been the beautiful Vila that Harry had told her about named Fleur. The half-Vila had gone up against a strange feline-like creature with a human face, a long reptilian-like stinging tail that Master Nox had called a manticore. Fleur, upon seeing the beast, unleashed her Vila allure on it, making the creature fall into a daze. And while it was still dazed, Fleur transfigured a nearby large rock into a perfect copy of herself and sent it running around before disillusioning herself. She'd just barely managed to get her spell in place before the manticore broke out of its daze, and in its fury at being tricked immediately went after the first thing it saw, namely the fake Fleur. The copy ran hard and fast, but could only last for a minute or two before the manticore caught up to it. With a mighty leap the creature landed on the copy before its powerful stinger pierced its chest. The copy didn't even scream, not that it could, as it was turned to dust. Realizing that it'd been tricked, again, the manticore turned around just as Fleur managed to reach the pedestal containing the golden egg. Once she had hold of the egg, Fleur twisted in place and operated with a loud crack, only to appear at the opposite end of the pitch far from the manticore and right next to the exit. The next up had been Cedric. Harry's classmate had gone up against another large feline-like creature called a Nundu. Unlike the manticore, it didn't have a stinger or a human-like face. But it was still just as dangerous. The moment Cedric stepped into the area, the Nundu crouched down into the rocks, took a deep breath which caused its throat to expand to nearly 5 times its original size, and released a purple-like vapor that coated the entire arena within seconds. Cedric though had apparently been prepared for this, as he'd cast a bubblehead charm on himself before stepping into the arena to prevent the gas from reaching his lungs. What followed next was a long game of cat and mouse as Cedric carefully tried to elude the stalking Nundu. After nearly 20 minutes without being able to close in on the prize, Cedric changed tactics and started transfiguring the rocks around him into various animals before sending them out after the Nundu as bait. It worked, as the Nundu, seeing the chance for easy prey, immediately jumped on the animals, destroying them one at a time with its powerful claws. Cedric kept transfiguring as he ran, sending wave after wave of prey for the Nundu to hunt down, allowing him to reach the pedestal, claim his egg and get back out with hardly even a scratch laid on him. Victor Crumb had gone up against a large dragon that was easily longer than 3 LAATs lined up in a row with a wingspan twice that. And he'd taken a completely different approach when dealing with his guardian. Whereas Fleur had used stealth and Cedric misdirection, Victor had used pure brute force. As soon as he saw the dragon, he started using his magic to hurl boulders as large as himself at the flying dragon. The dragon, while confined to the arena, still had enough room to maneuver and was able to dodge all of the stones, but as it did, Victor slowly made his way forward. Then when the dragon finally had had enough and charged him, he managed to hit the dragon right in the eyes with some sort of spell that had the poor creature crying out in agony before falling backwards, giving Victor the time he needed to get the egg and get back out. And now it was Harry's turn, and he was going up against probably the most dangerous of the 4 creatures, at least according to Master Nox. From her vantage point, she watched as Harry edged around another rock and pointed his wand towards his throat. A sudden hissing noise echoed throughout the stadium, making more than one person gasp. But it wasn't their reactions that concerned Ahsoka. Her attention was focused solely on the chimera. Or rather the sentient snake tail, which had perked up at the noise and started to hiss back. "He's talking to the snake," Ahsoka half questioned, half stated. "Is this that parcel speak Harry was talking about being able to do?" "Parcel tongue," Sirius corrected her. "And yes. I never thought I'd be grateful for him to have that particular skill." "Why?" Ahsoka asked curiously. Being able to talk to an animal, any type of animal for that matter, would make him one of the most sought-after and valuable members of the Jedi Order. Because in some parts of the world, like here for instance, parcel tongue is considered to be a dark ability. Master Nox explained as the Harry and the snake tail spoke back and forth to one another. But like most things that are labeled as dark, it is merely a misunderstood ability. And it has a bad history to boot. Sirius continued. The worst of the dark wizards dating back to Slytherin himself were parcel tongues. So you can understand why it's developed a rather unfortunate reputation. Unfortunately though, I don't think he's going to be able to accomplish whatever he's hoping to. Why? While parcel tongues can control all snakes due to their reverence of speakers, this chimera is only part snake. Master Nox explained. It won't hold the same reverence for a speaker like its brethren, and the chimera gave off a loud roar as it jumped up from its hiding place and charged directly for where Harry was hiding. Harry just barely managed to roll out from behind the boulder he was hiding behind before the chimera reduced it to dust with one swipe of its claws. And now the real game begins. Master Nox finished, her face completely devoid of emotion. Force. Ahsoka breathed, her fists tightening to the point of being painful as she watched, itching to jump down off of the tower and aid Harry. Be safe, Harry. Running and rolling out of the way of another powerful swipe, Harry was immediately up on his feet and running before the chimera could recover. Well, so much for plan A, he cursed as he slid around another corner and fought to control his breathing. Speaking parcel tongue had definitely caught the creature's attention, and for a brief moment Harry thought he might have actually be able to pull this task off with little effort. The snake had been curious at first, but that was it. Curious. And when Harry asked if it would simply let him pass, it laughed, and the lion's head had responded with a deafening no as the snake told him that they hadn't been fed in quite some time. And that all 3 of the heads were looking forward to feast on him while he was still alive and fresh. Needless to say, that had ended all negotiations. And now Harry was running as fast as he could, trying to find a spot where he could enact his backup plan. "You are fasts, little sneaks," the snake tail hissed loudly. "Wes can't hears you or smells you. But Wes knows where you's going, little sneaks. The egg, we will waits for you, little sneaks." Cursing, Harry cast the all-seeing charm once again. The chimera had indeed pulled back to the base of the pedestal and was sitting down, each of its 3 heads looking off in a different direction. There, just in front of it. "It's open and flat enough, I just need some time." Picking up a stone from beside him, Harry disillusioned the stone and then banished it up into the air before casting all-seeing again. The stone landed on the opposite side of arena, and immediately the chimera leapt to its feet and dove down into the stone maze. Picking up 6 other stones, Harry cast a few quick cutting curses onto each one before making his move. Leaping up onto the stone platform, Harry made a beeline for the pedestal, his wand held tightly in his hand as he pointed it towards the ground and began muttering under his breath. He felt the briefest warning from the force and dove forward into a roll, his wand touching the ground just as a heavy claw passed through the air where he'd just been. Rolling backwards and to the side, Harry just barely managed to avoid the second strike of the chimera before he righted himself and threw a stunner at the beast. The red spell impacted the chimera, but appeared to do little more than annoy the large beast. "That's tick less, little sneaks." The snake head hissed at him as he faced off with the beast that was easily twice as tall as him. "Yours is magic is, useless against us. Shall we put that to the test then?" Harry asked before throwing a blasting curse not at the chimera but at the rocks beneath its feet. The chimera danced off the side, avoiding the sudden uprising of debris from beneath it. Sidestepping with the beast, Harry sent off a barrage of spells from simple blasting to cutting curses. Anything and everything he could think of he threw at the beast as they circled one another. And without fail, each spell simply bounced off the creature's hide. The only thing that was proving to be effective against the beast was the few times he used a blasting curse to create a small hole in the ground. Turning in place, the snake tail hissed as it uncoiled quickly. Harry just managed to turn his body so that the sharp fangs passed him by, then he dropped to the ground as the snake curled in, trying to trap him. Left with no choice, Harry used a small force push to skid himself across the ground and out of the way of the snake that had almost managed to catch him. Rolling backwards and onto his feet, Harry sent off 2 more blasting curses at the ground, creating small divots near the chimera and making it dance back. "Use is good. Little sneaks." The snake hissed as it once again coiled itself up on the back of the chimera. "We haven't had this much fun in a long time. You haven't seen what I'm truly capable of yet." Harry growled. If he'd been able to go all out he would have killed this creature a long time ago. But as it was, he had to keep his abilities a secret for the moment. All 3 heads of the chimera gave off a crude sort of laugh. "A proud boast, little sneaks. But we have seen betters than yous. Yous will die Harris." Smiling, Harry cast another slight blasting curse at his feet, creating a 6th divot into which he dropped the final stone he'd been holding onto. "I don't think so," Harry replied calmly, taking a few steps forward. "I'm not about to be killed by a hodgepodge piece of shit like you." All 3 heads glared at him with the snake hissing. "Time to dice, little sneaks. We s'all tear your flesh from your bonus while you still breathes." Harry held his ground, even as the monstrous beast charged at him. Just as the lion's head opened its jaws, Harry leapt up off the ground, using the force ever so slightly to propel himself up so he could flip over the chimera. As he did, he twisted out of his heavy overcloak, letting the pitch-black heavy fabric fall over the lion and goat heads of the chimera, effectively blinding 2 of the 3 heads. Twisting his body in midair, Harry managed to avoid the snake head once more while throwing a cutting curse, which struck the snake right under its jaw. It wasn't enough to cleave the head from the rest of the body, but it did manage to cut through the soft tissue enough to make the snake hiss and recoil in pain. The moment his feet touched the ground, Harry pushed himself backwards out of the way of the bucking chimera as it tried to get its cloak off. Once he was safely out of the way, he pointed his wand at the ground. "Lapidem carcerum." The 6 small divots that he'd created and dropped the stones into all alighted for a moment before stone spikes a foot in diameter shot up from the ground before converging in on one another in the air above the chimera, creating a stone cage. The spell was a highly complex one that he'd come across with Ahsoka. It was a mixture of 6 simplistic runic arrays that were spaced out evenly in a hexagon pattern and then activated with an incantation. Pointing his wand at the cage, Harry poured as much strength as he could into his spell as he transfigured the stone pillars and the ground immediately beneath the chimera into frick metal, or as close to frick metal as he could make it. Stone wouldn't be able to hold it. Harry smirked as the chimera, who'd finally managed to get his cloak off, raged against the bars of its cage. "But Mother told me that frick metal can withstand even lightsaber strikes. And while she hasn't been able to show me an example of it, she has shown me its atomic and chemical composition. So that should hold for a while at least. Not such a boast now, is it?" Harry asked casually before turning his back on the creature and calmly walking up to the pedestal and picking up the golden egg from its center. As he began his march out of the arena, he passed by the cage once more. The chimera had stopped raging against its prison as all 3 heads watched him as he passed it by. "Not bad, little wizard." The snake hissed, making him stop and look back. "But this trick s'all only work once." Holding up the golden egg, Harry casually bounced it in his hand. "I only needed it to work once, chimera. But I will say, you were indeed a challenge. So thank you." Bowing slightly to the creature, Harry turned and made his way out of the arena. And for once, the thunderous applause that followed him didn't bother him in the least. Completely and utterly unfair. Clearly they have their favorites, and that makes them unfit to be judges in a competition like this. Honestly, who thought that it would be a good idea to have the headmasters as 3 of the 5 judges? And Harry? Are you even listening to me? "Yes, Hermione, I'm listening." Harry nodded absent-mindedly as he and the others sat in the Great Hall early in the morning before their first classes of the day were scheduled to begin. For the most part they were alone, save for almost all of the Ravenclaws and a few of the older students who were taking the time to study before class. "Just like I've been listening to you, and everyone else in this school, for the past 2 days. And he had been. It'd been 2 days since the first task and pretty much every discussion around the school was revolving around what had happened that day. Or more specifically, what had happened when the judges had announced their individual scores for the competitors. Once the field had been cleared, the judges had called for all 4 champions to stand before them. Fleur, having gone first, had had her score announced first. Bagman was the first to go and held his wand up, creating a figure 8. Dumbledore went next, giving her a 9, citing her impressive usage of transfiguration and ingenuity. Maxime had, unsurprisingly, given Fleur a 10. Karkaroff looked like he'd swallowed a lemon whole, but had grudgingly raised his wand and given her a 7. It was when Umbridge announced her score that things started to go downhill fast. She'd given Fleur a 2. Her reasoning for which had set Harry's teeth on edge. She used an advantage unavailable to her competitors that should have disqualified her. But as she completed her task, I give her a 2 instead of a 1. Umbridge received her fair share of boos at that, and if looks could kill, then the combined gazes of Fleur and Maxime would have killed the woman a dozen times over. In the end, despite the obvious prejudice against her, 36 out of a possible 50 points. Next up was Cedric. Again, Bagman congratulated him on his accomplishment of getting past the Nundu and presented him with another 8. Dumbledore smiled at the lad and gave him a full 10, while Maxime gave him a 9. Karkaroff, while not looking entirely pleased, did look slightly better than when he judged Fleur, but he still only gave Cedric a 7. Umbridge, in a show of bias, gave him a full 10, giving him a grand total of 44 points. When it was Crumb's turn to receive his points, the judge's bias was thrust fully into the light. Bagman gave him a 9, while both Dumbledore and Maxime gave him an 8. Both citing that he'd caused unnecessary harm to the dragon. Karkaroff, however, could barely wait before he gave Crumb a full 10. An action that was mimicked by Umbridge soon after, giving Crumb a grand total of 45. When Harry stepped up to receive his score, he was met with a resounding applause from the entire audience. It took Dumbledore firing off a cannon blast charm to quiet the crowd down enough so that they could actually announce his totals. Bagman didn't even hesitate before giving Harry a full 10. Dumbledore smiled his grandfatherly smile, but Harry could have sworn that he saw something akin to fear behind the old man's eyes, but it was gone so quickly that Harry figured he might have just imagined it. Despite what he thought he saw, Dumbledore gave him full marks as well. As did Maxime. Karkaroff, however, merely glared at him, and Harry knew that their brief confrontation was about to come back and bite him. And sure enough, Karkaroff awarded him a mere 3 points. When the audience booed, Karkaroff defended himself by saying that Harry had taken the longest out of the competitors. The audience's boos increased tenfold as Umbridge awarded him a 1. Citing that he'd used a known and prohibited dark art Parseltongue, even though it wasn't a banned skill. Be allowed to protest the points. Hermione continued, forcing Harry back to the present. That awful excuse for a woman and Karkaroff clearly both have it out for the both of you. Honestly, they should not be allowed to judge. In the end it won't matter, Hermione. Harry countered, grabbing the piece of toast that Ginny was wordlessly holding for him. Force, I swear sometimes she's in my mind. The points only count towards something to do with the last task. They don't decide the winner. Well, I guess so. Hermione grumbled before her eyes lit up once more. And speaking of which, where in Merlin's name did you learn how to cast the stone prison? In a book from the library at my mother's. Harry shrugged. I read it over and it looked useful, so I made sure to study it before going out there. I have to admit, I'm actually fairly surprised it actually worked. I hadn't really had the chance to try it out. Hermione's jaw nearly hit the table and Ginny looked at him like he'd suddenly gone and grown 2 heads. Even Ron looked at him fairly quizzically. Let me get this straight, mate, Ron said slowly. You, never practiced that spell before? No. Harry answered honestly, not seeing the issue. Like I said, I read about it in a book and it looked useful. Ahsoka said it looked complex, but I didn't think it was too hard. I'm sure all of you could do it in no time at all. No. We couldn't, Harry. Ginny answered. That was a runic spell, Harry. There are only like 24 of those in existence, THA. 21, actually. Thanks for proving my point, Hermione. Ginny said, shaking her head and pressing on. But like I was saying, there are only 21 runic spells in existence. They take either a team of wizards hours, or a single wizard days to cast. Bloody hell, I looked into Professor Babbling's course outline, she doesn't even talk about runic spells until 7th year. And even then you never cast one. The stone prison was a runic spell that was developed by Merlin himself to capture a dragon that was harassing the land. Hermione continued. And it took him a full day to set it and another to lure the dragon into its field of effect. Ever since then, very few actually use it because it takes so long to cast, and while it's effective, it can also be easily disrupted if one were to remove any of the anchoring runes. Plus, runic spells are not simply a carve a rune and cast a spell type of magic. With each rune that you make you have to keep in mind that it is only one portion of the overall spell and therefore compensate. Then the spell itself has to be enunciated exactly as well the correct will to create what you are trying to do. Quite simply Harry, runic spells are not just a branch of magic, they're a specialty. And there are only a dozen or so individuals the world over that are actually credited with being able to use the magic effectively. Harry blinked at Hermione. What? Is she having one over on me? No, I can feel that Ginny's being sincere. Do you think that this has anything to do with what the father did? Ginny asked quietly, leaning in so her voice wouldn't be overheard. Harry hadn't necessarily considered that, but now that she said it, it made sense. He still hadn't been sure exactly what the father had done to him. He said that he was giving Harry knowledge, but knowledge of what he had no idea. Sure, he had a few ideas for usages with the Force that his mother found insightful, but nothing extreme. Perhaps this is what he meant. That I would be learning faster and easier. I learned how apparate almost by accident, and in no time at all I can do it at will. And even my animagus transformation was faster than even my mother expected. Well, whatever happened, it was bloody fantastic, mate. Ron cheered, slapping him on the back. I can't wait to. Oh, come on. What's he doing here? Staring at Ron, he saw that his friend was glaring at something, or someone, behind him. Turning around, Harry felt his own confusion rise as he saw Professor McGonagall walking into the Great Hall accompanied by none other than Bill Weasley himself. Thank you for bringing me down, Professor. Bill was smiling from ear to ear as the two of them walked towards them. It's always a pleasure to be escorted by such a wonderful witch like yourself. And may I say, the years have been kind to you, Professor. You may, William, but just as when you were one of my lions, your flattery will get you nowhere with me, young man. Professor McGonagall shot back, although Harry could detect the slightest upturn of her lips as she did so. You wound me, Professor. Bill smirked, faking hurt. My intentions and flattery are completely noble in origin, I assure you. I'll believe that when I see it, young William. McGonagall responded again before stopped right next to Harry and the others. I trust that you can find them from here, young William? Or do I need to hold your hand again until you sit down like I've done in the past? No, I believe I can find them from here. Bill smirked before stepping up to Harry and his siblings. Ginny, Harry, Ron, and the lovely and incredibly intelligent Ms. Granger. It's wonderful to see you again, my dear. Hermione blushed an interesting shade of red while Ginny rolled her eyes and slapped her older brother in the arm. Stop trying to embarrass every female you meet, Bill, and sit down. Besides, acting like you just met Hermione is pretty lame. You wound me, dear sister. Bill gasped, grabbing his heart. I have nothing but the utmost respect for the fairer gender. Now move over, Pipsqueak, and let me have a seat. I have a name. Ron growled as he moved over so his brother could sit down. And I'm almost bigger than you now. Not where it counts, Pipsqueak. Bill said, knuckling Ron on the head as he sat down and started taking some of the food that was on the table. Merlin, I haven't had Hogwarts food in a long time. But then again, after being forced to eat nothing but bugs for a few days, just about anything sounds good. Are you actually here for a reason, Bill? Ginny asked as they watched the eldest Weasley start to eat. Or did you just stop by to steal some food and annoy our brother? Swallowing his food, Bill nodded as he reached into his robes and pulled out a scroll. Actually, I'm here on official Gringotts business. Heir Potter, or rather Lord Potter. This is your official declaration of emancipation from Gringotts. You'll still need to stop at the bank in order to collect your head of house ring and go through the blood rites to gain full access to the Potter vaults. But as of now, in the eyes of Gringotts, you are officially emancipated in the eyes of the law. Taking the offered scroll, Harry unrolled it and read over its contents carefully. You didn't need to come here and give me this. An owl would have sufficed. So why did the goblins send you, Bill? Bill stared at him before smirking. You're quick, Harry. Ragnarok personally sent me here, and I'm not afraid to admit that I damn near shite myself when he called me into his office, to offer you a job as a curse breaker with Gringotts the moment you finish with your newt exams. Both Hermione's and Ginny's jaws dropped open while Ron's eyes doubled in size. Why? Harry asked, drawing sharp looks from both Hermione and Ginny. Does Gringotts often offer employment to a fourth-year student who hasn't even taken their owls yet? Do you know of many fourth years that can successfully cast the stone prison runic spell? Bill countered with a raised eyebrow. Bloody hell, I had to run here to try and beat at least 2 dragon reserves in the DOM who are all considering offering you a position. Turning away from Bill, Harry thought for a moment about how to formulate his answer. I'm honored, Bill, truly. And please tell the goblins that as well. But unfortunately I have to turn it down. My path lies in a different direction. If Bill was surprised, he didn't show it. Ragnarok thought that that was going to be your answer. He said, mildly surprising Harry. Not that I actually believed you would turn it down, mind you. But all the same, Gringotts still had to make the offer. Why? Hermione asked, looking back and forth between the two of them. Because now if I take any job with a dragon reserve, or the ministry outside of my seat on the Wisengamot, it will be seen as a slight against the goblins because they offered me a job first. Harry answered. And then they will be able to make my life a living financial hell. You're quick, Harry, Bill smirked, slapping him on the back. I was afraid that I was going to have to explain the repercussions of turning down this offer. I've been trained in politics since I was old enough to stand upright in my crib. Harry answered. My mother was quite insistent upon it. Good, Bill nodded. You'll need that training now more than ever, seeing as how you are going to be. Oh my. Who is that? Following Bill's gaze, Harry saw what had caught his attention. Fleur Delacour and a small ensemble of French witches had just entered the Great Hall and were making their way over to their customary spots at the Ravenclaw table. That's Fleur Delacour, Harry answered. She's the Beaux Batons champion. That's where I have to disagree with you, Harry, Bill said, his eyes following Fleur. But Harry noticed that he didn't have the glossed-over look that Fleur usually caused all of the boys in the school to have. Instead he seemed fascinated by her. Her. Not her villa. She's not just Beaux Batons champion. She's a goddess sent down to live amongst us unworthy mortals in human form. Or then again, maybe not. Where are you going? Ron asked as Bill wiped his mouth and rose to his feet. My business here is done. Bill said, taking a moment to straighten his clothes and his hair. Now, I have much more pressing concerns. So if you will all excuse me. Lord Potter, it was an honor to meet you again. Hermione, a pleasure to see you again as well. Ginny, Pipsqueak. See you both later. Giving them all a quick bow, Bill left them and made his way over to where the French contingent had sat down. Harry had to strain his ears, but he could hear Bill introducing himself in French to the girls in an overly charming manner. With just a few words he was seated with them, a girl between him and Fleur, and within a minute he had them all roaring in laughter at something he'd said. Good Merlin. Ron groaned as he dropped his head down onto the tabletop. How in Merlin's name does he do that? He has confidence, Ron, Ginny smirked at her downcast brother. Something you are going to need if you want a date to the Yule Ball. And speaking of which, have you asked anyone yet, Harry? You do know that as a champion you'll be expected to dance first with the other champions and their dates in front of the whole school, right? Harry's fork froze halfway up to his mouth. Oh shit, I completely forgot about the damn ball. Leave off of it, Ginny. Ron grumbled. There's still plenty of time. And it's not like you two have dates yet either. Hermione fixed Ron with a glare that made the redhead shift in his seat uncomfortably. There is only just over a month, Ronald. That is not enough time, as you put it, for a girl. You, both of you, need to get your head out of your arses and ask someone. And for your information, Ronald, I already have date. He asked me yesterday, and I said yes. Ron looked at Hermione like she'd suddenly grown two heads before turning slightly towards Ginny. Yes, Ron, someone asked me as well just this morning. She sighed, surprising even Harry. Who? Harry asked. Neville. Ginny shrugged. Unfortunately for him though, I know that he wants someone else and I can't really see him with me. Far too shy. So I put a boot in his arse and pushed him towards the one he wanted to go with in the first place, Hannah. And she said yes, by the way. And Ron, stop looking so downtrodden. There is still a chance you can go with whom you want. And don't try to deny it. I know who you like, brother. And if you don't grow a set of balls and ask her now, then I'm going to do it for you. Not only that, but I'll write home to Mum and make sure she sends the photo album with all your baby pictures and show them to her as well. Ron went pale. You wouldn't. Try me. Swallowing, Ron slowly, shakily, got to his feet. Right, well then, off I go. Ron turned and left the table, walking past all of his fellow Gryffindors before marching past the Hufflepuff table as well. Marching towards the end of the Slytherin table, Ron walked right up to Daphne and Tracy. Or more specifically Tracy. When he got to them, Ron hesitated only a second before speaking. While none of them could hear what was said, the implication was clear as Tracy went completely red in the face. She then stood up sharply, grabbed Ron by the ear and dragged him out of the Great Hall away from the prying eyes of the 3 dozen or so students that were in the hall. Poor guy, Harry chuckled before turning towards Ginny. So, how did you know? About Tracy? Please, Harry, I live with my brother in a house that unfortunately has thin walls and well, let's just say that my brother isn't necessarily the quietest person around. And he talks in his sleep. Ginny grimaced. And speaking of the ball, I talked to Professor McGonagall yesterday. About what? Harry asked, his curiously piqued as the rest of the hall forgot about the little display by Ron and went back to their meals. The ball. Or more especially who can be invited. Ginny smirked at him, and a sense for forbearing raged through him as he suddenly knew where this conversation was heading. And Ginny made a show of slowly putting jam onto her toast. Well, it just so happens that there is no rule against bringing an outside party to the dance. As long as they have permission of their guardian and are magical. Pausing, Ginny sent him a look that made him gulp. Which means, Master, that if you don't invite Ahsoka to the dance when you go and see her this weekend, well, I'm sure Master Knox has some nice incriminating photos of you that Ahsoka would just love to see. The knot forming in Harry's gut was very real at that moment. You wouldn't. Ginny's smirk only widened. As I told my brother, Master, try me. Harry stared at Ginny for a long time. Tentatively, he reached out through their strong bond, a strong that was just as strong as the one he held with his mother. As he did, Ginny's smile faltered. Why? Ginny's eyes slowly turned downcast. Eyeing the two of them, Hermione moved over a few paces, then drew her wand and wordlessly cast a silencing bubble over the two of them before focusing in on her book once more. Ginny? Harry asked, reaching across for her hand. Why are you doing this? Harry felt her wavering through their bond and his heart thudded in his chest as it did. We've been master and apprentice for 2 years now, Harry. Ginny began. At first I was scared and had no idea what was going on. But now I couldn't imagine my life without this. I know you, Harry. Bloody hell, sometimes I think I know you better than I know myself. Pausing, Ginny whipped her eye quickly with one hand. You know, I used to have these fantasies about you. How you would come around and sweep me off my feet and we would have adventures together. Well, I did crash into you the first time we met, so I guess you could say that you swept me off my feet. Harry tried to smile. And our adventures are just beginning. Nodding, Ginny smiled at him. Yet. Then I heard what Luna said. How there were going to be 6 of us with you, and that one or all could be, well, with you. She said, blushing. At that I began to hope, then I became your apprentice and that hope grew. And then you felt her. And I knew that my silly dream was at an end. Kind of hard to argue against something when you're bonded through the Force even before you meet one another. Bonded through the Force. Is she talking about Ahsoka and I? Yes, I'm talking about you and Ahsoka. Ginny clarified without being asked. I don't know if this is some sort of side effect or something, but I can feel your bond with your mother. And I can feel your bond with Ahsoka. I know that she invokes feelings in you, Harry. Feelings that no other can bring to light. You're stronger, more focused with her around. But most importantly, you feel complete. Happy. What sort of shitty apprentice would I be if I tried to sabotage that for some ridiculous fantasy? It's not ridiculous, Ginny. Harry responded, eyeing the students in the hall. All of whom were still thankfully ignorant of the heartfelt conversation thanks to Hermione. And no matter what, you will always be my apprentice. My first apprentice. And you'll have a place within my heart that no one else can have. I know, that's the only thing that makes this bearable. Ginny hiccuped before pulling both of her hands away from him. Whoa, I can't believe I finally got that out of my system. Are you going to be all right? Yet. Ginny smiled, and through their bond Harry knew that she was telling the truth. But after all of this heartfelt shite, you had better ask Ahsoka this weekend or I'm going to kick your arse from one end of this castle to other. Master or not? Smiling, Harry suddenly felt better, and more nervous, than he had all week. As you command, my apprentice. Chapter 12. Oh Force, he actually got up and asked her right there and then? Oh Force, that is too funny. What happened next? Sitting atop the southern tower of the temple, Harry felt himself smile as he watched Ahsoka laugh. The two of them were enjoying a rare moment of relaxation, free from training or studying. So, deciding to take advantage of the rare opportunity, Harry had grabbed a few bottles of butterbeer and spirited Ahsoka away to what had become their spot, sitting on the ledge of the southern tower overlooking the ocean as the sun slowly descended towards the horizon. But as Harry watched her laugh, he was anything but relaxed. In fact, he'd never been more terrified than he was at that moment. Well, he said, taking a swig from the bottle in his hand. They came in about 30 minutes later and Tracy went straight towards Daphne while Ron slowly made his way back to his seat looking like he'd just been hit by a bludger. She apparently berated him for nearly the entire time about his lack of decorum and his need to work on his tact, considering a Slytherin dating a Gryffindor would be social suicide. After her long speech he was more than ready for her to just dismiss him and have that be the end of it, but instead she actually accepted. Poor Ron, Ahsoka chuckled while taking a sip from her drink. He really has no idea what he's in for, does he? Nope. Harry laughed. But despite that, I've never actually seen him so happy before. Although he did cringe when his mother sent him a letter saying that she was sending him formal dress robes. According to Ginny, their mother's sense of fashion was outdated about 100 years ago. Ahsoka's laughter tapered off as she began idly turning her half-full bottle in her hands. So, who are you taking to this ball? Harry's good humor evaporated as he was forcefully reminded about why he'd been so unnerved for the past couple of days. Well, that's the thing, Harry said slowly. I haven't asked anyone yet. Ahsoka gave him a sideways glance. But you are one of the champions, despite the questionable method upon which you were forced into the tournament. Don't you have some obligation to attend? Yeah, Harry nodded. Actually I have to dance the first dance with my date along with the other champions. So why haven't you asked anyone yet? Looking down into the bottle in his hands, Harry downed the last of it before levitating it with the force for a moment before banishing it away with a flick of his hand. Ahsoka reacted immediately by drawing her wand and firing off a blasting curse which struck the bottle dead center, vaporizing it in midair. It was a game they played. Whenever one finished their drink they would throw it away from them and the other had to destroy it before it hit the ground. Well, truthfully there is someone that I want to ask. Oh hell. I'm just afraid that she'll say no. I'm sure she won't, Harry, whoever she is. Harry didn't miss the slight twinge of pain in her voice, despite how well she managed to hide it. You just need to man up and ask her. Pulling another bottle over to him, Harry stared down at it for a moment. You're right, he nodded, setting the bottle down and turning towards her. Ahsoka Tano, will you do me the honor of consenting to being my date for the Yule Ball at Hogwarts? Well wait, what? Harry just barely managed to keep his laughter in check at the look on her face as she finally processed what he'd asked her. I'm asking if you would like to come to the ball with me, Ahsoka. Ahsoka blinked dumbly. But I don't even go to your school. That doesn't matter. Harry countered back, as his stomach began to drop. Maybe she doesn't want to be with me. But if that were so, then what was the deal in the library just before the first task? As long as you're magical, which you are, and there isn't too much of an age gap between us, then I can invite anyone I want. And truthfully I couldn't imagine spending the night at the ball without anyone but you. Nor do I want to. Ahsoka didn't say anything back. She just sat there staring at him in silence. And as each second passed his nerves became more and more frazzled until he feared that he couldn't help the stray thought that entered his mind, I just made the biggest mistake of his young life. That all came to a crashing halt when he finally heard Ahsoka's response. I'll go with you. And with those 4 words, all of Harry's fears and insecurities evaporated, leaving him feeling more alive than ever before. You will? I mean, oh Merlin, I'm bad at this. Thank you. Smiling, Ahsoka laid her hand against his arm. It's all right, Harry. It's not like I have a lot of experience at this sort of thing or any for that matter. But I'm sure that Master Nox wouldn't mind letting me use the talisman to disguise myself for the night. At the mention of the talisman, Harry's fears once again raised their ugly heads. That's another thing, Ahsoka. He said slowly and carefully. I'm not ashamed of the fact that you aren't human. Not in the least. And I don't want you to think that I am either. So, I want you to come to the ball as you are. Without the talisman. I want to be with you. With who you truly are. Not while you're wearing a mask. Ahsoka bit her lip and lowered her eyes. I can see where you're coming from, Harry. But you don't have to worry about that. I know that you aren't that type of person. And I really appreciate it, but I don't want risk everything we have here just so that I can go to a ball as I am and cause people to start asking questions that don't have answers. Or rather that we don't want to answer. There are already magical near-human species on Earth, Ahsoka. Harry replied, trying to stay calm. The Vila, mer people, centaurs, goblins, elves, hell, the list goes on and on. It wouldn't be hard to pass off that you're a member of a magical near-human species that my mother has contact with. And if people ask why they'd never heard of you, we can just say that your species is reclusive and this is first for them. Harry could see that he was starting to win her over as her head started swaying from side to side. It's, force, I'm tired of hiding. Alright, Harry. If you can convince Master Nox that I can go without risking our position here, then I would gladly go with you as I am. But if she disagrees, then I'm wearing the talisman. Brilliant. Harry smiled, feeling like he could walk on water. Laughing slightly, Ahsoka turned so that she was once again facing out over the ocean. So, this ball thing. Going as a couple, usually indicates the two are She paused as her cheeks began to color ever so slightly. Romantically involved. Well, yeah, it usually does mean that. Harry winced, rubbing the back of his head. She said it like it's a bad thing. So, are we then? Hey? Are we what? Harry asked. Ahsoka continued to look out at the horizon, refusing to meet his eyes. Involved. Harry's heart thudded. Well. Stopping himself, Harry took a deep breath. Only if you want to be. And what do you want, Harry? Ahsoka asked, turning towards him. Her blue eyes wide and defenseless. For fuck's sake, Harry. Just man up and say it. I want us to be involved. Ahsoka continued to stare at him for a whole minute without saying word. Good, she said, ending the silence with a bright smile. In that moment, Harry felt such elation that he felt as if he could walk over Voldemort with ease and bitch slap the Emperor into submission. Brilliant. He breathed, then deciding to be daring he reached out and lightly grabbed hold of her hand. I'll never understand your sayings. Ahsoka smiled, her hand tightening on his as she leaned her head against his shoulder as the two continued to watch the sun set. But I guess, brilliant will have to work until I teach you some sayings that I understand. The next morning, Harry found himself standing just outside his mother's quarters pacing back and forth. What am I supposed to say? I talked a big game to Ahsoka last night. But now that I'm here, bloody hell I don't know what to say to her. Finally stopping, Harry took a deep breath and pushed open the door to his mother's room. Took you long enough to enter, Harry? I thought you were going to wear a hole in the hallway with all the pacing that you were doing. Harry found his mother sitting behind the large desk that was positioned just before a large set of windows that overlooked the temple grounds. Littered across the surface of her desk were dozens of pieces of rolled parchments along with several thick folders. Along the front of her desk were dozens of holographic screens that she was controlling with a wave of her hand. The computer system was a new addition, purchased during their brief excursion into the greater galaxy before heading onto the trials. Harry was actually quite jealous that he didn't have one of his own. But hopefully that would change soon enough, as Nox Industries was set to release the prototype of this computer system to the general public in a few months' time. Merlin knows Hermione would kill to have one. Have I come at a bad time? Not at all. His mother said, closing down the dozen or so screens with a wave of her hand and closing the folder that she was reading from. In fact, I was just about to search for you. Harry blinked. You were? Of course. She said, rising from her seat and making her way around the desk. Come, let us go for a walk. It's been far too long since it was just the two of us. I think it will do us both some good. Nodding, Harry followed along behind his mother as the two of them stepped out of her rooms and into the large hallway. Have you heard from Remus and Ela? He asked as the two of them started their walk. Yes, Nox nodded. Apparently little Luke is already proving himself to be quite the handful. A few days ago, while Remus was putting him down for a nap, he kept reaching for some plush toy that he enjoys. And much to Remus's shock, the little bugger actually managed to summon it from across the room. Harry was stunned. Luke was still an infant. He's already that powerful. Yes, his mother nodded before shooting him a sideways glance. And he's not the only one. Galen is also starting to summon things to himself, and apparently last week he turned Maris pink while she was watching him. Harry shook his head. Those two are going to be something else when they're ready to begin their training. I believe so as well, Nox nodded. Quite like yourself actually. According to Sirius and Remus, you were levitating things around and throwing around magic when you were their age as well. For the next few hours, mother and son just walked around the temple talking. Sometimes their conversation turned serious, like when discussing potential plans for the future. But most of the time they kept it light, talking about things like his classmates, news from around the world, or even at times magical theory. Eventually they made their way through most of the inner workings of the temple and made their way out onto the grounds. It's been far too long since we've done this, my son. Nox said suddenly as the two of them walked along the edge of the northern landing platform overlooking the ocean. I've missed this. So have I. Harry nodded. He truly did miss the times when it was just the two of them alone. But I know that you're extremely busy and that is no excuse, Harry. His mother growled as she abruptly stopped and turned around to embrace him. You're my son and I love you. You are my priority above all else. Harry felt himself choke up slightly as he leaned into his mother and returned her embrace. I love you too, Mum. Feeling her pull away, Harry looked up into the smiling face of his mother. Her eyes were so clear and green that they were almost glowing. Now, are you going to finally man up and tell me what happened between you and Ahsoka yesterday? Or am I going to have to drag it out of you? What? Harry stuttered as he was caught completely off guard by his mother's question. How do you know something happened between us? Nox merely stared at him, clearly amused with his reaction. You're my apprentice. More so, you're my son. I felt your elation yesterday. You haven't quite got the hang of keeping your feelings from slipping through our bond. And if you're going to be seeing the lovely Miss Tenno, then I'm going to have to teach that to you. With how strong our bond is, if I don't teach you how to subconsciously block your emotions from slipping through, then I'm going to have a front row seat anytime you and Ahsoka slip away for a little private time. It's hard enough blocking you out when you're taking care of yourself. I can't imagine just how hard it will be when you have a nice warm partner with you. Harry's face felt like it was on fire by the time his mother finished. Mother. Something wrong, Harry? Yes, no, I mean, ugh. Running his hand through his hair, Harry started pacing back and forth while his mother laughed at his discomfort. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Of course I am. Nox said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. One of the perks of being a parent. Now, tell me what happened yesterday. No more jokes, I promise. Sighing, Harry went back to standing side by side with Nox. I asked Ahsoka to be my date for the Yule Ball and she said yes. His mother smiled widely. Splendid. You were dancing around each other even more so than Ashura and I back when we first met. I must say though, you're faster on the uptake than I was. I think it took me nearly a year to admit what I felt towards Ashura. Even longer for Tonks. But that can't be the reason why you were so nervous to talk to me this morning. So what's weighing on your mind, son? Swallowing the lump in his throat, Harry forced himself forwards before he could stop himself. I don't want Ahsoka to come to the dance in disguise, mother. I want her to come as she is. His mother didn't respond immediately, instead she just stared at him. Why? You're risking a lot by exposing her. I don't believe so, mother. Harry responded. There are dozens of magical near-human species around the world. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that Ahsoka hails from somewhere remote. The Togruta, a reclusive magical near-human species a lot like the Vila. We could even pass Master Ti off as a representative or such. Also, I don't want Ahsoka to think that I'm ashamed of her for not being human. I'm fine with her not being human, and I want everyone to know that as well. His mother stared at him for a moment long before turning her attention back to the horizon. No. There's too much at stake for something so trifle. Harry stared at his mother completely taken aback. He hadn't expected her to outright deny his request. But before he could properly formulate a rebuttal, his mouth took over. Forgive me, mother, but I wasn't asking your permission. I was telling you. The look his mother sent him could have frozen the blood in a man's veins. But Harry held his ground and forced himself to meet her eyes. You dare defy me on something so trivial? Yes. Harry said, sounding surer than he felt. I do. Mother and son stood silently staring at one another. In the back of his mind, a nagging fear began to take hold as he kept a wary eye on her hands, waiting for her to draw either her wand or lightsaber. Do I really need to be doing this? I mean, I can't just know. She herself admitted that this is a trifle matter. She may not think that this means much, and that the risks far outpace what I want. But I don't think so. Give me one good reason why I should let this idiocy continue. I've already given my reasons, mother. Harry shot back. I don't feel the need to repeat myself. That last bit was probably a bit over the top, but for some reason Harry couldn't stop himself. This is important to me, damn it. Why can't she see that? His mother's eyes narrowed almost dangerously and he was honestly scared that he was about to die, whether from her magic, lightsaber, or through the Force, right there and then. Have you even stopped to consider the possible ramifications if someone were to piece together that she's an alien? I don't think that will be an issue, mother. Harry responded quickly. There are merpeople, goblins, Vila, vampires, giants, werewolves, house elves, centaurs. The list goes on and on. Most of them are highly reclusive of both the magical and non-magical world as well. It wouldn't take much to convince someone that Togrutas exist on our planet. Especially when there are two with us at the moment. This mother continued to stare at him. No. Harry felt his rage mounting as a gust of wind rustled the bottoms of his robes. This is happening, mother. Whether you agree to it or not. His heart felt as if it were about to thump out of his chest with how scared he was. But despite his fear, he held his ground. This isn't that big of a deal and she's making it into one. And I guess I am too, but damn it, this is important to me. I'm not going to back down just because my mother told me to. Time scratched on as green eyes met green eyes in a battle of wills. It was all Harry could do to keep on his feet as the pressure just by being in his mother's mere presence almost got to the point of being unbearable. So you will not move on this then? His mother asked suddenly. No. He stumbled forward a step as the pressure on his body disappeared without warning. When he looked up, he was shocked to find that his mother was smiling at him. Good. She simply said, all traces of anger gone from her face as she swept past him. Wait. He called out, spinning around and chasing after her. What was? I don't understand. What just happened? Stopping, his mother turned back and around towards him. You've been all that I could have hoped for and more in a son, Harry. She said softly, her hand reaching out and caressing his jaw. But there is one area which you've unfortunately fallen short. And that is your almost blind loyalty to me. What? Harry asked, taken back. What do you mean? You're my mother. Yes, and you are my son, Harry. Not my slave. She said softly. You are a knight of the Guardian Order now. You have to stand on your own. Make your own decisions. Challenge mine that you don't agree with. I need you as my son and heir and my knight. I don't need a slave. Harry was rocked by what his mother was saying. I don't always rely on mother for everything, do I? That isn't to say that I want you challenging me every step of the way either. His mother continued on. But you have to stand on your own. This, argument if you will, was a test of your resolve to challenge me when I make a decision you don't agree on. Had you simply gone with my decision I would have been severely disappointed. But you didn't. You challenged me. Harry took a step back. This was a test. Yes. Knox nodded. But don't think that I've been planning this for a long time, Harry. I simply saw this as an opportunity to test you and capitalized on it. And now you get to enjoy a pleasant evening with your lovely girlfriend. And let me tell you something, son. Tapering off, his mother leaned closer so that she could whisper in his ear. Togrutas are flexible in ways that you can't even imagine. And if you treat her right, maybe Ahsoka will treat you with a show of just how flexible her species is. I seem to recall that Ashura was able to put her ankles behind her head with little trouble at all. Harry was frozen stiff as his mother pulled away from him and started walking away. The implication was, damn it all, mother. Harry cursed as his mother apparat away. Why did you have put that image in my mind? Leaning back in her chair in her office, Knox felt a smile come across her face as she thought of what had just transpired. He expected me to rebuke his request, and he was prepared to fight me for it. Even if he originally spoke without thinking, he made up for it quickly. That was good. We will not always see eye to eye, and I can't have my son and heir afraid to go against me if need be. This was a trifle matter, but in the long run it will give him the confidence to go against me in the future if he doesn't agree with my decisions. Necessary to test him like that it was. Closing her eyes and letting her head fall back against the back of her chair, Knox let out a sigh. Of course, I'm already emotionally drained after that little confrontation with Harry. So of course the little bugger would feel now is the time to lecture me. Turning in her chair, she found Yoda sitting on the railing of her balcony. I usually have an open door policy around here, Yoda, but I swear you're starting to push the boundaries of that policy. What if I'd been in here with Tonks Hui? Cries of pleasure, I heard not. Yoda shrugged, still facing out over the ocean. Safe to enter, I assumed it was. Arching an eyebrow, Knox turned fully towards Yoda. We're not that loud. When compared to a pack of raging banthas, the truth do you speak. Careful, Yoda. That almost sounded like a joke. Knox smiled. Can't let it get out that you Jedi have a sense of humor. That would be such scandal. Humor I have, Yoda chuckled. So I've heard. Knox nodded, getting up from her seat and joining the aged Jedi Master on the balcony. It was strange to think that this little being had become one of her closest confidants and advisors. Certainly she of a dozen years ago or so would have laughed at the idea. Or maybe not. After all, Ashura was a Jedi. Before I corrupted her, that is. And oh, what fun it was to corrupt her. Strong in the Force, your son is. Felt his anger, the whole temple no doubt did. It was necessary. Knox shrugged, waving a hand dismissing Yoda's concern. Harry is a knight and will soon be in charge of leading forces into battle. I need to know that he is able to stand up for what he believes in. Even if that goes against me. So war is inevitable. Yoda sighed, a weariness laced within his voice. Yes. Knox said simply. You've sensed the growing darkness on this world. Soon Voldemort will be back and he will gather what forces he has amassed and launch his assault. And unfortunately, until we destroy his last two soul anchors we won't be able to kill him. Then there will be the revelation of the magical world, which I'm sure will cause no shortage of fear and hostilities. And even after all that is done, we still have the Sith Empire to deal with. So yes, war is inevitable. Whether today, tomorrow, or a dozen years from now. War will come to us. There is always war, Yoda, but we, as Guardians, have the responsibility to meet the challenge that is given, especially since it will be Voldemort declaring war. He won't be subtle like the Sith this time. True, subtle he is not. Agree I do, dangerous Voldemort is left unchecked. Staring out over the waters, Knox shook her head and turned back around into her office. How did our newest arrivals handle receiving their wands? With how busy she'd been between her own business, both the magical and non-magical governments and her son's entry into the Triwizard Tournament, Knox barely had any time to sleep, let alone to spend half a day escorting the Jedi to Ollivanders in order to get fitted for their wands. So she'd delegated that task to Sirius and Yoda. She would have preferred that they'd gone sooner, but the old coot had disappeared for weeks only to re-emerge briefly for the wand ceremony before disappearing again. React much the same as they did. Yoda hummed, his clawed fingers gently running over the length of his cane where he hid his wand. Blackthorn and dragon heartstring for Master Voss. Aspen and unicorn tail hair for Master Kenobi. Cypress and hippogriff feather for Master Ti. Chestnut and phoenix tail feather for young Maris. And ebony and thestral hair for Master Ventress. Interesting combinations. Knox thought, thinking back on what little she knew of wand lore. Specifically the relationships and tendencies of different wandwoods and cores. And how did Nat take to the fact that she will still have to wait a year or two before receiving her own wand? Difficult it was, for Master Ti to explain. Yoda hummed. I'll talk to her then. Again Knox sighed. While wands are indeed powerful, they're a crutch. Use them too early and one can hamper their ability to dip into the Force at will. There are exceptions of course, but from what I've seen it's far better for the child to gain an understanding of the Force before ever grasping their wands. I'm sure we can make it worth the wait with a more practical study of magic through runes and arithmancy. One doesn't need a wand for those, nor for potion making. Nox paused in consideration, although we may not use it so much, but there are some uses for certain potions that useful to know. Sifting through the piles of paperwork on her desk, Nox frowned at the stack that Winky had delivered to her while she was on her walk with Harry. Fucking hell, I was out for an hour or two and there's already 10 letters on my desk, 3 that are marked classified, 3 confidential, 2 from the British Ministry, 1 from the ICW and 1 from the UN. Breaking open the seal on the letter from the UN, Nox let a small smile grace her lips as her eyes read over the document. Well, looks like things are proceeding as planned, despite having to speed up the timetable. Nox said out loud, not really caring at the moment if Yoda was listening or not. The UN has agreed to my proposal about a small outpost on the moon in hopes of setting off towards Mars. And they've agreed to give Nox Industries complete control over the project with only a small oversight committee of 10 representatives to keep tabs on me. It wasn't necessarily the base that she was pleased about, although the added income to her company would indeed help some of her side projects. But this project would act as a smokescreen for her bigger goal. To set up a mining colony within the asteroid belt. Just one last ingredient needed, miners. The very best. And there's only one choice. Tell me Yoda, she said causally, folding the letter back up. How would you like to go with me and meet some long-distance cousins of your species? Standing in his dorm room, Harry stared at himself in the mirror while straightening his more formal-looking guardian robes for the 10th time in as many minutes. Pulling out his wand, Harry cast another Tempest charm next to him. Less than a half an hour to go. He swallowed as he saw the time hanging in front of him. Merlin, how do people find these robes comfortable? Behind him, Ron was in the process of adjusting his robes as well. Ron's mother, after receiving the letter that he had a date for the ball, sent him a set of robes that were quite frankly god-awful and had no reason to exist in this century. Tracy had taken one look at the robes and had immediately set them on fire. She then dragged Ron off during the next Hogsmeade weekend to the local robe shop and forced him to be fitted for a set of formal dress robes. It pretty much cost Ron every nut he had, even more actually considering that he had to ask Harry for a loan, but now he had a set of formal robes that his date approved of. You get used to it after a while I guess, Harry shrugged. Easy for you to say, Ron grumbled. You get to wear the robes you want to. And I have to wear these. They're formal robes Ron, not a death sentence. Harry sighed. And besides, Tracy picked those robes out for you. Now are you seriously going to stand there and tell me that you don't want to wear something that she picked out for you on such a special occasion? Ron turned away from Harry so he could stare at his reflection once again. Well, I guess they're not too bad. And Tracy did pick them out. And she said that they looked good on me. How the bloody hell are you not nervous? I am. Harry chuckled, drawing a sharp look from Ron. I'm actually terrified. Ron's eyes narrowed. You don't look it. And how are you terrified? You pausing Ron looked around before continuing in a softer voice. You assaulted a bloody ship. You took on a chimera and won. And you already passed your trials. What do you have to be scared about? I know how to fight, Harry nodded. But when it comes to women, I'm just as clueless as you. Ron's head tilted to the side. I'm not sure if you just insulted me or not, so I'm just going to let that go. Probably for the best, Harry laughed, clapping his friend on his shoulder. So, let's go face the music. Literally. The common room was full of their male housemates who were all dressed up and waiting at the base of the stairs leading up to the girls' dormitories as they waited for their respective dates to descend. Seeing as how neither of their dates were in Gryffindor, and seeing as how Hermione told the both of them not to wait for her, they bypassed all of their housemates and made their way towards the exit. Just as they were about to leave they ran into Ginny, who'd taken up residence in one of the plush armchairs near the exit. Well well, who knew that you two cleaned up so well? Ginny asked rhetorically as she stood up to block their path. Bugger off Ginny, Ron grumbled. Arching an eyebrow, Ginny shook her head and stepped forward and redid Ron's bow tie, which happened to have been tied backwards despite neither Ron nor Harry noticing. Compliment Tracy on how good she looks when you first see her Ron. Ginny said with a surprising amount of softness. But don't continuously compliment her looks throughout the night. And I swear to Merlin, if I hear that you spent more time in your seat than on the dance floor with Tracy I'm personally going to shove my broom so far up your arse that you'll be able to pick your teeth with it. Ron blinked and stared at his sister as if she'd suddenly sprouted a second head. Oh okay. And Harry, Ginny continued as she rounded on him. Same advice. Yes ma'am, Harry responded with a mocking bow, to which Ginny promptly smacked him across the head for. Don't be a smart arse Harry, Ginny chuckled. Now both of you get out of here and have some fun. I don't want to see either of you back here until at least midnight, is that understood? Yes ma'am. Harry and Ron said at the same time. Giving them one last encouraging smile, Ginny moved off to the side and allowed the two to leave. Good Merlin, Harry, Ron breathed once they were a safe distance away from the fat lady's portrait. Are all girls so barmy? Ron, Harry answered, shaking his head. I honestly have no clue. The two didn't say another word to each other as they made their way through the empty halls and down the winding staircases. As they started to descend the last flight of stairs before the hall, the sound of dozens of excited voices reached them. Blimey mate, I don't know if I can do this. Ron swallowed as the doors to the Great Hall came into view. Dozens of single men and women were standing outside the doors while even more started to couple together and make their way into where the ball was to be held. Yes you can Ron, Harry encouraged him. And besides, it's too late now. There's your date for the night. Ron visibly straightened as he followed Harry's line of sight across the corridor towards Tracy, who upon seeing the two of them left whatever conversation that she'd been a part of and walked over towards them. Even Harry had to admit she looked good. Her hair had been pulled back into a large bun on the back of her head. And her dark red dress hugged her body in just the right places. You know, it's usually the man who's waiting on the woman, not the other way around. Tracy smirked as the three drew even with one another. Yeah, sorry about that. It was completely my fault. Harry said, talking through his hat as Ron seemed to temporarily lost his ability to speak. I'm sure it was. Tracy smirked, not falling for his life for even a second, before turning towards Ron. Either way, thank you for making sure that my escort for the night didn't get cold feet. Smiling, Harry patted Ron on the back. Are you kidding me? Ron almost sprinted down here. It was all that I could do to keep up with him. When Ron still didn't say anything, Harry smacked him on the back again. Wow, sorry. Ron murmured, his face turning as red as his hair. Tracy, you dear Merlin. There are no words to describe, you look amazing. Now it was Tracy's turn to blush, nothing more than a slightly reddening of her cheeks, but still a blush nonetheless. Thank you Ron, she said, stepping up to him and idly fingering the lapel of his dress robes. You clean up pretty good yourself. Now come on. Daphne's already inside with her date. Some jackass from Beau's Batons that I know she's already regretting agreeing to go to the dance with. So we need to get to her fast. Harry, can't wait to see you dance tonight. It'll be quite the show I'm sure. Grabbing Ron by the hand, Tracy turned and all but dragged his friend through the crowd and into the Great Hall. Best of luck to you Ron, Harry mumbled as he leaned up against a nearby wall to watch as everyone began pairing up as their dates arrived. Hey there Harry. Why are you standing out here by yourself? Hearing Cedric's voice, Harry pushed himself off the wall as his fellow champion approached him from the direction of the Hufflepuff common room. But it was the woman on his arm that pulled Harry up short. Susan. Susan, upon seeing his reaction, laughed as she idly stroked her hair, which had been braided into a single long braid and slung across one of her delicate shoulders. What? She asked candidly. I told you that I was going to the dance, didn't I? Well, yeah. Harry stuttered, still trying to make sense of what he was seeing. But you never told me with whom and when did this happen? Sharing a look between themselves, Susan and Cedric both broke out in peals of laughter. Oh my, this is far too good. Susan laughed. I've managed to strike the great and mighty Harry Potter speechless. I so wish I had a camera. Or better yet, I'll definitely be saving a pensive memory of this moment. But to answer your question Harry, Cedric pressed on. This, as you say, happened because of you. Or more specifically because you were entered into the tournament. And now I can't imagine being with anyone else tonight. Looking over the two of them, Harry very gently reached out with the force. Their happiness was almost like a shining beacon in the dark. I'm happy for you too then, Harry smiled as he pulled back. But just so you know Cedric, Susan has been my friend and companion since well before Hogwarts. We're siblings in all but blood and share a bond that is probably deeper than that. So if you do anything to hurt her, well I hear that the Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest are always in the mood for fresh meat. All right Harry, Cedric laughed, patting him on the shoulder. No need to go all big brother on me here. Even though Cedric thought he was joking, Susan knew that he wasn't. So Harry, when is your date going to be here? She asked, trying to shift the topic of discussion. Cedric's eyes immediately lit up. That's right, just who is your date Harry? I think that's probably one of the top topics to talk about in Hogwarts right now. Just who is Harry Potter bringing to the ball? Fleur is the only other one whose date is a complete mystery. Actually, there are a couple of bets going around school at the moment that you two are going together. Susan denied it though as she apparently knows, but alas she has refuted all of my efforts to coax it out of her. Because had I told you, you would have headed straight for the nearest betting pool. Susan sighed dramatically. He may put on the perfect student persona, but he's actually quite the rule breaker. And besides, it wasn't my secret to tell. Well, it won't be a mystery for much longer. Harry shrugged. And as for when she'll be here, she's being escorted here by my godfather Sirius, so hopefully they'll be here right before the dance is about to begin. If not, then I'm going to kill him. Susan smiled at him, before her eyes drifted past his shoulder and up the stairs behind him. Whoa, you're not the only one who cleans up extremely well, Harry. Following her line of sight, Harry turned around, and had to pick his jaw up off the floor. Hermione stood at the top of the stairs, her eyes wide and a sense of nervousness rolling off of her in waves. Not that she had any reason to be nervous in Harry's opinion. She looked positively divine in the pale pink almost white dress that she'd chosen to wear. Hermione. Harry greeted, sweeping into a slight bow. You look splendid this evening. Thank you, Harry. You look handsome as well. Hermione beamed as she gracefully made her way down the stairs before holding out her hand so that Harry could escort her down the last few steps. Thanks. Harry smiled, before leaning slightly and lowering his voice so only they could hear. You have nothing to be nervous about, Hermione. You look positively radiant. Your date, whoever it is, won't know what hit him. Thank you, Harry, Hermione nodded back. And as for who my date is, he's standing right behind you. Turning around with Hermione's hand still in his own, Harry found himself face to face with Victor Krum. Well, this is awkward. Harry thought, just barely managing not to wince at the jealousy that was rolling off of Victor. Well, might as well have fun with this. Sirius always says that I take life far too seriously. Master Krum. Harry announced loudly, holding up Hermione's hand. It is my privilege and honor to present to you the jewel and flower of Gryffindor House, Ms. Hermione Granger. Both Cedric and Susan looked like they were about to fall over as they tried to contain their laughter while Hermione turned completely ashen and looked like she wanted the floor to come alive and swallow her whole. Krum looked at the four of them completely lost for a second, before he did something that surprised everyone. He proceeded to give Harry and Hermione a deep and respectful bow. My thanks for escorting her thus far, Master Potter. And I vow to you that I shall treat Ms. Granger with the respect and honor a jewel such as herself deserves. Hermione's face turned an even more interesting shade of red, but this time for an entirely different reason altogether. Thank you, Victor. Hermione mumbled, forcibly letting go of Harry's hand and all but leaping across the small distance between Harry and Krum, but not before uttering one last shot at Harry. You are so going to pay for this later, Harry. Feeling a familiar brush against his mental barriers, Harry smirked as he saw a small horde of Beauxbatons girls walk into Hogwarts with Fleur at the head of the ensemble. Fleur had definitely gone all out, and causing more than one or two boys to be smacked upside the head by their dates as they turned to watch her as she passed them by. She was wearing a silver floor-length dress that left her shoulders bare and her hair, while not braided, was slung across one shoulder much in the same fashion as Susan. In short, she was stunning. By the time Fleur reached the rest of them, the small group she'd been a part of had all split off to find their own dates, leaving the six of them alone in the hallways next to the Great Hall. So I see that we are the only two without dates yet, Harry. Fleur commented after nodding in greeting to each of them. Perhaps we shall dance the first dance together to punish our dates for their tardy no. Harry made to answer, but before he could he felt several familiar presences appear within the castle several floors above where they were currently standing. Sorry, Fleur, Harry smiled, going to have to take a rain check on that dance offer. It appears that our partners for the evening have arrived. Harry tuned out everything as he locked onto her presence and followed her as she made her way through the castle. At one point he could have actually sworn that she'd reached out to him as well, but it'd been remarkably brief encounter. If it had even happened. When they were just a short distance away, Harry turned towards the direction he knew that she would be coming from and tried to picture what she might look like so he could brace himself. But nothing that he could have done would have prepared him for the sight that greeted him. Standing at the top of the stairs with Sirius on one side, Bill Weasley on the other and Professor McGonagall leading the way was his date for the night. His lungs refused to work and his heart lurched up into his throat as the world faded away, leaving only Ahsoka walking down the stairs towards them. The first thing he noticed was the obvious fact that she wasn't wearing her talisman, proudly showing off her Togruta heritage. The second was her choice of dress. She was wearing a dark teal blue dress that left her shoulders and a slight diagonal section of her midriff bare and was adorned with a few golden accents here and there. As she stepped down he also noticed that the dress had a slit up the side from floor to just above her knee that exposed part of her leg as she walked. And atop her head was a golden tiara that wove in between her montrals. All of the girls in the school had looked beautiful that night. But to Harry, Ahsoka was in a league of her own. Ahsoka, Harry breathed as she stepped off the last of the steps separating the two of them. You Merlin, you look absolutely amazing. Ahsoka's face lit up like a sun as she beamed at him. You look good too, Harry, she said lowly as she stepped forward so that the two of them were standing almost face to face. A loud sniffling noise broke their moment as both of them turned their heads towards a dramatically sniffling Sirius. Just like James, he knew he was going to marry your mother the moment he laid eyes on her. The Potter family curse, he called it. Love at first sight. And now my godson has fallen victim to his family's curse and... Enough of that, Mr. Black. McGonagall growled, slapping Sirius upside the head fairly hard. You are here as a chaperone and guide to Ms. Tenno. Not to embarrass my lions. Yes ma'am, Sirius sighed, rubbing the back of his head where McGonagall had slapped him. Well Harry, have fun. And don't do anything I wouldn't do. Is there anything you haven't or wouldn't do, Sirius? Harry called out as Sirius headed for the doors to the hall. Smart arse. Sirius grumbled loudly as he disappeared from sight, leaving just the champions, their dates, and Professor McGonagall out in the hall. Now alone, Professor McGonagall motioned for them all to stand before her. Now that all of you are here we can begin, she stated. I will be announcing you and your dates one pair at a time. Mr. Diggory, as the champion of the host school you shall be entering first. Then Ms. Delacour and Mr. Weasley shall be next. Followed by Mr. Crumb and Ms. Granger. And lastly Mr. Potter and Ms. Tenno. Once your names are called you shall walk out onto the dance floor. Once all of you are in position the first dance shall commence, opening the ball. Are there any questions? Everyone shook their heads. Good. Now please wait here until I call for you. The silence amongst the four pairs lasted until McGonagall disappeared through the doors. The moment she was out of sight, Cedric, Fleur and Bill all rounded on Harry and Ahsoka, although it was Bill who managed to get the first words in edgewise, although Fleur was a close second. So Harry, who is this? I can speak for myself, Ahsoka said not unkindly. My name is Ahsoka Tano, and before you ask the obvious question, I'm not human. I'm part of a near-human species known as a Togruta. I've never heard of the Togruta. Fleur responded, her voice unsurprisingly laced with curiosity. Understandable, Ahsoka nodded before launching into the story that Harry's mother and Sirius had prepared for them. My people are usually extremely reclusive, and given the feelings of most of the magical ministries around the world I'm sure you can understand why. But Madame Knox knew of us and brought Harry and his friends to our lands on a pilgrimage this past summer. Harry and I met during this time and we hit it off, so to say. It was then decided that I would travel with Madame Knox to learn what I could. And now, here I am. Before anyone else could ask either of them a question, the doors to the Great Hall opened on their own as McGonagall's voice floated to them from within. Your Triwizard champions. First, from Hogwarts Mr. Cedric Diggory and Ms. Susan Bones. Cedric straightened like he had a steel rod up his back and held out his hand for Susan, who took it without hesitation, and proceeded to head into the Great Hall. Next, from Beauxbatons Mademoiselle Fleur Delacour and Mr. William Weasley. Fleur and Bill, who were already hand in hand, waited for just a second or two after being announced before walking into the hall. Your third champion, from Durmstrang Mr. Victor Crumb and Ms. Hermione Granger. There were no small amount of gasps and whispers as Hermione, a Muggle-born and considered by many in the school to be an outsider, walked into the ball, arm in arm with one of the most famous wizard, and not to mention eligible bachelor, in the world. Merlin, if this is the reaction that Hermione's receiving, what kind of reaction will Ahsoka have? Maybe I shouldn't have pressed her to not wear the talisman. Feeling a slight press against his hand, Harry looked down and found Ahsoka's slim fingers weaving between his own. Looking up into her face, Harry felt his heart thud against his chest with such force that he was afraid he would break a rib. No. I don't regret anything. If the world can't accept her, then that's their problem, not mine. You ready to start some trouble? Harry asked, attempting to keep his voice steady and coy. Ahsoka smiled, but he could still sense the knot of nervousness that was within her. Stay strong, for her. Who do you think you're talking to, Harry? Trouble is my middle name. Ahsoka Trouble Tano, Harry smiled, quite the mouthful. Stop being a smartass, Harry, she smiled, shouldering him lightly. And lastly, our fourth champion. From Hogwarts Mr. Harry Potter and Ms. Ahsoka Tano. Taking one last steadying breath, Harry led Ahsoka through the doors and into the hall. Harry was expecting a fair share of gasps to greet them. But instead they were met with only silence, the only sound in the entire hall being the slow and steady steps of Harry and Ahsoka as they made their way through the stunned crowd towards the dance floor where the other champions waited. Finding their spot, Harry pivoted and reached around so that he was holding Ahsoka's hand in his left and had his right resting onto the small of her back. The music seemed to take an eternity to start as Harry was standing there with Ahsoka in his arms and the eyes of every student from 3 different schools staring at them in shock and confusion. He almost breathed a sigh of relief as the music started to flow, as it forced him to take his mind off of the crowd as he stepped first with his left, and then his right before leading Ahsoka through the basic waltz that he knew. This is nice. Harry thought as he stepped back and twirled Ahsoka around in a tight circle before pulling her close once more. His nervousness slowly dying with each step. Ahsoka's lips twitched upwards as he spun her around. Her joy was so powerful and contagious that Harry felt himself smiling along with her. Whoever thinks that dancing is stupid is a bloody idiot. All too soon the orchestra reached its crescendo and music ended almost abruptly. All around them the students of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang applauded politely. A few of the more brave ones stepped out onto the dance floor with the champions as they waited for the next song to begin. Do you want to stay out here? With me? Harry asked the beauty in his arms. Ahsoka, after casting a quick glance around, nodded. I would like that, Harry. The music started up again, this time a slightly faster tune that turned the dance floor into a mass of swirling and moving pairs. Moving quickly, Harry started to lead her through a few basic steps, trying to keep them from bumping into anyone. Not an easy task. He cursed as they just barely managed to avoid Adam Strang's student and his date as they flew past, completely obvious to anyone else on the floor. Although it might be easier if Ahsoka wasn't so soft, so warm, the light scent of perfume and, who the hell am I kidding? I wouldn't change this moment for the world. Harry had no idea how long the two of them were out on the floor together with one another. After a time everything just seemed to blur together. There were classical songs where the two danced arm in arm with each other. Then there were the slow songs where Harry's heart threatened to beat out of his chest as she leaned into him. Then there were the more modern and fast-paced songs where Ahsoka would let go a dance in a manner that made his heart stop as all of his blood circulated to another part of his body. Harry wasn't aware of much going on around him during this time, but the few times he did manage to get a look around he was glad to see that all of the rest of his friends that came to the dance seemed to be enjoying themselves. Hell, even Ron spent a lot of time on the dance floor with a positively beaming Tracy. The only person he couldn't find was Daphne. And while that did concern him slightly he pushed it to the back of his mind. Daphne's more than capable of taking care of herself. I think I'm ready for that break now, Harry. Ahsoka breathed against his shoulder as yet another slower-paced song came to an end. I need a drink and I think I could eat a bantha whole, so where's this food table I keep seeing people disappear to? Not trusting himself fully to speak, Harry nodded back into her shoulder and the two separated from one another and moved off of the dance floor and towards where the buffet table had been set up. Thankfully Ahsoka had been on Earth long enough to identify most of the food that had been laid out for them, but there were still a few dishes that he could tell she was trying to decipher just what they were before giving up and moving on. Once they both had a plate of food they made their way along the outskirts of the Great Hall turned into a ballroom and towards the table that had been reserved for the champions and their dates for the night. Hermione and Victor were both sitting at the table as were Bill and Fleur. Not that Harry could blame them, both couples had danced just as much as Harry and Ahsoka. Remembering the pointers that his godfather had given him, Harry set his food down on the table first before holding Ahsoka's chair for her. Finally had enough you two? Bill asked as he leaned back and sipped on drink. For now, Harry nodded, lightly picking at his food. I'm up for going back out there after we eat if Ahsoka is. Oh, I definitely am. Ahsoka smiled as she speared a small piece of meat. The group fell into an easy silence as they picked at their food. By the time they all cleared their plates Susan and Cedric appeared seemingly from nowhere and took their seats. Small talk floated around the table as the four couples took their time to rest before heading back onto the dance floor. Came running out of his tent, screaming at the top of his lungs that he loved her and couldn't live without her. Bill laughed, rubbing at the corner of his eye as he told them of one of his many misadventures during his time as a curse breaker. And then what happened? Hermione asked, clearly enthralled, much to her date's chagrin, by Bill's anecdote. He ran right up to the nearest cactus and gave it a big ol' hug and kiss. Bill laughed as everyone else at the table, even Ahsoka laughed. We were picking needles out of the poor bloke for 2 days straight. And to this day, none of us have been able to figure out just what that dame had slipped into his drink after he copped a feel. But whatever it was, it sent a very clear message across the campsite. As the laughter started to die down, Bill whipped his mouth with his napkin before setting it over his plate and rising to his feet. Now if you all will excuse us, I've been most neglectful of my duties this evening. So, Mademoiselle Delacour, would you please do me the honor of joining me for a dance? I would love to, Bill. Fleur responded with a bright grin as she graciously accepted his offered hand, allowing the eldest Weasley to lead her away from the table. The two had only taken a few steps onto the dance floor before Victor rose from his seat and offered his hand to Hermione. My lady Hermione, would do me the honor of this dance. I'd love to, Hermione responded, taking his hand and allowing him to lead her away. Well, Susan shrugged as she turned back around from where she'd been watching Fleur and Bill, now that those four are oh no. Following Susan's line of sight, Harry nearly groaned aloud as the twins, Fred and George, plopped down in the recently vacated seats, pulling their dates Alicia and Katie along with them. Harry Potter. Son of Prongs. Heir to the Marauders. We are unworthy. Okay, Ahsoka whispered out of the corner of her mouth while leaning over towards him. Why are these two groveling? With Fred and George, who knows? And these two lovely ladies are Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet, and Merlin only knows why they agreed to actually date these two miscreants. Harry introduced them, pointing at both twins and their dates respectively. Hey! That's not nice! Fred cried. Yeah, George nodded. After all, I'm Fred and he's George. I'm the pretty one after all. Are you sure? I thought that I was Fred today. No, I'm pretty sure I was Fred today. No, you're with Alicia, so that means that you're George today. That's right. Fred with Katie and George with ouch. Both of the twins were cut off rather abruptly as Katie and Alicia proceeded to smack their respective dates upside the head. Knock that off, both of you. Alicia sighed. You know how much we hate it when you try to pull this shite. And besides, you two already tried to pull that whole switching trick to see if we would notice. Katie continued, wiggling her eyebrows. And you two know the price for that kind of stunt. So don't even joke about it. Both twins flinched as their hands went involuntarily down to their laps. Really don't want to know. So, Harry sighed. Did you two have a goal in coming over here? Both twins recovered enough to smirk at him. We came over to congratulate you on an excellent prank tonight, Harry. A prank? Ahsoka repeated flatly. You two take me, a non-human, being here with Harry as some kind of joke. Realizing the dangerously thin ice they were on, the twins back waving their hands and backtracking as fast as they could. No. Not at all. We're all for you and Harry being together. Spread the love around, we always say. No, the joke is on the wizarding world that Harry just unintentionally pulled off. George added quickly. We might not like those pure-blood dickheads that like to think they control everything in our society. But we do understand politics. Probably better than our father would like to think we do. Fred continued on seamlessly. It was expected by the purebloods for Harry to bring a pureblood date to this event. Especially as he is a champion and more so one of the most eligible bachelors in all of Europe. But instead, he brings the lovely Miss Tano instead. George smiled, raising his cup. Basically, with just one date Harry has stood up and said fuck you to all of those uptight purebloods. And they're going to be trying to figure out just what the hell happened for weeks. So, bravo Harry and Ahsoka. The new power couple of the wizarding world. The twins finished as one, raising their mugs to him and Ahsoka. And we wish you two the very best as you stick it to those uptight pureblood idiots. Present company excluded of course. Raising his glass, Harry accepted their toast and took a slow drink. A bit mild wouldn't you say so, George? Fred asked as he looked down at the glass in his hand. I quite agree, Fred. George nodded before reaching down to his ankle and pulling out a small silver flask. Good thing we brought some extra flavoring then, isn't it? You two snuck fire whiskey into a school ball? Cedric asked, clearly floored as the twins poured a measure of the whiskey into their own glasses before repeating the process with Katie's and Alicia's. Of course they did. Katie chuckled. Why do you think Alicia and I agreed to go with them? They always know how to have a good time. What's the matter, Cedric? If you want a splash of flavoring, all you need to do is ask. Fred smirked, playing with the flask in his hand. Cedric glared at the twins for a full minute before holding out his own cup. Ah, what the hell? This is my last year anyway. Might as well have some fun. Now that's what we like to hear. George smirked as he tipped a fair amount of the whiskey into Cedric's glass. And how about our house champion? Care for a little flavoring, Harry? Swirling his drink, Harry shrugged and pushed his glass towards George, who put in a decent splash of the alcohol into his drink. Ahsoka stared at them for a moment before holding out her own glass towards the twins. Fred smirked widely and added a good amount, slightly more than what Harry was given, to her cup. As Harry pulled his cup back, a fourth cup was pushed towards the twins. I don't know about this, Susan. Fred said slowly. Don't want your aunt finding out about this. And if you don't add some right now, McGonagall will find out about what you two have right here and now. Susan responded archly as she motioned with her cup. To shame his bones. George chuckled as he reached past his twin and added just a small splash to Susan's drink. Swirling his cup around a few times to mix his drink, Harry took a brief sniff of the mixture before taking a big gulp and nearly coughed up a lung as the warm liquid burned on its way down his throat. Bloody hell! He coughed, trying desperately to not be too loud so as to not draw attention to their table. Well then, don't drink it so fast, idiot. Ahsoka smiled before taking a much smaller sip. But despite her much more controlled portion, Ahsoka's face still turned slightly red and she couldn't help but cough slightly. Ah, rookies. Katie laughed before upending her cup and taking all of it in one go. Good Merlin, she had more in there than I did. Well, what are you waiting for, Fred? I thought you were going to show me a good time tonight. The drinks flowed at a fairly steady pace after that, with Fred and George adding quick splashes to each drink as often as they could without being caught by the chaperones. Not that the chaperones were doing much good anyway. Hagrid was quite enthralled with Madame Maxime and was keeping her completely occupied. Moody was off in a corner completely drunk. McGonagall and Dumbledore were dancing with one another on and off, so were distracted as well. And Karkaroff didn't seem to give two shits either way. Sirius had actually walked by and caught them as Fred was pouring Harry another splash, but instead of taking their drinks away, he simply handed Fred another flask with instructions to not let the young ones get too blitzed. After more than a dozen drinks, Harry was still feeling good, so he offered his hand to Ahsoka so that they could dance. But it was when he got up that the alcohol finally caught up to him. Good Merlin, I was fine just a second ago. When did everything start tilting? You all right, Harry? Ahsoka asked, her words slightly slurred and uneven. Yup. Harry smirked as he all but pulled Ahsoka onto the dance floor. Now come on. I promised you a good time and I intend to fulfill that promise. Ahsoka laughed as he spun her around and around completely offbeat to the music around them as they made fools of themselves. Maybe it was because of the alcohol in his blood, but Harry found that he didn't care if he looked like a fool or not. All that mattered was that Ahsoka was laughing. And right there and then he vowed that he would do anything to keep the smile on her face. Then a snide voice behind him proceeded to do just that. Well, Potter, and here I thought that you couldn't disgrace the name of an ancient and noble house any more than you already have. But here you are, with her. How disgraceful. Your ancestors are more than likely rolling over in the graves out of disgust. Harry didn't even try to hide his groan as he turned around and glared at the one who interrupted them. Of course, I was having far too good of a night for this little ferret not to interfere. Standing just a pace away from Harry and Ahsoka was a sneering Draco Malfoy with a glaring pansy hanging off of his arm. He tried to just ignore the two, but unfortunately his vision snapped back to Pansy before he forced himself to look away. Good Merlin, if she leans over at all she'll fall out of that dress. In fact, I think she already is. Ugh, just go away Malfoy, Harry said, waving Draco off. I'm trying to have a pleasant evening here. What's the matter Potter? Malfoy smirked, tightening his arm around Pansy. See something that you like? I bet you're regretting taking that creature now that you see. Spinning away from Ahsoka and snapped his wand into his hand before stepping forward so he was face to face with Malfoy, his wand pointed at the boy's family jewels. Everything happened in less than a fraction of a second, leaving Draco ashen-faced and trembling as he felt Harry's wand press into him. Watch your tongue Draco. Harry growled, his control slipping as his voice vibrated with the force. One more word, and I will end the Malfoy line here and now. Malfoy's eyes widened in fear and Pansy took a step back and actually shivered. How dare you? Malfoy growled. When my fath isn't here. And if that's your best defense Draco then you're far more pathetic than I ever imagined. Harry growled, his control slipping even further as he jabbed his wand into Malfoy. You can't do anything other than cry out for your father. Well guess what? Your father isn't here. And Snape is too far away to protect your scrawny pale ass. You make another comment like that about Ahsoka, and I'll make you beg for death before leaving you in the Forbidden Forest as a nice midnight snack for the acromantula there. Understand? Malfoy, now completely white, nodded vigorously. Splendid. Harry smiled, stepping back and retracting his wand back into its sheath. I'm glad we could reach an understanding. Now run along little ferret. I don't want to see you again tonight. Malfoy spun around, grabbed Pansy by the hand, and all but ran out of the Great Hall. Sighing, Harry turned back around to Ahsoka, who was staring at him with a mixture of confusion, awe, and something else he couldn't identify. I'm sorry about that. He muttered. I didn't mean to ruin the good time we were having. You didn't Harry. Ahsoka smiled, stepping up to and wrapping her arms around him. I appreciate what you just did there. But next time, please let me handle it okay? I don't want you to fight all of my battles for me. Not trusting himself fully to speak, Harry merely nodded before returning her embrace and slowly swaying his body back and forth to the slow steady beat of the music. The two stayed that way for a long time, even as others started filing out for the night they stayed together in each other's arms. This has been a wonderful night Harry. Ahsoka said, pulling back just enough so that she could look him in the eye. I wish that I didn't have to leave soon. So do I. Harry said back, not wanting to think about not having her near again. But you don't have to leave yet right? Come on, I want to show you something. Not giving her the chance to respond, Harry took her by the hand and led her out of the Great Hall and up the stairs. The two were almost running through the deserted halls of Hogwarts, laughing slightly as they did. Soon enough they found themselves in the astronomy tower. Leading Ahsoka over to the balcony, Harry swept Ahsoka up bridal style and jumped up onto the roof of the tower. Harry! Ahsoka cried joyfully, what are you? SHHH. Harry shushed her as he set her down onto the ledge. Pulling out his wand he cast a quick warming charm on her and then himself. He then turned his wand downwards and swept all of the snow off away. I found this spot by accident during my second year. And if I was to show you anything tonight, I wanted it to be this. The overhang was actually quite spacious, enough so that two people could lay down side by side comfortably despite the spire. And from it, one had an unrestricted view of Hogwarts, Hogsmeade, the mountains, and the Forbidden Forest. Harry, Ahsoka breathed, looking around in wonder. This is beautiful. Leading her close to the edge, Harry sat down so that his legs were hanging over the edge before patting the spot next to him for her to sit down. I know. I come up here whenever I need to clear my mind. It might be as grand as our spot in the temple, but I love it all the same. Taking a seat next to him, Ahsoka lightly bumped her shoulder against his own. And how many girls have you taken up here? Ducking his head, Harry coughed nervously. You're the first actually. Good answer. Ahsoka smiled before looking out over the horizon. I'm still kind of cold though. Harry blinked. His warming charm couldn't have worn off by then, could it have? Do you want me to apply another warming charm? No. Ahsoka said, shaking her head. Grabbing his arm, she wrapped it around her shoulders and leaned into him. There, that's better. Harry's heart started to thump almost painfully in his chest. Ahsoka, I. Below them the door to the tower was thrown open with enough force to bounce off of the wall as 2 sets of giggles floated up to where they were sitting. Peering over the edge, Harry felt his face heat up as he saw 2 older students that appeared to be trying to suck each other's faces off as the boy awkwardly closed the door before leading the girl towards one of the darker corners of the tower. I forgot about that. Harry said awkwardly as he turned back towards Ahsoka. This tower is also one of the, premier snogging locations in the school. One of Ahsoka's eyebrows rose as she gave him a half smirk. Is that why you brought me up here, Harry? Trying to get a good, snogging, out of me? No. Harry cried. I would never. I mean, you're worth the attempt, but I would never presume to. I mean, I. Harry. Ahsoka laughed, swatting him on the shoulder. It's all right. I know you well enough to know that you aren't that type of man. Her laughter tapered off as she turned back towards the darkened horizon. Although, I don't think I'd mind in the least if you were right now. Harry's mind ground to halt. She couldn't, did she just? Not trusting himself to speak, Harry reached out and lightly took Ahsoka by the chin, turning her face to his eyes focused solely on hers. Moving slowly as to give her time to back away, Harry leaned forward ever so slightly until they were less than an inch apart. Her warm breath tickled his skin. Harry held his spot, waiting for her. His self-control evaporated as she quickly licked her lips, and then Harry closed the last crucial inch separating them and pressed his lips to hers. There were no fireworks like in the stories, but as soon as their lips touched, Harry felt complete in a way he'd never imagined before. He felt a peace, like this was where he was always meant to be. Then Ahsoka gasped slightly and everything changed. Harry grunted as his back impacted the roof as Ahsoka pushed him down and pinned him there, her lips pressed tightly against his own. Her hands went up and tangled into his hair, pulling his head back before she drove down and attacked his neck just below his ear. A need spread through Harry's chest like an inferno. He wanted more. No. He needed more. Now. Grabbing Ahsoka by her sides, Harry quickly flipped them over in place so that he was now above her. Mimicking what she'd done, Harry attacked her neck from just below the base of her ear down to her collarbone. He found the sweet spot as Ahsoka gasped when reached her collarbone. Wanting to hear it again, Harry renewed his efforts as her arms wrapped around his back, pulling him even closer to her. Feeling her fingers pull on his hair once more, Harry let her guide his face back up to hers as their lips found each other's once more. Still feeling the need for more, Harry parted his lips slightly, allowing his tongue to lightly brush against her lips. Ahsoka gasped again as her grip tightened on his hair, but it was her tongue that snaked out and forced its way into his mouth first. Holy shit! Harry thought, or cried out, he didn't know or care at that point. This is bloody well wonderful, and why the fuck am I thinking right now? Feeling Ahsoka's hand sliding up and down the lengths of his back sent shivers of pleasure, thought Harry, and any coherent thought he had left in him fled as he lost himself in her. Trudging through the knee-deep snow-covered graveyard, Lucius Malfoy kept his eyes trained on the not-so-small house standing atop a hill before him. A few days prior he had received a letter by Owl that he had never thought to receive. The rat came home. But why now? His letter indicated that he had vital information for me, but he never specified what that information was. Hearing a thud and a slight curse off to his left, Lucius just barely managed to fight back a growl. The letter he'd received from the rat asked him to come alone, but there was no chance of that. So he contacted a few individuals that remained after the debacle at the Quidditch World Cup to follow him and see to it that the rat got his proper due. He'd spent a lot of time and money to get the little creature out of Azkaban, and in the end it'd been for nothing. Well, not necessarily nothing. Fudge has become even more dependent on me ever since the escape, so that was an unexpected boon. But on the same hand, he's also become more dependent on Nox. Which was not my intention in the least. As his thoughts drifted to the few that he'd brought with him, he was inevitably reminded of the failure that was the Quidditch World Cup. The plan had been to bring some fear back into the wizarding world. Too many Mudbloods and Half-Bloods were starting to think that they were equals to the Pure Bloods. Which was something that he could not allow. A select few targets had been chosen, and Lucius drafted those he knew would be amenable to the cause. Things had started out relatively well as they managed to cause quite a bit of destruction. Then those damnable people showed up. These so-called guardians. His men didn't stand a chance against the cloaked individuals. Even though they outnumbered them 2 to 1, his men were handled with ease. They were good, there was no denying that. At least one of them was on level with Lucius himself. Although he was sure that if he didn't have such idiots with him at the time he could have handled the cloaked meddlers easily. And those strange swords that were able to reflect even the killing curse, such a weapon could shift the tides of war. He needed to get his hands on one immediately. If he could track down one, he could use their family against them, or maybe he would simply throw enough gold at the individual to get them to turn. There was just one problem with that thought: he had absolutely no idea just who they were. His first thought was that they were the remnants of Dumbledore's little bird club that he'd formed during the war. But he dismissed that. No, those fools were more concerned with capturing the followers of the Dark Lord rather than actually fighting for real. No. Whoever these guardians were, they were something new. Something dangerous, and something that he could not afford to have around. But there will be time to dwell on this new nuisance in time, he thought, pushing all thoughts of the guardians to the back of his mind as he climbed the 5 wooden steps up onto the porch. Right now I have a rat to handle. Stopping just shy of the door, Lucius pulled out his wand and waved it over the entrance. No wards. No curses. Not even a Morgana-forsaken locking charm. Just a simple muggle lock. How pathetic. A simple unlocking charm later, and the door slowly swung open. The interior of the house was in horrible condition. Paint was chipping off the walls and a thick layer of dust covered everything he could see, save for a single line of tracks leading up the stairs to the second level of the house. Waving his hand, he signaled for the few men he took with him to spread out and surround the house. There will be no escaping for you today, little rat. Keeping his wand trained in front of him, Lucius slowly made his way up the stairs, pausing only occasionally to search for any traps before continuing on. As he reached the second floor, he saw a single light coming from around a door that was slightly ajar at the end of the hall. He could hear a muffled voice from the room beyond, but nothing distinguishable. Sounds like the rat is muttering to himself. Making his way silently down the hall, Lucius waited until he was just before the door before pulling his wand back and firing off a blasting curse. The door flew off of its hinges and clear across the room where it splintered against the far wall. Marching in right behind the destruction, Lucius made a quick sweep of the room. The only piece of furniture was a high-backed chair that was facing away from him and towards the fireplace that had a low burning fire going within. And cowering just in front of the chair was the rat himself. "Hello, rat." Lucius growled before banishing the rat across the room. "You have 30 seconds to give me one good reason as to why I shouldn't tear you apart piece by piece." "Because, he service me. As do you, Lucius." Lucius's concentration broke as he let the rat fall to the floor, his focus solely and whole on the lone chair in the room. No, it couldn't be, could it? Making his way around the chair, Lucius nearly fell over. Sitting on the chair was a small child-like homunculus. But despite its malformation, there was no doubt in his mind as to who this homunculus was. "Master," he breathed, dropped to one knee before the greatest Dark Lord since Lady Morgana. "You're alive. We all thought that you'd met your end at the hands of the Potter brat." "You sound surprised, Lucius." His master almost sounded amused. "I am the greatest Dark Lord, and I have mastered death itself. As for my untimely withdrawal, the Potter boy had nothing to do with it. It was his Mudblood mother that caused my destruction." Lucius found that almost harder to believe than Potter defeating the Dark Lord. No Mudblood, no matter how talented, could hope to stand up against a pureblood Dark Lord. "As for young Potter, if you thought he was responsible for my demise, then why is he still alive?" Lucius cursed himself. "I have tried several times to avenge you, my lord. I swear it. But the brat has proven himself to be most elusive. And his mother, Nox, has proven to be quite protective of her young charge. Yes, Nox, Wormtail has told me much about her." Glancing up, Lucius swallowed as he saw the creature that was his master staring off to the side with a wicked grin on his face. "The night of my fall, she killed one of my servants." Liquefied his brain, according to Wormtail. Glancing over at the cowering rat, Lucius fixed the beady eyes little creature with a glare. "Surely he's exaggerating. The Nox that I know, while politically adept and moderately powerful, would not use such a dark curse. She's just as soft as the old fool himself. I'm sure he was just exaggerating, my lord." "No, he was not." His master rasped, making Lucius furrow his brow in confusion. "I've encountered the Potter brat again. He has been well trained. Training, unlike any I have seen in the wizarding world. Only Nox could have trained him, so he killed Quirrell without hesitation." Now Lucius was even more confused. He remembered Quirrell. The man's stuttering was an act that fooled many a wizard and witch to underestimate him. But in truth, he was powerful and skilled enough to be considered one of his master's top enforcers. To think that the Potter boy could have killed him, just what has Nox taught the boy? And how much has she been holding back from the public eye? "I am your ever-loyal servant, my lord. Forgive me for not seeking you out, my lord," but I have continued the fight to ensure that the purebloods stand at the top. I know, you have, Lucius. Voldemort smiled, a horrendous sight on such a disgusting little thing. You have done well for our cause, and for yourself in my absence. Everything I have done has been in service to you and your ideals, my lord. Lucius grovelled. I assure you, unlike many, I have never strayed from the path. Ask of me what you will, and I will see to it that it is done. The homunculus stared at him before hissing loudly. The sound of something heavy sliding across the floor drew Lucius's eyes to the side of the room. What he saw made him swallow in fear as the largest snake he'd ever seen uncoiled itself from the dark corner it'd been laying in and slithered its way towards his lord. Wormtail, it's time. Milk Nagini, of her venom, and prepare the potion. Wormtail whimpered loudly as he rose from his prone spot on the ground to follow the large snake out of the room. As for you, Lucius, I have need of your resources for dealing with Potter. Say the word, my lord, Lucius said, bowing his head. And I will see to it that the boy is dead. He wasn't quite sure just how he would keep that promise, with his many failed attempts already. But if his lord commanded it, then he would see to it that it was done. Even if he had to sacrifice most of his wealth and more than one of his men. But such was the price for following a great wizard like Voldemort. And it was a price he would gladly pay. Not yet, Lucius. Voldemort rasped, surprising him. Plans are already in place for young Potter. In time, I will deal with him personally. For now, you will gather my followers that remain. And recruit those who could prove useful to me. Lucius could have sagged with relief. He's not demanding the impossible this time around. As you will, my lord. I shall begin immediately to gather the old guard and the next generation. Good. Voldemort hissed approvingly before waving him away. Now go, speak to no one of my existence yet. Prepare my followers for my return. Yes, my lord. Lucius bowed once again before rising to his feet and making his way towards the door. He was just at the door frame before Voldemort stopped him. Lucius. Yes, my lord. He asked, turning back around to face the back of the chair. I hope that you do not think that I haven't noticed that my diary is gone. Lucius's heart stopped. My lord, I. Spare me, your excess, Lucius. Voldemort hissed angrily. I know, my precious book is destroyed. Moving back around to the front of the chair, Lucius once again sunk down onto one knee, his eyes focused on the bottom of the chair. Forgive me, my lord. I had thought to use the gift you gave me to enslave the mind of Ginny Weasley. But it must have been intercepted before she could write in it. Risking a glance up, Lucius immediately recoiled. His lord's eyes were smoldering. And he had no doubt that had Voldemort been in possession of his wand at that moment he could be on the floor suffering for his failure. You will be punished in time, Lucius. Voldemort rasped. But serve me well, in the coming months, and your penance shall be reduced. Thank you, my lord. Lucius gasped, bowing even lower. His lord had never been merciful. And while he knew that a reckoning was coming, if he could do anything to mitigate it he would. Now leave me, Lucius. Yes, my lord. This time Lucius moved quickly, leaving the room and even the house itself before his lord had a chance to call him back. Once he was outside in the cold, he stopped and leaned his head back and took a deep breath. Lord Voldemort is back. I was a fool to think that a child could have defeated him. And even more foolish to part with an object entrusted to me by him. I've fallen in his eyes. Perhaps even out of his inner circle. The mere thought made him shudder in fear. Those who were not in Voldemort's inner circle were often the central targets of his wrath. I must do anything and everything in my power to reobtain my position. And once I've earned his trust once again, I will learn how he managed to cheat death, and then kill him. Chapter 13. Sitting in her solarium within Malfoy Manor, Narcissa Malfoy was having a fairly good laugh as she read the front page of the Daily Prophet again. Harry Potter attends first Yuletide ball with a non-human. She could just imagine the expressions on the faces of the purebloods as they were reading their morning papers. And just to think, if I hadn't grown a set a few years ago and reached out to my cousin, I would probably be amongst those idiots who are sputtering in rage right about now. Looking back on it now, that decision was probably the first smart thing she'd done in years. She knew that the pureblood society as they knew it was on its last leg. At least here in Britain. The majority of students that entered Hogwarts were half-bloods, although the argument could be made that some were purebloods, but it was a weak argument at best. At least a third were Muggleborn, and if her little insight into the Department of Magical Education, thanks to some spicy blackmail she had on one of the clerks, she knew that that number was only going to rise in the next decade or so. Which meant that the so-called purebloods only numbered roughly a quarter of student body at Hogwarts. Frowning in thought as she did the mental math, less than half of what had been half a century ago and less than a third of what had been a full century ago. Plain and simple, purebloods are dying out. And we have only our own stupidity to thank for that. Narcissa paused and grimaced, and Voldemort only made it worse. After deciding on her course of action, Narcissa had decided that if she was going to side with the Muggles, she might as well start learning what she could. She should have known better than to send that little request off to her dear cousin. His first care package that he sent back from the Muggle world was full of, quote-unquote marital aids and literature. Her pure-blood upbringing had prepared her for a lot in life, but opening a box and finding it full of smutty literature and differing sizes of, well, let's just say that she'd never been so embarrassed before in her life. She immediately destroyed them all. Well, almost all, there was one or two that she'd kept hidden from Lucius. After all, a girl did have needs. But after his rather poor taste of a joke, Sirius actually came through for her and sent her a variety of texts detailing Muggle lifestyles, science, history, and just about anything else he could get his hands on that he thought would be useful to her. Most of what he sent her seemed to be almost complete rubbish for the most part. But then she stumbled across something the Muggles called genetics, which she'd taken an immediate liking to as soon as she understood just what the subject entailed. And after studying Muggle genetics nearly 3 years now, she came to the understanding that by constant inbreeding with one another the purebloods were not helping in keeping their blood pure. The conclusion she'd drawn was that they were distorting it, creating more and more squibs, and those lucky few that were born with power were far lesser than their parents. Save for the odd case every now and then. Of course every pureblood idiot will deny this fact. Mostly because it came from a Muggle source rather than their own trumped-up ideas. Looking down at the article, Narcissa studied the photo that was dominating the front page of the paper. The picture captured the 4 champions and their dates during their opening dance. But it was obvious by the angle of the photo that Harry and his date, this Ahsoka Tano, were the main focus of the photographer. The girl is attractive at least. Not quite Vila level, but she does have a certain exoticness to her. Amusing, without even realizing it, Harry has done the Potter family proud. The Potters, despite their status as an ancient and noble house, had always been out on the fringes of pure-blood society. They were the first to marry half-bloods and even Muggleborns into their family. And looking through her studies on Muggle genetics, their willingness to marry outside of the norm was probably why the Potters had always remained near the top in terms of sheer power and sanity. And now the heir is dating a non-human. Yes, he is defiantly doing his heritage proud. Unlike my Draco. Draco was without a doubt a full-blooded Malfoy. There wasn't a trace of the black blood within her son. A fact that tore at her heart. The Black family motto of always pure, didn't just correlate to blood. It meant that the Blacks stood on their own. They were not beholden to anyone or anything. A fact she wishes her sister Bellatrix should have remembered before swearing her life to Voldemort. Draco was completely besotted with his father and his ideals. And each time she tried to carefully coach him away, he reacted badly and ran to his father. And she had no delusions about what her son's reaction to this latest bit of news would be. No doubt he was concocting some ill-conceived plan to get back at Harry. Foolish Draco, how could you have strayed so far from the Black family? Mistress, Master Lucy is home and he's heading hayrace. Thank you, Dobby, Narcissa sighed, spying the little elf over the top of her paper. Make yourself scarce, but be ready. I might have a message for you soon enough. Dobby's head bobbed back and forth quickly. Yes, mistress. He cried before snapping his fingers and disappearing from sight. Just moments after her faithful companion disappeared, the doors to her solarium burst open and her dear beloved husband rushed in. Narcissa, he said cordially before making his way over to her private bookshelf. I need your book on the histories of the ancient and noble houses of Germany. 3rd shelf from the bottom, 5th book in from the left. Narcissa answered as she went back to making a show of reading her paper. Lucius had been acting most peculiar these last few days. He'd been sending out owls left and right to any and all purebloods he could find. And not just to Britain either, if his recent interest in her books mean anything. She vividly recalled that night a few days ago when he'd returned home, more elated and scared than she could remember in over a decade. In fact, the last time he'd been in such a state was when he'd returned home from one of his gatherings. Is it possible that he's returned to our shores? Sirius told me that the Voldemort was still alive. Had he made contact with Lucius already? Is there something you need my help with? She asked, hoping to glean an insight into Lucius's thinking. No. Lucius shot back quickly, taking the book from her shelf and leafing through it as he started to make his way out of her room. As he walked by, Narcissa angled her paper just enough so that her husband would catch the front page. Have you read the paper recently? It appears that the Potter brat has outdone even his father and godfather in disgracing his pureblood name. That got her husband's attention as he stopped and glanced at the front page. Only for his eyes to widen almost comically as he roughly yanked the paper away from her, his eyes glaring as he read over the front page. That damn it! Lucius growled as he threw the paper down and started mumbling to himself. They've already stolen the werewolves, now they mean to take the rest of the beasts. What was that, love? She asked. Obviously she wasn't supposed to hear his rambling, but years of blending into the background and trying to survive had taught her more than a few tricks. Nothing. Lucius snapped. Has Draco written home about this farce yet? No, my love. Narcissa replied. Shall we have him try to arrange something to BEF? No. Lucius yelled, cutting her off. We shall do nothing. And I'll write a letter to Draco myself explaining that he is to do nothing to draw attention from Potter or to hinder him in any way. The last thing I need is for my son to mess this up. Well, I guess that just about answers my question about whether or not the Dark Lord is back. Lucius has been trying for years to discredit the Harry or to have him killed. And now that Lucius is presented with a golden opportunity, he rejects it. The only reason he wouldn't want Draco to fan the flames of debate over Potter's chosen partner is because Lucius doesn't want the news that Harry is dating a non-human to get out. If that were the case, then those non-humans that sided with the Dark Lord last time might just be tempted to join with Potter. But why wouldn't he want to see the boy killed? Lucius' voice brought her out of her thoughts. Wish to help, then compile a list of the ancient and noble families from Italy and America, if there even are any in the Muggle-loving infested country. Lucius snarled. As you wish, my love. Good, Lucius said dismissively as he headed for the doors. I expect dinner to arrive in my study by 6. Alone once more, Narcissa leaned back in her seat and tapped her fingers against the small table next to her. Grabbing a quill and parchment from the drawer of the table, she quickly scribbled a note down for her cousin before rolling it back up. Dobby. With a barely audible crack, her house elf appeared just off of her left arm. Yes, Mistress Sissa. Bring this note to my cousin, she said, handing the rolled parchment off to him. And don't worry about waiting for a response either. Just hand it off and return immediately. Yes, mistress. Dobby nodded vigorously before taking the note and disappearing with a snap of his fingers. Now, dear husband, just where are you hiding your precious Dark Lord? Sitting at her desk with the latest copy of the Daily Prophet in front of her, Knox couldn't help but laugh slightly as she read the article over. The article, despite being written by Rita Skeeter, was actually fairly straightforward and unbiased. Which I guess could be contributed to the fact that despite Skeeter writing it, it was my words that she used. The end of the article was the only section of the paper where she had no bearing on, despite being the one who suggested it. Nearly a dozen opinions were posted about her son's date. Half negative and the other half supportive or neutral. But the key to that section was not what was said, but rather who was saying it. All of the negative comments came from the purebloods, many of whom were in government. While the rest that were supportive or neutral were part of Knox's own little circle of influence. The reasoning for such an opinion piece was simple. She was trying to portray her son as an advocate for non-humans. And it was working. Shaking her head, if she only knew Harry's decision would have this much reaction, she might not have denied him outright, but such tests don't come very often. On her desk she'd already received another letter from the goblins expressing interest in deepening their alliance. And sitting next to it was a letter from the Vila nation in France. But while the goblins were pledging support, the Vila were merely testing the waters as it were. Give it time, we've only just opened the door. Now we just need to wait for them to walk through it. Setting aside the letters, Knox was reaching down for the next item on her desk when she felt a slight tremor in the force. A slight crack sounded off of her right side as Creaker appeared in her office. Mistress Knox, Master Black told Creaker to bring you news, so Creaker has come. The elf was holding a large scroll in his hand, sealed with a wax symbol of the Black family. Thank you, Creaker. Knox nodded, taking the scroll and breaking the seal. Were you told to wait for my response? Yes, mistress. Creaker nodded before taking a step back. Good. Creaker waits for kind mistress's response before returning to master. Unfurling the letter, Knox quickly read over what Sirius had sent her. Well, Lucius, you've been a bad little boy, haven't you? Tell Sirius that we'll be having a meeting soon about this information, she said, tossing the letter off to the side before snapping her wand out and setting it ablaze before it could get more than a few feet from her. Yes, mistress, Creaker nodded, bowing low. Creaker will deliver kind mistress's message to Master Black. With a snap of his fingers the old house elf was gone. Alone once more, Knox closed her eyes and rubbed the bridge of her nose. Narcissa believes that her husband knows where Voldemort is. Unfortunately we can't just simply slap a tracking charm to him. He's far too clever for that. And because of apparition I cannot just simply assign someone to tail him or use my satellites to track his movements. But perhaps we won't have to. If Voldemort is back in the country then there are only a few places he could hide. Perhaps I could send the satellites over those locations and hope for the best. Snapping her wand off to the side, she cast a quick tempest charm. Nearly time. And this is one meeting with the goblins that I certainly do not want to miss. Winky. Knox called out as she rose from her seat and made her way towards the attached bedroom. Use calls Winky, mistress? Winky asked, appearing beside Knox with the faintest of cracks. Yes, Winky, Knox nodded, not looking down at the elf. Please go and collect Master Yoda. It's time for our meeting with the goblins. Winky's eyes nearly double in size, a considerable feat considering how big her eyes normally were. Yes, mistress. Winky goes and collects Master Yoda's right now. Entering her room, Nox quickly disrobed and summoned what she'd come to call her Grandmaster attire. The same set of armor/robes that she wore when they assaulted the Imperial ship to save Ahsoka. Although I doubt that any Grandmaster in history would dare to wear a leather corset or something that left so much skin revealed. Except for her Sadal Shan. She actually had a fairly decent fashion sense. For a Jedi, that is. After dressing, she made sure that both of her wand holster were securely in place before disillusioning the both of them so that they blended into the black leather of her long gloves. A meeting with the goblins with Master Yoda in tow, this is going to be interesting to say the very least. Setting the newspaper aside, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers under his chin. When Minerva had first come to him and explained that young Mr. Potter wished to bring an outside guest in for his date, he'd hesitated to grant his approval. But after thinking about it for a night, he'd decided to allow it, as the guest would no doubt be from his mother's little circle of influence and could possibly grant him a glimpse into what Nox was planning. But the young woman who'd appeared on young Harry's arm had completely blown him away. He'd been prepared for a pure-blood witch, had actually expected it given his mother. And he feared that said witch would undoubtedly be from a dark family. But instead he arrived with a half-human. Not even a half-human. A full-blown magical creature akin to the villa. After finally realizing just who, or rather what the young girl was, Dumbledore felt confused. Then elated. The boy is not completely lost to the darkness. He'd thought. He communes with other magical species besides his own. And is even apparently intimate with her. But as quick as that thought came, it went. There are just as many dark sentient magical creatures as there are light. He thought sadly, picking up the picture and staring at the young woman again. And I have never heard of these Togruta before. After the ball, he'd gone straight to his own personal library and began researching every magical creature he could find. After finding no reference to these Togruta, he began to question whether or not young Mr. Potter had pulled a prank that outclassed anything his father might have done. But that question has been laid to rest. He thought, his eyes scanning the article again. For a woman named Shakti, another Togruta and mentor to young Ahsoka, has stepped forward and reaffirmed Nox's claims that the Togruta did exist. That they wished to remain in isolation for now. And that Nox was their representative to the magical world. Pushing the paper away from him, Dumbledore got to his feet and made his way towards his snow-covered balcony so that he could look out over the grounds. While Harry's acceptance of sentient creatures outside of humans warmed his heart, the article made him worry. For despite it being Skeeter's words, it was as if Nox who wrote that article. She's gathering those who've been slighted by the ministries of the world to her side. He sighed, finally putting together the puzzle that had long been before him. Ever since she brought Harry back to the wizarding world, she'd been reaching out, trying to pull muggleborns and sentient creatures to her side. The werewolves are hers. That is the only explanation as to why their activity has been non-existent for years. Muggleborns flock to either her, Sirius Black, Amelia Bones or Cyrus and Evelyn Greengrass as soon as they graduate, hoping to have their help. And now with this article, Nox will draw in even more of those who've been slighted. And to be sure, that was a large number. While the wizarding world was controlled and dominated by the purebloods, it was those who were half-blood, muggleborn, or a creature that dominated the populace of the magical world. For years I have pushed for Cornelius to rein that woman in. Dumbledore cursed, his thoughts drifting to the one person spearheading most of the legislation to remove protections and rights for those not purebloods. Dolores Umbridge. But instead he has allowed her almost unrestricted reign to destroy any goodwill we might have towards magical creatures and muggleborns. And now Nox has come in and swept them up. Feeling his frustrations mounting, he turned away from the sight below and started pacing around his office. There is no doubt that Nox is this pillar that the prophecy referred to. She all put confirmed having such a title when I first met her. I need to get Harry away from her. The Lords of Light cannot be lost. And he'd been trying. Merlin knows he'd been trying everything he could think of, try and drive a wedge between the two of them or to try and endear himself to the boy. But nothing had worked. When Harry's name came out of the goblet, Dumbledore had been shocked and infuriated, thinking that perhaps this was just another scheme by Nox. But then Harry gave that oath, and the words he said, no. There was no way Harry or his mother had any knowledge of his entry. But still, after the shock wore off, he saw another opportunity to place himself into the boy's life. He'd been planning on petitioning the minister to allow him to take the boy on as an apprentice of sorts for the duration of the tournament. But again Nox had beaten him to the punch by going to the minister first, ensuring that Harry was emancipated and forcing Dumbledore to allow Harry to leave every weekend to be trained by his mother and her tutors. And Merlin only knows what they have taught the boy. Dumbledore sighed tiredly. Casting the stone prison runic spell at his age should have been impossible. Only a handful in history have been able to accomplish it. I should know, seeing as how I'm one of them. And I had nearly 4 decades of training. I studied the spell for half a year and it took me 3 days to cast. Harry learned it in a matter of weeks and performed it on the run in less than an hour. Thinking of the tournament made his eyes involuntarily twitch towards the frozen lake beyond the castle walls. The second task was soon upon them, and Dumbledore had yet to make contact with the one who should have been Harry's hostage. And it's not likely that I will. He cursed. She is kept safeguarded by Nox. The only way I could get to her is through Nox. And if I did that I would have to explain myself, and if I did that then Harry would undoubtedly learn of the true nature of the second task from her. That is one time that Dumbledore had to give a begrudging amount of appreciation to Nox for. As well as frustration. For no matter who he asked to look into or when he looked into it on his own, by all accounts the woman had done right by Harry for his entire life, helping him to excel even. But excel into what? Dumbledore wondered, ceasing his pacing. Harry was meant to be the beacon of hope. The savior of the wizarding world. But with this pillar guiding his every movement with a loving hand, how will I be able to help Harry see the error of Nox and set him upon the right path? Watching her apprentice moving through Form I, Ahsoka tried her best to keep her attention on here and now, but it was a losing battle. Especially with what happened less than a few days ago. She could still taste Harry on her lips, she could still feel his weight pressed against her, his hands rubbing up and down her back. The feel of his hair clenched between her fingers and... Master? Are you all right? Yes. Ahsoka nodded immediately, forcing herself out of her daydream, fantasy, and back to the present. I'm sorry Nat. My mind has just been, elsewhere lately. With Harry you mean? Nat responded, a knowing grin on her face. You look just like Master Mally when she's thinking about Master Kento. Or Master Voss when he's thinking about Master Ventress. Ahsoka felt her face heat involuntarily as her mind quickly wandered back down the path towards the moment atop the astronomy tower and... you know sometimes you remind me of me when I was a leaner and even a Padawan. You mean incredibly skilled master? Nat asked, grinning as she struck a pose. No, Ahsoka smirked back. I mean you're an incredible pain in the backside. Hey! Nat cried, stomping her foot. I'm just joking Nat, Ahsoka chuckled, wrapping an arm around her apprentice's shoulder and pulling her in close. I couldn't ask for a better apprentice than you Nat. Nat's large black eyes blinked rapidly and Ahsoka could have sworn that the young girl blushed. I thank you master. Giving the girl's shoulder a tight squeeze, Ahsoka took a step back from her. You're welcome my apprentice. Now, I do believe that it is time for you to have lessons with Master Mally isn't it? At that, Nat's face fell considerably. History and words, can we train more instead master? Ahsoka felt like laughing, and she couldn't help the chuckles that escaped her. Yes, she's so much like me it's scary. Yes we can train more, Ahsoka nodded, making Nat's face brighten. But only after you've completed your lessons with Master Mally first. Complete you lessons, and I promise to spar with you for the rest of the night once you're done. Nat's face fell slightly, but when she realized that Ahsoka still intended to train with her tonight, her face brightened considerably. Yes master. I'll make it the fastest lessons ever. She said excitedly before turning and running out of the training room that the two of them had sequestered for the day. Now that she was alone, Ahsoka let out a long breath as she knelt down in the center of the floor and attempted to meditate. But peace eluded her. For as soon as she closed her eyes she was back atop that tower at Hogwarts. With Harry under her. Her lips attacking every inch of him they could reach. His hands running up and down her. Damn it! She cried out, getting up from her spot and using the force to throw a weapon stand from one side of the room to the other. Ahsoka could do little more than stare completely shocked as the weapon stand shattered like glass upon impacting the wall. Staring down at her hand, she flexed her fingers in and out. I didn't even mean to do that. Why did I even do that? Her emotions had been fragile as of late. Just like Master Nox had warned her they would be. She told me that it would be rough. That I would probably lash out every now and then. But I never expected anything like this. As she lowered her hand, she mind started to wander back to her old master. Sky Guy loved Padme. That much was plain as day to anyone who spent more than 2 minutes with the two of them while they were together. I think I understand. I can't say that I love Harry like Anakin loved Padme. But I do care for him. And it's so conflicting. Part of me says that it's wrong while another part of me is telling me that nothing could be more right. Is this what Anakin felt all the time? Her thoughts turned towards pity as she thought of her former master. Master Nox is guiding me through this transition. But Sky Guy, he had no one to help him. No one save for the last person in the galaxy that should have been helping him. As quick as her thoughts turned to pity, they stopped and changed gears and turned to rage as she thought of the Sith Emperor. He's the one who's at fault. He's the one who took one of the best the galaxy had to offer and turned them into a monster. Everything is his fault. Feeling her anger rapidly rising once more, Ahsoka stopped her pacing and took several deep breaths to try and calm herself. When that failed, Ahsoka turned on her heel and marched out of the training room and back to her room. There was only one thing that could settle her mind at the moment. Once she was in the safety of her room, she made her way over to her balcony. The fresh cool air felt good, but that wasn't what she was seeking at the moment. Focusing her mind, Ahsoka brought her power in on herself as she felt her body start to shift. Within a split second Ahsoka was gone. And in her place was a 4-foot-tall Corellian banshee. That is still one of the oddest sensations I've ever felt. Ahsoka thought as she turned her head to carefully look over her avian body to make sure she wasn't missing anything. The transformation wasn't painful, nor was it necessarily unpleasant. But still, the sudden shifting of one's body into a completely different shape, even if it was over before one could think twice, was still strange. Stretching her wings, her taloned feet pushed off the floor, bringing her over to the floor-length mirror in the corner of her room. Harry's going to flip when he sees me like this, she thought proudly as she examined herself in the mirror. Like all Corellian banshees, she was quite tall for an avian species, and she had grey-white feathers coating almost all of her body, with black stripes stretching from the tips of her wings and across of her back. Her head was covered in brown, almost black-like feathers. What truly distinguished her from other banshees, however, were the white markings stretching across her head. They were exactly the same as the ones that adorned her face when she was in her normal form. That, and I'm not sure if I actually can screech like a true banshee, she thought, flapping her powerful wings enough so she could move over to the railing on her balcony. Although I'm too scared to try here. Maybe if I go somewhere isolated I can try. A banshee's cry could be heard from over a mile away and was known to burst the eardrums of those who were ventured too close. Looking down, Ahsoka stretched her wings out fully and leaned forward until she fell off of the railing. Her wings caught the wind quickly enough as she leveled out and began making laps around the temple. I love flying a fighter, or any ship for that matter, she thought as she closed her eyes and just enjoyed the feel of the wind against her face and under her wings. But this, there is nothing that can compare to this. And I can't wait until Harry sees me like this. He's going to flip. Catching the sharpened edge of the spear in the palm of his hand, Yoda stared at the shocked warrior before using the force to throw the young warrior clear across the room and into the far wall. Despite the impact with the wall and the floor, the warrior managed to keep a loose hold on his spear. Too young, reckless, impatient, you are. Yoda sighed as the young warrior struggled to regain his footing for a moment before giving up and collapsing back into a heap on the floor. Sighing, Yoda called his walking stick to him and began to limp back towards where Master Nox and the leader of the goblins, Ragnok, were standing and watching him, while all around them the 36 warriors he'd defeated lay moaning and groaning on the floor. When he and Master Nox had arrived at the bank that was home to the goblin representatives, Yoda more than slightly curious. He could feel the force emanating from the building like a beacon. Yet only when he was close enough to touch. Any further away and the feeling was muted to the point of non-existence. He was also quite intrigued with the goblins themselves. Almost a mix between Alanik and Yoda's own species. Master Pyle's sense of humor, they have indeed, he thought as he hobbled out of the arena. But his skill with a lightsaber, they have not. These goblins certainly held a great deal of respect for Master Nox, as the moment they entered the building they were immediately greeted by 4 armed warriors who escorted them past the many others who were waiting in line and towards the back of the building. It was only after they'd been escorted into the back rooms that Yoda lowered the disillusionment charm that had surrounded him. But surprisingly enough, none of their escorts seemed at all surprised by his sudden appearance. They were left alone for only a few moments before Ragnok made his appearance. Yoda had met untold numbers of rulers and leaders in his time, and he could tell the good from the bad. Ragnok appeared to be one of the good ones who would do well by his people, but would not hesitate to destroy anyone who dared to bring harm to what was his. Master Warrior Yoda. Ragnok nodded politely. That was quite a display. 36 of my best, and without even a proper weapon at your disposal. Beyond impressive. Madame Nox did not lie when she said you were a warrior beyond measure. That had been the line which had started this whole unsavory business in the first place. When Nox introduced him to Ragnok, she'd referred to him as such. Many of the warriors in the room took offense to such an accusation, and one had even been idiotic enough to step forward and challenge Yoda to single combat to prove Nox's words. Yoda knew what type of species the goblins were after first hearing from them from Nox. And while he did not always approve of such recklessness, he knew that there were times when a show of force was the only way to get through to someone. The young warrior had only managed a single charge. A sloppy overhead strike that was meant to cleave Yoda in two from head to toe. But it was all in vain, as Yoda simply sidestepped the attack and smacked the young warrior on the back of his head with his cane, knocking him out cold. Of course that was only the start. After watching one of their own fall so quickly and effortlessly, the other goblin warriors in the room, and even those in the nearby vicinity, had abandoned what they were doing in favor of the challenge of facing him. Despite the numbers, Yoda never once felt the need to draw his lightsaber or his wand. He merely used his hands in conjunction with the force to take down one opponent after another until they were no longer able to stand. Well trained, your warriors are, Master Ragnok. Yoda responded politely. But young, inexperienced. Long path ahead of them, they have. Ragnok nodded thoughtfully before turning towards Nox. I must say, Madam Nox, you certainly find the most unusual allies. First these Togruta. And now Master Warrior Yoda. Both magical species that we goblins have no recollection of. If I didn't know better, madam, I would almost think that you were hiding something from me. And if I was Master Ragnok, it wouldn't be because I didn't trust the goblins. Nox responded calmly. Rather, it would be because such facts could change the very foundations of our society. Ragnok's eyes flickered back and forth between the two of them before nodding and moving away while motioning for the two of them to follow. Yoda hobbled along for a moment, before shaking his head and leaping upwards before perching on Nox's back. Careful, Yoda. Nox growled, her eyes twitching. I'm not some beast of burden for you to ride. Neglected to mention I would be attacked, you did. Yoda shrugged, reaffirming his grip on Nox. Consider payment for you neglectfulness, this is. Nox growled lowly in her throat again but didn't say anything further as the trio walked through the halls of Gringotts towards a large set of ornate double doors. Once inside, Ragnok made his way to the other side of the large desk in the center of the room while Yoda hopped down from his perch atop of Nox and settled into one of the two chairs opposite where Ragnok was sitting. So then, Madam Nox, Ragnok began, grabbing 3 glasses and filling them with a black liquid before pushing 2 of them towards Nox and Yoda. Are you here to talk more about this little business venture you teased me about a few months ago? I believe that last we spoke you asked if I had a fear of flying. And now you appear before me after revealing not 1, but 2 previously unknown sentient magical species. Is there a question in there? Nox asked, grabbing her glass and draining it in one go. Picking up his own glass, Yoda gave the substance a tentative sniff before wrinkling his nose. It wasn't the worst smelling concoction he'd ever come across, but it was by no means pleasant either. Hiding his distaste, Yoda drank only a small amount before setting the glass back onto the desk. Speak plainly, we should. Yoda sighed, knowing from experience that Nox and Ragnok would more than likely spend the next hour or 2 speaking circles around one another. In the end, only harm between allies do secrets cause. Both Nox and Ragnok looked at him queerly. Ah, Jedi. Always taking all the fun out of double talking and politics. Nox sighed dramatically before giving him a wink. But I guess that Yoda speaks the truth in this matter. Ask your questions, Ragnok, and I will answer them truthfully. Very well, Ragnok nodded, leaning back in his seat. I won't ask of your allies' origins just yet, although I believe that I have a fair idea about that. But honestly, it doesn't concern me as long as you and your allies do not act against the interest of the Goblin Nation. So we'll table that for the moment. What does interest me is the mining project you brought up a few months ago. Yoda was actually mildly surprised that Ragnok was willing to let such a secret slide for the moment, but if he didn't want to pursue it, then Yoda wasn't about to push the subject along. Very well then, Nox nodded, setting her empty drink aside before reaching into her robes and pulling out a day top hat. I take it you know how to work one of these. We here at Gringotts are not so ignorant of the non-magical world as those pesky wizards. Ragnok growled, taking the offered day top hat. We just find that most Muggle technology is inferior to our magic. Good, Nox nodded. Then you must know that recently my company has been approved for a substantial project of putting a base on the moon. This mining venture, however, will take place quite a bit farther out. Ragnok's eyebrows rose before his eyes went back down to the day top hat in his hands. After scrolling through the screen for a minute, his eyes widened. Well, I think quite a bit further out than the moon is understating things, Madam Nox. You certainly are ambitious. Of course I am. Nox laughed. It's why I'm still alive after all. Ragnok lowered the day top hat and stared at Nox. A tale for another time, I gather. The goblin murmured before setting the pad down on his desk. What all will you require for this little venture? And what shall Gringotts receive in return? Filling her glass again with the vicious alcohol, Yoda watched intently as Nox idly swirled the liquid around her glass. I'll be paying for all of the goblins' wages while they work. Their normal wages. Not those inflated wages you quote wizards and witches who are too dumb to notice. Also, Gringotts will take on 3/4 of the cost to create the mining equipment and the shelters, which will be created by my company and to my specifications to allow for more than just goblins to work in the mines. I will handle the cost of transportation of both the miners and the raw ore to the refinery I'm setting up here on Earth. And in return, I will allow Gringotts to keep 1/4 of the refined ore that is mined, as well as 1/4 of all profits earned off of the mine. Leaning back, Ragnok laced his fingers together. 1/2 of the costs. And 1/2 of the profits and spoils. No. Nox countered back. I will lower it to 2/3 cost. But the 1/4 profits and spoils will remain. I have need of that ore. And besides, you and I both know that without having to pay for your workers' wages, you'll be in the black on your investment within a year. 2 at most. Remaining completely still, Yoda watched as Nox and Ragnok stared one another down in silence. Very well. Ragnok nodded, holding out his hand. We have an accord, Madam Knox. Gringotts will supply the miners and cover 3/4 of the cost. In return you will pay our workers' wages and we will receive 1/4 of all spoils and profits. Agreed. Knox nodded, shaking Ragnok's hand before rising to her feet. Always a pleasure doing business with you, Ragnok. You as well, Knox. Ragnok nodded as he turned towards Yoda. And Master Warrior Yoda. Please feel free to come back at any time. My warriors are often in need of a good beating to teach them humility. A pleasure, it was Master Ragnok. Yoda replied diplomatically before turning and following Knox out of the office. Once they were clear of the room, Yoda pulled his wand out of his cane and cast a bubble around the two of them so they could speak privately. Understand you reason for bringing me today, I do not. Because I needed the goblins to see that I have allies outside of the werewolves. Knox answered back without missing a beat. Right now the werewolves were my only allies that the goblins knew about. And between the two the goblins are the stronger ally. Eventually they would have taken hold of the order and bent it to their will. But now that they see that I have allies, powerful allies, they know that they can't just pull one over me like they do with the wizards. Because now, thanks to you, they see that I have powerful enough allies that their help is no longer required. Helpful, yes. But required, no. Which is a very valuable negotiation tool. Yoda stared up at Knox appraisingly. If with the Jedi Order Knox was, doubtful such a tragedy would have befallen upon us. Understand Sith politics, I shall never. Oh, I wasn't practicing Sith politics. Knox laughed. That was just regular politics. Trust me, had I been practicing Sith politics, as you phrased it, most of the goblins in this bank would be dead and those still alive would be indentured to me. Standing in her overlook, former Jedi Master and now Guardian Master Shak Ti watched as the first batch of new recruits were being drilled by Commander Gregor. Beside her stood the newly appointed General Rex, a position he'd more than earned in the eyes of every Jedi. This first batch sent to us by Master Lupin are proving most promising, General. Rex reported as they watched Gregor explain to the recruits the drills that they would be running that day. Rex was quite right in his assessment. Despite having only arrived a week ago at the training facility, the recruits were performing quite remarkably. Nowhere near the level of the clones that she oversaw during her tenure at Kamino, but definitely a cut above the average. It might have something to do with the fact that every single recruit we've been sent is a werewolf. Because of that they are stronger, faster and have better senses than the average human. She thought. We will see, General, Shak Ti said out loud. And I'm no longer a general. Ah, forgive me, ma'am, Rex coughed awkwardly. But you'll always be a general in my eye. And please, ma'am, it's Rex. I'm still not used to this whole general thing. As you wish, Rex. Shak Ti nodded before turning back down towards the training area. Gregor had the men and women all lined up and was sending them into the target structure 6 at a time. The goal was simple. To get through the maze and out the other side. However, as they made their way through they would be hampered by built-in mounted turrets that were concealed within the walls. And there were also several holographic displays that would activate as they progressed, showing either a non-combatant or an enemy combatant. Should they lose a single squad member, the trial was a fail. If they failed to kill all enemy combatants, they failed. If they harmed a single non-combatant, then they failed. The test wasn't quite the Citadel level of difficulty, but it wasn't far behind. And plus, they would be running a variation of the Citadel trial soon enough. Has there been any news from Commander Wolf? She asked as the first team of 6 made their way into the maze before quickly disabling the first hidden turret and taking down their first enemy combatant. Yes, ma'am. Rex replied immediately as he pulled a small tablet computer out from behind his back. The brains over at the other R&D facility have taken his designs and are currently working on modifying them to match what we have available to us at the moment. Best estimate is that within 2 months we should have a working variant of the LAATs. However, the tanks are going to take a while. We've given designs for a TX-130 Sabre class, the HAVA-6 Juggernaut and an AT-TE. But with the priority that was set upon us by Grand Master Knox for the creation of the LAATs, our best guess is that we'll have a working prototype of the AT-TE in about 6 months to a year. The Sabre and the Juggernaut, however, will take well over a year to get a working prototype into service. Nodding, Shak Ti lips tightened as one of the squad members was hit by strafing fire from one of the turrets, effectively ending their run. They made it halfway through, Rex observed as he continued to scroll through the screen before him while taking notes. Not bad for a first run. Not bad at all. Shak Ti agreed, watching as the next batch lined up. Crossing her arms as she watched, her fingers subconsciously sought out the small leather bracer that was underneath her left forearm. Even though her wand was in its sheath, she could still feel her connection to it. Even though she'd only had it for a few weeks, she couldn't imagine living her life without it now. It was just like Master Yoda said. It was like a part of herself she didn't even know was missing was returned to her the moment her fingers curled around the smooth wood. But at the same time, using her wand almost felt like she was cheating somehow. It was so much easier to utilize the force while she held her wand. She could slip into a meditative trance as easily as sliding into a deep sleep. And after only a few short weeks studying in the library at the new temple, she'd learned more about the Force than she had in all of her time in the Jedi Order. If only the rest of the Order could have joined us here as well. She thought sadly, her mind drifting to the Jedi they'd lost during the Purge and those who were still out in the galaxy hiding from the Sith Empire. We will find you, brothers and sisters. I swear it. She silently swore as the second group made it just slightly farther than the first before accidentally shooting a non-combatant hologram. And one day, we will bring justice to the Sith. Blocking an overhead strike, Ayla spun in a tight circle while slashing her wand across her body. A sting made of fire burst forth from the tip of her wand, snaking through the air before wrapping around her opponent and tossing her off to the side like a rag doll. Rolling quickly, her opponent slashed her wand viciously across her body, sending a wave of energy at her. Ayla quickly created a shield which absorbed the immature spell before sending her own cutting curse at the downed woman and then operating behind her. Her opponent just barely managed to roll out of the way of her attack, but unfortunately was not prepared for Ayla's sudden appearance behind her. Which made it easy for Ayla to hit her opponent with a disarming charm, sending both lightsaber and wand up into the air, which she promptly captured with the Force. Even though her opponent was disarmed, that didn't mean she was giving up by any means. Springing up to her feet, her opponent coiled her legs under herself before launching herself into the air while throwing a vicious kick aimed at Ayla's head almost faster than the eye could follow. A year ago the attack might have worked. Leaning her head back out of range, Ayla responded with a force push to put some space between the two of them before following up almost immediately with a full body bind which hit her opponent right in her chest, bringing an end to their spar. Nicely done, kiddo. Her former master clapped lightly as he stepped forward from where he was watching. You two love. Shut up. Asajj growled between clenched teeth as she fought against the invisible binds holding her in place. Release me. Now. Hitting Asajj with the counter curse, Ayla held out her hand to the one-time Sith apprentice. A good spar, Master Ventress. Asajj growled before slapping her hand away and rising to her feet under her own power. Don't call me that. Asajj scoffed. I still haven't decided whether or not to join this little club of yours or not. Behind Asajj, Quinlan shook his head telling her not to press the issue. Asajj, while undeniably skilled, was still unwilling to commit fully to the Guardian Order. Although I guess that I can understand that. Ayla thought as she handed Asajj her wand and lightsaber back. After suffering betrayals from Dooku, Sidious, her own bounty hunters and countless others, I too would be wary about pledging my allegiance to anyone other than myself. Still, it's good that we're getting these sparring sessions in now. Quinlan shrugged, pulling out his own wand and making a show of examining it. Once Asajj and I leave, I don't know how much time we're going to have to actually practice with these things. Being reminded that soon she would once again be forced to let go of her former master, it brought a slight pain to her chest. Are you still set on leaving? She asked the two of them, somewhat hopeful that they'd had a change of heart. Quinlan was her former master, and more than that a man she trusted implicitly. And Asajj, while there were still more than a few rough edges to the former Sith acolyte, Ayla still respected her. To her chagrin, however, Quinlan simply nodded. Yes, we are. If there's one good thing I can say about Nox, besides her looks of course, she knows her people. Even though we've only been here for a few months, Asajj and I are already ready to head out again. And besides, Quinlan murmured, staring off to the side and not meeting her eyes. I can feel like something is pulling at me out there. At that, Ayla stared at her master, suddenly confused. It was rare, incredibly rare, for her Quinlan to sound so pensive. Unsure. Are you all right, master? Ayla blurted out before she could catch herself. Yeah. Quinlan nodded, shaking his head back and forth before adopting his trademark grin once again. Why wouldn't I be? I'm learning incredible aspects of the Force I've never dreamed of. And I've got the most gorgeous Dathomiri who shares my bed every night that does this amazing thing with her tongue. And if you wish to continue that, you will keep that little bit of information to yourself. Asajj growled while igniting her yellow lightsaber and pointing it towards Quinlan's lower region. Unless of course you wish to lose that part of your anatomy permanently. What is it with you women? Quinlan cried as he jumped back, putting several yards between himself and Asajj. Ever since we came to this world, you women are always threatening my, well, bits. These earth witches have been a bad influence on you all. Quinlan sighed dramatically. Ayla couldn't help herself as she burst out laughing. Just, make sure to take care of yourself, master. Don't worry, kiddo, Quinlan smirked, walking back up to her and lightly punching her on the shoulder. After all, we're taking Bibi with us. What more protection do we need? Setting a book at the base of the shelf, Mali Merak marveled as the book rose up of its own accord and slid itself back into its assigned slot on the shelf. I've been on this world for nearly half a year now, and I'm still having trouble adjusting to just how ingenious these people have mastered the manipulation of the Force. It truly is amazing. She thought as she moved down the row of books, holding up the odd book or two so that they could return to their places. Some of it seems so disrespectful of the Force. But, Force knows it is handy at times. I know that Master Nu would have loved it here, for the books and the holocrons. I think this place could even rival the Jedi archives at times with all the books Sirius keeps sending our way. Thinking of the aged Jedi Master made Mally falter. Master Nu, while not taking her on formally as her Padawan, had definitely been a mentor to Mally while she was still a youngling. She'd kindled her thirst for knowledge and history. A thirst that had never died even after she left the Jedi Order in order to follow her heart. And now here I am. She thought, running her hand down the leather spine of a book. Surrounded by more books and holocrons than I'd ever thought to see in my entire lifetime. Even if I'm not allowed to see some of them. With that thought her eyes drifted towards the back of the library where the holocron vault laid. While there were some holocrons, innocent ones, that were available on the shelves of the library, most had been stored in the vault. As well as some of the more nefarious books that were donated to them by Sirius. She'd spent more than a few hours in that vault, cataloging over every holocron that she could. Sith and Jedi alike. Perhaps the only one to spend more time in that vault than her was Master Ti. But despite her position as the librarian of the Guardian Order, a title made official by the newly appointed Grand Master Nox, she did not have access to the 4th level of the vault. The only two who did were Grand Masters Nox and Yoda. And part of her was glad that she didn't. Master Yoda only entered the 4th tier once. He was in there for maybe half a day, but when he emerged he looked more aged and tired than she'd ever seen him. Whatever is in that last tier of the vault, I want nothing to do with it. Feeling a familiar presence enter the library, Mally let a small smile grace her lips as she felt her husband stealthily made his way through the bookshelves. Feigning ignorance, Mally kept putting books away as her husband came closer and closer. When she felt that he was just behind her, she pulled her wand out of her sleeve and sent out a stinging hex. Which, judging by the sudden high-pitched squeak coming from behind her, found its mark. Sith spit Mally. What was that for? For trying to sneak up on me. She responded calmly, turning around to face her husband while he rubbed furiously at his thigh. 2 inches off the mark. I need to improve my aim a bit. You and Sirius should both know better than to do that to Amelia and I. Yeah, I still curse the day Amelia taught you that spell. Her husband grumbled, still rubbing the stinging out of his leg. Perhaps, Mally smiled, turning back to her work as she placed another book at the base of the shelves and watched as it rose on its own. But it's the best way to keep rogues like Sirius and yourself in line. Now, is there something you needed of me, Kento? I thought you were looking after Galen. Ceasing his rubbing, Kento reached out and picked up a book off of her cart and placed it on the shelf. He's in our room. Kenobi came by earlier with Luke while Leela and Remus are off doing only Force knows what. He said that he'd watch the both of them for the night. Really? Mally asked, a sudden swell of heat swirling in her chest. Well then, if we're without Galen for the night, whatever shall we do then, my husband? A mischievous glint appeared Kento's eyes as he stepped towards her and wrapped his arms about her. Oh, I think I have an idea on that front. Mally had only the briefest of warnings to brace herself before she felt the violent lurching of apparition as the world swirled around the both of them. Sith spit Kento! Mally shouted as she smacked her husband upside the head. Warn me before you do some crazy shit like that. I'm still not used to apparition and oh. Whoa. They were up on one of the corner towers, not the one that Harry and Ahsoka had claimed as their own private spot that everyone knew about. But one of the others. The sun had long set, but the dim lights from the temple allowed the stars and the planet's moon to illuminate the area as well as if it were the middle of the day. But that wasn't what truly caught her eye. A blanket had been laid out on the balcony. Atop it were several lit candles with a bottle of wine and light snacks. Turning to her husband, she saw that he was trying, and failing, to conceal his grin. Are you expecting to get lucky tonight, Kento? No, Kento said, shaking his head as he came forward and held her in his arms. Just hoping. Smiling, Mally wrapped her arms around her husband's neck and pulled him down enough so that their lips could meet. Walking into the room of requirement with Daphne and Susan flanking him on either side, Harry emptied the room of all obstructions save for 3 chairs situated in a circle. So, how exactly is this supposed to work? Susan asked as the door shut behind them, sealing them inside. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Harry responded with a chuckle as he pulled out the package that his mother had sent him just the other day. Inside was a large flat stone almost the size of a dinner plate. Dozens of runes had been carved into the stone's surface, making a mass of interconnected lines that no one could duplicate. Supposedly, the runic array was supposed to act as a holographic projector and transmitter. Although how exactly it was supposed to do that, he had no idea. Just put it on the floor in between the chairs. Daphne shrugged, taking one of the 3 seats for herself. Staring at the device one more time, Harry used the force to float the stone down to the floor in between the 3 chairs before taking a seat. Once Susan was seated, the 3 of them pulled out their wands and channeled a small amount of magic into the runic stone. The effect was immediate as the carvings glowed briefly before letting out a pulse that passed through the three of them. Once the pulse passed them by, a small sphere of light rose from the center of the stone and flattened out just below eye level. Oh, now that is just wicked. Susan gaped as the sphere of light transformed into an image of a dozen or so chairs all facing one another in a circular pattern. What was more surprising though was the fact that all of the seats had someone in them. His mother and Master Yoda were situated next to one another. Around the circle he spotted all of the Guardian Masters that were on Earth with them as well as his godfather, Madame Bones, Ela and Remus. But the one figure that drew his immediate and undivided attention was the small Togruta that was sitting next to his mother. Harry had to fight hard against the heat rising in his face as he stared down at Ahsoka, his mind immediately going back to those few moments the two of them shared atop the astronomy tower after the Yule Ball. "Thank you for that assessment, Night Bones," Nox said, turning her head so that she was looking right at Susan. The three of them gasped slightly, making most of the dozen or so small holographic figures before them laugh. "Yes, we can see you. And hear you." Sirius laughed, turning towards Harry. "Don't worry, you're not the only one. I think Amelia here just about fell over in fright when we activated our own runic stone over here. Watch it, mutt." Amelia growled, her head turning towards Sirius. "Unless you feel like sleeping on the couch for the foreseeable future. If you are all quite finished threatening one another, perhaps we can begin." Nox sighed before turning her head to her left. "Master Shock Ti. Would you please begin by bringing us up to date on your progress?" Nodding her head, Master Ti faced the rest of them. "Our first 3 squads are doing remarkably well. General Rex is highly impressed with them and sends his commendations to Ela and Remus for their keen eyes. By my own estimation, seconded by General Rex and Commander Gregor, all 3 squads will be battle-ready within 3 months." "Good." Nox nodded before turning towards Ela and Remus. "What about the armaments?" "All I can say on that is that Commander Wolf has been a gift from magic." Remus responded with Ela nodding along. "He may not necessarily have the scientific mindset that some of our researchers have. But he more than makes up for it with his technical prowess. At the moment though we're having a slight bit of a problem, well, dumbing down the technology I guess you could say. But besides that, construction has begun on the first of the LAATs and we should be ready to field test them in a month or so at best. 4 months on the outside. The tanks however are going to take quite a while longer however. But our fighter production is going steady at the moment." "Impressive, Remus." Nox nodded before moving along. "Master Melly. Is the library settled?" Leaning back in his chair, Harry bit his lip as Melly explained how she'd finished her organization of both the holocrons and written texts and how she was preparing to depart in a few days' time to start pursuing bookstores for more tomes that they might be missing. Next to speak were Quinlan and Asajj, who had just left the solar system after finding 3 or 4 asteroids in the asteroid belt that would be suitable for mining. As the meeting went on, Harry was more than slightly impressed at how easily all of the adults seemed to be able to build off of one another. Ideas were shared back and forth, debated and then either accepted or rejected. And through it all he, Ahsoka, Daphne and Susan sat there like bumps on a log. The longer the meeting went on, the harder and harder Harry found it to concentrate on what was going on. It wasn't that he was bored. No, far from it actually. His attention was just divided. Throughout the meeting he kept throwing glances towards Ahsoka and every now and then she would do the same. Whenever their eyes met, there was almost an unspoken conversation that passed between them, which distracted the both of them from everything else. "Serious? How is your search coming along?" Forcing his eyes away from Ahsoka, Harry turned towards Sirius. "Well, I've completed my list." His godfather shrugged. "You'd actually be surprised just how many of the old families have squibbed out, I guess you could say. And quite a few of them have gone into military service, which helps us. One name that I found surprised me quite a bit. Mr. Dan Granger, British Special Air Services, moved to reserved status in the SAS 5 years ago just before Hermione entered Hogwarts. Highly decorated and respected." That surprised Harry more than slightly. Hermione always said that her father was in the army. But the SAS? Holy shit! He wasn't alone in his surprise either. Nox's eyebrows rose more than slightly. "Really? He neglected to mention that little bit of information when we spoke. I'll have to send him a care package and an offer to become a private contractor as well." Continue Sirius. Wincing, Sirius shrugged. "Unfortunately that's about all I've got. I've been reaching out to the Muggleborns and their parents with offers of friendship, but despite our reputation they seem happy where they're at. And as for the squibs, well, I'm actually having a bit of a problem actually tracking them down." "Is such a thing unusual?" Obi-Wan Kenobi asked, leaning forward. "If I remember correctly, squibs are the offspring of at least one Force-sensitive individual that are born without the ability to use the Force. Wouldn't their families keep track of them?" "No." All eyes turned to Daphne, who sat up slightly straighter in her seat. "In the magical society, squibs are just shy of being resented. In the past almost all pure-blood families, including my own to my shame, considered squibs a disgrace to their house. If the child was lucky, it would be left to fend for themselves, but they would be disowned by the family and forgotten. At worst, they would be killed. Obi-Wan winced and shook his head. How uncivilized. None of us here agree with that treatment, however. Amelia was quick to add. But unfortunately many families still hold true to the belief that squibs are a stain that must be removed. So tracking them down is never easy. Keep trying to get in contact with them though. Knox said, frowning. Now Harry. Have you figured out the second task to the tournament yet? Yes, Mother. Harry nodded. It nearly cost him his hearing, but he figured it out thanks to a tip from Hermione about sound waves relative to the density in the air. The clue was in Mermish. It looks like something that I value will be taken from me and hidden at the bottom of the lake here at Hogwarts, and I'll have an hour to get it back. Do you have an inclining about what they would take? Ayla asked curiously. Not what, rather who? Susan answered, drawing more than a few shocked and outraged looks. We looked it up. Apparently in the past tournaments it wasn't outside the norm to have to rescue a hostage from a dangerous situation. This looks like one of those times. And unfortunately, it wasn't unheard of for the hostages to die either. Unbelievable. Kento murmured. Is anyone else besides me starting to wonder just why in the name of the Force they actually brought this tournament back? A question for another time, that is. Yoda spoke for the first time before turning his ancient eyes towards Harry. A plan, you have? Yes, Master Yoda. Harry nodded automatically. I plan on informing the other champions of our suspicions, if they haven't already figured it out. Then the week before the task is set to take place I plan on tagging everyone that I'm close to with a tracking charm so that I always know where they're at. A sound strategy. Knox nodded. And while we're discussing the tournament, I've received news from one of my spies. I believe that Voldemort is once again on British soil. You know this for a fact? Amelia asked, leaning forward in her seat. No. Knox responded. But according to our spy, there's been a recent increase in chatter amongst the purebloods that managed to escape incarceration after the last war. One of the werewolf clans that live on the continent have also been contacted. Remus added. This particular clan stayed out of the last war and turned down our offer a few years ago to join us. They prefer solitude and we were willing to leave them be. But according to them, just the other day they received a visitor dressed completely in black that all but demanded their loyalty. It didn't end well for the messenger. But the message was clear as day. Unbelievable. Asajj sighed. If you know the identities of these, purebloods as you call them, why don't you simply kill them? Don't tempt me. Knox smiled. Trust me, I've contemplated that more than once. But leaving them alive for the moment helps us because then we know who to watch. If we just simply killed them, then someone else, someone we don't know, would take command. This way, we at least know who our enemy is. Makes sense. Master Kenobi nodded. But why has this Dark Lord of yours come back now? If I read correctly, he's been a wraith? Yes, a wraith for over a decade now. Why has he returned now? We don't know. Knox answered, shaking her head. Last time he resurfaced was 3 years ago, and that was to try and obtain the Sorcerer's Stone so that he could create a new body for himself. Harry foiled that attempt. And if he's resurfaced again, it more than likely means he's found another way to regain a body. But that is all guesswork. All that we do know for certain is that he's the reason why Harry is entered into the tournament. But why? Shakti asked. From what you've told us, this Dark Lord has some sort of vendetta against Knight Potter due to a prophecy that was spoken just before he was born. And he has already tried to kill him on several occasions. And while this tournament is certainly dangerous, entering Knight Potter into the tournament to kill him doesn't sound like how this Dark Lord would operate. Too much is left to chance. He doesn't expect this tournament to kill me. Harry responded, drawing everyone's eyes to him. I've thought about this a lot. Why would he want me to be entered? Like Master Ti said, there are too many variables and no guarantee that I would be killed. And plus, from everything that I've heard from Sirius and everyone else who lived through the war, Voldemort is extremely prideful. He'd want to kill me himself. So no, I don't think that he's using this tournament to kill me. Rather, I think that he's using it to try and figure out my skills. I surprised him last time we met 3 years ago. More than likely he's trying to figure out just what I can do to better prepare himself for when we meet again. The masters all went quiet as they digested what he said. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a brief glance of Ahsoka. Her lips were pressed together and her fingers were curled tightly around the armrest of her chair. Unfortunately, it's a little too late for you to hide all of your abilities. Knox said, breaking the silence. Between your confrontation with him 3 years ago and your little display against the Chimera, he probably has a decent feel for what you can do. But to be on the safe side, try to limit yourself during the rest of the tournament. And whatever you do, avoid any wandless techniques. That's one little ability we'll want to keep hidden for as long as possible. Yes, Mo Master. Harry nodded. His mother gave him a slight smile before turning back towards everyone else. Is there anything else? No? Good. Voss, Ventress. I expect a report as soon as you arrive on Odson. Of course. Voss nodded. Be wary, you must. Master Yoda cut in. A disturbance in the Force, there is around Odson. Felt it in deep meditation, Master Nox, and I have. Voss blinked, his eyes moving back and forth between Nox and Yoda. We'll make sure to keep our eyes open then. Good. Nox announced. Then this meeting is at an end. May the Force be with us all. Walking through the destroyed halls of the base, Darth Vader carefully took note of the dead bodies that were littered throughout, looking for any that might still be alive. To his satisfaction, he found none. Using the Force to throw a corpse out of his path, Vader walked into the deepest section of the base. On his knees in the center of the room was a human boy of a Padawan's age. His arms were locked behind his back, his clothes torn and bloodied. Yet despite his current predicament, the boy dared to meet Vader's eyes. Traitor! Vader stared down at the boy. He couldn't name the former Padawan, but he did recognize him. He was one of the few Padawans that managed to escape the purge of the temple. Looking off to the side, Vader recognized one of the corpses in the room as she used to be one of the non-Force sensitives that worked in the temple. So that is how he got out. The rebels more than likely took the two of them in, hoping to use the boy as a rallying point. Pathetic. The boy isn't even that powerful. I would have crushed him without hesitation had he dared to come against me. Turning away from the kneeling Padawan, Vader looked off into the shadows of the room. You've done well. A single figure covered from head to toe in black cloth emerged from the shadows before kneeling at Vader's side. Thank you, my master. Staring down at the figure, Vader smirked behind his mask. Yes, hatred has made this one strong. You have proven yourself capable. But I have one last trial for you before you've proven worthy to become my apprentice. Name it, my master. And it shall be done. The figure responded without hesitation. Tilting his head ever so slightly, Vader stared down at the now shaking Padawan. Make him suffer, but do not kill him. His assassin didn't even hesitate before lifting their hands. The boy screamed in agony as his bones shattered audibly as his assassin tortured the youth. Taking a step back, Vader watched with interest as his assassin broke the youth before his eyes. His bones were shattered one at a time. Then his skin was burned and cut against the edge of a lightsaber. His eyes were pulled out from his head and his tongue was cut out. After nearly an hour the Padawan was reduced to a whimpering pile of blood and flesh writhing against the floor. Enough! He called out, bringing a halt to his assassin's attacks. End it! Again, there was no hesitation as his assassin brought their lightsaber to bear, severing the boy's head from his shoulders. It is done. My master. Yes. Vader breathed. Kneel before me and show your face. His assassin hesitated for just a bare moment before reaching up and pulling back on their hood. Underneath was a scared, yet very much alive Barriss. Barriss's hatred of him, of the Empire, of the Jedi, of everything had given her the power to resist and survive both his own questioning and the questioning of the Grand Inquisitor for months. After learning that she was still alive, and after losing his preferred apprentice Ahsoka, Vader faked the former Jedi healer's death and brought her to a secure location so she could recover. When she'd recovered enough to stand on her own 2 feet, he began punishing her again and again, bringing her anger and hatred to the surface as she unknowingly delved deeper and deeper into the dark side. And now after months of punishment and careful nurturing of her hatred, Barriss's blue eyes were gone. Replaced by the yellow tint of the Sith. You have done well on this first trial. Vader mused, pacing back and forth before her. Your hatred has made you powerful. It is thanks to your teachings, my master. Barriss groveled, lowering her face towards the floor. Yes. Vader nodded. And you have surpassed my expectations. From this day forth, Barriss is dead. You will henceforth be known simply as apprentice. My apprentice. Yes, my master. Apprentice intoned, lowering her face even close to the ground. Chapter 14. Coming out of hyperspace, Quinlan Voss stared at the rapidly growing planet directly in front of them. Well, here we are again. He murmured as he turned around to face first Asajj, who'd been dozing in the seat next to him, and then BB-8. Hey BB. Kick up the scanners will you? Let's see if there's anyone home. The little spherical astromech extended one of its arms and gave him a salute before rolling towards the back of the cockpit and plugging into one of the terminals. It's about damn time too. Asajj grumbled from beside him as she rubbed the last remnants of sleep from her eyes. Despite the modifications our new friends did to this ship, 2 months is still a long time to spend in it. It was still worth it. Quinlan shrugged, flipping through the controls of the ship to prepare for entry into the planet's atmosphere. Part of their mission had been to search out possible planets that would be eligible to sustain life while they were following the path that Master Nox had set through the unknown regions of space. They didn't stray too far off of their set route, but they had managed to pick up a system on their long-range scanners that appeared to have a planet that could sustain organic life. The other reason as to why they'd taken their time in getting to Odin was the warning that Master Yoda had given them about feeling a disturbance in the force around Odin. Although how the old man can feel a disturbance in the force that far away that accurately completely boggles the mind. Quinlan thought as the ship started to enter the atmosphere. But as I've learned, never question Master Yoda. The old man is usually right. But despite countless hours of meditation by both himself and Asajj, neither of them felt anything. Just as they were leveling out through the clouds however, BB-8 started whistling and beeping loudly. Sounds like the little guy found something. Asajj commented before pulling up her screen. Hey, looks like there's some sort of small power-downed craft near the ruins to the old Alliance base. Looks like it's been here for a while too. Staring at the now clear landscape beneath them, Quinlan opened himself up to the force. He could feel something, or rather, someone familiar yet at the same time not. Yet one thing that he could sense was a complete and utter lack of hostility in the presence. Who are you? Set landing coordinates for the ruined base. He said, coming out of his trance. We need to find out who this is. And more importantly, how did they get here? Really? You want to ask how? What part of powered-down craft did you miss? Asajj said dryly then sighed, seeing the mountain that hid the old Alliance base come into view. We're about to get our answer. Whether we like it or not. As their ship touched down, BB-8 detached himself from the terminal and was rolling towards the exit before either Asajj or Quinlan could so much as get out of their seats. Well, Quinlan chuckled as the little droid whistled. He's certainly anxious, isn't he? Let's go see what's got him so worked up, shall we? Stepping out of the wind, Quinlan hesitated only for a brief moment as his eyes fell upon the strange ship that was sitting just in front of the entrance to the abandoned base. That's a old Republic T6 shuttle, what in the name of the Force is it doing all the way out here? Ignoring BB-8 for the moment, Quinlan stepped around the spherical droid and made his way over to the shuttle. Strange, the loading ramp is down but the inner door is sealed. He thought as he circled around the ship before squatting down next to the end of the loading ramp. A single set of tracks, lightweight. Humanoid build. Possibly female but, a slight handprint on the ground. Let's see if you left any more clues, stranger. Using his ability to track other through the touching of inanimate objects was almost second nature to Quinlan. But tracking one using his ability and their tracks left on the ground was much more difficult. As his hand pressed down on the indent, he opened his mind to the Force. In his mind's eye he saw a figure robed in light brown robes leaning over and pressing their hand to the ground. The figure's hooded head rose slightly and looked at the ruins before them before standing upright, bringing an immediate end to his vision as their hand left the ground. Well? Asajj asked, kneeling down next to him. Who are we dealing with? I don't know. He answered, staring towards the base. The vision wasn't clear enough for me to see their face, but they were wearing a brown robe. A light brown robe. And they were powerful in the Force. Incredibly powerful. I'm talking nearly on par with the old man and Nox. Asajj blinked dumbly before turning her head slowly towards the cavern entrance. Who? I have no idea. Quinlan answered honestly as he stood up and brushed the dirt off of his hands. But, I think they're friendly. Asajj shook her head. You think? And what are the odds that they're not? At this day and age I would say it's about a 50-50 shot. Quinlan smiled over his shoulder as he made his way towards the entrance. So come on, what's the worst that could happen? BB, stay with the ship until we get back. And if we're not back by sunrise send a long-range transmission to Nox. BB-8 gave another salute before turning tail and rolling back into the wind as Quinlan and Asajj made their way into the darkened cavern. Now, Quinlan muttered as he pulled out his wand. Let's see if I remember how to do this again. Unfortunately, despite the fact that they were stuck inside the ship for nearly 2 months, neither he nor Asajj had gotten in much practice in terms of practical applications with their wands. Sure, they were able to do a few charms so they could get used to the feel of channeling the Force through them and into their wands. But practicing complicated spells was not the best idea when one was locked inside a small ship traveling through hyperspace. It took Quinlan a few tries, but eventually he managed to recreate the spell that Nox and Yoda had used last time they were here to create a small ball of floating light. Ha! Admit it, I'm good, aren't I? Asajj merely gave him a queer look before snapping her own wand off to the side, duplicating what had taken him multiple tries on her first attempt. You were saying love. Bloody show off, Quinlan grumbled lowly before moving past his lover and into the darkened cave. The old base looked exactly as he remembered it. Everything was in the same place, nothing had been dug up or moved. In fact, the only indication that someone had even ventured into the base at all, the ship parked just outside the entrance. Kneeling down off to one side of what was once a control room, Quinlan made a careful examination of the crisscross of footprints that had been left in the dust. These are all useless. Most, if not all of them, were left by us the last time we were here. And this new figure, their tracks are roughly the same size as a few of those girls from Earth. Quinlan, over here. Standing up, he made his way over to Asaj, who was kneeling down just in front of a small opening in the wall. An opening that wasn't there the last time they were here. Nodding to Asaj, the two cancelled their spheres of light and drew their lightsabers before slipping silently into the small opening. Emerging from the slight opening, the two found themselves in a new branch that led off of the main hall. A single set of footprints left in the millennia worth of dust leading off down the path. Is that running water I hear? There must be some sort of underground stream running through this section of the base. Moving slowly to avoid making any sound, the two of them made their way through the pitch-black corridor relying only on the force and the sound of running water to guide them. A few turns down the corridor later, and the two pulled short as they spotted light coming from further down the hall. Pressing themselves against either wall, the two moved silently towards the large cavernous room at the end of the hall. The sun was shining through a large crack in the ceiling, making the partially moss-covered room completely visible. At the opposite end of the room, water was running freely down the rocks and into a small pond in the floor. And just before the pond knelt a single figure that was wearing, what Quinlan now knew for a fact, a Jedi robe. I see you two have finally decided to join me. A distinctively feminine voice called out. Come out from the shadows. You have no reason to fear me. While Quinlan was racking his mind trying to place the voice, Asaj went completely stock still. No, it can't be. Asaj murmured to herself, but Quinlan heard her looked at her with a raised brow. The figure's hooded head tilted slightly to the side. Ah, Ventress. I see, interesting. Not quite so full of hatred and bile this time. Has your time amongst the Sith finally shown you the truth of their nature? Taking a few steps away from the wall, Asaj stood still in the entrance to the room and stared at the figure as if she were looking at a ghost. Asaj? Quinlan questioned as he stepped over to her, his lightsaber still in his hand and ready to be used should the need arise. Who is this? Asaj gave no indication that she even heard him. Her eyes trained solely on the robed kneeling figure in front of them. You're dead. I killed you. I felt your presence fade away. You can't be her. Laughing, the figure rose to her feet and pulled back her hood, revealing a youthful face of almost unparalleled beauty surrounded by golden locks of hair. Even though he'd never met her, Quinlan knew who this Jedi was. Just as every Jedi who'd gone through the Jedi Temple in the past few hundred years knew who she was. You should know, young one, in the Force nothing is impossible. Jedi Master Fei answered with a smile. Pacing the length of the training room he'd created in the room of requirement for the 20th time in as many minutes, Harry felt the tenuous control he had on his temper starting to slip even as he repeated the code of the Guardians over and over in his head. Passion, yet peace. Serenity, yet emotion. Chaos, yet order. Yet despite the mantra, his control was slipping and in a fit of rage he lashed out with the force and completely obliterated one of the weapon racks lining the walls, reducing both the shelf and the weapons that had been attached to it to splinters. Hearing a loud bang reverberate throughout the room, Harry waved his arm towards the entrance, using the force to unlock the dozens of locks lining the door. Once the door had opened enough, a clearly nervous-looking Hannah entered the room. Well? He demanded, before immediately cursing himself as Hannah flinched. Sorry. I'm fine. Hannah responded unconvincingly. But, it's like you thought. Susan's missing. She was in our room last night when we went to sleep. But this morning, she was just gone. Unfortunately, Harry wasn't surprised by this news, but that didn't help his anger at all. Thank you, Hannah. He managed to get out evenly before turning his back on the blonde-haired girl. Please leave for a while. Hannah didn't respond, preferring instead of back out of the room silently. As soon as the door shut, Harry let out an inhuman yell as he raised both hands up to shoulder height. Anything that wasn't nailed down in the room floated up off the ground before compacting in one themselves as Harry's hands clenched tightly into fists and falling back to the ground. Damn them all to hell. I hate it when I'm right. It was the day of the second task, and just as he had predicted almost 2 months ago, several of his friends had disappeared. Both Ginny and Hermione had been with him before he'd gone up to his room the night prior, however when he woke up mere hours ago both of them were gone. And now thanks to Hannah he knew that they weren't the only ones, as apparently Susan was missing as well. That would make the hostages for Victor, Cedric and myself. He nearly hissed out loud as he made another pass within the training room, his eyes searching for something else to vent his anger out on. The old fuck is just lucky he couldn't get his hands on Ahsoka. Just the mere thought of his Togruta girlfriend brought a halt to Harry's pacing and a slight grin to his face. Their relationship so far had been quite frankly, fantastic. Despite the fact that neither of them had ever been in a romantic relationship before. For her it was more of the Jedi Order's ridiculous ban on marriage and relationships in general, which only hardened after something called the Ruisan Reformation according to Ahsoka. And for him, it was because he simply didn't have the time. It also didn't help that the only real female company he had until the age of 9 had been his mother. So together the two had been stumbling through their relationship together. Or rather, stumbling into one another as frequently as possible at least. Their brief little escapade atop the astronomy tower awoke something in the both of them. A hunger neither of them even realized they had. Ever since then the two were joined at the lips whenever they were alone. Be it in the library, one of the meditation gardens, the landing bay behind a shipping crate. Even once on top of a chandelier. It seemed like no matter where they were whenever they were alone for at least a minute or more either Ahsoka or he would turn towards the other and that would be it. But despite their best attempts at being secretive about their little sessions they had still gotten caught. Although in hindsight, making out in cockpit of one of the Blackwings was probably not the best of all ideas. Especially when said Blackwing had already been signed out by Master Sakura for training purposes that day. At least the look on the Twi'lek's face when she opened the canopy to find Ahsoka straddling Harry with their lips pressed together was priceless. The 8 straight hours of meditation that they'd both been sentenced to thought was not priceless as Harry was positive that Master Sakura had found the most jagged rocks possible for both of them to sit on while they meditated. His distracted musing was interrupted by a voice. Harry. Growling low in his throat, Harry looked over his shoulder towards the entrance to the room. Standing just within the door was Daphne, who was pointedly looking directly at Harry and not at all of the damage that he'd caused to the room. What is it, Daphne? If Daphne was put off by his tone, she didn't show it as her face remained completely calm. It's time. Giving her a stiff nod, Harry made sure that he had his little bag of tricks shrunken and in his pocket before he marched towards the exit. Just as he was passing by Daphne, her hand shot out and grabbed his arm, stopping him in his tracks. Cold blue eyes met crystal green as the two stared at one another. Use it, Harry, Daphne said, staring at him right in the eye. Don't let it use you. Holding her gaze, Harry nodded once before Daphne let go of him, allowing the two of them to walk out of the room of requirement. Just outside of the room, the rest of Harry's inner circle minus Hermione, Ginny, and Susan were pacing back and forth in the hall waiting for him. Ron and Tracy were standing next to one another as usual. Astoria was comforting Hannah. And Luna was off by herself staring up at the rafters while moving around in slow circles, which he noticed were actually the steps to Ataru. But as soon as Daphne and he entered the room fully, all of them stopped and turned towards the two of them. No words were spoken as Harry met each of their eyes before continuing on past them and down the stairs and through the empty halls of Hogwarts. Everyone is already down at the lake. Harry thought as they reached the ground floor of Hogwarts. And he was right. As they stepped out into the sunlight, Harry could just make out a large 3-story dock jutting out into the lake that had just been constructed specifically for the second task and several rows of stands lining the shore. As they drew closer, Harry felt 2 quick brushes against his mind. Mother and Ahsoka. Sparing only a quick glance up towards the top of the stands where he felt the pulses originate from, Harry left his friends behind and climbed up onto the dock where the rest of the champions awaited. Near the end of the dock he found Victor staring resolutely across the lake and Cedric nervously pacing back and forth. But it was Fleur that made his steps falter. The half-Vila looked absolutely apocalyptic. Fleur. He called out tentatively as he drew even with the irate Vila. Fleur, who did they take? Fleur's eyes were positively ablaze as she rounded on him. My sister, those bastards took my sister. Flashback. Standing on the balcony in the astronomy tower overlooking all of Hogwarts, Harry waited with his back pressed against one of the pillars for his guests to arrive. There was a sense of peacefulness to Hogwarts at night that was second almost to none. That, and the fact that this tower had suddenly become central in most of his dreams of late definitely made it one of his favorite places in the world. Feeling 3 presences rapidly approaching, Harry pushed himself off the pillar and turned towards the only door leading out of the balcony. It's about time. He thought as the door opened revealing Fleur, followed by Cedric and Victor taking up the rear. Well, we're here, Harry. Cedric said as Victor closed and locked the door behind them. So, what's with all of the cloak and dagger stuff? Instead of answering immediately, Harry turned and stared back out at the landscape. Have you all figured out the clue for the second task? Harry asked over his shoulder. That we have to retrieve something we hold dear from the bottom of the lake. Turning back around, Harry found that none of the champions seemed to be surprised by this. They already knew. Go figure. And what of it? Fleur asked, clearly curious. It doesn't seem too hard. A simple bubble head charm and a watchful eye on your surroundings and you'll be able to obtain whatever they've taken quickly enough. I'm not necessarily concerned with retrieval. Harry said before wincing. All right, actually I am. But it's not about what we're retrieving. Rather, who we're retrieving. Fleur's and Cedric's eyes both widened as realization dawned on them. However, Victor didn't seem to be surprised at all. It's not so surprising, is it? Victor shrugged. Hostages have been used in past tournaments. What? Fleur gasped, turning around to stare at Victor. He's right. Harry confirmed. Hostages were often used as a motivator during at least one task in almost every tournament. It's actually one of the reasons the tournament was banned. It wasn't considered uncommon for at least one hostage to die each tournament. But the headmasters assured us that there would be precautions throughout the tournament to ensure safety. Cedric said slowly. Harry couldn't help but scoff. Well, seeing as how I'm standing here as the 4th champion, an underage champion, in a Triwizard tournament, I think that it's safe to assume that their precautions aren't worth hippogriff shit. Fleur gave off a snort and shook her head. Point taken, Harry. Well, as I'm sure we can all agree that the so-called precautions aren't worth anything, what are we going to do about this? We? Cedric asked, turning towards Fleur while Victor merely raised an eyebrow. Yes, we. Fleur sighed. That is why you brought all of us up here tonight, Harry, no? To work together on this task. As shrewd as smart as you are beautiful. Harry responded with a wink, which made Fleur chuckle. You best be careful, little boy. Lest your girlfriend think your eyes are straying. Harry couldn't help but laugh out loud. She has nothing to worry about. Fleur's eyes narrowed at that, and Harry found himself quickly trying to backtrack. I mean not that you, well you're definitely worth it but I'm a one-woman man. And Ahsoka knows this. So that's why she has nothing to worry about. Nice save, Harry. Cedric laughed while shaking his head. Now, what is all of this about working together? Not that I'm against it, but we're supposed to be in competition with one another. If we all work together, isn't that cheating? Technically there's nothing in the rules that state that we cannot work together. Harry shrugged. So it isn't cheating, just skirting around the whole competition aspect of the tournament so to speak. But why should we? Victor grumbled. This is a competition against one another. Yes it is, Harry nodded. And I know that you 3 entered willingly to prove yourselves and I didn't. But, I don't think that any of you are willing to stake the lives of those you care about just for a few coins or some ill-conceived notion of glory. Because I'm not, and besides, according to Bagman the first 2 tasks are almost meaningless. The only task or trial that actual means anything is the last one. So the question is, are you 3 willing to work together with me to save the lives of those we care about? Or are you going to let your pride get in the way? Fleur, Victor, and Cedric all started casting glances at one another as the 3 older champions held a wordless conversation amongst themselves. Cedric was the first to give him an affirmative nod, followed shortly by Fleur. Victor held out, but eventually faltered under the glares he was receiving from Fleur and Cedric. All right, Harry, Victor sighed. Let's hear this idea of yours. End flashback. Moving alongside Fleur, Harry gently placed his hand on her shoulder while at the same time shooting a glare towards the 2nd story of the dock where the headmasters and other judges were standing. We'll get her back, Fleur, I promise you. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 2nd task of the Triwizard Tournament. Ludo Bagman's voice echoed across the lake. During the first task our brave and noble champions proved their skills by going toe-to-toe a ferocious beast. Today, their resolve and valor will once again be tested. For somewhere in this vast lake a person that our champions hold dear lay waiting to be rescued. A low growl rumbled in the back of Harry's throat as Bagman droned on and on, either completely oblivious to the hostilities emanating from Harry and the champions or simply not caring about it. I swear, does that idiot have an off switch or am I just going to have to break his jaw? Although I don't think even that will stop him as Madame Pomfrey will have him fixed with a few flicks of her wand. Champions. Please head for the edge of the dock. As one, the 4 moved towards the end of the dock, stripping off their outer robes and down to their bathing suits as they moved. Harry's arms felt bare as he had foregone both of his usual wand holsters. But seeing as how he wouldn't be needing his lightsaber, or rather he didn't want to be tempted to use it, he'd decided to leave both of them behind and simply carry his wand the old-fashioned way. In his pocket. As they drew closer to the edge of the dock, Harry caught a glimpse of Fleur out of the corner of his eye. Morgana's tits, how can a one-piece bathing suit look so sexy? I wonder what Ahsoka would look no. Mind. Get the fuck out of the gutter. How soon until I can jump in the cold water, for fuck's sake Bagman, just say go already. Champions. I wish you all the best of luck. And may you return quickly with those you hold most dear. Champions, at the ready. Set, go. As one, the 4 champions turned on their heels and pointed their wands towards the judges. Or more accurately, the wooden boards that made up the stands that the judges were currently sitting on. Harry wasn't quite sure which was funnier, watching Umbridge fall into the water and flop around or Bagman's fairly high-pitched scream as the floorboards were quite literally pulled out from under their feet. Both Dumbledore and Maxime managed to avoid going into the water by moving far faster than one would believe possible with their bodies to a safe section of the dock. Karkaroff wasn't so lucky, but he did manage to avoid just getting wet by just barely managing to grab onto a section of the dock that was still intact before he hit the water. Forcing himself back to the task at hand, Harry worked in tandem with the other 3 champions in guiding the deck planks into the water before fusing them together with those that were already there. In less than 10 seconds the four of them were stepping down onto their nearly created 10-foot by 10-foot raft. Once they were all on, Harry knelt down in the center of the raft as Fleur charmed the raft to start moving quickly across the surface of the water. Damn it, it's not working. Cedric growled angrily, staring down at his wand as if it somehow offended him. What isn't working? Fleur demanded, her wand still pointed towards the back of the raft to keep her charm going. Our tracking charms. Victor answered, his face calm but with a slight tremor in his voice. We can't find them. Fleur cursed loudly as their raft started to slow down. So what are we going to do now, Tha? Ignoring the three behind him, Harry kept his focus on the wand in his hand. After uttering a silent point me spell, his wand pointed off just slightly to his left. But, just to make sure. Harry thought, closing his eyes and reaching out through the bond he shared with his apprentice. Yup, she's there, and if she's there, then the others are as well. Head in that direction. Harry said, pointing off in the same direction his wand was pointing. They're 200 meters or so in that direction. Fleur didn't hesitate before adjusting her charm so that their raft was heading in the direction Harry had dictated. How could you possibly know that? Cedric asked, more curious than angry. Our tracking charms have been removed. I know. Harry answered. But my tracking charms haven't been removed. How? Victor asked. Simple. Harry couldn't help the smirk that came across his face. Whenever you attach a tracking charm to an individual you're attaching it to their clothing, right? And if you want to dispel the charm you have to dispel each item of clothing one charm at a time, right? I figured that the headmasters would remove any tracking spells on the girls' clothes. So, I gave each of them a small hair wrap that they hid in their hair and placed a tracking charm on that. Then I covered it up with a disillusionment charm and a notice me not charm. I also placed tracking charms on their clothes to throw the headmasters off as well. All three stared blankly at him once he'd finished his explanation. Bloody hell, Harry, Cedric half laughed, half sighed. Are you sure that you're only 14? Pretty sure. Harry laughed back before refocusing on his wand, which had taken a nosedive down. Slow it down, Fleur. We're almost right on top of them. The raft jolted as Fleur reduced the power she was pumping into the charm before coming to a complete stop just as Harry's wand was pointing straight downwards. Once they were stopped, Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the small pouch that he'd shrunk down earlier. Don't jump in just yet, he called out just as Fleur was cast a bubble head charm on herself. I've got something here that will make our lives a lot easier. Enlarging the bag, he reached his hand in and pulled out 4 weighted diving belts. What are these? Cedric asked as Harry handed out the belts. They're modified Muggle diving weight belts. He explained as he fastened his belt onto his waist and pointed towards a small dial on one of the front weights. 2 settings. Point it in this direction and the weights gain weight, helping you to sink to the bottom of the water. Turn the dial the other way and they become quite buoyant. Making sure his belt was secured, Harry moved over to the edge of the raft and cast a quick bubble head charm on himself as well as a warming charm. See you all at the bottom. The moment Harry's body hit the water, it felt as if 1,000 knives were stabbing every inch of bare skin available. Force help me. He nearly cried out as his body started sinking into the black abyss of the lake while he watched the other 3 drop into the water and begin to sink with him. This is bloody well fucking cold. Well, on the bright side, I don't have to worry about any unwanted growths imagining how Ahsoka would look in that suit that Fleur is wearing and oh come on. Really? Sirius told me the best thing for this sort of problem was a cold shower. How is jumping into partially ice-covered lake not helping matters? The deeper they went, the darker it became. Soon enough Harry felt his eardrums pop as the pressure of the water started getting to him. Holding his wand before him, Harry created a sphere of light before sending it downwards. What he saw made his eyes widen. There were dozens, maybe even 100, of buildings built into the floor bed of the lake. And weaving their way through the individual house were hundreds of mer people. As he drew closer Harry cast another point me spell. His wand jerked so hard in his hand that he was turned around in water. Force, I'm seriously going to kill them all. Harry cursed as he found his friends. All 3 of them were seemingly asleep and hanging suspended in the water just above what would have passed for a town square up on land. But what truly got his temper boiling was the little girl that was suspended right next to Ginny. Force, she can't be older than Nat for fuck's sake. Harry, calm yourself my son. Sorry mother, Harry thought back as his feet touched the lake bed and began walking towards the fountain. But, Fla's sister, she can't be older than Nat. And she's just hanging here at the bottom of the lake. Focus on the here and now Harry. His mother sent back to him. Vengeance can wait until they are all safe. Fleur was the first one of them to reach the 4 hostages. The half-Vila went immediately to her young sister, her hands brushing back her sister's blonde hair as she inspected her. Ignoring the 2 of them for now, Harry made his way up to Ginny. She looked peaceful. As if she were simply asleep and not floating in the bottom of a lake. It's as if she's been put into some sort of stasis, one that eliminates the need for breathing apparently. I'm going to need to figure out what spell Dumbledore used. It could be invaluable to injured soldiers. Cedric and Victor arrived shortly after Harry and Fleur did, the two heading towards Susan and Hermione respectively. Risking a quick glance around, Harry saw that all of the mer people that he saw swimming through the village on their way down had stopped whatever they'd been doing and were now staring at them. While not as powerful at sensing emotion as Daphne, Harry could still feel the general surprise emanating from all of the mer people. They probably weren't expecting us to get here so fast. Harry thought as he performed a Tempest spell and saw that only 5 minutes or so had expired since the start of the task. Or they probably weren't expecting us to quite literally drop on top of their heads like we did. Crouching down low, Harry examined the chain wrapped around Ginny's ankle which was holding her in place. What I wouldn't give for my lightsaber right now. Bringing his wand around, Harry pressed the tip against the metal chain before sending a small blasting curse at the chain at point-blank range. The chain snapped like kindling and Harry had to reach out quickly to grab Ginny before she started floating up to the surface without him. Holding Ginny tightly against his body, Harry reached down and turned the dial on his weight belt. Harry felt his feet leave the lake bed and it was all he could do to hold onto Ginny as they raced for the surface of the water. Holy bloody hell! Mother could have warned me about not switching it over fully. It's just lucky we weren't deeper or such a quick rise could have killed the both of us. As soon as the two of them broke the surface of the water, Ginny let out a loud gasp and started thrashing wildly in his arms. Bloody fucking hell! It's fucking cold! Ginny cried out before looking around and, to Harry's utmost surprise, smacking him upside the back of his head. Bloody hell, Ginny! Harry cried, why did you do that? I just pulled you out of the bottom of the lake. You didn't cast a warming charm on me before I woke up. Ginny yelled back. It's the middle of February. There's ice floating on the water. And you didn't cast a warming charm on me. So that's why. Well, sorry for being more concerned about your well-being rather than your comfort. Harry grumbled before blanketing Ginny in a warming charm. There, is that better, Your Highness? Oh yes. Ginny groaned, leaning her weight back into him and going limp in the water. Well? What are you waiting for? You're the rescuer here, so finish rescuing me already. Shaking his head, Harry wrapped his arm around Ginny's midsection and began swimming towards the raft. You know, you're probably the bossiest hostage ever. I wouldn't be surprised if Dumbledore put you to sleep just to stop the complaints. As the two reached the raft, Fleur and her sister broke the surface of the water. The little Vila girl started flailing about just as Ginny had while babbling almost incoherently in French at her sister. Here we Ginny, Harry said, turning his attention to Ginny as he put one hand on the raft. Up you go. Nodding, Ginny reached out and grabbed hold of the edge of the raft. Just as Harry started to move his hands to boost her up though, she froze and turned her head towards him. I swear to Merlin, Harry, if you touch my arse I'm telling Ahsoka that you're a pervert and letting her deal with you. Shut up. Harry growled as he readjusted his grip so he was nowhere near her backside. And get up on the raft. After helping her up, Harry hoisted himself up and flopped over onto the raft just as Fleur and her little sister reached them. Recovering quickly, Harry reached his hand out and helped first Fleur's little sister and then Fleur herself up onto their makeshift boat. Well, Harry breathed, casting a drying charm over first Ginny and then himself. That was easier than I thought it'd be. Now we just have to wait for the others to come back up. The words had no sooner left his lips than Cedric and Susan broke the surface of the water, followed quickly by Victor and Hermione. As he watched the four swim towards them, Harry felt a pair of eyes on him. Fleur. Fleur's younger sister hissed lowly. Tu nem as pas prévenu que nous devions le voir aujourd'hui. Regarde-moi. Je ressemble à un rat de trempe. Je parle français aussi, juste pour que tu saches. Harry responded, turning around and grinning at the stunned little girl. Et-vous êtes bien trop mignon pour ressembler à un rat, mademoiselle. Gabrielle. Fleur answered as her young sister seemed unable to do so. Her name is Gabrielle. Gabrielle. Harry nodded, smiling at the young girl who was now staring at him completely speechless. Unfortunately, the amusement towards the young girl was interrupted with Susan's exasperated voice from the water. If you're quite done hitting on underage girls, Harry, we'd greatly appreciate help getting up. The water is more than a little cold. I think my tits are about to freeze off. And no, Cedric, that isn't an invitation for you to warm them, but ask me later and I might take you up on the offer. Don't need to know about your private life, Susan. Harry grumbled, turning away from the young Vila and moving over towards the edge of the raft where Susan and a remarkably red-faced Cedric were floating in the water with Hermione and Victor next to them. After helping the four up onto the raft, and applying several warming charms to both Susan and Hermione, they set off towards the shore with Cedric and Victor this time providing the power in order to move the raft. So, Harry said slowly. You guys think that Dolores, Ludo, and Karkaroff are dried off yet after their little dip in the lake? And while we're on the topic, Anyone want to place a bet that at least 2 of our esteemed judges are more than a little pissed off with us at the moment? Cedric was the first to start chuckling, followed shortly thereafter by Fleur. Victor didn't laugh, but the corners of his lips did turn upwards. Which probably could have been considered full-out laughter from the serious man. Hermione, Ginny, Susan, and Gabrielle however merely looked at the 4 of them. Okay, Susan said slowly before raising an eyebrow at Harry. What exactly did you guys do, and is it possible to make a pensieve memory of it? Completely and utterly disgraceful. They should be disqualified and sentenced to Azkaban for making a mockery of this sacred tournament. As Dolores Umbridge's voice started reaching in human octaves, Dumbledore was seriously starting to consider conjuring a pair of earplugs for himself, either that or simply obliviating the woman's memories of what had just transpired. And as tempting as such a thought might be, I cannot. All upper ministry employees are routinely checked if they've been obliviated. And the last thing I need is Cornelius sticking his nose where it does not belong. The second task had finished it what was undoubtedly the oddest way imaginable for a tournament. The 4 champions worked together to build a raft, find the hostages and then brought them back all at the same time. While their actions were impressive, they also left the judges in quite the quandary. Naming, whether or not their actions were in fact liable by the rules of the tournament. And second, how should they be scored? Which was why he, Karkaroff, Maxime, Bagman and Umbridge having this, pleasant discussion. Azkaban? You crazy toad! Madame Maxime murmured angrily. Under what charges? We presented them with a task and told them to fulfill it. We never said what they could or could not do. Umbridge's face was nearly scarlet at this point. Although Dumbledore was sure that it was partly because Madame Maxime, a half-human half-giant, dared to question her as a pure blood. I really need to step up my efforts in getting Cornelius to remove this woman from public office. She is causing far more harm than good. They worked together. Umbridge screeched. They can't do that. I don't know. Bagman shrugged, his trademark grin still plastered across his face. I actually thought it was rather sporting and ingenious of them. And as Madame Maxime stated, there is nothing in the official rules that specifically forbids the contestants from working together on any of the set tasks. The only rule is only one can hoist the cup at the end of the tournament. And with the way we've designed the third task, only one will come away the victor no matter the outcome of the first or second task. Dumbledore felt that Ludo laid out a solid argument with that. And in truth, Dumbledore was actually proud with how the 4 champions went about the second task. Despite the fact that they'd tried, and nearly succeed, to drop all of the judges into the lake. The entire purpose of the tournament was to create a sense of unity between the 3 schools. And that was exactly what had transpired. The 4 champions had set aside their competition with one another to work together in order to save those that they cared deeply about. Despite Bagman's sound logic though, Umbridge remained unmoved. That doesn't matter. It's tradition. We have to redo the second task and even if we wanted to we cannot. Dumbledore finally chimed in, growing past tired of Dolores's tirade. I understand and appreciate your concern Madam Umbridge. But the simple fact of the matter is that we do not have the time to create and implement a second task. Professors Hagrid and Sprout have already begun growing the maze for the third task. We can't simply stop that. And as Ludo stated, the only task that truly decided the victor is the third task. Besides, is this not what we wanted? We brought this tournament back to create a sense of unity between our schools. And in this task our champions have done exactly that. They came together despite being in competition with one another to save their loved ones. What more could we ask of them? I agree Dumbledore. Madame Maxime nodded. But question now is how do we score them? Technically they all worked together, but not in equal portions. Obviously the Potter brat had little to do with what they did. Karkaroff sneered. The Cedric and Victor created most of the raft and Fleur propelled it across the water. Potter did nothing. Your eyes are failing you Karkaroff. Maxime scoffed. Either that or you were too worried about getting wet that you didn't pay attention to what was going on. If it wasn't for young Monsieur Potter, then they wouldn't have found those 4 nearly as fast. What? Both Umbridge and Karkaroff cried. It's simple. Dumbledore sighed. Somehow young Mr. Potter figured out a way around our disenchanting of the tracking charms that were placed on the girls. Either he had another means of finding them, or he simply applied more than we bothered to look for. But while they were in their raft, Harry used a simple point me charm, which led them directly over the Mer People village. And according to the Mer People, it was Harry who supplied those interesting belts to the others. So what you're saying Dumbledore is that Harry should receive the highest marks then? Ludo proclaimed happily. And why wouldn't he? Dumbledore thought as Ludo smiled. He has a substantial amount of coin placed on Harry winning this competition. He no doubt wants to give the boy as much of a hand as he is allowed to do so. I believe that in all fairness, all 4 should be scored evenly. Madame Maxime commented. They all had a part in this little escapade of theirs. Each one just as important as the other. And unless we can figure out just who was the mastermind behind this little plot of theirs, which they've already told us that they will not admit to, they all had equal parts. Headmistress Maxime speaks rightly. Dumbledore nodded. While he'd been impressed with young Harry so far in this tournament, he didn't want to put the boy in undue harm. And giving him the point lead going into the third task would do just that. Let us give them all the same score, say 9 out of 10 from each of us. And let the final task decide the winner of the tournament. Ludo did not look particularly pleased, but his expression was far better than Karkaroff's and Umbridge's. I guess that's fair. Well then, are we all in agreement? Each champion will be awarded 45 points for the second task. Dolores pursed her lips, but after a moment she nodded, albeit highly reluctantly. Karkaroff frowned and crossed his arms over his chest, but under the weight of the 4 judges he eventually relented and nodded. Then it is decided. Dumbledore nodded, rising from his seat. We will be giving each of the champions 45 points. And letting the third task decide who our champion will be. Walking down the length of the north landing pad outside of the temple, Nox couldn't help but marvel at the sight in front of her. 3 years. For 3 long years she'd waited for this, and even though she could see it right in front of her she was still having difficulty believing it to be true. Reaching out, she laid her palm against the cool metal surface of the hull of the ship. The first hyperdrive-capable ship to ever be built on Earth. The ship was fairly long at just over 150 meters, making it just slightly longer than an average Republic cruiser according to her Jedi counterparts. After laying out the designs for the ships that she wanted, this ship was only a frigate. She still had the slightly larger cruisers to make. Then the dreadnoughts. And if she got enough material, the super dreadnought. Although if she actually managed to make one of those ships before the Empire found them it would be a miracle. The main section of the ship was shaped like a half-circle with 2 wings jutting off near the rear of ship. Each wing contained 2 smaller propulsion engines for maneuverability while the primary propulsion engine was attached to the main section of the ship. Inside, the ship was divided up into 3 levels. The lower level contained the cargo hold and engineering. The mid-level of the ship was divided into the crew's quarters, medbay, dining hall, on-ship laboratory and workshop as well as the controls for the ship's main guns. The bridge, armory and the captain's and first mate's quarters. Stepping up beside her, Tonks marveled at the ship. Copying Nox's motion, Tonks reached out and laid a hand against the smooth hull. It's beautiful. Yes it is. Nox agreed, letting her hand drop back down to her side. To Nox though, it wasn't just aesthetics of the ship that got to her. It was what this ship represented. The true first step to taking on the Galactic Empire and bringing balance back to the Force. I must say Madam Nox, when you say that you have something interesting to show me you certainly mean it. Turning her head slightly, she smirked as Ragnok wobbled up next to her while staring at the ship in awe. Or at least what probably amounted to the goblin equivalent of awe. I aim to impress, Master Ragnok. And you succeed. Ragnok nodded before turning to look down the length of the ship where several dozen goblins were adding several dozen more werewolves and the few guardians she had load the ship with supplies. And in more ways than one, I would have thought that your other friends ended with the Togruta and Master Yoda. But that blue one, I don't recognize her species. Moving down towards the front of the ship, Nox took her time while she examined every inch of the ship. She's a Twi'lek. And she's also perhaps one of the best blades here. So I'd be careful before you get any stupid ideas. Nodding, Ragnok walked along with her with Tonks trailing a slight distance behind. How many can fit in this ship? It will require a crew of at least 60 to operate. Nox answered quickly. 3 rotating work cycles. 40 man the ship while 20 sleep. The crew's quarters have been magically expanded to allow for greater comfort and the cargo hold is capable of variable expansion up to the point of twice its original size. But we were careful to limit the enchantments so that they will not interfere with the other enchantments and runic clusters within the ship. Smart. Ragnok nodded as Remus and Ela walked up to join the 3 of them. Everything is just about loaded up, Nox. Remus said calmly, holding out a data pad for her to look over. We have enough supplies to last our crew for a month. And we have enough building materials to get the framework for the facility up. The only question is whether or not we'll even be able to get that far on the construction. None of us have ever worked out in space before. This whole zero-gravity thing could throw a huge wrench into our construction efforts. Taking the pad, Nox flipped through the list of supplies that had been loaded up onto the ship. Our chosen asteroid is large enough and dense enough to generate some gravity. Not as much as Earth or even its moon, but there is some. And the main goal of this mission is primarily to find the asteroid, set up a beacon and unload the building materials. Any other work we can get done can be considered a bonus. The men and women will be glad to hear that. Ela nodded. It'll probably take us a few days to even find the asteroid and then at least a week of training until the crew is able to work in limited gravity. A week at best. Nox agreed before handing the data pad back off to Remus. Well, I guess that takes of everything then. There's just one thing that we need to do. Remus said, turning and staring up at the ship. Giving the new girl a name. Looking up at the ship, Nox let a smile cross her face. I've already picked one out. Wolfsbane. Both Ela and Remus made a face at that. You're going to have explained that one to us. Remus said slowly. It's simple. Nox replied, resting her hand against the hull once more. We've already determined that the werewolf curse is more centralized on Earth. Once you leave Earth you can transform at will and maintain your mind while transformed. Which is what the Wolfsbane potion does. This ship, which will be crewed mostly by werewolves, will be responsible for ferrying your people away from Earth. Hence, it's a giant Wolfsbane potion. Remus, Ela, and Tonks just stood there staring at her, while off to the side Ragnok nodded. It's a good name. Fitting as well. The leader of the British goblins nodded. But we're going to have to talk Nox. Gringotts owns part of the rights to the mass manufacturing of Wolfsbane potion. You're essentially ending the business for us. We're going to need proper compensation like say, one of these for the goblins. Letting her hand drop, Nox stepped away from the ship. That will be a discussion for another time Ragnok. And besides that threat is weak. Your sales of Wolfsbane has been next to non-existent for years now. So don't try and pull that shit on me. Ah well, Ragnok shrugged seemingly completely indifferent. It was worth a shot. But for now I must return to Gringotts to begin preparing the miners that will be going on the next voyage. Is there any training you would suggest our men undergo to prepare for this, zero gravity that the wolf girl spoke of? That's right. Nox nodded. And have your miners prepare by mining underwater. It will get them used to the feeling of weightlessness and having to rely on a breathing apparatus. Tilting his head slightly, Ragnok stared at her for a moment before shrugging his shoulders. As you say Madam Nox. And again, please give my best to Master Yoda. And please remind him that he has an open invitation to visit Gringotts whenever he so chooses to do so. I will remind him. Nox nodded. Have a pleasant day Master Ragnok. Ragnok nodded as he raised his fingers and snapped his fingers before disappearing without sound. So, what was that all about with Master Yoda? Tonks asked. You told us that he handed a couple dozen goblin warriors their arses on a plate, which I would have loved to have seen by the way. But how did that grant him an open invitation to the goblin nation? Because they're trying to steal him away from me. Remus, Ela. Make sure that everything is loaded and secure by sundown. I want you to be well past the moon before the end of the week. And Nox was cut off as the small runic palm mirror she had in one of the many pockets of her robes began to vibrate. Taking the mirror from her pocket, she channeled a small amount of magic into the runes. Yes. The runes on the mirror glowed as a holographic representation of Mali appeared of the mirror. I apologize for the interruption ma'am. But we've just received word from Quinlan. They're entering Earth's atmosphere right now and there's another ship with them. Another ship? Nox questioned. What other ship? I don't know ma'am. Mali answered. Quinlan was being quite aloft about the trailing ship. All he said was that they'd found the source of the disturbance you and Master Yoda felt emanating from Odin and was bringing it with them. Pursing her lips, Nox looked up at the sky as she reached out with the force. Even from this distance, she could faintly sense Quinlan Inisage. As well as one other. One who was almost as powerful as the two of them put together. Who have you brought back with you Voss? Tell him to land on the southern platform. And he'd better have a good reason for all this secrecy. We can't just be bringing anything and everyone here whenever we find them. Oh, and tell Yoda and Kenobi to get off their asses and meet up with us on the south landing dock. Something tells me those two might be needed for what's coming. Yes ma'am. I'll send the messages. Mali out. Mali's holographic representation bowed before winking out of existence. What's he bringing back with him? Not what, but rather who is the better question love. Nox responded before turning towards Ela and Remus. Finish loading the ship and get ready to depart. You two will be taking command of the ship for this expedition as you probably have the most flight time out of everyone else here save for our former Jedi friends. After getting a nod from the two, Nox turned and gripped Tonk's arm. And you're coming with me love. A quick turn and Nox had brought the two of them to the south platform on the opposite side of the temple. Merlin's fucking balls Nox. Tonks cried. I'm used to operating and all, but still. A bit of warning before side-along apparition is appreciated. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Nox said as Kenobi, followed quickly by Yoda, cracked into existence next to the two of them. Master Nox. Kenobi greeted her kindly while Yoda merely nodded. Are you expecting trouble? With Quinlan, that might almost be a guarantee Kenobi. Nox shrugged, drawing the slightest bit of a grin out of Kenobi. But no. I don't think he's bringing trouble back with him today. Rather, I just have this feeling that you two need to be here for this. The two looked at her curiously before turning their eyes to the sky. In the distance, two small ships could be seen cutting through the clouds and heading towards the temple. Unless I'm seeing something, I do believe that is a old Republic T6 shuttle. Kenobi mused as they watched the ships descend towards them. What in blazes is it doing all the way out here? Shaking her head, Nox shot an amused glance towards the human. Probably the same thing you are, Kenobi. Point taken. Kenobi conceded as the two ships touched down lightly onto the landing pads. As expected, Quinlan Inisage quickly emerged from the howling wind, but the one who exited from the second ship made even Nox pause. She was, quite frankly, one of the most attractive women Nox had ever come across in her entire life. She looked almost human, save for her slightly elongated and pointed ears. Her long blonde hair waved slightly in the wind, emphasizing an almost ageless face. But it wasn't just the surface of the woman that drew Nox's attention. It was her power. She was incredibly powerful in the light, to be sure. But it was tempered by a slight darkness within, in a manner that reminded her almost exactly of the hero of Tython Aiden. Master Fei. Turning her head, she found Yoda staring at the woman with happiness, while Kenobi looked like he'd just seen a ghost. Master Yoda, Master Kenobi. I'm glad that you are both still alive. The newly named Fei said in a soothingly calm voice as she walked forward with Quinlan Inisage. When Nox met the woman's eyes, however, Fei stopped in her tracks. You are the one who sent the warning through the Force and saved dozens if not hundreds of Jedi. Yes. Nox answered simply. I am Ziri Nox, former Darth of the Dark Council of the Sith Empire, and now I am the Grand Master of the newly formed Guardian Order. Fei's eyebrows scrunched together as she stared at Nox, not necessarily in anger, but more as if Nox had suddenly become a puzzle for her to solve. I was not expecting our savior to be a Sith, even a former Sith. Nox couldn't help but laugh. Trust me. I certainly wasn't expecting to be the one to save the Jedi either. Master Fei. Kenobi stuttered, stepping forward. How? I felt you die in my arms after Ventress. After I stabbed her through the chest. Asajj finished. I don't deny my past, Kenobi. Kenobi's face twitched. Right, but still, Master Fei. How are you still alive? Not that I'm not happy to see you, I am. It's just, I felt your essence fade into the Force. Taking a step forward, Fei reached out and grabbed Kenobi's hand before pressing it to her face. As you can feel, I am still flesh and blood, Master Kenobi. And as for why I'm still alive, the Force wasn't ready for me to pass on yet, and so I remained. It is a lot easier to concentrate on healing oneself when everyone is ignoring you because they think you're dead. I lowered my heart rate to the point of almost non-existence and then projected my essence out, making it seem as if it's left my body. After that, I crawled into a cave and entered a deep state of meditation in order to heal the damage done to my body. Pausing, Fei nodded towards Nox. The warning this one sent through the Force jolted me out of my trance. But by the time I could get moving again, it was too late. And the Jedi were gone. And I was alone. Once Fei had finished her tale, Yoda hobbled forward before reaching out with his stick and striking her in the knee. Alone, you are not. Yoda hummed. Lost many brethren we have. But lost, we are not. Evolve, change the Jedi must. But alone we shall never be. Allow it, the Force will not. Evident of us standing here, the will of the Force is. Fei stared down at the diminutive Jedi. You're right, Master Yoda. She sighed before looking up at Nox and tilting her head to the side. Nox could feel the woman reach through the Force at her, trying to get a read on her for a moment before retreating. Did you find what you were looking for? Nox growled. Because if you try that shit again with me, I'll turn you into a rat and make it permanent. Fei blinked. Apparently the woman wasn't used to being caught snooping. Forgive me. But, you are not at all what I expected from a Sith. Even a former Sith at that. Really? Nox asked dryly, crossing her arms over her chest. Well, sorry to disappoint. I left my portable torturing kit and blood-stained cloak back in my room. That is not what I meant. And you know it. Fei responded, which chuckled. There is darkness within you, yes. A dominating darkness that encompasses your entire being. But it is controlled in such a manner that I have never seen. It doesn't control you. There's a light within you, love. Yes, yes, Nox said dismissively. I've heard all of this, and seeing as how these four are apparently willing to vouch for you, you can stay here. And I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to study me to your heart's content later. But for now, Winky. Yes, Mistress Nox. Winky asked, appearing by her side out of thin air. Nox had been hoping to surprise Fei, but much to her disappointment the near-human Jedi merely raised an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of the elf. Please prepare a room for Master Fei here. Winky turned to look up at Fei before beaming and running forward to grasp her hand. Yes, Mistress. Winky takes cares of Mistress Fei. Winky the best's caretaker ever. What would Mistress Fei like in hers room? Fei tilted her head, clearly lost, as the little house elf began to drag her by the hand across the tarmac and towards the entrance to the tunnel. Once they were out of sight, Nox rounded on Quinlan Inisage. Don't ever do this again. Quinlan and Asaj turned to one another, clearly confused by the sudden hostilities in her voice. What? Spreading her fingers, Nox wrapping both of them up before stasis and holding them a full meter off the ground. Kenobi made to reach for his lightsaber, but was stopped as Yoda's cane shot out and blocked his path. Never bring someone here without informing either myself or Yoda again. Nox growled. Do you two even realize what you could have done? Our whole existence is owed to our ability to stay hidden. Your actions, while honorable, could have led to our doom. Suppose that she'd been compromised by the Sith and was sent as a spy to try and find us out. That made Quinlan's eyes widen. Obviously he hadn't thought about that chance. But judging by the glare that Asaj was sending him, she had. Letting go of the force stasis, she let the two drop to the ground. Now get out of my sight. Nox growled, turning her back on the two and purposefully walking away with Tonks trailing after her hurriedly. Nox. Tonks called out hesitantly as the two walked. Are you all right? I'm fine, Nox growled before stopping in her tracks. Just amazed. Even after nearly 4 millennia the stupidity of some Jedi and Sith remain. But, while we're on the topic of being all right, shall you let me know why you're so hot and bothered? What? Tonks reeled, backpedaling away from her. I'm fine. Don't lie to me, love. Nox cooed, licking her lips as she stepped towards the younger woman. I can sense your feelings. You get a little jolt each time you look at Ayla and several others. Your dreams are morphing as well, and I've heard more than just my name passing by your lips as you sleep. And just now with Faye, well, I don't blame you with her. She is incredibly attractive. Enough so to put even Avila to shame. Reaching out quickly, Nox pulled Tonks flush against her, her anger at Voss and Ventress quickly being replaced by something else as she fed off the arousal emanating off of her lover as she spoke. So tell me, what floated into that pretty little head of yours when you saw Faye? Perhaps an image of me and her laying on our backs while you... Pressing her hands against Nox, Tonks pushed herself away. Her face completely red and her breathing more than slightly labored. Right. I'm going to go and take a cold shower, a really cold shower. She shuddered before disappearing with a slightly louder than normal crack. Smiling to herself, Nox stood on the platform licking her lips as the memories she'd shared with both Ashura and more recently with Tonks raced through her mind. Ashura, I think I found your reincarnated soul in human form. Normally Nox would have let it end at that, but the memories wouldn't leave her be and she turned on her heel and operated to her room. The first thing she noticed when the world stopped spinning was the line of clothes leading from the center of her chambers to the joining bathroom. The second was the sound of water running. And third was the unmistakable sound that was filling the room just under the sound of running water. Shedding her outer robe, Nox dropped one piece of clothing after another adding to the line heading into the bathroom so that by the time she entered the brightly lit room she was completely bare. Inside she found Tonks standing in the middle of the large shower letting the steaming water run over her as she took matters into her own hands. Well now, waste not want not. Stepping silently into the shower, an easy feat with the water running the sounds Tonks was making, Nox waited until she was just behind her lover before making her move. Grabbing Tonks by the shoulders, she pressed through the young woman against the tiled shower wall and pinned her there. So, this is your cold shower, hey? She smirked. Tonks gasped at her and struggled slightly against Nox's hold on her. Ziri, it's all right, lover. Nox cooed before letting her hand slide down Tonks' body before sliding under Tonks' hand. You never need to feel ashamed with me. Tonks' eyes widened and a low groan rumbled in her throat as Nox curled her fingers. Ziri. So tell me, nymph, which one was it? Nox asked in a completely normal tone as if they were talking about the weather. Is it Ayla? Or our new arrival Faye? Or perhaps it's my son and Ahsoka if you're feeling adventurous, Master Kenobi? Remus and Ela, maybe even while their beast blood is clouding their minds? Or maybe it's all of them at once, no. Although that could probably get quite tiring, not to mention the sweet soreness you'd feel the next day. Tonks' head fell back against the tiles as she groaned. Morgana, Ziri, please. Nope, not yet. Nox smirked, backing off and letting the storm within Tonks dissipate slightly. Not until you tell me which one. Tonks groaned again, her head swinging from side to side hard enough for her hair to fly around. Morgana tits. You. It's you. An Noa Ayla. You and Ayla. And maybe, now, Faye. There, Nox cooed, increasing her pressure and pace. That wasn't so hard to admit, was it? And both of them You. Tonks panted, her body shaking as Nox expertly controlled her. Only, you. Now, no need for that. Nox continued. You're mine, and I'm yours. But, that doesn't mean we must limit ourselves, does it? As long as you talk, she accented with a hard thrust, to me about it first. I am rather open-minded about such things. I did tell you about the time Ashura and I split a pair of Twi'lek dancers, didn't I? I bet we could create our own memory of such an event with Ayla and Faye. Nox smiled as she felt Tonks clench even tighter. Ah, so that thought does do something, doesn't it? I must say, it does quite a bit for me as well. And I so do love a challenge. And conquering 2 Jedi legends, what a fun challenge, no? Standing on the bridge of Wolfsbane just before the main viewport, Ayla gazed out the window at the mass of asteroids that made up the asteroid belt floated by just a few hundred meters before them. Straight in front of them, nearly 2 kilometers into the belt floated the asteroid that they were going to be landing on. It was enormous. And far more menacing up close than it looked on a projection. The pilot's voice at the helm interrupted her thoughts as she gazed out the window. Ma'am, we have a course plotted and are ready to begin maneuvers. Without taking her eyes off of the large asteroid, Ayla nodded to her helmsman. Very well. Take us to the edge of the belt at half sublight. Aye ma'am. It'd taken nearly 10 days, 3 days longer than she'd planned, in order to find the large asteroid. But in her mind, the 3 days had been worth it. During those days she had her helmsman and helmswomen practice maneuvers through the outer ring of the asteroid belt. And save for one instance where the ship had been dinged by a small asteroid, which luckily resulted in no structural damage thanks to the numerous runic enchantments running between the plating of the hull, her men had done remarkably well. But this time they would be traveling far further into the belt than they had before. Even magic had its limitations. If they were to hit a big enough asteroid, the strain on the runic arrays could cause them to collapse. She knew that in part, this was a test for her. Nox had had her running more simulations than she could remember ever since they'd returned from the greater galaxy. Nox had been training Ayla. And this was her final test. And with no help from any of the experienced spacers, the Guardians for example, this was quite literal sink or swim time for her. The only problem was, if she sunk she would be taking nearly 100 of her brethren down with her. Not to mention the 5 or so goblins that Ragnok had insisted join her and her crew. Turning her back on the viewport, she made her way back to her captain's seat. The bridge of the Wolfsbane was unlike anything she'd seen in the few science fiction movies she'd watched. The bridge was long, just over a third as long as the ship itself. At the very bow of the ship was the helmsman's spot, which had terminals for 1 pilot and 2 co-pilots. All the rest of the terminals that control every facet of the ship, mechanical, electrical, or even magical, lined either side of the bridge, leaving the center of the bridge almost completely devoid of obstruction save for a large half-runic half-muggle table which could create 3-dimensional holographic map of the surrounding space, or of the ship itself. And near the back of the command table was what she'd come to call the captain's spot. Which was nothing more than a single chair that could be moved back and forth and a control panel to control the holographic display. Standing next to her seat was Remus. Although truthfully the only reason he wasn't sitting in the seat was because he'd turned the position down when Madame Nox had offered it to him. A fact that irked Ayla more than slightly. She loved her gentle wolf. She truly did. But sometimes his lack of ambition was more than slightly maddening. So now, instead of commanding the ship, her wolf acted more in a support/magical consultant role. Remus, she greeted him before sitting down in her seat. How are the runes holding up? Nodding, Remus held up a datapad and started flipping through it. Good. Although I have to say I'm more than a little nervous about this whole endeavor. That little hit we took a day ago really opened our eyes to just how quickly unbreakable charms and runic arrays can deplete if put under enough stress. After all, nothing lasts forever. Not even magic. I fear we're going to have to go back to the drawing board with some of our runic designs. We're going to have to go back and refocus on kinetic energy absorption, maybe if we adjust the rune scheme here and add a charm, no, that would disrupt the matrix, Smiling slightly to herself, Ayla tuned Remus out as she refocused on the path before them. Besides, she doubted that anything short of her stripping naked and dancing in front of him would knock Remus out of his thoughts at the moment. Pressing a few commands on her terminal, the holographic display, which had been showing a representation of the Wolfsbane, shifted to give her a 3D view of the asteroid field and their desired path. Truthfully, Ayla had no idea just how Nox had managed to put together this piece of magic and technology, but it was bloody well brilliant. Adjust course, she called out as a small asteroid floated into their path and the computer reconfigured their path. 3.5 degree downward burn for 20 seconds, then correct course. Wolfsbane tilted downwards on her command, barely missing the asteroid roughly the size of a large semi-truck before tilting back upwards and readjusting to follow their original course. With that obstacle out of the way, Ayla kept a constant watch for any other smaller asteroids that might bar their path. Ma'am, we've got a clear run at the target. One of the crewmen from along the side wall said from his spot controlling the ship. Nodding, Ayla expanded the map before her to double-check. Bring us up alongside the asteroid. She ordered. I want us parallel with the asteroid half a kilometer off its surface until we find a landing zone. Her crew quickly took to her orders, leveling out the ship so that they were running parallel alongside the asteroid. Adjusting the display, Ayla focused in on the asteroid, trusting in her crew to continue scanning for any smaller asteroids that might be coming their way. There, Remus called out, pointing towards a large flat spot on the asteroid. That looks like a good spot to set up camp. I agree, she nodded as she took note of the location and calling out for the pilot to change his course. Now comes the tricky part. Landing this bird on a flying brick floating through space. And unfortunately, there was nothing she could do at the moment. It was entirely in the hands of her pilots. Watching the asteroid getting steadily larger in the viewport, Ela couldn't help it as her hand clenched tightly over Remus's as her heart began to beat heavily in her chest. On the hologram, a small representation of the ship appeared alongside the asteroid as a line was placed between the two, indicating the rapidly shrinking distance between them. When there was less than 10 meters separating the two, the ship jerked almost violently as the landing thrusters were engaged and the ship came almost to a complete stop before suddenly dropping again and landing hard against the asteroid. Sorry about that. A voice yelled from the bow of the ship. Still need to work on me Landon. If you broke anything then it's coming out of your pay. Ela growled as she righted herself and changed the display back to an overview of the ship. Damage report. The runic array held strong ma'am. One of the crew reported. No structural damage to the outer hull. We might need to take a hammer to the landing struts to straighten them out. Another reported. But that's about it. Good, Ela nodded, walking forward to the pilot seats and staring out the window. It was surreal. Here they were, on a ship parked on top of an asteroid watching as hundreds of other smaller asteroids passed them by. Get a team ready to head out. She called out over her shoulder. I want a full visual damage report as well as a geographical survey of the immediate area on my desk by the end of the day. Aye ma'am. Walking with his fellow champions, Harry made his way out of Hogwarts and down towards the Quidditch pitch as, for once, the sun shone brightly in the late April weather. For Harry's part, he could hardly believe that the time for the third and final task of the tournament was only 2 weeks away already. The past 2 months had completely flown by. Which was understandable considering that Harry's every day consisted of waking up, eating, going to class, training with Ginny or in a group with the others, studying, meditative sleep and repeat. The only time his schedule changed at all was during the weekend when he was at the temple. And even then the only thing that changed for him was the fact that he had the chance to slip away with Ahsoka for a little bit of time. Thinking of the temple brought his mind back around to the newest member of the Guardians. Master Faye. In many ways, the strange former Jedi reminded Harry of his mother. She was witty and incredibly knowledgeable. But unlike his mother, who usually wore her emotions on her sleeve, Faye was serene. But despite her apparent calmness, Harry could sense the will of steel underneath her calm exterior. She was in a word, fascinating. And not just because she was physically angelic in a way that put even Fleur to shame. Of course, in his mind no one could beat Ahsoka. She was in a league of her own to him. Speaking of Ahsoka, just thinking of how his Togruta girlfriend and Maris acted around the fabled master was amusing. The two practically worshipped the ground upon which the master walked. Apparently Master Faye had been a legend amongst the Jedi. She spent hardly any time amongst the actual Jedi, preferring instead to float amongst the stars going where she was needed. Another interesting fact about Master Faye was the fact that she had never bothered to create or even hold a lightsaber ever since she was raised to the rank of Jedi Knight. Instead, she relied on her vast knowledge of the Force when in a confrontation. And because of her reliance on the Force, as soon as she got her hands on a wand, a custom-made order by Ollivander in which he actually used several of her hairs after commenting on how remarkably similar she was to Avila, she was unstoppable. Any spell that was put forth to her, she could perform flawlessly. She even managed to create a fully corporeal patroness, which took on the form of some avian that Harry didn't recognize, after only 3 attempts at the spell. Not even Master Yoda had been able to create a fully corporeal patroness so quickly, although it still only took the diminutive Jedi 2 weeks to master the charm. Hearing a loud screeching cry, the 4 champions looked up towards the sky as they walked. If I'm not mistaken, that is a red kite. Fleur mused as they watched the bird circle around before diving down and disappearing into the trees of the Forbidden Forest. Truly magnificent. Yet, Harry murmured silently with a grin. She is. Of course, it wasn't really a red kite. But rather Susan who'd apparently decided to take a midday flight. That had been another development over the past 2 months that had truly surprised Harry. Almost simultaneously Susan, Daphne, Ginny, Hermione, and Luna all managed to perfect their animagus transformations. Susan was a red kite. Daphne was a white-tailed eagle. Ginny was a merlin falcon. Hermione, predictably enough, was a raven. And Luna was a snowy white owl, much to Hedwig's chagrin who'd taken great offense when Luna had shown up in the Oloi and tried to befriend Harry's familiar. Of course, those 3 aren't the only ones who managed to finalize their transformations. Harry thought with a grin as he recalled the week after the second task when he'd gone back to the temple for the weekend only to find Ahsoka sitting and waiting for him in his room. Before he'd even managed to utter a greeting, she'd crossed the space between them, pressed a light kiss to his lips, and then stepped back and disappeared from his sight. Although she didn't disappear, rather she'd shrunk into the form of a large bird that he'd come to learn was a Karelian banshee. For nearly 10 minutes he could do little more than stand there and stare at her, completely dumbfounded. Finally, having grown fed up with waiting for him, Ahsoka had flapped her wings and made her way over towards the balcony railing. Once there, she shot a look at him as if asking, "Are you coming?" before dropping out of sight. Harry didn't even remember crossing the distance to the balcony, nor transforming into his phoenix form. All he remembered was the feeling of elation as the two of them flew circles around each other all over the temple. Unfortunately, staying in his memories was not to be. "Harry? You still with us?" "Yet," Harry nodded, giving his head a brief shake before focusing back in on Cedric. "Sorry. Head's in the clouds right now." Harry smiled at the private joke. Cedric gave him a strange look for a moment, but then shrugged and continued walking. "Well, best get it back down to earth here. Unless you don't want to know what the third task is going to entail, that is." Harry already had a good idea about what the third task. You'd have to be completely brain dead or blind not to notice the hedges that Hagrid and Sprout had been tending to ever since the end of the second task. "5 galleons says that it's going to be a maze of some sort," Harry called out, drawing several sharp looks. "Any takers?" Victor shook his head, as did Fleur. Cedric pursed his lips, but nodded and held out his hand for Harry to shake. As the four walked through the outer ring of the Quidditch stands, Harry heard Cedric curse as the older champion began digging through his robes. "Lucky guess," Cedric grumbled as he handed over the 5 galleons to Harry. "Not really," Harry thought as he pocketed the galleons. "Considering I've already flown over the maze in my phoenix form during the night and have already memorized most of the paths through." Near the entrance of the maze stood the 5 judges, each of whom were standing with their backs to the maze as they watched the 4 champions come closer. As usual, Ludo was the first to greet them, his ever-present grin never fading from his face. "Welcome, champions. Take a good look around you, because by this weekend this area will be unrecognizable. Any of you care to take a guess at just what your task shall entail?" "It's a maze," Victor grumbled, staring at the hedges which, when inspected closely, were visibly growing. "Exactly right, my boy." Ludo clapped happily. "A maze. A giant maze which will stretch throughout the entirety of the Quidditch pitch and even slightly beyond. And in the center of the maze will be your object. The Triwizard Trophy. The first to reach the cup will be declared the winner. The points you have obtained will be used to determine the order in which you will be allowed to enter the maze." Umbridge continued, her face faltering slightly. "However, seeing as how you all decided to violate the spirit of the tournament in the second task, only the scores from the first task shall be counted. Therefore, Mr. Crumb, at 45 points you have the lead and have the honor of entering the maze first. Mr. Diggory, at 44 you shall be entering second. Ms. Fleur, with 36 points you shall enter third. And Mr. Potter, as you have only managed to acquire 34 points during the first task, you shall be entering last. You will be entering in the order given at 5-minute intervals." Maxime took over, shooting Umbridge a look. "Within the maze you shall be tested by various enchantments, magical creatures, and magical plants. Your knowledge and skill shall truly be put to the test within. There is also the possibility that you will encounter one another within." Karkaroff added. "To that we have this to say, there can be only one champion. However, the use of lethal spells or the unforgivable curses is strictly forbidden. Violation of this rule will result in your immediate expulsion from the maze and subsequent disqualification." And lastly, Dumbledore continued, "The maze is ever shifting. Even while you 4 are traversing it, the maze will shift. Not even we 5, who designed the maze and the traps within, know the exact layout. Now, should you encounter something that you are unable to pass through, or if you should wish to be withdrawn, you simply need to raise your wand and send up a flare of red sparks and you will be extracted from the maze by one of the watchers. Now, are there any questions you 4 might have?" The 4 champions looked at one another. "How do we know when the competition is over, Headmaster?" Cedric asked. "If the task is over once a single person reaches the center, how will the rest of us know?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "An excellent question, Mr. Diggory. Each of you will be bringing in with you a small one-time use portkit, just like you did in the first task. Should you fall unconscious, it will remove you from the maze, which will constitute a forfeit. And once a single person touches the champion's trophy, your portkeys will begin to pulse for 10 seconds to give you all a warning before removing you from the maze. Any other questions? No? Well then, champions, I wish you all the very best of luck." Sitting in his high-backed chair, the twisted form of what was once the most powerful Dark Lord since the time of Morgana, idly stroked the scales of his beloved familiar as he watched the flames eat away at the logs in the low burning fire before him. The anxiety within him had been building up to the point of almost being uncontrollable for weeks now. Nearly 3 years of carefully cultivated planning was about to come to fruition. And soon he would be whole once more and able to continue on his noble crusade. Hearing the door to his sanctuary open, he felt out the presence behind him, recognizing who it was almost immediately. Come, Lucius. And tell me, your newses. Walking around his chair, Lucius knelt before him, keeping his head lowered so he would not look him in the eye. Foolish. Voldemort thought. As if I needed legilimency to know your mind, Lucius. You seek my power. My knowledge. How foolish. What I have and am is not mine to give. Lucius was a useful tool, perhaps not as powerful as some of his more devout followers like his sword Bellatrix. But the monetary and political advantage he brought more than made up for that. But his failures as of late had been testing that. The fool was rapidly losing his usefulness. And already Voldemort was contemplating on just who would replace him. His son perhaps? Not nearly as powerful as his father, but if Potter and the girl Tonks were taken out then young Draco would stand to inherit both the Malfoy family and the Black family name. My lord, your request has been fulfilled. All of the necessary components for the ritual have been gathered and prepared. Lucius said clearly. And we have assurances that Potter will be brought before you at the designated time. Voldemort smirked while he began petting Nagini. You have, doubts Lucius? Yes my lord. Lucius nodded, keeping his eyes downcast. Is it truly wise to trust this person with this task? Should we not have a backup plan in case they fail to deliver Potter to us? Smiling, Voldemort leaned his frail frame back against the cushioned chair. They will not fail. They know the cost of failure, Lucius. Potter will be brought before us. And, if he isn't my lord? Lucius pressed, daring to raise his eyes ever so slightly. What shall we do then? This was one reason he kept Lucius around instead of just going straight to his son. Lucius was meticulous and had plots inside of plots and plans on top of plans. A suitable replacement has been chosen. Voldemort growled. Should Potter fail to appear by the allotted hour, the replacement will be sent to us. And the one responsible for failing to deliver Potter will know the weight of their failure. As you say, my lord. Lucius groveled. Is there anything else you require of me, my lord? No. Voldemort said, waving his hand dismissively. Go and prepare my followers for my return. And send in the rat. It is time for Nagini to be milked. Lucius's throat visibly bobbed as he nodded. Yes, my lord. He muttered before rising quickly to his feet and all but running out of the room. Alone once more, Voldemort resumed his petting of Nagini. Soon Potter, I will have my revenge on you and your mudblood mother for what you've done to me. And once you are defeated, I will strip your mind of every secret you hold of these guardians. And once I learn your secrets, there will be nothing to stop our rise. Just as I deserve. A/N, okay, now I know that there are a few things that I'm going to have to explain for this chapter. For the ship design I've used the design from Mass Effect, basically the frigate is the Normandy State Route 2. Course not everything is like the State Route 2. Second, the magical enchantments on the ship. Now like many of you I've also read I still haven't found what I'm looking for, and if you haven't then I suggest that you do. The enchantments and spells in this story do not work like they do in that one. The best way that I can describe this is that nothing lasts forever, including magic. You can pump a ton of power into an unbreakable charm, but continuously put strain on the charm and it will eventually wear the enchantment out. Put too much strain on it at once, and you can break the enchantment as well. Same with runes. Runes have to be powered up, just a battery. Once their charge runs out, they're useless and your shielding charm or unbreakable charm that are tied into the runes will be gone. The reason why I'm going this route is because I believe that a fleet of unbreakable ships would make everything way too OP. And I want to avoid that if I can. But still, saying that each ship will have shielding runes, unbreakable charms, generated shields using SW technology plus their thicker than average hull. So, while the ships won't necessarily be OP, they will be a hell of a lot tougher than anything else out there thanks to magic. And lastly, the small French section translates into thus, and thank you to Torvalds42 for the help with the translation as my French is more than a little rusty. You didn't tell me that I would meeting him today. Look at me. I look like a drowned rat. I speak French as well, just so you know. And you are far too cute to be a drowned rat, mademoiselle. Chapter 15. So it's a maze then. Nox mused, leaning back in her seat. With the new information that her son had brought to her regarding the third task of the Triwizard Tournament, Nox had deemed fit to call for another council meeting. Everyone who'd attended the last meeting were once again in attendance in the same manner, save for her son who was here in person this time instead of having to queue in remotely. A really large maze. Susan Bones added. Hermione and I decided to take an overhead view of it yesterday to see if we can find a route through. The hedges are all at least 5 to 6 meters tall. The paths between the hedges are just barely wide enough to fit 2 people side by side and they go on for miles. And unfortunately, after an hour of scouting the maze we can confirm what Dumbledore told Harry. The hedges are almost constantly in motion. Opening one path while closing another. Unfortunately Harry, I think you are going to have to do this the hard way, as creating a map of the maze will be impossible. Is there any way to predict the maze will be shifting? Mally asked curiously. Shaking her head, Susan's projection leaned back. No. Hermione and I watched that maze for hours and never once, even after looking it from the pensieve, were able to predict its movements. But even if we were able to predict where and when the maze would shift. Although there is a pattern, but by the time we'd be able to discern it, the third task will be well past over. A loud sigh came from Obi-Wan as the veteran master leaned back in his seat and rubbed tiredly at his brow. Forgive me, but I'm still trying to figure out how this all plays into the favor of this Dark Lord. He said. You say that he has a vendetta against you personally and will want to settle it personally, which I believe to be true as well. But I still cannot see how entering you into this tournament accomplishes that goal. Sure, you will be isolated from everyone while in the maze, but then he would have to expose himself as well. Which is something he does not want to do. So how does he plan to confront you then using this last task? Abduction. Harry answered. He'd had more than a little time to think about that very question, as his entire year had been monopolized by the tournament. Each of the champions will be wearing an emergency portkaya before the start of the task that will activate upon one of several factors. 1. Being rendered unconscious. 2. Someone grabs the trophy at the end of the maze. Or 3. Voluntarily withdraw from the maze. Once they are activated, they're supposed to bring us back to entrance of the maze. But there are two problems with that. Master Ti said, tucking her fingers under her chin. 1. How would they change the portkaya? It was my understanding that those destinations are fixed locations that cannot be changed. And 2. What about the chance of you not receiving the right portkaya? Wouldn't they risk sending one of the other champions besides yourself away? I can name 2 off the top of my head that willingly served Voldemort during the last war. Harry answered. Karkaroff, who's a judge and headmaster, so he would have access to the port keys before they're to be distributed. And Snape, a professor at Hogwarts who for some reason has Dumbledore's complete and utter trust. Both of them have the knowledge, means and reason to ensure that I'm to be brought before their master. And to answer your other question, lass, Voldy was never really one to worry about collateral damage. Sirius grimaced. But she brings up a good point. There is a chance that all of the champions, and not just Harry, will get swept up in this grab. Then we're going to have to take that into consideration. Nox mused, her mind racing. Well, if we know how this Dark Lord plans on abducting Harry, then why not just get rid of the portkaya once he enters the maze? Kento asked. Then all that Harry needs to do is just find the other champions in the maze and take their port keys. Unfortunately, I don't think that will be enough. Nox sighed. Madam Nox is right, Amelia nodded. Unfortunately, just about anything could be turned into a portkaya, even a stick. And all Harry or someone else would have to do is accidentally step on it while they're going through the maze and they would be whisked away. And Voldemort is too smart to leave this to chance. The portkaya is a probability for how to abduct Harry, but by no means is it the only way for it to happen. Plus there's something else to consider. Harry continued, leaning forward. According to Mother's spies, Lucius Malfoy has been gathering together all of the old Death Eaters who managed to escape prison last time and then some. If Voldemort is anything, he's prideful. He'll want to defeat me with as big an audience as he possibly can. He set a trap for me, one that I honestly can't see a way of escaping without risking my connection to the Force. But instead of being the victim, we can turn this around on him. And instead of the victim, I become the bait. Intend to trap this Dark Lord, and his supporters you do? Master Yoda half questioned half stated. Yes. Harry nodded, making sure to meet everyone's eye before he continued, although his eyes did linger on Ahsoka's for a time. I understand the risks. But if we go this route, then we could uproot almost all of Voldemort's supporters that aren't already in prison and capture the slimy snake himself. Why not just kill him? Asajj asked casually. If this man will be as much trouble as you predict, it would be far better to simply be rid of him now. If only we could. Nox shook her head. Unfortunately, he still has 2 soul anchors, which we have not destroyed. We know where one is but are unable to get to it. The other, however, we have no idea where it is or even what it is. The man could have made an anchor out of an old pair of boots for all we know. And until we know for certain where this last anchor is, we cannot risk disembodying him again. Forgive my lack of knowledge on the subject at hand, Quinlan interjected. But what's to stop him from making more than 6? The fucking fool shouldn't have even created 1, let alone 6. It wasn't so much what had just been said, nor the sheer vehemence in the voice that said it, that drew everyone's attention. But rather just who said it. In the short time he'd known her, Harry had never seen Master Fay even slightly flustered. But now the former Jedi was positively radiating anger. Such things are an affront to the very nature of the Force. Only a Sith could actually create such a vile affront to the Force. Don't lump all Sith together in the same group, Fay. Nox interjected not unkindly. Although I do share your sentiment about this subject. Severing one's soul into pieces is an affront to the Force, and having done so he will be forever denied actually becoming one with the Force. But as for why he hasn't created more, it's a simple matter that he can't. I'm actually amazed he made 6 and still has the amount of power that he does. For a point of reference, creating 6 soul anchors would be akin to cutting off both of your feet, both hands, gouging out one of your eyes and cutting out your tongue. You become a shell of your former self and are never able to return to what you once were. In return, however, your soul is bound to this plane of existence. Not a smart trade. Which is why even the Sith abandoned such rituals even during my time. Well, this is all good and interesting, serious cut in, but perhaps we could get back to the matter at hand? Namely my godson volunteering for what is basically a suicide mission. I'm more than capable of handling a few of Voldemort's flunkies, godfather. Harry shot back. But you're not immortal either, Harry. Knox cut back, knocking his legs out from under him. But as much as it pains me to admit this is our best chance of not only taking out Voldemort, but taking out most of his supporters as well. Silence descended upon the council chambers. Then the question becomes, how do we track Harry after he's whisked away from this maze? Quinlan asked, breaking the silence. Can we trace him through a portcullis with either a spell or a transmitter of some sort? No. Amelia answered immediately before continuing on at a slightly slower pace. As we've said, Voldemort and his followers are not stupid. Well, at least most of them are not stupid. They'll make sure that any tracking charms on Harry are disabled before we can get a proper read on them. One bloke even placed a tracking charm on his underwear thinking they wouldn't dispel that. Well, he disappeared and was found a week later hanging from the rafters by his own entrails. And as for Muggle transmitters, for some reason they really do not like port keys. We've tried a couple of times and each time we do the transmitter ends up, short-circling? Or whatever you call it. Either way, no active transmitter has managed to survive a trip through a portcullis. What if it wasn't active? Ahsoka asked, blinking as she found herself the center of attention. I mean, you've only tried with active transmitters, right? What if Harry had one on him that wasn't activated until he was already through the portcullis? Then he, or we, could activate it. We could track his location. The only sound that greeted her suggestion was of Sirius slapping himself upside the head. Good Merlin, how the bloody hell did we never think of that? If it doesn't survive the trip through while on, then just turn the bloody thing off and wait till you're through to turn it on. Bloody brilliant, Ahsoka. So, that solves the problem of how to track Harry then, Kento pressed onwards. But we still have a major problem. How exactly are we supposed to provide support for Harry once he's surrounded and cut off by the enemy? He could be sent anywhere for all we know. And while I'm no master of operating, even I know that you can't just blindly apparate somewhere you haven't been before. No, you can't, Nox nodded as her head turned towards Master T.I. Which is why we won't be. Master T.I. How many LAATs are operational and what's the status of our troopers? Master T.I. paused, rubbing her chin and thinking for a moment before answering. We have 3 LAATs that could be considered operational. However, they have yet to undergo proper field testing. As for the troopers, General Rex has declared that while we have 3 squads that have passed what he would consider basic training, he would be hesitant to put them in the field just yet. Unfortunately, time is not on our side in this endeavor. Nox sighed, making Harry wince. He knew how much his mother hated rushing things. Not that she couldn't rush things, of course. She was just meticulous and preferred to plan for any and all scenarios before dedicating herself and others to a specific task. And the Wolfsbane is not due to be back for another 2 weeks, so using it is out of the question. No, we're just going to have to use what we have. Master T.I., I want those LAATs field tested and ready in the next 2 days. Tell General Rex that he has the squads for 3 more days before they're to rest. I also want him as well as Commanders Gregor and Wolf to take temporary command of each squad for this mission. I will see that it is done. Master T.I. bowed her head in acknowledgement. Whoa, hang on one bloody minute. Sirius gaped. We're not really seriously considering this, are we? I mean, I know you're good, Harry, but for fuck's sake you're going to be left alone and surrounded by Merlin only knows how many of the Dark Lord's arse kissers until we can get to you. Then that's a price that I'm willing pay, Godfather. Harry responded, his voice completely flat and devoid of all emotion. This gives us the greatest chance of taking down not only the head Dark Wanker, as you have so colorfully referred to him as in the past, but a number of his followers as well. This is a chance that we cannot let pass us by. And what of the collateral? Obi-Wan asked. The other champions. What if they get pulled into this as well? Then we do what we can to defend them as well. Nox cut in. If we were to tip them off, there is a possibility, however slight, that it could get back to Voldemort. We can't take that chance. And that said, they were each chosen for this tournament for a reason. None of them are slouches in terms of magic. I can have a few of my Aurors ready to assist in this operation as well. Amelia added in. No. Knox quickly shot that idea down. While I trust you, Amelia, I do not trust your Aurors or the Ministry. News of an operation of this scale and intent, even if you waited until the day of to tell your men about it, word would get out. Lucius has bought far too much of the Ministry to chance it. But I do agree that we will need the local government to make this all official. So once we're done we will call in you and your men for cleanup. Amelia didn't look necessarily happy about that, but she nodded her head in agreement nonetheless. And what of Maris and Nat? Mally asked. While they're both skilled, I don't think they're quite ready for something like this just yet. I agree. Knox nodded. But I have a different task in mind for Maris, and you as well, Faye. You will both have a part in this operation, indirectly. But still a part. Are there any other questions? No. Good. Oh, and one last thing, Knox said, turning in her seat and looking directly into Harry's eyes. Once you are on the other side, Harry, there is no telling how long you will be alone for. Whether you're with the champions or not, I hereby give you leave to use your abilities to their fullest extent. Show no mercy. And expect none. Harry blinked, partially because he could honestly never recall a single moment when his mother had seemed so serious and so fearful, at the same time. I understand, Mother. Harry was pressed tightly against some sort of stone, his arms forced out to either side as vines, as black as his robes, held him in place almost painfully. Voices. Dozens of voices echoed rhythmically around them, but not all. A figure dressed in black stepped forth, his hand shining as he brought his hand up to Harry's exposed arm. Harry's teeth gritted in agony as the black figure pierced his right arm with the object before traveling down towards his elbow, causing blood to fall from his arm like a river. The black figure disappeared as the chanting increased tenfold. The vines tightened further on his body, the thrones cutting through the cloth and into his skin. The chanting reached a crescendo, and the world exploded into light even as the force cried out in revulsion. Then there was a man with no face and red eyes standing before Harry. A wand leveled at his eyes as Harry stared back at the faceless man with hatred. Words passed, inaudible. Save for when the no-faced man's eyes glowed red with delight. Suffer. With a cry of agony, Ahsoka sat bolt upright in her bed. Her body covered in a thick sheen of sweat as her breath came and left in uneven gasps. A vision, it had to be. She shuddered, pulling her knees up to her chest. Harry, he was being tortured. Force, there was so much pain. Never before had she ever had a force vision that powerful before. The agony that Harry was being forced to endure, it made what she'd been forced to suffer at the hands of the Empire after her capture seem light in comparison. And I felt it all. She thought, lowering her head to her knees as tears started to swell at the corners of her eyes. I felt it all. Throwing her covers off of her body, she made it 2 steps towards her door before the cold air hit her body. Stopping, she hurriedly made her way over to her dresser and pulled out a random shirt and pants before throwing them on and running out into the hall. Even if she'd paused to ask herself where she was going, she probably wouldn't have been even able to answer as her mind was running completely on autopilot. Reaching her destination, she frantically began pounding on the door praying that it would open. It didn't even register in her mind where she was in the temple, nor what time it even was, until the door opened revealing a shirtless, but thankfully still dressed in a pair of baggy pants, and obviously freshly awoken Harry. Ahsoka. Harry called out sleepily, rubbing at his eyes. What's the? That was as far as he got as she threw herself at him, her arms wrapping around his body as tightly as the vines in her vision as she clung to him. You're here, you're here. She heard herself repeating as she held him, pressing her face against his warm chest. Ahsoka. The alarm in Harry's voice reached through the fog that had settled in on her, bringing her back enough so that she could lean her head back just far enough to look him in the eye. Ahsoka, what's wrong? Ahsoka opened her mouth to say something, but all that came out was a moan as she buried her head back into his shoulder and pushed him into the room, letting the door slam shut behind them. She could vaguely feel as Harry brought his arms around her, holding onto her tightly as he began gently rocking back and forth while murmuring, "It's all right, Ahsoka, whatever's wrong I promise that it'll be all right." She had no idea how long she stood there in his arms, trying to draw comfort from him, but eventually she managed to gather enough strength to push back from him slightly. Although he still kept his arms wrapped loosely around her shoulders, which made her heart flutter ever so slightly. I'm sorry about that," she murmured, unable and unwilling to look up at him out of embarrassment for what she just did. "Hey," Harry said softly, one of his hands coming around and finding its way under her chin and gently lifting her face so that they were staring eye to eye with one another. "It's all right, Ahsoka. You have nothing to apologize about. Do you want to talk about it?" "No, yes." She cursed as soon as she said that, as she'd meant to say no and think yes. But now she was stuck. I had a vision. A true force vision." Harry's eyes widened fractionally as he led her into his room and over towards one of 2 comfortable-looking chairs in the center of his room. Pausing, he waved his hand towards the small fireplace in his room. A light fire sprung to life, eating away at the logs within, giving the room a soft glow as he deposited her into one of the chairs before taking the other for himself. "All right," he said, taking her hands in his own and staring at her eye to eye. "Tell me what you saw." Taking in several deep breaths, Ahsoka nodded. "I couldn't see much. But what I did see, I saw you held against a stone statue of some kind while all around you black figures were chanting. Then one came up to you and cut your arm. Then there was a man with no face and red eyes." Taking another deep breath, she made sure she was looking right into Harry's black and green eyes before continuing. "He tortured you. I don't know what he was doing, but you were screaming louder than I've ever heard before. And everyone around was just watching and laughing at you. Then I woke up." Harry didn't say anything for some time after she'd finished. Not that Ahsoka could blame him. It wasn't every day that one was told someone had a vision of them being tortured. Was there anything else you could see in the vision?" Harry asked tentatively. "Was there anyone there besides the man with red eyes and the black figures?" Ahsoka couldn't hold his gaze and looked down. I don't know. I can't." "Ahsoka," Harry urged, forcing her to look at him again. "Please. It may be important. Did you hear or see anything else besides what you've already told me?" I don't." Ahsoka cried softly, shaking her head as she tried desperately to remember something, anything, besides those red eyes full of malice and the sounds of Harry's screams. I think I heard someone calling out for them to stop, but it could have just been me in my own head. But there is one thing I know for certain. And it's the timing." Pausing, she made sure she had his complete attention. "It will occur just after you're whisked away from the maze, Harry. Please, Harry, don't go through with this. I've lost so much already. I can't lose you too." "Ahsoka," Harry called out, trying to brush away at the tears that were falling from her eyes, yet failing to do so as she turned her head away from him. Not able to look at him. "Ahsoka, look at me." Reluctantly, Ahsoka turned her head. His glowing green eyes surrounded in a pool of black almost seemed to pierce through to her very soul. "You're not going to lose me. And I'm not going to lose you either," he said calmly. "You may get hurt. I may get hurt. But we're at war. Sure, it hasn't been declared officially yet, but soon enough you and I both know that it will be. And my mother said that there are 2 rules every commander needs to realize about being in command. Rule number 1, people will get hurt and die. And rule number 2, no one can change rule number 1. You already know this, Ahsoka. And tell me honestly, if you knew that there was a chance to defeat the Sith Emperor that destroyed the Jedi and corrupted your former master, would you take it? Even if you knew that you would have to endure again what originally happened to you when you captured by the Empire the first time." Ahsoka didn't even bother to try and stop the tears from falling from her eyes. "That's not fair, Harry. This isn't the same. This is the same." Harry pressed. "If we don't stop Voldemort here and now, his influence will grow like a cancer and plague this world. And if I have to endure a bit of pain to try and stop him and get vengeance for the death of my parents, then so be it. And you can't sit there and tell me that you wouldn't do the same." Ahsoka lowered her eyes once more, her shame mounting as the words Master Yoda had spoken to her months ago came to the forefront of her mind. "Be wary, Knight to know. For in the end, ultimately selfish, love is. When the time comes, careful choice, you must make. For love, or for betterment of all. A hard choice, this is. Fallen, many have when pressed on this matter." Leaning forward slightly, Ahsoka let her head fall against Harry's bare shoulder. I'm sorry," she whispered. Looking back on her actions now with a slightly clearer head, she couldn't believe how clouded her actions had been. And only now did she truly appreciate the gravity of what Master Yoda had said. Her body felt completely weightless as she sagged heavily against him. She felt completely and utterly drained, both emotionally and physically. There was no strength left in her. Not even to sit upright. If not for his arms holding onto her gently, she was sure that she would have face planted onto the floor. Mercifully, Harry didn't say anything as she leaned against him. He merely held her, giving her the support and comfort that she needed. The two stayed like that for a long time. Neither of them spoke, instead taking preference in enjoying the silence and drawing comfort from the other. "Harry," Ahsoka called out slowly as she pulled back from him slightly. I don't want to go back to my room tonight." If not for what she'd just gone through, she would have laughed outright at the expression that came across her boyfriend's face. Ahsoka. Not really sure how that would work. I mean, I've only got the one bed. I suppose that I could sleep on the floor or in one of the chairs if you wanted. Or maybe I could ask Winky to bring up another bed and then..." "Harry." Ahsoka cut across firmly, ending his tirade. "Just get in the bed already." Harry hesitated only for a second before scrambling to his feet and crawling under the sheets of his bed. Taking a second to center herself, Ahsoka purposefully made her way over to the small bed. If they slept shoulder to shoulder, there would be just enough room for the two of them to sleep comfortably. Not that she necessarily planned on sleeping that way though. After a moment's consideration, she waved her hand towards the fire and used the force to extinguish the low fire, plunging the room into darkness. Not giving Harry's eyes the time need to adjust to the sudden darkness, and not giving herself the time to second-guess herself, she quickly stripped off of her shirt and crawled in under the sheet with Harry. Ahsoka. Harry croaked as she felt his skin touch hers. Are you? Not a word. She said softly, laying her head against his pectoral muscle as her right hand rested across his chest. I can't really sleep with a shirt on. But don't dare think that this is an open invitation, Potter. Beneath her, she felt him swallow hard and shudder. After a few awkward moments the arm she was laying on wiggled out from underneath her and wrapped itself around her back, allowing her snuggle in closer to him as he held him. I would never dream of doing anything you didn't want me to, Ahsoka. Pressing her head back down onto his chest, she closed her eyes and listened to the steady, albeit rapid, beating of his heart. Slowly, his heart rate began to settle as his breathing evened out. I can't let anything happen to you, Harry. She thought as she felt him drift off into the realm of dreams. I've lost far too much to lose you too. I won't lose you. No matter what. I swear it. Sitting in a tent with the other 3 champions as they waited for the judges, Harry had his eyes closed as he tried keeping his emotions in check. The final week leading up to the third task passed by in a complete blur as Harry went through his daily routine in complete autopilot. His mind had been completely focused on the upcoming task, or more accurately his upcoming confrontation with Voldemort. His entire life he'd been training for this moment. He would finally face off against the man responsible for the murder of his parents, again. Only this time, there would be no escape for the Dark Lord. Not if Harry could help it. Although, if he was being completely honest with himself, it wasn't just the Dark Lord that was weighing on his mind. More often than not, especially when he laid down to rest for the night, his mind would wander back to Ahsoka and the night they'd shared together just before he came back to Hogwarts. They didn't do anything, well except for a few innocent kisses in the dark. And he didn't see anything either. But the feel of her warm skin on his, the feel of her Force presence so close to his own. Those thoughts had led to more than one instance where Harry had to take matters into his own hands as it were, or risk having a sleepless night. But despite the week leading up to this moment passing by so quickly, the past few hours had actually dragged by at a snail's pace. First there was Dumbledore's grand announcement of the final task and a recap of what a wonderful experience had been so far to host the 2 foreign schools. Then the champions had been pulled aside so that they could spend some time with their families just before the task was set to begin. That had been more than slightly awkward as Harry had to act as if his mother and Ahsoka were actually with him, not Master Faye and Maris. After an hour of sitting with 2 women who looked like his mother and his girlfriend despite not being them, Harry and the other champions had been ushered down to the waiting tents where they were given uniforms to change into before the task. Just like in the first task, Harry turned down his uniform. Not that he didn't mind representing his school, but as he'd said before, Cedric was Hogwarts champion. Not only that, but his guardian robes allowed for far better movement than the gaudy piece of fabric that could only have come from the mind of his eccentric headmaster. Feeling several presences approaching the tent, Harry forced himself out of his meditation and opened his eyes just in time as the tent flap opened allowing the judges to enter. Well champions, here we are. The third and final task of the first Triwizard Tournament in a long time. Bagman beamed, looking over each of them one at a time. The rules for this final task are simple. No lethal spells and no unforgivables. The first one to reach the center of the maze where the cup awaits will be declared the winner. And other than that, there are no rules once you enter the maze. While this is a competition between you 4, I urge you all to remember how you succeeded in the second task. Dumbledore added quickly, stepping forward. You gain more from working with those around you rather than pushing them away. Bagman blinked dumbly at Dumbledore before snapping himself out of whatever haze he'd been in. Right, well then. Before we head out we have something for each of you. So, if each of you will please step forward and pick up your Portkaya badges we can get started. Getting up from his kneeling position, Harry walked towards the judges, and nearly scoffed as he saw that badges that Bagman was holding. One was in the shape of a badger. One was in the shape of a lion. One was a capital letter B surrounded with golden accents. And the last looked like a deer skull and antlers with 2 birds sitting atop its head. Well, I was right. Harry thought as he grabbed the lion badge and placed it on robes. Each Portkaya was unique. Right-o. Bagman smiled. Now then, to explain what you will be facing in the maze I turn the floor over to our hosting headmaster, Headmaster Dumbledore. Thank you Ludo. Dumbledore nodded politely. First, I want to say that we are proud of all of you. Your accomplishments during this tournament have been outstanding. But unfortunately, there can be only one overall champion. As was explained to you before, you will each be released into the maze at 5-minute intervals in accordance with your current point rankings. On top of that, there are 4 entrances to the maze. Each of which can only be entered once before they will close permanently. Now within the maze you will be tested for your physical capabilities, your magical knowledge, and your wits. You must use all three if you hope to reach the center and claim the trophy. And just so that you are all not startled, your badges are port keys which will take you out of the maze should you fall unconscious or should you wish to withdraw. Also, the Tri-Wizard trophy itself is a port key as well that will activate all of the others, save for the one that it is nearest to it. Any questions? No? Very well then. If you will please follow us, we will be heading out into the starting area. Turning on his heel, Dumbledore led the way out of the tent, followed quickly by Maxime, Karkaroff, and Umbridge. Cedric, Fleur and Victor all walked out single file, leaving Harry last. A moment, Harry, Bagman said softly, stopping him just before he could exit the tent. What? Harry asked, narrowing his eyes at the man. Bagman swallowed and cast a quick look over his shoulder. If possible, take the south route and at the first opportunity head north and keep going north. Harry blinked once, but before he could ask what the man meant he had turned around and left the tent, leaving Harry to jog in order to catch up with everyone else. Well, someone wants me to win. Following after the judges and his fellow champions, Harry stared up at the 20-foot-tall hedges as they entered the maze. Even after all these years, magic still impresses me. I wonder if the same type of magic that they used to grow these hedges so fast could be incorporated into food production as well. Definitely something worth checking out. After walking between the hedges for a solid minute, the small group emerged into an oval clearing. As they stepped out, the sounds of cheering erupted, making Harry wince as he fought the urge to cover his ears. Bloody hell, this is louder than the World Cup was. After the four champions had gathered into the center of the oval, the path that they'd taken to arrive closed up on itself as four other paths opened. One to the north, one to the south, one heading east and the last heading west. Ah, so that's what he meant by the take the south route. It's probably the quickest to the end of the maze. Clearing his throat, Bagman pressed his wand to his throat. Witches and wizards. Welcome to the third and final task of the Tri-Wizard tournament. The cheering grew even louder as the crowd roared. Today our brave champions shall be tested. Their magic, their wits and their endurance shall be put to the test as they traverse this maze. And while they have all done wonderfully so far, there can be only one champion. Who shall it be? Our current point leader Victor Crumb? Or perhaps the hometown hero Cedric Diggory? Or maybe it will be the ever-beautiful and intoxicating Fleur Delacour. Or perhaps he will defy all odds and Harry Potter, the youngest champion in history, will be the one to claim eternal glory. The crowd cheered even louder. Bagman seemed to be soaking it all up like a sponge. And without further ado, I bid our champions the best of luck. Mr. Crumb. The honor of going first is yours. Choose your path wisely. And once you enter the maze, the timer for your competitors will begin. Crumb, after waving his hand to the crowd, turned and nodded to Harry and the others. Good luck. He wished them all before turning around and heading into the southern path, which sealed up as soon as he walked through. Well, Harry thought as Bagman's face fell momentarily. So much for that idea. 5 minutes later, Bagman held his wand to his throat again. And that is 5 minutes. Cedric, my boy, the choice is now yours to make. Cedric didn't wait as he immediately took off at a light jog into the northern path, leaving only Harry and Fleur waiting for their chance to head out. Fleur Delacour. The choice is now yours to make. Straightening her back, Fleur took one step towards the eastern path before stopping and turning around to face Harry. Bonechance, Harry Potter. Good luck, Fleur. Harry nodded back before Fleur graced him with a smile and headed off down the eastern path. Now alone, Harry's mind began to race. Odds are I won't be able to find them in the maze. According to Susan and the others, the maze goes on for miles. Looking down at the badge on his chest, Harry grimaced. I guess I just have to hope that all he wants is me and none of the others. But still, who set the port keys? And is this the actual trigger that will take me away? Or maybe, Dumbledore said that cup was a port key as well. Maybe that is the one. Damn it. I guess I don't really have much of a choice. I can't run the risk of the trophy being the true port key and having one of the others reach it first. Guess I actually have to take this whole maze at least semi-seriously. And now our youngest champion, Harry Potter. There is only one path left. Best of luck, young lad. Squaring his shoulders, Harry held his head high and took off into the maze at what he considered to be a light jog, but would actually be a full sprint to many others. As soon as he was in the maze, he opened himself to the living force trying to get a beat of where the cup might be. Damn it! He hissed. There's far too much magic condensed in the area. And without actually seeing the cup beforehand, I can't find it. I guess I'm just going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Although, Bagman did say head north, maybe. Slowing his pace ever so slightly, Harry pulled out his wand and sent a powerful cutting charm into the brush. A huge gash opened in the brush, but any damage he caused was repaired just as quickly as he could inflict it. Next he tried burning the hedges. The brush went up like kindling for a second before the flames extinguished, leaving a pristine hedge. Giving it one last shot, he conjured up a walking stick and shoved it into the thicket. The stick snapped in half as he felt something within the hedge grab hold of the stick and snap it in half. Must have some devil's snare mixed in, Harry theorized as he kept running. Well, so much for plan A, guess I really do have to huff it. Rounding another corner in the corner, Harry suddenly found himself running upside down. Shit! Harry cursed as he jumped back reflexively and the world righted itself. Has to be some sort of enchantment, very clever. Stepping forward, the world flipped once more, only this time he was ready for it. Instead of backing out, Harry focused on the path ahead of him and shattered the illusion with the force. Humph! Pathetic. Taking off again, Harry raised his wand to his eyes. Omnes videns. His vision pulsed, and he could just barely make out two red dots to his front and left, while the third is behind him and to the right. As he watched, the dots continued to move around frantically with no set pattern or direction to their movements. Well, it looks like we're all lost in here. Lowering his wand from his eyes, Harry remembered Bagman's advice and continued heading north. Not really sure if this is way I should be going or not. But from what I can sense, the strongest concentration of magic is in this direction. So it's a safe bet that. Harry's feet skidded to a stop. Just before him, blocking the entirety of the path before him, was a creature that he'd only read about before. Ah, a visitor at last. The Sphinx purred, raising one gigantic paw to distinctly feminine human face and giving it a long lick. Swallowing, Harry took a tentative step towards the hulking beast as he tried recalling anything that he'd read about the legendary creature. I can't run around it. I might be able to jump over it or simply blast it out of the way, but its reflexes are incredibly fast. I don't suppose that you'd consider letting me past, would you? The Sphinx stopped licking its paw and shrugged. I might. But you have to entertain me first by proving your wits. Answer my 2 riddles and the path is yours. Agree to my third and clue I shall bestow. Deny and a long path around awaits you. Guess wrong, and flesh I will claim. Damn it. Ask your riddles. The Sphinx smiled. No man has seen it, but all men know it. Lighter than air, sharper than any sword. Comes from nothing, but will fell the strongest armies. Of what do I speak? Harry's brow furrowed as he thought. Hunger. The Sphinx smiled. Very good. Now answer me this. I have seas with no water, coasts with no sand, towns without people, and mountains without land. What am I? Harry didn't need to think about this one. A map. Now give me the last riddle. This time the Sphinx laughed. Oh, very good, human. I like you. But I fear your flesh shall soon be mine to feast upon. But you wish to truly test your wits? Then I am not one to deny. Very well, listen well, human, for I shall only say this once. First think of the person who lives in disguise. Who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me what's always the last thing to mend, the middle of middle and end of end? And finally give me the sound often heard, during the search for a hard-to-find word. Now string them together and answer me this. Which creature would you be unwilling to kiss? This one actually gave Harry pause for a moment. Damn it, there has to be something. Who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies, a spy. The last thing to mend and the middle of middle and end of end, that's the letter D. Now string them, oh. Spy D. But a creature. Spider. Spider. The Sphinx actually looked surprised. Humph, impressive, human. The large creature purred before getting up and moving aside. I would have enjoyed feasting on your flesh. But a deal is a deal. And the path is yours. And for you, clue, your goal is just ahead, with 3 paths. Continue on forever. Get left in the darkness. But turn left 3 times and your treasure shall you find. Harry smirked as he figured it out. Don't go straight, or left. Instead go right at the next path. Thank you, mighty Sphinx. He bowed to the massive creature before taking off at a dead sprint once more. At the next intersection, Harry split off and ran off down the right path. Over the next 20 minutes he ran through the maze, countering any and all obstacles that were thrown in his path. There was a section of the maze that was enchanted to look like a thick swamp, but was actually just an illusion. Another path was guarded by a relatively smaller acromantula, which Harry did feel a slight pain of regret for killing it, but only because he knew that Hagrid would be upset because of the loss. Then there was also a nasty little hidden patch of devil's snare that was in the middle of the path. Thank the Force for that little warning, Harry thought as he landed on his feet just out of the reach of the devil's snare. That would have slowed me down more than a little bit. Rounding one last corner, Harry felt a pulse through the Force as he came to a stop. Directly in front of him, no less than 50 yards away, was the Triwizard Trophy, sitting on a podium for all to see. Okay. Harry thought, looking around. It can't really be that easy, could it? Reaching out with his senses, Harry felt the immediate area for any residual magic. But besides the now familiar pulses coming from the hedges and the trophy before him, he couldn't sense anything. Well, only one way to find out, I guess. Taking one step forward down the path, Harry cursed as the hedges around him started groaning and moving about. Oh shit! Taking off at a dead sprint, Harry just barely managed to stay 2 steps ahead of the hedges as they closed in behind him. Come on, Harry! Just a few more paces, and gotcha! Whoa shit! The moment Harry's fingers closed around the trophy, he immediately felt a pull at his navel as the portkey activated and he was once more forced to endure the relentless spinning through the ether of the force. Damn it! There has got to be a better way to travel magically. The spinning came to an abrupt end, as his feet landed hard on solid ground. Wherever he'd ended up was dark. And not just dark in the sense of a lack of light. The dark side was almost oppressively strong in the air. Harry? Where are we? Blinking, Harry felt his heart sink as he whipped around, praying to whatever higher power there was that he was alone. But his prayers went unanswered as he found Fleur, Cedric, and Victor standing just behind him. Fuck, Harry cursed, spinning around in a circle as he felt a warning from the force assault him on all sides. Get do! His words died in his throat as dozens of red stunners shot out from the darkness. Cedric and Victor went down first as each were hit with spells dead center in the chest. Fleur managed to evade 1 or 2 while pirouetting like a dancer, but she only managed to keep that up for a few seconds before she went down as well. Harry felt the first stunner hit him in the leg, the darkness encroaching on his vision as he pulled deeply on the force to keep consciousness. But then the second bolt hit him. Then the third. By the fourth he was on the ground on his hands and knees. And when the fifth struck him, his world descended into darkness. Sitting in the stands, Ahsoka, or rather Maris Brood, sat high up in the stands staring down at the large hedge maze below. She couldn't deny that the potion that she'd drank before coming here was positively astounding. Being able to morph into someone was a trait that was reserved solely for changelings. Being able to do so at will, with only a single strand of the intended target's hair, was incredible. Even though they didn't end up using any hair from Ahsoka, seeing as how Togruta are naturally hairless. But somehow Grand Master Nox managed to alter the potion enough so that they could use a single drop of blood instead of hair. She still remembered Master Nox and Lord Black arguing about her findings a while back. Black insisted that it was impossible to do, while Nox countered that the potion just needed the DNA at the roots of the hair, and therefore with a slight alteration the potion could use a single drop of blood instead. Maris didn't really care how it worked though, she just cared that it did. And, the fact that she'd transformed into Ahsoka of all people was just a bonus. Having Ahsoka's, admittedly teenage but still grown, body, she was actually reveling in the attention she was receiving from everyone around her. Attention that her younger body, which had yet to fully develop, wouldn't garner for several years. Harry's gone. Master Nox, or rather Master Faye stated suddenly, pulling Maris out of her musings. Reach out with the force, young one. You will sense that his presence is gone. Frowning, Maris stared back out over the maze and stretched out with her senses trying to find Harry, but coming up empty. I can't sense him, Master, she nodded, reaching into the folds of her robe and pulling out the small spherical device that Grand Master Nox had given her. Remembering what she'd been told, she pressed down on 2 specific spots amongst the intricate designs on the sphere, making it split into 2 halves. Turning the top half around a half turn, she realigned the design before pushing it back together. She felt the briefest of force pulses emanating from the small sphere. But the pulse lasted for only the briefest of moments before it was gone, leaving her once again holding what looked like just an intricate piece of metal. Do you think that they'll be all right? Maris asked the famous Jedi Master, now Guardian Master, tentatively. I know they will. Faye responded with conviction. Trust in the Force, little Maris. They'll be fine. It's those other idiots that want to hurt Harry that really need to worry. Pacing back and forth like a caged Nexu, Grand Master Nox of the Guardian Order waited impatiently beside her LAAT for the signal to come in that Harry had disappeared from the maze. Due to the magical nature of Hogwarts, and the fear that whoever abducted him would try and disable any tracking spells or short out any electronic devices he had, if they were smart that is, they couldn't risk activating the small tracking beacon that had been injected beneath his skin until they received the signal. So Nox was stuck doing the one thing she hated. Waiting. While around her the Guardians and the 3 squads of battle-ready troopers checked and rechecked their equipment. The only Guardians who weren't with them at the moment were Maris, Nat, Faye, and Yoda. Nat was with Yoda back at the temple and Maris was with Faye at Hogwarts. Those 4 served a dual purpose as well. Should this mission go wrong, they were part of the last man standing policy she'd created. Should the worst happen, the wards of the temple would reconfigure themselves on the one she'd chosen and they would become responsible for the continuation of the order. She trusted Yoda, to a growing degree, more so than Faye to finish training not only Nat but Luke and Galen as well in the way of the Guardians. So should the worst come to pass, those 4, plus the 2 boys and the knights and apprentices at Hogwarts would be responsible for continuing on the order. The only condolence to the situation she was in, and it was slight at that, was the fact that she was not the only one who was visibly impatient. Ahsoka looked as if she was about ready to hijack the nearest LAAT and take off on her own. Understandable. Nox thought. I used to get the same look as her whenever Ashura and I would pull off these types of missions, or even more recently I know I'm in a somewhat similar state whenever Nymph is away on a mission that could lead her into danger. Feeling a strong vibration in her pocket, Nox didn't even wait to check what it was as she turned to the trooper manning the satellite uplink. We've got the signal. Activate the tracking beacon. Yes ma'am. The trooper shouted as his fingers quickly started to dance across the keyboard in front of him. The moment she'd made her proclamation, all attention was on her and the trooper as the guardians and the troopers gathered around the two of them. Satellite link-up confirmed. The trooper announced. Triangulating his position and, single locked. He's in Little Hangleton in what looks like the local graveyard. Everyone load up. Nox shouted, creating a flurry of movement as the three squads, their commanding clone and the guardians ran to their assigned LAATs. Stepping into her own shuttle along with Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, and Rex, Nox reached up and grabbed hold of the netting above their heads as the shuttle rocked slightly as it began to take to the air and the door began closing. Pilot, she called forward. What's our ETA? 15 minutes ma'am. The pilot shouted back, making Nox close her eyes and curse. 15 minutes of hell. Nox thought, trying to reach out for her son but finding their connection muddled. More than likely out cold, which could be either a good thing as it will buy us the time we need to reach him. Or, it could be a really bad thing. Sensing movement beside her, she spied Ahsoka out of the corner of her eye. The young Togruta was practically bouncing in place. But more than that, fear was radiating off the girl at an almost sickening level. And it wasn't the fear commonly found in one that was about to enter battle either. Ahsoka, she called out, making the younger girl look up at him. My son is strong. Stronger than many will ever give him credit for. Trust in him. Ahsoka bit her lip, but nodded nonetheless and turned to stare once more at the countryside flying past them. Be safe my son. Nox thought, her hand tightening on the netting. And woe be to any who harm you, I'll make their deaths legends that parents tell their kids to keep them in line. Groaning, Harry tried to move his arms only to find them being held down tightly against a hard surface by something that was, moving. And incredibly sharp. Forcing his eyes open, Harry found himself suspended several feet up off the group as thick black vines wrapped themselves around his arms, chest, and legs. Ah, I see that our guest of honor has finally decided to grace us with his presence. Twisting his head, not an easy feat as the vines had begun wrapping around his neck and head as well, Harry glared at what he saw before him. There were no less than 20, and those were the only ones he could see, black-robed figures standing around a large boiling cauldron hung up over a fire. But more than that were the 3 figures that were bound and gagged with the same type of vines as he and were being forced to kneel just off the side. Shit, they've got the others as well. Flexing his hands, Harry could that his wand holsters were still strapped to either wrist, but given how tight the vines were around his wrists he couldn't draw his lightsaber at the moment. That, and his wand wasn't anywhere near him. He could have gone wandless, and while he was more than slightly proficient at wandless abilities, he was limited. And there were more than a few Death Eaters around at the moment. What's the matter, Potter? No snappy comment? Your father would have been so disappointed in you. Craning his head over slightly, Harry glared at the silver mask belonging to the one who'd been speaking. Malfoy, I'm surprised. I thought your lips were so permanently fixed to your master's ass that you wouldn't be able to come out and play. Although, considering your great master is little more than a parasitic wraith, I guess it would be hard to kiss his ass. The figure that was Lucius stood stock still for a moment. His only response was to slash his wand across his body. Harry gritted his teeth as the vines covering him tightened to the point where he thought his bones were going to break. Come on. Harry wheezed. Is that the best you got? Fucking pussy. Malfoy twisted his wand and the vines around Harry started to heat, searing his skin for a brief moment before it all stopped and the vines loosened enough so that he could breathe once more. Harry cursed as he saw the other 3 champions fighting against the bindings trying to stop what was happening to him. Damn it all, he wanted to yell at them. Stop drawing attention to yourselves. As long as their attention is on me, you 3 will be fine. Silence. Lucius shouted, stomping over to Cedric and kicking him in the face before handing Fleur across the face even as another masked individual slapped Victor. You 3 have been granted a high honor here tonight. Do not press your luck or our patience. He paused, looking up at the sky as the clouds parted to reveal a new moon high overhead. It is time. The vines holding him in place strained as he tried to throw himself at the small rat-faced man who walked into the graveyard clearing carrying a small bundle in his arms. Wormtail. Harry hissed loudly, making the small rat flinch. You're a fucking dead man. The sniveling rat shuddered, making more than one of the cloaked figures laugh at his expense. Enough. A strangled hiss came from the small bundle in Wormtail's arms, ending all laughing. The time is nigh. Lucius, begin. Yes, my lord. Lucius's head bowed slightly as he walked over to one of the black-robed figures, this one only distinguishable from the others because he held a plate in his hands, atop of which sat a pristine-looking skull. Picking up the skull, Lucius moved back towards the cauldron in the center. As he did, all of the black-robed figures knelt as one and began a low chant as Lucius held the skull high above his head. Bone of the father, unknowingly given. You shall renew your son. Throwing the skull into the cauldron, the liquid contents splashed as puff of green smoke billowed up into the air. Turning around, Harry saw a flash of steel emerge in Lucius's hand as he stalked towards him. Coming to a stop just before him, Harry glared down into the eye sockets of the bone mask. Without a word, Lucius lashed out, slamming the knife into his left arm up to the hilt before twisting the blade and wrenching it free. Harry nearly bit his lip in his effort to keep from crying out in pain. Come on. This is nothing. Mother's training was harder than this. Is that all you got, Lucius? Harry gasped through the pain. His comment earned himself a backhand across the face as Lucius glared at him for a full minute before turning around fast enough so that his cloak billowed out behind him. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Lucius drawled, knocking the knife against the edge of the cauldron so that Harry's blood entered the mixture. You shall resurrect your foe. Next, one of the kneeling followers stepped forward and bared his arm before Lucius. Flesh of the servant, Lucius drawled, grabbing the arm and pulling it over the cauldron. You shat. What's the matter, Lucius? Harry yelled out, growing desperate to stall for time. Too much of pansy to carve off your own flesh for your precious master? Like father like son, I guess. Far too cowardly to do the dirty work themselves. Lucius's hand holding the dagger froze in the air as he started visibly shaking with rage. Ignore him, Lucius. The figure, who Harry was now sure to be some malformed version of Voldemort, hissed. Finish it. You shall revive your master. Lucius yelled, bringing the knife down and cleaving the unnamed Death Eater's hand clean off and into the pot. Another round of sickly green smoke bellowed out of the cauldron as the Death Eater who'd sacrificed his hand cried out in agony as he was set upon by one of the other black figures. Dropping the knife into the cauldron, Lucius hefted the bundled-up figure out of Wormtail's hands and held it above his head. Behold as he rises once more. The one who has beaten death itself. Rise once more. Our great Lord Voldemort. Lucius cried out as he dropped the bundle into the cauldron. The world was engulfed in a thick white light so bright that Harry had to avert his eyes. But it wasn't just the light, the force itself was crying out in outrage at what was transpiring. The light, which had been to the point of burningly bright, died instantaneously, leaving everyone blinding rapidly as they tried to readjust their eyes. When Harry could finally see again, he noticed that the cauldron was gone. And in its place was a naked man with pasty white smooth skin. Voldemort had been reborn. The entire graveyard was entrenched in silence as the figure began running his hands almost lovingly across his new body. Lucius, robe me. Lucius was moving even before Voldemort had finished speaking, grabbing one of the cloaks from the nearest Death Eater and walking up to the Dark Lord and placing it onto his form. Freshly robed, Voldemort pushed Lucius aside and strode over to the rat. Wormtail. The former marauder stuttered and shook almost violently as he reached inside his robe and pulled out a long bone-white-looking wand. I've kept it safe for you, my lord. As was expected of you, Wormtail. Voldemort responded calmly, snatching the wand from the rat and making a show of inspecting it before turning his back on the rat and moving over to the figure that had sacrificed his arm for his resurrection. You have served me well. And I reward those who serve me. Waving his wand, the Death Eater in question screamed for but a moment before he gasped in wonderment. The hand that he'd lost had been replaced with a pure silver hand. Thank you, my lord. The Death Eater cried, sinking so low to the ground that Harry was sure he was about to actually kiss the Dark Lord's feet. Completely ignoring the prostrating Death Eater, Voldemort turned back and around and stalked over to the three kneeling champions. He took his time, sizing each of them up one at a time before moving on to the next. You three have just bore witness to a historic event. Voldemort declared. For I, Lord Voldemort, have returned. I alone have conquered death. You three, despite one of you having a questionable pedigree, this he said while staring at Fleur, represent the best of the younger generation of your schools. I offer you three this one chance. Kneel at my feet. Accept my mark. And be welcomed in my new order. What say you? Waving his wand, the vines that had been gagging the three champions receded enough so that they could talk. Fleur was the first to get a word out. And it was definitely not what anyone had expected. Baisez-vous cochon. Voldemort merely sighed as he shook his head. Such a pity. So beautiful, yet so stupid. Crucio. Fleur screamed violently as the spell hit her, her body curled in on itself as she convulsed. The vines moved back into her mouth quickly, cutting off her screams as she convulsed under the effects of the spell. Voldemort held the spell on her, a slight smirk playing across his lips' mouth. Leave them alone, fucker. Harry shouted, struggling against his bonds. I'm the one you want. Not them. If Voldemort heard him, he made no indication of it. With a neglectful wave of his wand he ended the torture spell that had been racking Fla's body and moved over to Crumb. And you, young man? Voldemort asked. I can sense it. You know some of the dark arts, but you have only just scratched the surface. I can show you things that you never even dreamed of before. Crumb stared up at Voldemort, before looking down at the still weeping Fleur. Odet Vata, Mertwitz. Again, Voldemort sighed. Ah, such shame. Crucio. Victor managed only slightly better than Fleur as he actually managed to stay upright for a scant few moments before he too collapsed onto the ground and cried out in agony. Harry didn't try to call out again. He knew it wouldn't do him any good even if he did. Soon enough Voldemort released the spell on Victor and moved on to Cedric. And you would, Cedric of House Diggory, no? Voldemort asked, using his wand to tilt Cedric's face upwards. Your father was smart enough never to take up arms against me. But he was foolish enough never to side with me. Join me, take up the mantle of head of House Diggory, and I will forgive your family SSS slight against me. Cedric glared up at Voldemort. Blow me. Harry was actually mildly impressed by all of their backbones, to stare one so corrupted by the dark side, which Voldemort was even if he didn't realize it, and to spit in their face was incredible. I see, Voldemort sighed, shaking his head. Such a semi. Like father like son I guess. Crucio. Cedric collapsed almost immediately, convulsing in pain until Voldemort ended the spell and turned towards Lucius. When we are done here they are your toys, my faithful servants. You may do with them as you wish, but they must not be killed, at least not yet. Not while they can still be used to leverage their families onto our side. Lucius bowed. I understand, my lord. Yes, even you could understand such simple instructions. Voldemort sneered before turning around and facing Harry. And now we come to the boy of the hour, so to speak. The Death Eaters in the graveyard laughed slightly as Voldemort almost seemed to glide across the space separating the two of them. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. My vanquisher. Nothing more than a lie. You did not cause my temporary fall any more than your pathetic father did. Glaring down at the man who'd taken his parents from him, Harry had the sudden urge to lash out and break the man's neck. Not yet. He cursed himself, trying to put his anger aside for the moment. Need to stall for your time. I know. Harry said, drawing more than a few sharp turns of the head from the masked Death Eaters as he leaned forward as much as he could towards the Dark Lord. I've never once claimed to have killed you, Voldy. But I have to wonder, and tell me the truth. What hurt more? Being disembodied by your own killing curse? Or knowing that it was my muggle-born mother that ended your life, you cocksuck? Harry's head snapped back as something slammed against his mental barriers with all the subtlety of a bull in a china shop. But as powerful and sudden as the attack was, Harry merely shored up his barriers and rebuffed Voldemort hard enough that the Dark Lord staggered back a few steps. What's the matter, OL Voldy? Harry smirked. Having some difficulty. Voldemort stared at him blankly for a minute before smiling widely. I see that you have inherited your father's bravado, for all the good that it did him. But you have indeed inherited your mother's power and skill. But your training, it is not theirs. No doubt it is this mysterious Madame Nox's that my followers have told me about. The leader of these so-called guardians. Which you are no doubt a part of. This time it was Harry's turn to start, as Voldemort gave him a grin of triumph. Several of the Death Eaters began whispering frantically between each other, and the three champions had all overcome the pain of the Cruciatus curse enough to stare at him with wide eyes. Yes, Voldemort drawled. You see, I remember things, Harry. And I try not to let the semi things surprise me twice. 3 years ago, you surprised me with a weapon that I've never seen before. A weapon that you used to kill Quirinus Quirrell. That drew quite a few more mutters, and a mild look of horror from Cedric. And this strange weapon, which I've never seen or heard of, suddenly made a second appearance in the hands of those calling themselves the Guardians. Turning his back on him, Voldemort began pacing in front of his followers as if he were teaching a class. At first I thought that these new people were followers of the old fool himself. But then I realized that they were not. For you see, these Guardians are not afraid to kill. And are in fact quite willing to do so. So, if the old fool wasn't leading them, then who was? The answer was simple. A person who made an appearance after the war was already placed on hiatus. Madame Ziri Knox. Turning back to Harry, Voldemort's grin was positively feral. Like I said, boy, I don't like being surprised twice. So between Quirrell SS's death and now, I've been planning on how to counter these strange weapons. And now I am more than your match, boy. No matter what tricks Knox has taught you. But that SSS not all I've done. I've also undone what your pathetic mudblood of a mother did all those years ago. Racing forward once more, Voldemort made a dramatic showing of lifting his hand and pressing a finger to Harry's forehead. You see, the protection Lily Potter gave you ensured that I could never touch you. But now your mother's protection is gone. Your mudblood whore of a mother might have set me back, but in the end she was still a pathetic and weak-lit. With a cry of anguish, Harry lashed out at Voldemort, the vines holding him, the stone statue he was being held against, and even a few of the Death Eaters that had stupidly ventured too close. The stone statue behind him turned to dust. The vines holding him in place simply ceased to be. The Death Eaters who'd come to close were all thrown back hard, some of them crashing into monuments with enough force to break bones. Voldemort managed one quick look of shock before he was thrown violently away from Harry, taking his glasses with him as he vainly tried to grab onto something. Harry could feel the force rippling around him, manifested as small arcs of lightning as he knelt on the ground. You should have just kept your fucking mouth shut. Harry growled loudly as he rose to his feet and slowly opened his eyes. And you have no idea what tricks my mother has shown me. Nor what I've gone through to get to this point. Opening his hand, the Death Eater that had been holding onto his wand lurched forward as Harry ripped his wand away. While it was still in midair, Harry pulled the 3 champions towards him. Catching his wand, he threw 3 cutting curses which severed the vines that had been used to secure the 3 as they flew past him. He then reached out and grabbed the wands of the 3 champions and pulled them away from the Death Eaters as well, letting them fly past him and land near their original owners. Voldemort, who'd still been rising to his feet, watched everything he did, his eyes never leaving Harry's black and green. I see. Voldemort drawled slowly. Nox has indeed taught you a few interesting tricks. And your ice, most curious. But your talent is wasted standing against me, Harry. So, allow me to make you the semi-offer I made your parents. Reaching out with his hand, Voldemort gave him a small smirk. Join me, Harry. Nox has indeed taught you much, but I can teach you more. Together, we can be unstoppable. We all put those who are lesser than us in their place and rule the world as our right ass this strong. Don't waste your potential defending those who don't deserve it. What say you, Harry? Part of Harry wanted to laugh out loud. Of course he wants me to join him. Instead of answering immediately though, Harry snapped his right arm out to his side, drawing his lightsaber into his hand. There is no dark side nor a light side. There is only the Force. I will do what I must to keep the balance. The balance is what sustains me. There is no good without evil, but evil must not be allowed to flourish. There is passion, yet peace. Serenity, yet emotion. Chaos, yet order. Activating his lightsaber on only the primary emitter, Harry held the glowing black purple up vertically in front of his face. I am the wielder of the flame, the protector of balance. I am the holder of the torch lighting the way. I am the keeper of the flame, the soldier of balance. I am a guardian of balance. Leveling his eyes on the Dark Lord, Harry pointed his lightsaber towards the murderer of his parents. My mother taught me this code. This code is who I am. And by this code, I will kill you. Tom Riddle. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed dangerously as more than one Death Eater took an unconscious step back from their master. No one kills him but me. Voldemort growled, stepping forward. Taking a step of his own, Harry risked a quick glance over his shoulder at the other champions. All of whom were looking quite addled. Stay back, he said, raising his lightsaber into a sorcerer stance while he held his wand off to the side in his left. This is between me and him. Voldemort didn't waste any time as he threw 4 spells, 3 towards his torso and 1 at his feet at Harry so quickly they almost looked to have been casted at once. Using his lightsaber to knock aside the 3 spells that were aiming for his head before using his wand to cast an isolated shield charm to negate the 4th. Sorcerer isn't my preferred form. Harry thought as he blocked a killing curse into the ground. But after watching just what Master Kenobi was able to do with it, it is just what I need at the moment. Voldemort didn't let up his barrage, chaining one spell after another while aiming at different parts of his body while at the same time managing to dodge the hexes and curses Harry sent back his way with a dexterity that was more than slightly puzzling. But not once did Harry actually throw a curse or a hex of his own. Instead using Voldemort's own energy against him. Not bad, Potter. Voldemort applauded as he dodged yet another of his own spells that Harry sent back at him. His lackeys, after one got hit with a particularly nasty hex that Harry had sent back, had all retreated backward at least a dozen or so paces and all had their wands drawn ready to cast a shield spell. But I already told you. I know how to defeat you. Another barrage of 3 spells shot at Harry almost simultaneously. He just barely managed to block the first 2 and was mid-move to block the third when the spell stream split and burst into streams of fire that surrounded him. Slashing his own wand across his body, Harry conjured a cyclone of wind from the ground to catch the flame before hitting the now cycling flames with a powerful augmenti spell. The water and flames disappeared in a wall of steam as the 2 collided with one another. Still controlling the cyclone of wind with his wand, Harry directed the steam towards where Voldemort had been, only for the Dark Lord to appear just in front of him with a crack of apparition. Using the momentum that was already in the spell, Voldemort added his own gust of wind which dissipated the steam. Seeing his chance, Harry dove forward and slashed his lightsaber horizontally. Voldemort's upper body bent backwards nearly in half as he dodged the attack. Harry had only the briefest of warnings from the Force as he noticed that, despite being bent over, Voldemort had his wand pointed right at him. Avada Kedavra. It was only because of the warning that he'd had that he was able to drop flat onto his back as he just barely managed to dodge the curse, the sickly green light passing within an inch of his face. As he fell, Harry shot a banishing charm at Voldemort's leg. Voldemort, who'd obviously expected his spell to land, hadn't been expecting Harry's counterattack and was thrown back, giving Harry the time he needed to spring up and regain his foot. By the time he'd righted himself, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. One of the Death Eaters had been trying poorly to sneak around the fight while everyone else had been watching, his eyes focused on the champions who were all distracted by Harry. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort had rolled over enough to fire off another killing curse, only this time Harry had his lightsaber in position. Angling his lightsaber just so, he managed to deflect the killing curse away from himself and directly towards the lone Death Eater. The woman, which became instantly obvious from her high-pitched scream, only managed a single cry of alarm before the spell struck her dead center in the chest, throwing her across the graveyard and killing her instantly. "This fight is between you and me, Tom," Harry growled. "Unless you feel like losing more lackeys, I highly advise they be good little ass-kissers and stay back." Voldemort, who by then had gotten back to his feet, tilted his head slightly as he tapped the tip of his wand against the palm of his left hand. I would Potter. If only the both of us were actually taking this fight seriously." The Dark Lord drawled, idly twirling his wand around. "I've been matching your skills so far, Harry. And while impressive, they are no more developed than they were 3 years ago when you faced Quirrell. Which means one of two things. Either one, you haven't improved, unlikely. Or two, and far more likely, you are trying to stall me in some vain hope that you have help coming to save you." Shaking his head and sking, Voldemort took 2 steps towards him. "Allow me to destroy that hope, Harry. There is no help coming for you. We know about the tracking charm that you had on you. And the portkaya that my loyal follower gave you stripped all 4 of you of any tracking charm as you traveled through the ether. And if that wasn't enough, they then double-checked each of you, making sure to dispel any tracking charms. Although I must say that the hair braid in the Vila creature was ingenious. I would have never thought of that had you not already used that little trick during your second task. So let me ask you, Harry, now that you know there is no hope of salvation coming, why are you holding back? Hey, I see Fleur is a quick learner. I wonder who's tracking her. Mystery for another time. Either way, Voldy is a little off the mark. Because I am stalling for time," Harry answered as he began to pace back and forth slightly. "You were right on the fact that I'm waiting for reinforcements. You see, we figured out your game some time ago and set a trap with me as the bait." Pausing, Harry turned around to the champions. "Unfortunately I couldn't tell any of you. And I'd hoped that none of you would have been wrapped up in this. So for that, I apologize. But as for how they would find me once I was pulled out of the maze, they would find me via a Muggle tracking means." The Death Eaters again began muttering amongst themselves and Voldemort narrowed his eyes. "A Muggle means of tracking are useless in the face of magic." "Oh, most times you are right." Harry nodded, reaching out with the Force. "But you see, we found a way around that. Actually my girlfriend Ahsoka figured it out, so credit goes to her. But right now, I'm currently in possession of a Muggle tracking charm, if you will, that is leading our reinforcements right to us." Voldemort's eyes darted around briefly as his Death Eaters began looking around as well, trying to avoid their master's gaze. "And pray tell, Harry, just where is this Muggle tracking charm of yours?" "It's in my right ass check." "Wanna check?" Voldemort's wand twitched as a yellow spell shot at him. "Okay," Harry sighed, blocking the attack into the ground. "I lied. It's in my left ass check." Knocking the second spell into the ground, Harry started chuckling. "Okay, it is way too easy to get him riled up. But then again, I'm not feeling anything from him besides the desire to kill. No hatred. No anger. Only a mild frustration. Okay. I lied again. It's right in between the two. I'm sure with how much experience Lucius has with sticking his nose up your ass he should have no problem with looking for I." A third spell shot out at him, this one a sickly green killing curse that he turned away into a headstone. "Lucius!" Voldemort yelled, turning his head to look at the Death Eater who'd fired the curse. "He is mine. And he is only trying to unravel you." "Which I applaud, Harry. It seems you have truly inherited your father's SSS gift. But your lies are at an end. If you had such a means of being tracked, your allies would have already been here by now." Feeling a familiar pulse in the Force, Harry let a full-out grin cross his lips. "Be careful with what you wish for, Tommy boy, speak of the devil. And he might just appear." The low humming of the LAATs passing overhead was all the warning the Death Eaters had before hell literally fell upon them as all three of the LAATs' forward lasers open-fired on the mass of black cloaks. Harry had to give credit where it was due though, as only 3 of the Death Eaters got hit in the initial barrage, while the rest quickly dove for cover or poured all of their energy into shield charms. Even Voldemort was left quickly backpedaling as he conjured up a powerful shield to defend himself. But putting them on the back foot was all the LAATs were supposed to do. As soon as a zone was cleared, the side doors opened and the Guardians along with their 20 soldiers made the 20-foot drop from aircraft to ground. Nox landed right next to him, her blood-red lightsaber springing to life as she twirled her wand into her left. Harry's heart went up into his throat as Ahsoka landed on his opposite side, her eyes catching his for just brief moment. Force, she's beautiful. After that, it was pure pandemonium. All of the Guardians activated their lightsabers and began throwing whatever spells they knew at the now hiding Death Eaters. As they did, the soldiers under the command of the clones took up defensive positions around Harry, or more specifically the champions, and began raining down suppressing fire while overhead the LAATs began weaving as they avoided spells from the ground. Falling into a rhythm with again, Harry moved in tandem with Ahsoka and his mother as the Guardians started pressing their advance into the graveyard. The soldiers stayed behind laying down covering fire for their advance and keeping an eye on the champions. The Death Eaters, unused to fighting in such conditions, began to fall back trying to keep the Guardians at range as their lightsabers cut down anyone who they get into range with. But that plan was ultimately thwarted as the LAATs moved behind them and started firing down upon any cover they found, forcing them out and towards the waiting blades of the Guardians. Ducking under an ill-thrown punch of a Death Eater, Harry speared the man through his chest before twirling around and banishing the corpse away with a wave of his wand. As he did, Harry locked eyes with Voldemort and saw something he never thought he'd see. Fear. The Dark Lord was afraid. Snarling, Voldemort twisted in place, and didn't go anywhere. So that's what took them so long. Harry smirked as he noticed several other Death Eaters trying to either apparate or port Kaya away and ultimately failed to do so. They had to make sure that the anti-port Kaya and anti-apparition wards were up before we sprung our trap. The Death Eaters, realizing that they'd been caught into a trap and having nearly a third of their number decimated, started throwing everything they had at the Guardians, the troopers, and the LAATs overhead. Statues exploded as they were hit with exploding curses. Fire rolled through the graveyard in an effort to keep distance between them. But apparently Voldemort had more followers than Harry had originally counted, as the Black Cloaks seemed to be replaced almost as fast as the Guardians could cut them down. Leaping over a wall of fire, Harry brought his lightsaber down in a spinning strike, cleaving the Death Eater who'd cast the spell in two. Ducking low, Harry's eyes swept over the battlefield. His mother was currently trading spells with Voldemort. The Dark Lord's face was contorted as everything he did was countered by his mother, while most of the curse she sent his way were sent with such velocity and ferocity that he didn't even have time to counter them. On the edges, Harry saw Asajj and Quinlan fighting side by side against a quartet of Death Eaters. As he watched, Asajj dodged a killing curse before using the Force to summon one of the Death Eaters to her and impaling him on her lightsaber. While she did, Quinlan leapt over her head, throwing his lightsaber as he did and decapitating one Death Eater before catching the second with a blast from his wand and landing safely on his feet. In another section, Master Kenobi was proving himself to be a true master of sorcery as he parried away every spell that was shot at him while standing guard over one of the trooper squads that had split from the rest in order to flank the Death Eaters. Both Kento and Mali were standing side by side, each of them covering the other as they deflected spells, cut down any Death Eater who got too close and retaliated with their own spells. In yet another section of the graveyard, Ayla and Shak Ti were standing back to back as the two clearly alien women guarded each other's back from an onslaught of spells that seemed to be coming at them from all angles. But despite their situation, both women looked completely calm and in their element as they moved with a grace and fluidity that was almost baffling. He briefly sought out Ahsoka, and found her going toe-to-toe with two Death Eaters that he recognized. Lucius and Wormtail. The traitor. Harry had been so caught up in scanning the battlefield that he hadn't noticed the two Death Eaters that had been sneaking up on him until they were quite literally standing over him. Die Potter. Bringing his wand up to create a shield, Harry's eyes widened as both Death Eaters flew off of their perches as several blaster bolts hit both men dead center in the chest in rapid succession. A skirmish isn't the time to go sightseeing, sir. Harry cursed his own stupidity as a trooper with blue markings and wielding two blaster pistols dropped down next to him. Trying to assess the situation, General Rex. Holstering the blaster in his left hand, Rex pulled out a grenade from his belt and threw it behind a down stone column. The grenade went off, forcing the two Death Eaters that had been using the column for cover to go running. Which is right when Rex took them both down with two accurate shots from the pistol in his right hand. Then I suggest you assess faster, young Master Guardian. Rex nodded to him before moving falling back to his squad. Gritting his teeth, Harry focused on his target before rolling out of cover and running straight for them. Seeing his approach, Ahsoka ducked underneath a sloppy spell from Wormtail before retaliating with a back roundhouse kick to the side of his head. The fat little rat spun like a top after receiving the kick. He managed a full rotation and a half before stopping. only to gasp as Harry was right on top of him. Activating the side emitters of his lightsaber, Harry punched out and pierced Wormtail's right shoulder with the shortened blade coming out of the side emitter. Fucking traitor! Harry growled, force lightning arching out of his right hand, down his lightsaber and into Wormtail. Harry! Wormtail screamed in agony, falling to his knees as the combination of lightning and having a small lightsaber blade in his shoulder shut his nervous system down. PPP please, mare. Harry didn't give him a chance to continue as he tilted his wrist and wrenched his lightsaber out of his shoulder. In the process, the main blade arched clean through the rat's neck. Then pushing against his body with the force, Harry threw his body back into another approaching Death Eater as Wormtail's severed head fell to the ground at Harry's feet. Breathing hard, Harry stared down at the head of the man who his parents had once trusted with their lives. A far better fate than you deserved, you rat. As Harry turned to rejoin the fight, the ground erupted almost right from under him as Voldemort screamed at the top of his lungs and launched a powerful blasting curse into the very ground. All of the Guardians, including Harry, his mother, and Ahsoka, were forced to jump back to avoid the explosion. Damn you, Potter! Voldemort yelled before pointing his wand skyward. Harry had no idea just what spell Voldemort used, but a dark violet sphere of light shot out from the end of his wand and raced upwards. When it was nearly 50 feet in the air, it seemed to almost hit something as the sphere detonated, revealing a dome-like shield overhead. As he watched, the dome cracked and eventually shattered as the sphere forced its way through before disappearing. Pull back! Voldemort shouted. His Death Eaters, eager to comply, quickly started disappearing as the wards that had been preventing them from leaving were suddenly gone. Avada Kedavra! Harry heard the spell and raised his lightsaber to defend himself. But the spell wasn't aimed at him. Rather, it was aimed at Ahsoka, who was currently engaged with another Death Eater. There was no conscious thought as Harry felt his body construct and twist as he operated between Ahsoka and the deadly curse. Raising his wand, Harry didn't even realize what curse he was shouting until he'd already shouted it. Avada Kedavra! The two green curses met with a thunderous clap just inches from Harry's wand tip. But instead of cancelling each other out, the two spells merged together as one, creating an arcing bridge of green light between Harry and Voldemort with a small sphere of light close to Harry's wand. Harry had absolutely no clue as to what was going on, and judging by the look on the Dark Lord's face, neither did him. Their confusion lasted for a split second before Harry felt the sphere of light where the two deadly spells had joined coming closer to him, and without even realizing what he was doing, Harry began channeling as much power as he could into his spell. The sphere wavered just beyond the tip of his wand for a moment before quickly heading down the bridge towards Voldemort. Voldemort, realizing what was happening, responded, forcing his own considerable power into the spell, and the sphere of light froze in between the two of them. Dropping his lightsaber, Harry grabbed his wand with both hands, grunting with effort as he pulled deeper and deeper on the force, trying to channel as much power as he could into his spell. Slowly, the sphere inched closer and closer to Voldemort until it was just beyond the tip of Voldemort's wand. Harry could feel sweat pouring down his face from the effort of putting so much power into a single spell. Feeling the sphere stall just within a breath of Voldemort's wand, Harry closed his eyes and pictured his parents. For my parents, you motherfucker! His anger, righteous in nature, added the last little bit of power needed for the sphere to finish its journey into Voldemort's wand. The result was explosive. A massive shockwave shot out from Voldemort's wand. The few Death Eaters that had remained to this point were all thrown back. The stone structures were either blown away or simply disintegrated. The Guardians all jumped back, hoping to avoid the blast, while the troopers all ducked behind their cover. As the smoke began to clear, a lone figure remained in the center of the blast. Voldemort, his robes burned and torn and half of his face scarred and blackened, was staring down at his right arm in horror. Or rather, he was staring down at what was left of his right arm. As everything from the elbow down was simply gone. Master! A distinctly female-sounding Death Eater cried out as she lunged at the Dark Lord. As soon as her arms were wrapped around him, the two disappeared, followed quickly thereafter by the Death Eaters who were still alive. Blinking dumbly, Harry stared at the spot where Voldemort had disappeared from before allowing his eyes to wander over the battlefield. Dozens of dead black-cloaked individuals lay scattered about the ruined graveyard with one or two white-armored troopers intermixed with them. But through all the carnage, Harry didn't spot a single Guardian. Turning on his heel, Harry found all of the Guardians, the troopers, his fellow champions and even Ahsoka and his mother, staring at him in shock. What? Harry muttered, taking one step towards Ahsoka. What hap? It was when he took his second step that his strength left him. His knee bent and just kept on bending. The ground rushed up to meet him as a dozen voices shouted out his name. And then there was only darkness. Sitting in a high-backed throne in one of his many strongholds, Voldemort hissed as the young girl who'd operated him out of the battle zone hesitantly applied a paste onto what was left of his right arm. Forgive me, my lord. Glaring at the young woman, Voldemort hissed, slowly causing his familiar to slither out from where she'd been warming herself and came to his side so he could stroke her head with his still intact left arm. Finish it. He glared at the young woman, just barely out of Hogwarts, before turning to look at the 4 kneeling men before him. Well, Lucius, how do you explain this failure? Lucius raised his head just enough so that Voldemort could see the man's face but not his eyes. I do not know, my lord. The only thing I can think of, my lord, is that Barty Crouch Jr. talked before he died. Hissing again, Nagini slithered away from him and started circling the 4 kneeling men. He already knew that Barty had talked. His faithful servant had already confirmed as much for him well before the ritual had taken place, and he'd taken precautions in case she did take action. Precautions which in the end were useless. I already know that. Voldemort hissed as the girl applied more paste to the stump of his arm. What I meant was, how did Nox surprise us so when we had precautions in place? Answer me, Flint. Reacting in response to his anger, Nagini shot out from his side and coiled herself around the kneeling Flint. My lord. The elder Flint cried out in agony as Nagini tightened hard enough to crack bones. Aye. You were responsible for our outer defenses tonight. Voldemort yelled, rising to his feet suddenly and making the girl fall back. You had one job. To set the boundary wards and to warn us of an impending attack. The wards were not set. And no warning came. Explain yourself. Flint's face began turning a violent shade of red as Nagini squeezed him harder and harder. My lord, I forgive. Why am I wasting my breath? Voldemort sighed as he turned back around and walked back to his throne. Hissing, Nagini, kill. Flint screamed as Nagini's long fangs sunk into his flesh, her venom pumping into his blood and dissolving him from the inside out. Wormtail had actually proven quite useful while he was still alive in aiding Voldemort in turning his familiar into a formidable weapon. She was magically resistant. Faster than any known snake. Stronger than any no snake. And her venom not only paralyzed her victims, it slowly digested them from the inside out. Extremely slowly. And painfully. The perfect punishment and lesson. Sinking back down in his seat, Voldemort closed his eyes and took a moment to enjoy the sounds of the dying man's screams and pleas for mercy. Holding out his stump for the girl to continue, Voldemort turned his eyes onto Lucius. Lucius. Have you compiled the list? Yes, my lord. Lucius bowed before getting to his feet and walking towards him while being careful to avoid the still convulsing Flint. I have it right here. Voldemort merely stared at him as Lucius pulled out a scroll from within his robes, unrolled it and held it up so he could read it over. Very good, Lucius. You're coming close to earning my forgiveness. Voldemort nodded as he finished reading the list. But these turn of events are unfortunate. We will have to accelerate our plans in order to replenish our now deteriorated ranks. Contact Valid's Sanguine. Lucius's eyes widened. My lord, yes. Yes, of course, my lord. And what shall I offer him in return? The spoils, Lucius. And safe passage. Voldemort answered. In the end, the contents of that list offer little to me. He can keep whatever he wishes. That will be his payment. And prepare the next phase of our plans. We will have to move quickly to counter the momentum that Nox has gained. And contact the minister and the prophet. I do not care if you have to empty the entirety of the Malfoy family vaults to do it, but I want the people turned against Nox, Potter, Dumbledore, and these guardians. Lucius's eyes bulged at the command, but a low moan of agony from Flint quickly killed off any resistance his servant had. Of course, my lord. I will see to it that it is done. Good. Now leave me. And take that piece of trash out with you. His moaning is becoming distracting. But don't kill him. The lesson of failure needs us to be taught. Voldemort said, dismissing the remaining 3 Death Eaters with a wave of his hand, leaving just him and the young woman. Letting his head fall back, Voldemort closed his eyes. He had miscalculated and it had almost cost him everything. Nox was a far more powerful opponent than he'd believed. No doubt she'd hoped to capture or kill him. More than likely the first, as he knew that she was the one currently destroying his Horcruxes. Which meant that she knew he couldn't die until they were all destroyed. But she had miscalculated. He'd managed to escape. And in turn Nox had shown him her hand. The advantage was now his. I've finished applying the paste, my lord. Opening his eyes, he stared down at the young woman. She was a rather attractive thing. Her dark hair cascading over her commonly face and her tight robes doing nothing to hide her figure. Her magic was slightly better than mediocre, but she had displayed a ruthlessness during the battle and had been one of his only followers to actually take down one of the men in white armor during the battle. But it was her eyes that truly captured his attention. They were wide and full of devotion. He could see the makings of another Bellatrix in this young girl. Not that anyone could ever hope to replace his prized servant. But 2 were better than 1. What is your family name, girl? The girl's eyes widened ever so slightly. Flint. My lord. Interesting. So that would make you his daughter. Tell me, girl. What do you think of my treatment of your father? The girl's eyes hardened in a way that was more than slightly pleasing to him. He deserved his fate and more, my lord, for failing you. He and my pathetic brother both failed you, my lord. My only regret is that I was unable to deliver your punishment upon them. He didn't need to be an expert legilimens, which he was, to know that the girl was being completely honest with him. Very good, now tell me. What are you willing to do for me? The girl's eyes widened. Whatever you would have me do, my lord. I will. Good, Voldemort hissed, reaching out with his index finger on his left hand and tracing a line along the girl's jaw and chin. Because I have a special task that I think you would be more than suited for. The girl's eyes went half-lidded as he gently pressed on her mind. I will do whatever you will, my lord. With pleasure. Feeling a stirring he hadn't felt in some time, Voldemort smiled. His new body was definitely an improvement over his old one. In every way. But he'd yet to test out every aspect of his body. Something he planned on rectifying immediately. Especially after the debacle that had just occurred. Good, he cooed, pulling the girl's head towards his lap. Service me well, and I will give you this task that you and you alone will be responsible for. The girl didn't even hesitate as her hands hurriedly pulled his robe aside and her head lowered into his lap. Yes, the girl was almost exactly like Bellatrix. Not as skilled, but that would come in time. But until he got his prized weapon, servant, toy, back. This girl would suffice. Yes indeed, she was definitely quite eager to please. Chapter 16. Opening the door to her flat, Rita Skeeter threw her bag onto the table next to the door and headed immediately into her kitchen. Going to one of her cabinets, Rita grabbed a bottle of fire whiskey and, foregoing a glass, popped the top and took a pull straight from the bottle. It was definitely time for a celebration. Her boss had been on her arse lately about producing something worthwhile, and she had one hell of a story to tell, especially after watching the results of the Triwizard Tournament. The 4 champions had arrived back at the exit of the maze after being missing for nearly an hour. Harry Potter was unconscious and the other 3 were clearly suffering from the after effects of exposure to the Cruciatus curse. So, sensing a story, she'd hitched a ride on Fudge's hat. And what a story the kids had to tell. Voldemort had been resurrected. And Fudge was denying it happened. It was the perfect story. And not only that, it had the added bonus of possibly getting that bitch knocks off of her back. I can't even take a shite without her approval. Rita thought angrily, marching out of her kitchen with the bottle in hand and making her way over to her typewriter. But now, this should get her off of my back. As long as I can get it done in the next couple of hours so that I can have it in the office in time for the morning edition. Setting the bottle aside, she pulled out her wand and tapped it against the typewriter, which instantly came to life and started typing on its own. Disaster at the Triwizard Finale, by Rita Skeeter. Rita began talking aloud as the typewriter began typing out her every word. Yes, it was indeed a disaster. Spinning around, Rita backpedaled away from the dark figure that had somehow managed to get into her flat without her knowledge. Ripping her wand out of her pocket, Rita pointed it towards the black mass. Who the bloody hell are you? The figure's hand reached out slowly and turned on the lamb beside them, revealing none other than Lord Lucius Malfoy. Lord Malfoy, Rita gulped, licking her lips and casting a quick glance towards her door. Lucius Malfoy had always been one of the few people whose very presence unnerved her. And after what she'd learned tonight, that feeling had increased tenfold. Madam Skeeter. Malfoy greeted her casually, rising from his chair with a noticeable wince. Forgive me for calling on you at this hour. But I wanted to make sure that you had the right facts before you started working on tomorrow's paper. There's nothing to forgive, Lord Malfoy, Rita replied, trying, and failing, to keep her voice steady while lowering her wand. She'd never been the best duelist. And against Lucius Malfoy she was sure she'd have as much of chance as a snowball against a dragon. And I was just starting tomorrow's edition. I fear it will be relatively boring and there's no need for that. I've already finished your editorial for tomorrow. Malfoy said over her, reaching into his robes and pulling out a scroll. I believe that you, and your readers, will find it most enlightening. Biting her lip, Rita slowly reached out and took the offered scroll. Unrolling it, Rita read over what was written, her eyes widening with each word. This, Lord Malfoy, I don't. Her words died in her throat as a large stack of pound notes were placed over the words she was reading. This is what you are planning on writing, Madam Skeeter. Malfoy stated, letting go of the sack and making her scramble to juggle the sack and the scroll. I don't see the need to play with you, Skeeter. You know who I serve. You will not get a second chance with us. Oh, and if you're worried about the fact that you're an unregistered animagus, don't. One word with my contact in the DMLE and not only will you be on the registry, but you will have been on the registry since before you left Hogwarts. And it will remain confidential. Rita bit her lip, looking back and forth between the stack of pounds, to the scroll and then to Malfoy. Slowly, she let herself smile. I get paid handsomely. I get my revenge on that bitch Knox. And, well, if recent history has taught me anything, it's that it isn't really healthy to go against the Dark Lord. Thank you, Lord Malfoy, for presenting me with the truth of what transpired tonight. Rita smirked, bowing slightly to Malfoy. I'll be sure that this story is on the front page tomorrow morning. Sitting in his bed in the hospital wing of Hogwarts, Harry glared down at the front page of the Daily Prophet through his glasses, which had been found and repaired between the time the skirmish had ended and his mother had sent him, still unconscious, and the other champions back through the porte-cayette. On the front page of the paper was a photo of him and the other champions all lying in their respective hospital beds. Above the photo was the caption, Triwizard champions recuperating after Guardian attack. We thought you should see this as soon as you woke up, Harry, Ginny said softly from her spot next to his bedside, while all around him the rest of his friends and fellow Guardians at Hogwarts shifted their feet nervously, surrounded by a silencing charm that Hermione had cast with the help of Susan. All save for Susan and Daphne, that was. Susan looked like she was really to straight up murder someone, while Daphne had an almost eerie calm about her. It's been the same story every day for the past 4 days ever since you and the others returned from the graveyard. For not the first time, Harry cursed the fact that he had been unconscious for the past 4 days. He knew the moment he'd woken up what had happened. Force exhaustion. Or rather magical exhaustion, according to Madame Pomfrey. He'd done before when he was younger, but he hadn't succumbed to force exhaustion for years, and even then never to the point where he'd been out for more than a day at a time. More likely because he not only countered the killing curse, but sent it back against a wizard who had decades of experience on him. But the worst part was, because he'd been unconscious, he hadn't been able to defend the Guardian's actions. And now, after 4 days of constant slander, he doubted that there would be anything he could say that would change the opinions of the masses. The only upside, if there was one, was that his mother had not been explicitly named. Neither had Ahsoka nor any of the others. But they were now in the same trap that he was. And if his mother hadn't countered this immediately, there had to be a reason why she was still withholding that information. Or maybe she'd tried to and was unable to do so. In which case, I think I'd prefer it if she was simply holding back information. Why? He asked, looking around. There was no need for him to clarify his question. Honestly, we're not sure how or why, but Fudge has gone off the deep end. Not that it was a long fall. Susan growled, plopping down on his other side and picking up one of the many pieces of get-well candies that were littering the end table next to him. When the 4 of you came back, the other 3 immediately spoke up about what happened. And just as a side note, Susan continued, Master Fay is an excellent actress. Bloody hell, even I was convinced that she was about to singe Dumbledore's beard off. But anyway, Cedric, Victor and Fleur all told about how the 4 of you had been kidnapped by the Death Eaters. How they conducted a ritual to give Voldemort a body again. And then how the Guardians saved them. The Aurors that showed up with my aunt after the battle was over told them what they saw. A shitload of dead purebloods, and that was all Fudge needed to hear. That and Voldemort somehow managed to come back after being supposedly dead for over a decade, so yet. He didn't take it well. The next morning the front page was plastered with an article proclaiming how all of the champions had been confounded by this new terrorist group, the Guardians, and how you were unconscious. Daphne picked up the explanation. Fleur just about hit the roof when she read that. She immediately went up to the head table during breakfast and proceeded to give Dumbledore and Maxime quite an impressive earful. Hermione took over story from there. Victor told me that within the next hour an official mind healer from the Ministry come to Hogwarts and examine the 3 of them with Fudge, Umbridge, and Skeeter in tow. He didn't even do anything other than wave his wand over the 3 of them and confirm that they had been in fact confounded. The paper in Harry's hands combusted in a flash of light, not even leaving a pile of ashes. Skeeter. How? Mother had the bitch on a short leash. Fudge, or rather Lucius, must have her on an even shorter one. Either that or they cut the leash and are paying her a hefty sum. Either way, she's going to rue the day she turned against us. Yeah, sorry mate. Don't ask us to explain that one. Ron murmured from his spot next to Tracy. Not your fault. Harry growled. Might as well get this all over with now. What happened next? I assume that Victor, Fleur, and Cedric didn't take it lying down. Correct. Daphne nodded. Cedric has been writing his father daily, but seeing as how his father is a high-ranking member of Fudge's cabinet, I'm sure you realize just how far that is going. Both Victor and Fleur have tried to get into contact with their home country's ministry, but they're either being stonewalled or told flat out to let the matter drop. They see this as a British problem and they don't want anything to do with it. It will be everyone's problem soon enough. Harry muttered, letting his head fall back heavily against the headboard. Has anyone been in contact with my mother? Yes, Susan nodded. She's trying to get anyone she can to listen, but unfortunately she's dealing with even more fires as of late. Apparently over half of the neutral voting bloc that your mother and Lord Black took years carving out have jumped ship. Tracy clarified. Most of them have jumped back to the Dark families without giving any reason as to why. Odds are they've either been paid off, or someone has put the fear of, well, him into them again. And a small minority are jumping ship to align themselves with Dumbledore. Unable to help it, Harry sighed and rubbed his head with his hand. Years of political building and preparation almost completely undone in a matter of days. And I take it that old Baldy has been keeping his head down this entire time, hasn't he? Yes. Daphne nodded. No matter what people might say of him, there is one thing that cannot be denied: he's smart and patient. Usually patient anyway. He's using Lucius right now, not that anyone can pin that fact on him. But according to my father, Lucius has been spending galleons like his vault sprung a leak. If he keeps this up, I'd be surprised if they have even a single nut to their name by the end of the school year. That's a small comfort. Harry mused. Has anyone been keeping an eye on our 2 resident Death Eaters since the incident? Yes. Hermione answered quickly, before continuing on at a much more sedate pace. Well, one of them at least. 1. Karkaroff has fled. Hermione nodded. He was here the night you 4 returned, but Victor said that the next morning he was simply gone. And there's been no explanation for his disappearance. The official story is that he's gone back to Durmstrang, but Victor said it's a load of hogwash. He's fled and they have no clue where he is. And as for our lovely greaseball, Daphne continued. He's still here. Although, it's complicated. How so? Harry asked curiously. Well, he's still being his lovely adorable self-loathing self, Susan shrugged. But, according to Cedric, after the 3 of them told the minister about what happened that night and he went off the rails, Snape apparently displayed his dark mark to the minister and stated that the only way it could have come back is if the Dark Lord had returned. Of course Fudge didn't buy it. Bloody idiot. That reminds me, Daphne muttered, reaching into the folds of her robes and giving Harry an orb-like object that was roughly half a hand across in diameter. This is a one-off runic-enhanced portrait. Supposedly it can cut through wards. There's about 20 feet of string inside as well. If we're in trouble, Master Knox says that we're supposed to use it to escape. And just in case even that doesn't work, pulling out another object, this time a small stick that was roughly 6 inches long. This is an emergency transponder. Break it and a magical signal is sent to General Rex and he'll have a LAAT here within 20 minutes to extract us. Nodding, Harry handed the stick and the orb back to Daphne. He'd make sure to take them back once he was dressed and had pockets to keep it in. But one thing is bugging me. How are they covering up the 30 or more Death Eaters that died? Susan bit her lip and looked at Daphne. They were said to have been trying to launch a rescue mission, although no one has been able to explain so far as to just how they knew you 4 were going to end up there nor as to how they got there so fast. Daphne growled. And because of that, Fudge has issued a formal decree claiming that the Guardians are nothing more than Muggleborn and dark creature terrorists hell-bent on destroying the traditions of the wizarding world. Fuck. Harry growled, surprising his urge to go and throttle Fudge. And what is your aunt doing about this, Susan? She's pretty much been yelling at the top of her lungs hoping that someone will listen to her. Susan sighed back. Unfortunately, one of the Aurors that she brought with her, a man she's trusted, sold her out to Fudge and is now claiming that when they arrived the Guardians took one look at them and fled the scene after doing something to you 4. It's an outright lie, but it was put in the paper before Auntie knew about his change of heart. She's been doing her best to get her department in order and provide evidence, but that got infinitely harder to do so when Fudge demanded that all of the bodies that had been collected at the scene be released to their families along with any possessions they had on them. And any records Auntie had on just what they were wearing, specifically the bone masks of the Death Eaters, have disappeared, along with the masks themselves. Fucking damn it. Harry groaned. Things hadn't just gone pear-shaped. They'd gone completely ass over tea kettle and in a remarkably short amount of time. How the hell could he have pulled this off so quickly and while still reeling from getting his ass handed to him? None of his friends answered his question. And truth be told, Harry wasn't quite sure how to answer it either. And that, more than losing their political stance, more than losing their element of surprise, more so than having the Guardians labeled as a terrorist organization scared Harry. Sitting in his private meditation chamber, Master Yoda, Grand Master of the Fallen Jedi Order, sighed as he opened his eyes. When he'd first come to this world it had been as if the cloak of shadows had been removed from his eyes. For the first time in years he could see into the Force once again. The inherent darkness on this world made seeing through the Force slightly more difficult, but he could still see into the future. But now, ever since the attack and return of this, Dark Lord, the dark side had once again shrouded his vision. Master Knox and he talked long and frequently about the coming war. The shroud of the dark side didn't seem to surprise her, apparently it was quite a common tactic utilized by the Sith to cripple their Jedi counterparts. But what did surprise her was the sheer scope of the shroud. Apparently not even Darth Vitiate, the infamous Sith Emperor from her time, had been able to cast such a thing. Although she suspected that it was more from a lack of wanting to do it rather than not being able to. And now, the dark side was once again clouding his sight. Rising to his feet, Yoda summoned his glimmer stick from across the room and began hobbling towards the exit. He was sure that Nox knew of these developments. But, her insight could prove useful. Perhaps she knew of a way to pierce through the shroud of the dark side. Leaning against the door frame leading out to her balcony, Nox watched as the sun slowly lowered towards the ocean on the horizon. The past week had been trying. The morning after the attack she nearly destroyed her office when she saw the front page of the Daily Prophet, specifically how it called out the Guardians as the abductors and the Death Eaters as the heroes who were trying to rescue the champions. As soon as she read that, she went on the offensive, trying to regain any lost ground within the Wisenigmet. Unfortunately, that was another uphill battle, as any political allies she'd had simply up and left her side and rejoined with their old factions by lunch. Then the bad news just kept piling up as that evening an evening edition of the Prophet was released. This time it held a detailed account of a mind healer that had gone to Hogwarts and proclaimed that all of the champions had had their minds altered slightly and were confused as to what happened, and then one of Amelia's Aurors that was part of the cleanup crew jumped ship and wove a story that painted them in an ill light. By the next morning just about every pure-blood family was calling for blood. And worse yet, there was nothing that Nox could do. Once the masses get an idea in their head, true or false, it's easier to stop a tsunami with one's bare hands than to alter what they believe they know. Hearing the door open behind her, she didn't bother turning around. The corruption of this world is simply staggering. In some ways they're worse than even those puffed-up so-called nobles of Alderaan. And it's not just in the magical world but in the non-magical as well. And I knew that in order for this world to even stand a chance against what was out in the greater galaxy, they would have to do so united. So all those years ago, when I arranged for Sirius to reintroduce Harry and I to the magical community, which would be our stepping stone to truly correcting the corruption of this world, I was faced with two options. Pushing off of the wall but still keeping her back to her audience, she raised her right hand. On one hand, I could do things the Sith way. I could have marched into the British Ministry of Magic with my lightsaber drawn and cut out the cancer where I saw it and taken control. But that would have opened the door to a possible rebellion in the future. So option 2, thinking I had more than enough time before the Sith of this era would find me, I decided to take the indirect and less violent approach. Pausing in her speech, she turned around and found Yoda standing behind her. For years I've spent cultivating not just Britain, but all of Earth to be united under one banner. And not just the differing countries of the world, but the magical and non-magical communities as well. And now in the span of less than a week, almost everything I've spent years building is hanging on by a thread. At least in the magical world. For what it's worth, the decision of less violence, correct choice it is. Yoda said, walking across the room, his glimmer stick landing softly against the floor as he did. But give in to despair, you cannot. Nox dropped her hand and scoffed. Oh, I haven't, Nox chuckled. No, no. I have contingency plans inside of contingency plans, my little friend. This is nothing more than a minor setback. An annoying setback to be sure, but this is not the end. Not by a long shot. I'm just marveling, I guess. Marveling, you say? Yes. Nox smirked. You see, for as corrupt and tyrannical as you Jedi claimed that we Sith were, but the Republic you Jedi enslaved yourselves to was by far more corrupt. Filled with bootlickers, ass-kissers, and cocksuckers that would do anything to get ahead while stepping over those they were supposed to serving. With the Sith at least it was far more predictable. You wanted to go over someone, you simply killed them. Ah, sometimes I miss the good old days. Uncivilized, Master Kenobi would call them. Yoda responded, his eyes locked on the skyline. Nox merely shrugged. Perhaps. But no more so than any other political system. And at least with the Sith we were more straightforward about our intentions. Sighing, Nox turned around and headed back into her desk. But that isn't why you came here today, is it? You came here because you've sensed it. The darkness that had been growing on this world has now reached the point where it's clouding your vision slightly, isn't it? Correct, you are. As usual, Master Nox. And you're wondering, given my background, if I know of a way to pierce through the shroud of the dark side. Nox mused. Unfortunately there isn't. It's a double-edged sword. Even for one well versed in the dark side, the shroud will block their visions of the future. Which was why the Sith were always better tacticians than the Jedi. We couldn't rely on visions of the future to guide us. We had to guide ourselves. As such we had to plan every detail and have contingencies. Disturbing, this is. Yoda hummed. Not really. Nox shrugged. Standard practice really. The shroud, disturbing it is, yes. Yoda nodded. But more so, how Sith techniques arrived on this world. Disturbing the implications are. Nox paused. I was not the first Sith to arrive on this world. And you lot were not the first Jedi either. Several thousand years ago Aiden, the hero of Tython, came to this world hunting down the remnants of old Emperor Vitiate. It's not surprising that Vitiate left behind a few little tidbits and introduced them to the magical world. They probably ate it all up with a silver spoon. And this Emperor, vanquished him, you did? Yes. Nox replied, staring off at the sun. The bastard is dead and gone. For good this time. Walking through the halls of Hogwarts, Luna Lovegood, apprentice to Knight Greengrass of the Guardian Order, stopped at one of the many overlooks and stared out over the castle grounds. For several weeks she'd been having a feeling that something big was about to happen, although what it was had been denied to her. For a time she'd been certain that what she'd been feeling had revolved around the impending confrontation between Harry and Voldemort. But it had been nearly a week since that fateful night and the feelings had not subsided. Sighing at the frustration swelling inside her, she resolved to go and find her master for an impromptu training session. Turning away from the window, Luna froze as a completely different image greeted her. The halls of Hogwarts, which had once been pristine, were in ruins. The walls were collapsed and bodies littered the floor as the sounds of fighting reached her. Wheeling around, the halls of Hogwarts disappeared as she was standing in a Muggle city at night. Muggles young and old were running through the streets screaming as shades flew overhead, swooping down everyone now and then to grab a screaming Muggle before disappearing once more. Feeling a hand on her shoulder, Luna spun ready to defend herself, and found herself staring at a large hole in the ground. Surrounding her on all sides were black wisps watching the hole. Taking a step forward, Luna knelt at the edge. The coppery smell of blood assaulted her nose as she tried to look through the thick black vapor being extruded from the pit. Leaning closer, a pale hand shot out of the vapor and made to grab her. Stumbling backwards she found herself in a field of grass. Before she had time to ponder, the world in front of her erupted into a wall of flames that consumed everything in its path. Screaming as the flames washed over her, Luna found herself once again in the halls of Hogwarts. Darting her head around she pressed her back to the wall while she examined every inch of the hall before her trying to ascertain whether or not this was a vision. Once certain that the vision was over, she slid down the wall until her backside hit the floor. Fisting her eyes, Luna tried in vain to stem the flow of tears falling from her eyes. She'd never had a vision like that before, a true vision of the future. She knew that she had the ability to see, her father had long ago confirmed that. But her ability at the moment was limited. At best she could only see images around others that hinted at their future. Like the first time she saw Harry. She saw 6 wings with differing faces, one of them her own, circling around him. Then the faces hid themselves before one of the faces' wings landed on his lap. Those were the types of visions that she'd had and that she'd been used to. But this was something far different. Hogwarts in ruins. Muggles being attacked by shadows. A pool of blood and black vapor. And a wall of flame. What does it all mean? Pulling her knees up to her chest, Luna cried softly into her knees as she tried to understand just what she'd seen. None of it made sense. Damn that pathetic Trelawney and damn Dumbledore for letting that fraud teach. She'd been looking forward to divination since she'd been a child, hoping that the class would help her to control her visions. But any hopes she'd had were dashed within 10 minutes of the first class. While Luna knew that the woman had visions on occasion, but most of the time she was really pathetic. Just as her father had warned her. I need to talk with Daphne and the others. Something really bad is going to happen and soon. And what's worse, I don't have a damn clue just what it is. Before she could get up she heard a mocking voice that intruded on her thoughts. Ah, what's the matter? Did poor little Loony Lovegood lose her dolly again? Maybe the Whack-Asperts took them again, hey? Looking up from her knees, Luna stared blankly at the array of girls that had managed to walk up on her while she'd been distracted. Cho Chang and a slew of her fellow Ravenclaws were standing in front of her, all of them smirking down at her. As her eyes fell upon each of them, Luna flinched as she saw different things. A skull. Blood. Pain. Madness. What does it all mean? Hey, I asked you a question, Loony Lovegood. Cho sneered, leaning forward slightly. Or are you too simple-minded to understand questions? How one such as you ever managed to con your way into the noble house of Ravenclaw is beyond me. You don't have a brain in that airy little head of yours now, do you, Loony? Luna stared up at Cho unflinchingly, which made Cho blink. Leave me alone, Cho. Luna said lowly. One of Cho's delicate eyebrows rose. Luna had never really fought back against her classmates as it would have been a waste of energy and breath. They were all sheep anyway. Sure, they might be smart, but they all lacked imagination. None of them would ever amount to anything. A fact that ruffled more than a few feathers when she'd loudly proclaimed that in the common room after a particularly nasty bout of teasing at the beginning of the year. Oh, I don't think so, Loony. Cho shot back before looking over her shoulder at her friends. What do you think, girls? Cho's friends all grinned and started to form up around her. Despite being heavily outnumbered, Luna wasn't afraid. She could take them all down easily. Luckily though, she didn't have to, as a voice came from behind them. And what are you all doing? The girls all froze and turned around. Standing just behind them was Luna's master Daphne. The fabled Ice Queen of Slytherin glared at each of the girls with her piercing blue eyes. This is none of your affair, Greengrass. Cho tried to say evenly, but her voice wavered slightly as Daphne stared at her. This is Ravenclaw business. Go slither back to your hole. Daphne merely cocked an eyebrow at the girl before moving past them and holding out her hand to Luna. Come, Luna. Luna took her hand and allowed Daphne to help her up. Once she was on her feet, Daphne turned on her heel and marched past the girls, leaving Luna struggling to catch up. Once they were well away from her tormentors, Daphne stopped and turned to Luna. "What happened, Luna?" Luna opened her mouth to speak, but the words died on her lips. Daphne's eyes were no longer blue. They were dark yellow and full of malice. But when she blinked again, her eyes were back to their normal blue color. "Don't forget who you are, Daphne," Luna blurted out. That took Daphne back slightly as she took a step back. "What do you mean, Luna?" Luna stared at Daphne, trying to get another read on Daphne, but nothing emerged. I don't know," Luna said softly. Something is going to happen, Master. Don't lose yourself, and trust us. That is all I know." Daphne's usually calm facade faltered slightly. "What did you see?" "Pain," Luna answered, turning and looking back down the hall. "Pain and death." Standing atop a lone hill just after the sun set below the horizon, Vlad Sanguine stared down at his intended target with 5 of his faithful followers with him. There was more to Voldemort's list than just this one spot, but for Vlad this was personal, but they would be handled by the rest of his faithful. This was a chance to do something he had been wanting to do for over a century. And now, thanks to this new upstart of a Dark Lord, he would finally be getting his chance. Emerging from the darkness, the last of the faithful that he'd brought with him came towards him and knelt on the ground. "Master, it is exactly as Voldemort has said. We will face no opposition getting where we wish." Smiling, Vlad stared down at his target. "Well, it appears that this new Dark Lord is more than just words. First he managed to get my servants and I safe passage onto the mainland, and now this. Very well then. Let the feast begin." Sitting upright in his bed, Dan turned the page in his book while in the background the small television he and Emma had in their room provided a light background noise. Beside him, his wife and love of his life slept soundly. It was more than a little early for the two of them to be in bed, but Emma had been complaining of not feeling well, so she'd gone to bed really early and Dan decided to join her. Turning another page in his book, his eyes flickered over towards their window as he heard rustling of the trees outside fairly violently as the wind knocked them around. The weather said that we're supposed to get a storm tonight. Perhaps they were right for once. Reaching out to turn the page again, his hand froze mid-move as the squeaky floorboard at the top of the stairs outside of their room groaned. Emma had been on him for months to actually fix the blasted thing, but now he was glad that he hadn't. Eyes trained on the door leading out into the hall, Dan set his book down slowly and opened the top drawer of his nightstand and pulled out a large black box and set it on his lap. Opening the lid slowly, Dan stared down at the pistol-like weapon within. He'd been more than slightly surprised when Madame Knox had appeared on his doorstep a few weeks back with nothing more than a box and warning of potential danger. And ever since then he'd been more than a little edgy. "Dan." Emma groaned, "What are you?" Emma was cut off as a deafening crash echoed throughout the house as the door to their room disappeared in a shower of splinters. Falling back onto his years of training, Dan raised the weapon to bear and put 3 red bolts right into the center of the black mass that had been filling the void that had once been their door. "Shite," Dan cursed, keeping his weapon trained on the door and sliding out of bed. "Dan." Emma called out weakly. "Stay back," Dan said, keeping his eyes trained on the downed body just beyond the door. As he reached the door frame, Dan checked up and down the hallway before stepping out to check on the body. The man on the ground looked ordinary enough, if just slightly paler than normal. His eyes were staring up at the ceiling blankly while the 3 holes in his chest gave off little wisps of smoke. Keeping the weapon pointed towards the stairs, he knelt down next to the man and felt at his wrist. His skin was surprisingly cold to the touch, but Dan couldn't pick up on any heartbeat. "Holy shite!" Dan cursed, rising to his feet staring down at the pistol in his hand. As soon as he'd realized what Knox had given him, he'd discreetly contacted some of his fellow squad mates that were still attached to the service. Apparently, this particular weapon wasn't even available to the British Armed Services yet, let alone the public. And now I can see why. Dan thought, taking his eyes off of the corpse. "Grab the kit, Emma. I'm going to check if they're..." Dan felt himself flying arse over tea kettle as he rolled down the stairs. He had just enough presence of mind to duck his head to avoid any damage to his head, but as he reached the ground floor his right arm cracked painfully as he landed, the blaster sliding away from him as he finally came to a stop. Rolling over, he just barely managed to get his eyes to look up the stairs before a black cloak descended on him. An impossibly strong hand gripped his throat, and as if he were a child lifted him off the ground and slammed him against the wall. Not bad, mortal. It's been some time since you have managed to actually wound me." Clawing at the hand against his throat with his left hand, his right arm hanging limply by his side, Dan's eyes widened as he recognized the man who was holding him. "Impossible. He was dead, I'm sure of it." That was when Dan noticed the red glint around the man's irises and the slightly elongated fangs peeking out from under his lips. "A fucking vampire. You've got to be fucking kidding me." His back came away from the wall, only to slam against it again as the vampire shook him. "Hey. Pay attention, mortal. The vampire growled. How did you know that I was around? You were obviously awake and waiting for me even before I stepped on that blasted loose floorboard just outside your door. So tell me how. The vampire's eyes went cross-eyed and his grip loosened as Dan brought his knee up as hard as he could right between the man's legs. As soon as Dan's feet touched the floor, he threw a haymaker with his left hand aiming for the vampire's throat. His fist connected with the soft flesh of the creature's neck, but he might as well have been shooting a BB gun at a freight train for all the good it did him. The vampire merely stood there, bent over with one hand covering his bits, with Dan's fist pressed against his neck. That wasn't smart, mortal. Dan didn't even see the vampire move. All he felt was the back of the creature's hand hit him upside the head, and next he knew he was flying across the room and crashing into the curio cabinet that had their fine dishes and silverware stored within. Before he could hit the ground he felt a fist grab hold of his nightshirt and once again he was sailing through the house. This time landing on the cold kitchen tile and not stopping until he slid all the way across the kitchen and crashed into the stove on the far side. Coughing up blood, Dan tried to push himself up on his good arm, only to receive a knee to the face throwing him back against the cabinets. What was left of his nightshirt was the grabbed by a fist, which moved him so that he was forced to sit upright against the cabinets. The vampire knelt down in front of him, his hand never leaving Dan's shirt. Now mortal. I was going to make this quick and easy. Even after you ruined my favorite jacket with that damn weapon of yours. But now I'm not going to be merciful. Letting go of his shirt, the vampire grabbed a fistful of Dan's hair and forced his head back hard against the cabinets. I'm not going to kill you. Not yet. First I'm going to break every bone in your legs and your arms. Then I'm going to make you watch as I break your pretty little wife and turn her into my own personal little thrall. How does that sound, you pathetic little mortal? Dan reached up with his left hand and tried to pry the fist out of his hair. But the creature's grip was like iron. And all his struggling got him was a slight smirk from the vampire. Both men blinked as the vampire lurched forward slightly. Looking down, both stared in confusion at the foot or so of solid wood that was sticking out the vampire's chest. Right where the heart was. Get the fuck away from him, monster. Emma growled from behind the vampire, holding onto the half what Dan now recognized as he billiards cue, and using it to leverage the vampire away from him. Dan! Emma cried, as the vampire fell back against the far wall. Dan! Can you hear me? Are you alright? A fucking billiards cue. The vampire gasped, drawing both of their attention back to him as he slid down the wall and to the floor. Unfucking real. A fucking billiards cue. Emma. Dan gasped, shaking his wife with his still good arm. Emma. Giving herself a visible shake, Emma stared at him with wide eyes. Dan, oh shite. Dan. Are you alright? Dan merely grunted. I've been better. He groaned, trying to lift his right arm. Stairs broke my arm. And I'm pretty sure that bastard broke a few other bones while he was throwing me around like a rag doll. Emma nearly had tears in her eyes as she stared down in horror at his arm, which was bending off at an unnatural angle halfway down his forearm. Oh God, Dan. We need to get you to the hospital. No. Dan said, shaking his head. We can't, go get the case, hun. Emma blinked in confusion for a moment before nodding. Ever since Hermione had returned home from her little summer vacation, which she'd told them about, although Dan was still pretty sure she'd withheld some information, they'd decided that just in case of emergency they should have a suitcase packed and ready to go at the drop of a hat. Within the case they had some clothes, critical paperwork, and enough cash to last them for several months if they were cautious. Wait. Dan coughed as Emma reached the edge of the kitchen. Grab the gun. I dropped it near the stairs. And give me one of those knives on the floor there. Emma's brow furrowed, but she still knelt down and picked up one of the knives that had fallen out of the cabinet. After handing it to him, his wife gave him a quick kiss on the forehead before running for the stairs. Well, Dan thought, staring down at the knife in his hand and then the vampire leaning against the wall with a cue sticking through his heart. Let's hope that silver really does work on these things. And if not, well, at least we know now that a wooden stake through the heart will. After a tense minute or so, Dan heard his wife running down the stairs. When she rounded the corner into the kitchen, his lips twitched as he saw how she was holding the pistol. I'm really going to have to teach her how to use that thing properly. Apparently sooner rather than later. Giving the gun to him, Emma set the case down and began rummaging inside. Aha! She exclaimed, pulling out a foot-long narrow rod that Knox had given them in conjunction with the pistol. Apparently it was some form of magical transportation. Here's the little bugger. Tucking the pistol into the waistband of his pants, Dan grabbed one end of the rod while his wife closed up their suitcase and grabbed the other end. On three, love. He said, looking his wife in the eye. 1, 2, 3. As one they twisted the rod in opposite directions. The next thing he felt was a strong pull on his navel and then the world was spinning. Sitting on the couch in the living room of the burrow, Bill Weasley was enjoying his moment of relaxation he'd been allowed in what seemed like months. A light fire from the fireplace provided the light in the room while he sat quietly flipping through a book on governmental procedure. Many would find his choice of book to be odd, especially when he was supposed to be relaxing. But compared to working with the goblins, reading about procedures that should have been shelved several centuries ago was entertainment in of itself. He always knew that the ministry was, to put it frankly, arse backwards. But this book only proved it. Unfortunately, with his father's reinstatement into the Wisengamot, a seat he would one day inherit as his right as eldest child, he had to read up on the policies. Flipping the page in the book, Bill thought back on everything that had happened in the past year. Gringotts had recalled him early in the fall without truly explaining the reason for it and had assigned him to be little more than a glorified bureaucrat. Sure, he was still sent out on assignment every now and then, but nothing like he had been doing. To say the least, he'd been more than a little pissed off about the move, not that he would tell his superiors that of course. He was upset, not stupid. His mother had of course been ecstatic. But she always felt that he was in a far too dangerous line of work. But when she requested that he live at home with his father and herself, it was all he could do not to laugh in her face. He was a grown man and had been out on his own for years. He was not about to live with his parents again. His co-workers would never let him live it down. It wasn't until he'd been back in Britain for a month or so that he finally realized just why he'd been moved in the first place. In October his father had been formally recognized back into the Wisengamot. And as oldest son he was responsible for taking up the seat after his father left office. And the goblins, seeing as how they had a future member of the Wisengamot under their thumb for several years, had pulled him out of the field and stuck him in an office so that they could, without actually saying it, groom him into a Wisengamot member that they could work with. It was actually an incredibly ingenious move on their part. They knew that Bill owed them, and he did. The Goblin Nation had spent a lot of time and effort on him. And if he didn't respond in kind when he ascended to office, then they would make his life a living hell. Which was why he'd been spending so much time with his parents, even to the point where he was sleeping at the burrow more frequently than at his own flat. His father was going over the interworking of the Wisengamot with him almost every day. Although truth be told, it was more like Bill was helping his father manage the cesspool of snakes that was the Wisengamot. He loved his father, he truly did, but sometimes Bill felt that his father was far too soft to deal with politics. Speak of the devil and he hears his voice, Bill thought with a smile. Bill? I wasn't expecting you to still be here. Turning his head ever so slightly, Bill found his father standing at the bottom of the stairs. Didn't feel like heading back to my flat quite yet. Bill shrugged. His father nodded before going over to the small cabinet in the room. Opening one of the lower doors, he pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey and 2 glasses. Did you get a chance to read over that new proposal I have for Lord Black yet? His father asked before pouring out 2 fingers into either glass and corking the bottle. Yet, Bill nodded, more than a little surprised when his father handed him one of the glass. His mother had nearly raised all holy hell a few weeks prior when Bill had taken the 2 of them out for dinner in Muggle London and ordered a pint with his meal. The only reason she hadn't was because they were in public. But still, in an effort to keep the peace he'd decided to drink as little as possible in front of his parents. Good, his father nodded, taking the seat across from him. What do you think? Taking a small sip, Bill told his father the truth. It's too one-sided, Dad. Bill answered, surprising his father. I know that Lord Black and Madam Knox would say the same. The only reason your Muggle Protection Bill got passed was because it didn't really affect the purebloods all that much. But this bill, allowing Muggleborns the chance to enter the Wisengamot? While an idea I support fully, it will never be able to get passed. Simply based on the fact that you are threatening to limit the amount of power those in power already have. And Madam Knox would know that as soon as she read it over as well. While many might believe that the Weasleys were beholden to Dumbledore, they were wrong. The Weasleys owed their allegiance to Knox and Black. It was because of them that they were once again able to sit on the Wisengamot. So for the next generation or two, anything they put forth would have to be in line with whatever Madam Knox and Lord Black interests lay. Sighing, his father drained most of his glass. I was afraid that you were going to say that, son. I'm not really cut out for all of this political stuff, son. You're the one that not only wanted us to get our seat back, but you're the one who actually managed to do so, Dad. Bill reminded him. I know. His father nodded. I just didn't think that it would be like this. All of this cloak and dagger shite. I'm no good at it. Draining the last of the whiskey in his glass, his father gave him a friendly grin. So, how's this French bird of yours doing? She went through quite a lot this past week. Bill couldn't help but smile and grimace at the thought of his half-Vila girlfriend. To say that his mother had ecstatic when she learned he was attending the Yule Ball would be understating things. To say that she was pleased with the fact that he was attending, and eventually dating, the half-Vila from France would be an overstatement. While not a purist by any stretch of the imagination, Molly Weasley was not necessarily the most open-minded of individuals. She's she's as well as can be expected after what she and the others went through and are going through. Needless to say, she's more than a little pissed off at the British government right now. Pausing, Bill swirled the contents of his glass around. And I believe what she and the others are saying, Dad. He's back. Grimacing, his father looked down and into the fire. I know, I do as well. No one would make such a claim unless it was true. And what about the other rumors? Bill pressed. The ones about Madame Knox being the secret leader of these guardians. Do you think that there's any truth to them? I hope so, Arthur answered, surprising Bill. Because if so, then we might just stand a better chance this time around. Whatever answer Bill was expecting, that was one he did not imagine his father would say. Come again. I said that I hope that she is leading the Guardian's son. His father reiterated. Dumbledore, he will always have my respect and admiration. He's the reason why, you know who held back so much last time. Even if some debate that he never did anything during the war, and I will admit that it is tough to actually see what he did, he was the one who truly held him back. But Knox, she's done more in the past few years to curb the darker pureblood families than anyone else has since, well ever. She's ruthless and incredibly clever. 15 years ago if you asked me who could hold back, you know who my answer would have been: Dumbledore. And that answer still hasn't changed. But now? If you ask me who could defeat him, then my answer would be Knox without hesitation. And if she's leading these guardians, then that means that she has the means to do so as well. And what of Ron and Ginny? Bill asked. If NOS is the leader of these guardians, then it stands to reason that she's taught Harry everything as well. And if that's true, then as a pair of his friends I would suspect that he's in turn teaching Ron and Ginny whatever he knows as well. I hope so. His father stated, surprising Bill even further. You don't remember the last war, Bill, but I do. And if there is one thing that I regretted more than anything, it is the fact that I wasn't able to do more last time around. If Knox, or rather Harry, is training Ron and Ginny, then they will be able to do something. Not to mention that having those two so close to Harry will be good for our family in the end. Especially if, or rather when, she wins control of the ministry. Bill had to look at his father with a newfound respect. Merlin, Dad. And here I thought you didn't care for all of the politics. His father merely laughed. There's a difference between not liking a game and not knowing how to play one. I may not care for politics and I might not be the best at it, but I do understand some things. Shaking his head, Bill raised his glass to his lips, and froze. Standing in the doorway, with one hand on her hip, was his mother. Arthur. She said lowly. What are you two drinking? Molly, Arthur tried to say soothingly, which only garnered him a glare from his wife. Don't you molly me, Arthur. And you young man, don't think that I don't recognize what it is that you're drinking. You might be of age, but in this house you will still. The glass fell from Bill's limp hand, shattering against the floor as he stared blankly towards the window. Oh shite. That was the extra ward that I'd set up a few weeks ago. Pulling his wand out, Bill rushed past his ashen-faced father and his confused mother towards the window. Bill? Arthur? Molly asked nervously, looking back and forth between the two of them. What's going on? Bill motioned for his mother to be silent while keeping his eyes focused on the night sky beyond the window. Nothing. Strange. I felt the ward fall and now there's no. The window burst inwards as a dark shape crashed through and into him, its momentum carrying the both them across the room before they toppled over the couch he'd been sitting on. An impossibly strong hand clasped around his neck, cutting off his air as a pair of blood-red eyes stared down at him. Time to die, human. Bombarda. The creature spun off of Bill, his hand leaving his throat as Bill desperately sucked in air. Rolling over, he stared at the creature which had shaken off the spell his father had used. That tickled. Navaculat funiculus. Radius solus. Ropes shot forth from out of his wand, wrapping around the creature like they had mind of their own as the creature screamed and writhed in pain. A concentrated bright beam shot out from the end of his wand, arching through the air and impacting the creature in the head. The creature's screams of pain increased as the bright light ate away quickly at the flesh of the monster. For a second the trio were treated to the vision of a red-covered skull before the creature exploded, leaving only his clothes and a pile of ash. Coughing, Bill sat up enough to run the edge of his wand across the palm of his hand while muttering a cutting curse. Once his hand was full of blood, he pressed his hand against the floor and drew a small circle of blood before placing his hand in the center of the circle, palm down, his blood seeping into the floorboards. Sol sanguinum carcerum. His blood glowed brightly, pulsing a few times before the last pulse exploded outwards. There. Bill gasped breathlessly. That should buy us some time. Both his parents were staring at him with wide eyes. Bill. His mother shouted, her eyes flickering back and forth from the pile of ash in the corner of the room and him. Bill, what? That was blood magic. And necessary. Bill murmured, conjuring up a bandage from air and wrapping it around his still bleeding hand. A sun blood ward. It's the only thing that keep vampires out of an area. At least for a while. Whatever color remained in his mother's face disappeared at the word. V vampires. She muttered, turning her head to look at the pile. What? Why? Dad. Bill said, cutting across his mother's confusion. We need to get out of here. The ward pushed out the vampires that were in the house and is keeping them and a few others out. But I can feel them throwing themselves and their magic against it. It won't last for long. His father, despite the shock etched across his face, nodded and headed over towards the fireplace. Bill wasn't necessarily surprised when nothing happened as his father grabbed a handful of fluo powder and threw it into the fire. They've locked us out. His father said flatly before moving over to end table where he'd hid the liquor and pushed it aside. Tapping on the wall, his father dug his fingernails into the wood and removed a false panel from the wall. Arthur. His mother blinked, staring at the black box his father removed from behind the panel. We can't take everything. His father said, turning and staring at him. How much longer can you hold out, son? Are there any more vampires in the house? Bill shuddered as he felt another vampire impact the barrier and turn to dust. That one had almost managed to get through, although if his suicide run was voluntary or not he wasn't sure. No. And not long. Bill gasped. A few minutes at most. Nodding, Arthur opened the box and removed 3 items that confused Bill. One looked like some sort of muggle pistol, only more advanced than anything he'd ever seen before. The second was a portkaya that looked like a sphere roughly the size of a bludger. And the third was a bottomless bag. Molly, he said, throwing the bag towards her. Only grab what you can and fast. I'll start collecting things down here. His mother held the bag. Arthur. Now Molly. Arthur barked, startling his mother enough that she ran out of the room and up the stairs. Watching his father move about the room and pulling off as many of the pictures as he could off the wall before shrinking them down and pocketing them. Coughing, Bill whipped at the corner of his lips. Dad, if they've cut us off from the flow, odds are that they've also put up anti-portkaya and anti-apparition wards. I know, it's the same tactics that they used in the last war. His father nodded with a seriousness that Bill wasn't used to. But, remember that discussion that we just had about Madame Knox? Well, she sent me these just in case something went wrong. Picking up the sphere, he held it out towards Bill. This is one-time use portkaya that's been enhanced with several runic arrays inside the sphere. According to her, it can pierce through an anti-portkaya ward, but it will become useless afterwards. Arthur, what are those? Turning his head, Bill found his mother back in the doorway leading up the stairs, the bottomless bag his father had given her held securely in her hands. Our way out. His father said flatly. Come here, Molly, we all need to be touching it after I activate the portkaya. His mother's eyes went wide as what his father had planned finally sunk in. But Arthur. We can't just leave. This is our home. The Aurors, Dumbledore will come. It's too late, mother. Bill coughed, wincing at the coppery taste filling the back of his mouth as he started approaching his limit. The sun ward is about to fail. And once it does, the vampires that are outside will be all over us within seconds and then we'll either be dead or wish we were. And if help was going to come, it would have been here by now. His mother still looked around with wide eyes. But, I need to grab a few things, pictures and presents and we can't leave Arthur. This is our home. And it can be rebuilt, Molly. Arthur responded, taking Bill's hand and placing it on the orb before motioning for Molly to do the same. But our lives can't. Grab hold, Molly, there's no sense in us dying here today. Tears were forming at the corners of his mum's eyes. With one last sad look around the house, she reached out and placed her hand on the orb as well. Once all 3 of them were touching the orb, his father began touching the orb along several spots marked by the runic carvings etched on its surface. Dad. Bill coughed weakly. Whatever you are doing, it better be soon. The ward's about to fall. I just have to get the sequence right and there. His father cried triumphantly as the runic lines began to pulse. It should be going off any second. His father's words were cut off as Bill felt the telltale signs of a portkaya activation. The moment he felt the tug, he disconnected his magic from the ward, which he felt fall as he was pulled into the spiraling ether of the portkaya. Staring down at the dead corpse at his feet, Xenophilius Lovegood kicked at the leg of the vampire lying in the dirt just outside of his home. Hey, I was expecting more of a challenge. He muttered before turning around and looking at what used to be his house. The vampires had been smart about their attack, but unfortunately very predictable, which made them easy pickings, despite the fact that there had been 6 of them, for the former head of the Unspeakables. He'd known ever since his daughter had signed on with Knox that one day he would be a target. Which was why he'd warded his house with every ward he knew, which was more than a few, and created some more, comical offensive measures meant to throw any attackers off. Walking back to his house, Xenophilius cocked his head sideways as he noticed one vampire that was halfway embedded into the wall of his house, sans his pants and underclothes. He didn't remember setting up that particular protection around the house. Luna must have gotten into the ward scheme and changed a few of the runic schemes. Again. Hey, well, I guess the tales of vampires being well endowed are nothing more than that. Tales. It could make a good story though. Vampires gain small peckers in exchange for their powers. Maybe that's why they always kill those they seduce, can't live with the fact that they can't please their partners. Interesting angle. I'll have to run it Luna and see what she says. Walking into his house, he found 2 more vampires that had bitten each other's throats out after he'd hit them with a modified Confundu's charm that made the 2 think that each other were him. In the next room he found the only still alive vampire. The female may have been attractive to just about every red-blooded male on the planet with her long blonde hair, expansive assets, that she wasn't afraid to flaunt in her striking red eyes. And Zeno could feel her exuding the vampire version of allure meant to ensnare their targets, but to him she was nothing more than an ugly monster. You may as well stop that. Zeno sighed, walking up to the woman who'd been pinned to the bookshelf behind her with a metal stake through each of her wrists, both of her ankles and one more through her abdomen. The stakes wouldn't kill her, but they definitely were hurting her based on the pained expression on her face. I long ago developed a resistance to your kind. The pressure disappeared as the woman began hyperventilating from the pain. But despite that, she still managed to throw him a saucy look and thrust her exposed cleavage out at him. Be reasonable, human, I'm sure that we can come to a understanding. I promise you I've never disappointed any of my lovers. I can give you a night you will never forget, and I can tell you why we are here. Cocking an eyebrow, Zeno shook his head. I already know why you're here. Voldemort sent you. And I know why as well. He sent you here to kill me to try and weaken my daughter. And as for your second offer, well, I'm going to have to pass. You see, the memory of my dear wife is so strong that I don't ever want to experience the pleasures of the flesh with anyone but her ever again. The vampire's eyes widened in dread as Zeno lifted his wand and pressed it between her massive assets. Now if you'll excuse me, but I need something that's behind this bookshelf. The vampire managed to get off one blood-curdling scream as his spell, a creation of his own design specifically to kill vampires, reduced the once physically attractive woman to dust. Such a pity. Zeno sighed, reaching out and pulled down on a book, which made the bookshelf slide off to the side revealing a safe. She was rather attractive, for a bloodsucker that is. Unlocking the safe, Zeno swung the door open to reveal its contents. A single photograph and a metal spherical portrait. Taking out the photograph, Zeno smiled as he looked down at it. His wife was sitting on the front porch smiling radiantly down at the newly born Luna in her arms. Tucking the photo into an inner pocket of his robes, he then pulled out their metal sphere that had been given to him by Madame Knox. Pressing down on the spots that were shown to him, the sphere separated into 2 halves. Twisting the top half until the patterns on the sphere were aligned correctly, he pressed the 2 halves back together. Pulling out his wand, he cast one final look around his house before sending a massive ball of fire into the floorboards. Well, he murmured as he felt the portrait vibrate in warning. At least now I get to figure out just how many planets my daughter visited last summer. Cyrus Greengrass felt all of the air rush out of his lungs as his back slammed hard against the cold stone wall within his family's ancestral home before he fell to a pile on the floor. And you are the head of the ancient and noble house of Greengrass? Pathetic. Your grandfather was 10 times the wizard you are, Cyrus. Pushing himself up to his hands and knees, he turned his head to the side and spit out a wad of blood from his mouth before looking up and glaring at the ones who'd invaded his home. There were over a dozen of them standing before him while a dozen or so more ran around ransacking his home. But his eyes were focused solely on the withered face of the man leading the invaders and his wife Evelyn, who was struggling to get out of the man's grip he had on her throat. There'd been no warning. One moment he and Evelyn were enjoying a quiet meal together, and the next the wards were shattered. Not just brought down, but shattered and replaced with anti-apparition and anti-portrait wards. He and Evelyn didn't even have time to get out of the dining room before the windows had exploded inwards as dozens of the cloaked figures poured into their home. The 2 of them had managed to take out a couple of the invaders and the house elves had even shown up to help. But then he showed up. The one man that Cyrus had only heard about in legends passed down from his grandfather. He sliced through the house elves without using a lick of magic as if they were nothing before starting in on Cyrus and Evelyn. Dreadlord Valid Sanguine. Cyrus coughed, barely managing to get to his feet, his wand held tightly in his hand. The Dreadlord smiled toothily, his fangs on full display. Ah, I see that you do know me then. Good. It's no fun killing for vengeance if your victim doesn't know why they're being killed. Cyrus gritted his teeth. Sanguine and House Greengrass had a history. Sanguine was a dread vampire lord, or a vampire that had managed to live for over 1,000 years. And he was one of the 2 that were known to exist. 150 years ago, when his grandfather had been a young man, he'd made it his mission to hunt Sanguine down. He'd failed to kill the Dread Lord. But he had managed to kill one of the Dread Lord's wives. Sanguine retaliated by trying to annihilate the Greengrass family, but attacking an ancient and noble family so brazenly had caused the wizarding world to get up off their fat arses and actually do something. And Sanguine had been banished and exiled to a small unplottable island far off the coast. So, playing a lackey to Voldemort now, hey? Oh, how truly pathetic you've become. Cyrus spat. Sanguine merely smiled. I am no one's lackey, Greengrass. Unlike the other Dreadlord, I don't give two shits about the wizarding world. All I care about is revenge. Cyrus. Evelyn coughed. Finish th. My dear. None of that now. Sanguine tisked, shaking his wife and making Cyrus shake with rage. He wanted to curse the fool, but from this distance and with high reflexes he knew that Sanguine would use his wife as a human shield should he try. Let her go, Sanguine. Cyrus yelled. She has nothing to do with this. This is between you and me. And you already admitted that you don't care about Voldemort, so let her go. And let the two of us finish this. Sanguine tilted his head to the side and looked at his wife. You know, Greengrass, you're right. She means nothing. Cyrus's heart leapt up into his throat as he saw the muscles in Sanguine's arm twitch almost in slow motion. Evelyn's body jerked once before going limp as a resounding crack echoed throughout the house. There, Sanguine smirked, tossing his wife's body towards him. Now she's free to go. Cyrus fell to his knees before the body of his love as tears of anguish fell freely from his eyes. Evelyn. He moaned, leaning over her body as the vampire horde around him laughed as if it were a great joke. I'm so sorry, my love, we won't be apart for long. What's wrong, Cyrus? Sanguine laughed triumphantly. Hurts, doesn't it? You humans are all so weak. Letting yourselves be controlled by such a pitiful emotion like love. Isn't that why you're doing this? Cyrus growled, closing his wife's once vibrant eyes with a shaking hand. Revenge for my grandfather killing your queen. Sanguine forehead twitched before he started laughing even harder. You must be joking, Greengrass. You think that this revenge is built out of grief of a lost love? Don't get me wrong, my queen was an interesting woman, but with a snap of my fingers I can have a dozen like her kneeling at my feet. No. This vengeance is purely based on the fact that your grandfather made my reign look weak, something that I cannot allow. But don't worry, I don't plan on killing your daughters. No, I have far greater plans in store for those two. I'm going to turn them into my thralls, and one day I'll set the two of them on each other. And the one who survives will have the honor of being my new queen. Until I grow bored of her after a century or two, of course, and decide to take a new bride. Hearing the fate Sanguine had in store for his daughters broke something in Cyrus even more so than watching his wife being murdered in front of him. He felt nothing. No anger. No anguish. No fear. Nothing. Raising his right hand to his lips, he began whispering into the ancient ring. I hereby pass the title of Matriarch of House Greengrass to my daughter and firstborn Daphne Greengrass. All of House Greengrass's possessions are hers. With this one last message to be given to her, Vlad Sanguine. On my magic, so mote it be. The ring vanished from his hand. Throughout the manor the various vampires that were ransacking centuries of heirlooms gave off cries of surprise as the items they were handling disappeared from their hands. Impressive, Greengrass. Sanguine laughed, but despite his light tone Cyrus could see the beginnings of confusion in his eyes. But what do you hope to gain from this? Taking his wife's wand into his left hand, Cyrus pressed the tip of his wand against his wife's chest. Incendio Maxima. His wife's body incinerated in less than a second, leaving only a pile of ash on the ground. He would not allow these beasts to desecrate the love of his life any more than they'd already had. Sanguine, do me this one favor. Cyrus said while slowly rising to his feet, his wand in his right hand while his wife's was in his left. When my daughter comes and kills you, and make no mistake about it, she will be coming for you. Think of this moment. And despair. For had you chosen to remain neutral, you might have actually lived through the reckoning that is about to fall upon the wizarding world. Sanguine smirked. When your daughter comes, if she comes. I look forward to ramming those words down her throat, Greengrass. Kill him. Holding both wands up, Cyrus closed his eyes before using weak cutting curse to open the veins across both of his wrists. Daphne, Astoria, stay safe, my girls. Sanguine Flammus Gehenny. Fire erupted up from underneath his feet as it engulfed the entirety of his family's ancestral home and everything else on his family's land. The protection around him held on long enough for him to watch dozens of the bloodsuckers were consumed by the blood flames. He caught a brief glimpse of Vlad screaming in agony before turning into dust and disappearing, fleeing like the coward that he was. His protective sphere cracked under the intense flames as he watched the vampires who weren't able to flee be consumed. Evelyn, I'm coming. Sitting in her office in her family's manor, Amelia Bone stared down at the small vial in her hand. She wasn't quite sure what to feel, to be honest. She'd honestly never thought that she'd be in this position that she now found herself in. And at the worst possible time as well. She cursed, throwing the vial into the fireplace across the room. The war had started once again. And those fools in the Wisengamot were perfectly content with putting their heads in the sand on the matter. And a good number were more than likely on Voldemort's side. Even Dumbledore, during the emergency session that had been called, had been tentative about confirming the rumors. Sure, he advised caution, but nothing beyond that. And then there was the fact Fudge had not only turned a few of her own department against her, men and women she thought that she could have trusted with her life, but he'd also started a smear campaign against her on how she was just trying to rile up the public. It was idiotic. And now this. On top of everything, I now have to deal with this. The fire in the fireplace turned green and expanded outwards as her long-term lover, Sirius Black, stepped out from the flames. Hey love, Sirius said casually, dusting the soot off of his jacket. Bit late for both of us, isn't it? Yes, but I needed someone to talk to. Amelia admitted, turning her head away as she didn't think she had the strength to look at him. You know you don't need to feel embarrassed about asking me over love. This has been a trying week for all of us. Sirius muttered, walking over to her stash of fire whiskey and pouring himself a drink. Fudge is making our lives a living hell. I swear, if I didn't know for a fact that the man was too much of a coward, I would think he's a member of the Dark Wankers clan of personal R-slickers. It was a thought that had crossed Amelia's mind more than once this past week. But Sirius was right. Fudge would more than likely piss himself silly if he ever came across a Death Eater. Which was ironic considering his biggest financial supporter was Lucius, a known Death Eater. It's all Lucius, and we both know that. Sirius. Amelia sighed while pulling out a parchment that had the Gringotts official logo sprawled across the top. I checked with Gringotts. It's amazing what a little goodwill with the goblins will get you. Not to mention what a search warrant that I signed will get you as well. While I don't have the actual numbers, it appears that the Malfoy Vault have decreased rapidly this past week. Almost by 2/3 of all assets. Sweet Merlin's balls. Sirius groaned, dropping into the seat across from her and offering her a glass, which she declined. The Malfoy Vault was one of the largest ones the British Isles. If Lucius has dropped nearly 2/3 of it in a week, it's no wonder I couldn't bribe anyone this week. And it's no wonder that the goblins were willing to give that information to you. He more than likely pissed them off something fierce pulling out that much money. More than likely. Amelia nodded, looking off into the distance past Sirius. But politics isn't what you called me over for, is it, love? Sirius asked, drawing her up short as he set his glass down. You've been out of sorts for the past couple of weeks, love. Do you want to talk about it? James always said I was more than a bit of dunderhead. So if I did something wrong, let me know so I can fix whatever I've done. Or if someone else has pissed you off, let me know so I can go and cave their heads in. Or at the very least give them a permanent case indigestion. Amelia nearly groaned. Damn it all, how can this scoundrel read me so well when no one else can? You're right, Sirius, I have been out of sorts as of late. And there's a good reason for it. Pausing, she took a deep breath. Come on, Amelia, just like a bandage. Rip it off at once and it'll be easier. Sirius, Amelia felt her heart stop as the wards around her family's home shattered. The wards are down. She shouted, pulling out her wand and touching a crystal on her desk, which sent a signal out of her house elf Bonesy. The signal served several purposes. The first and foremost was to tell Bonesy to flee from the house with whatever she could carry, primarily the Bones family grimoire. The second aspect of the signal served to activate the wards she'd placed around her office, which turned the small section of the house into a fortress. Drawing his own wand, Sirius ran over to the fireplace and threw in a handful of fluo powder. Neither of them were really surprised when nothing happened. Shite. Sirius cursed as his body twitched while Amelia went about her office in an organized hurry to gather whatever important documents she could get her hands on. The rest she would destroy. Just like in the last war, set up anti-Portkaya and anti-apparition wards and cut off the fluo system. Shite, I had really hoped that we were past all of this when we cleaned out the fluo department after the war. Apparently we didn't do a good enough of a job. Amelia cursed as she opened the small safe behind one of the picture frame in her office and begun to empty its contents. We can worry about that later though. I have the Portkaya from Nox. Let's get out of here. Hang on, Sirius muttered, going over to the window overlooking her family's estate just as a figure in black rammed into the window and bounced off. Son of a tied down, these aren't Voldemort's flunkies we're dealing with. They're vampires. Damn it. Amelia cursed as she watched at least 24 vampires start to pour into the main entrance of her family home, only for them to be cut down as the defensive wards within the house activated. He really has gone off the deep end this time. It took ages to get the bloodsuckers off the Isles last time. What the fuck is he hoping to gain with this? Just what he's getting, chaos. Sirius replied seriously as something heavy slammed against the door leading to her office. But we can dwell on that later. Let's get out of here. Do you need to contact Kriaker? Amelia asked as she pulled out the orb and began activating the runes in the sequence she'd been shown. The unspeakables would probably give up an arm to have this device. A runic-enhanced one-off portfolio that can cut through wards, it's simply incredible. No need. Sirius said, shaking his head. I can already tell that the little bugger has collapsed the wards around Grimwald Place. We had a plan in place that should the house be breached that he was to take whatever he could including the portfolio and get out of there. Of course I'm sure that he stayed long enough to deal some damage and is possible to actually feel sympathy for a bloodsucker. Probably just indigestion, Amelia shrugged as the pounding on her door intensified and the orb began to glow. It's set. Let's get out of here. The moment Sirius laid his hand on the orb, Amelia felt it activate with a lurch and then the world was spinning. When it stopped, Amelia and Sirius were standing side by side in the entrance hall of the Guardian Temple. And they weren't alone. All around them were the family members of the children that had become guardians or were guardians in training. The Grangers were off to one side, Dan lying on his back and looking like he'd been hit with several dozen bludgeons at once as the newly arrived Master Fay knelt over him examining his wounds. 3 of the Weasleys, Arthur, Molly, and their eldest son William, were all huddled close to one another staring in open-mouthed shock. Master Kenobi was crouched down next to Richard Davis who had a nasty-looking cut along the side of his head and his arm was bending at an unnatural angle. Maximilian and Anna Abbott were both running back and forth, alternating between helping Master Fay and Master Kenobi. Xenophilius Lovegood was following Master Sakura around like a lost puppy as he tried to pepper her with questions. Andromeda and Ted Tonks were both here as well doing what they could to help. But as she looked around, she noticed that one family was missing. Walking up to where Master Sakura was attempting to ignore Xenophilius, she cleared her throat. Where are Cyrus and Evelyn Greengrass? They didn't make it. Turning on her heel, Amelia found herself face to face with Nox. Whatever retort or question she had died in her throat as she saw the Grand Master though. She'd seen Nox angry before, well at least she thought she'd seen her angry before. But now, the very air around her was freezing. As if she were a Dementor incarnate. And her vibrant green eyes were tinted yellow ever so slightly. Beside her stood Nymphadora and Yoda, both of whom were giving the woman a fairly wide breath. Rex just reported in. Nox continued, stepping around her and facing the others. The Greengrass family manor is gone. There's just a smoking hole in the ground nearly a quarter mile in diameter. No one spoke at the news. There was nothing to say. What are we going to do now? Amelia finally asked as everyone else stayed silent. If Amelia ever thought that Nox was frightening before, when she turned around to look at her Amelia could have sworn that she was looking into the eyes of death herself. Voldemort made a fatal mistake today. He declared war on us. So we're going to educate him about what it means to go to war against the Guardians. Harry sat uneasily in his seat in the Great Hall while all around him students laughed and joked with one another. Dumbledore had decided, seeing as how it was the last day that the foreign students would be with them, to belay the curfew for the night and invited all the students into the hall for a late-night celebration and feast to celebrate. It'd been 2 days since he'd been discharged from the hospital wing and there were only 2 weeks left until the end of school and his return to the temple. The judges had declared him the winner of the Triwizard Tournament despite the absence of Karkaroff. Everyone had applauded him, the Gryffindors most of all. His fellow champions all gave him a knowing nod of acceptance as well. Harry didn't care for any of accolades he'd gained nor the trophy nor the gold. His only concern was the fact that he'd failed to stop Voldemort and his flunkies from escaping the graveyard that night. He'd put the trophy in the room of requirement after discovering no less than a dozen or so tracking charms on the blasted thing. Most of which he couldn't remove nor did he care to do so. The money they'd given him he'd promptly turned around and handed off to the twins after getting them to promise that they would work with Nox Industries for a term of no less than 5 years, at full pay, before heading off to make their own shop. Taking a slow bite of his food, Harry scanned the hall and all of the students packed within. The other schools were still in attendance as well and would be until the end of the year. Which, while entertaining to a point, made mealtimes mildly awkward as the hall was constantly shifting in size to accommodate the increase in students within. Looking towards Fleur, he found the French beauty cutting almost savagely into her food. Despite being the most outspoken of the champions about what had happened, she'd also been the most openly rejected. The British ministry kept denying her claims to the point of threatening her. And her own ministry kept denying her claims as well, saying that it was a British problem and that she should just ignore it. Harry, are you feeling this as well? Turning his head slightly to look at Ginny he nodded. It wasn't like the full-on assault that he'd suffered through when the Jedi Purge had begun. This time it was like a soft insistent knocking coming from the Force in the back of his mind. It wasn't painful, it was more just annoying than anything else. But still, Harry couldn't shake the thought that something bad was going to happen. Or already had happened. Yes. Harry nodded, staring down the length of the table. Hermione was sitting across from him, her head lowered slightly as a frown adorning her face. Ron was sitting next to her and while he seemed normal, well normal for Ron, shoveling everything in sight into his mouth, Harry could see something just beyond his friend's eyes that told him that Ron was sensing it as well. The tapping on the back of his mind ramped up slightly into full-out knocking as he winced. Reaching into his robes, he pulled out the emergency transponder stick and handed it off to Ginny. Something's going to happen, soon. Harry said quietly. And when it happens, activate the transponder. Taking the stick from him, Ginny nodded and clutched it tightly in her hand. Her face set in determination. It wasn't a full minute later that Harry's prediction of trouble came true as a loud scream cut through the low chatter of the great hall. No. Every eye in the hall turned immediately towards the commotion. Harry shot to his feet as he saw that Daphne had not just yelled, but she'd jumped back away from the Slytherin table almost to the point where her back was pressed up against the wall. Her face was completely ashen as she stared down in horror at her right hand. Even from nearly halfway across the hall, Harry could see the large ornate ring that now adorned the ring finger of her right hand. A family ring. But that, oh shit! The entire hall was shocked into silence. That was at least until a haughty voice spoke up from the Slytherin table. Ha! The fate of all blood traitors. Surely you saw this coming, traitor. The air in the hall shifted as everyone gasped at Draco Malfoy, who was staring at Daphne with a knowing smirk. Harry didn't need the Force to tell him what was going to happen next. Daphne's horror and grief-stricken face morphed into one of pure fury. Her eyes shifted from their cold blue to a burning yellow in the blink of an eye as she snapped both arms down to her sides, drawing out both her saber staff and her wand. With a scream, Daphne shattered the Slytherin table, sending its occupants scrambling to get away as she ignited one of the emitters on her saber staff and advanced on a suddenly scared shitless Draco. Harry's feet were moving even before he registered as he lunged out of his seat and up onto the Hufflepuff table as he ran towards Daphne. Fuck you. You little shite. Daphne screamed as she brought her saber staff down on a path to cleave the Malfoy clean in half. When the blade was but a hair's breadth from Draco, Daphne pulled her strike and brought her saber staff back up to deflect a red spell away from her. The professors all scattered as Snape dove off to the side as his own spell nearly hit him dead center in the head. The distraction was costly, however, as Draco managed to crawl his way away from the enraged Daphne while no less than 8 of the upper years of the Slytherin house had their wands out and were surrounding Daphne. Leaping off of the table, Harry lashed out with the Force, knocking 4 of the Slytherins away and into the far wall before landing between Daphne and the rest. Snapping his hands out, Harry smirked as he felt the cool metal of his lightsaber slide into his right hand with his wand slid into his left. Activating his lightsaber, Harry faced off against 4 Slytherin members. One of the oldest, Harry couldn't remember his name, snarled as he raised his wand. Die Potter! Avada Ked! There was no thought to Harry's action, he simply reacted. With a slight twitch of his wand, the elder boy was sent stumbling towards Harry, and before he could right himself, the boy gasped as he found himself impaled on Harry's lightsaber. Pulling his blade out of his former classmate, Harry faced off against the others, 2 of whom had dropped their wands after the sudden death of their apparent leader. Move, Harry! A low, almost double-toned voice came from behind him. I'm going to kill of these fuckers. Pivoting, Harry faced off against Daphne. Her face was contorted into a mixture of agony and anger. Her eyes completely yellow as her anger took over her actions. I'm sorry, Daphne, Harry whispered, deactivating his lightsaber, stepping up to her faster than the eye could follow before touching her with a single finger to the middle of her forehead. But I know that you'd hate yourself forever if I let you go down this path. Rest now. Daphne's eyes rolled up into the back of her head as her saber staff deactivated and her body went limp. Catching her with his left arm, Harry activated his lightsaber again and turned just in time to deflect another disarming charm, courtesy of Snape, into a nearby Slytherin that still had his wand drawn. Tightening his hold on her, Harry scooped her up bridal style and leapt up off the floor and landed in the dead center of the Great Hall. Tracy, who'd gathered up Daphne's saber staff and her wand, landed right next to him, only a heartbeat behind him, with Astoria right after them. The moment the 4 of them were in the center of the hall, Susan and the apprentices all flew from their seats and formed a protective ring around them, with Susan and Ginny drawing their lightsabers and the rest drawing their wands. Enough. Harry, his arm still wrapped around Daphne, turned his head towards the front of the Great Hall. Most of the professors were still getting to their feet, but 2 were already up. Snape and Dumbledore. Snape looked positively furious as his eyes glanced back and forth between Harry and the dead Slytherin on the floor. And Dumbledore, the old headmaster, just looked sad. Harry, my boy, his voice was light, but it carried easily throughout the hall as he stepped around the table and took a step down from the dais. What have you done? Susan and Ginny both activated their lightsabers. Green and red shone brightly as the 2 redheads stood shoulder to shoulder between the old headmaster and everyone else. I have done what needed to be done, headmaster. Harry spoke, his voice carrying easily across the hall. That fool was about to cast the killing curse at point-blank range at either myself or Daphne. And that gave you the right to attack him, Harry? To kill him? Dumbledore took a step off the dais, but then stopped as both Ginny and Susan shifted their stances ever so slightly. Behind him, the other teachers had drawn their wands, but only Snape looked sure about his actions. The others just held wands loosely and pointed towards the floor. Yes. Harry answered simply. He chose the path of death and violence the moment he tried to kill me. I simply responded in kind. After all, if you are willing to kill, you must be prepared to die. The old man's eyes actually started glistening with tears. Oh my poor boy! What has that woman done to you? To all of you? Would you all so easily throw away the path of light? Tell that to the blonde ferret that pissed his pants over there. Or the lard arse that was ready to kill us. Tracy yelled from beside Harry. The green grass family ring just appeared on Daphne's hand. Everyone here should know what that means. And that little shit knew about it. If you should be concerned about anyone, it should be these junior Death Eaters in Slytherin House, or your pet Death Eater that's masquerading around like a teacher. Many in the hall started whispering while throwing fearful looks at both Snape and the Slytherins. But as for what my mother has done, Headmaster, she has simply done nothing that I didn't ask her to do. She has given me what I needed to destroy evil. Pausing, Harry reached up and took off his glasses and let them fall to the floor. The entire hall gasped as his black and green eyes stared around the hall. There is no good without evil. But evil must not be allowed to flourish, Headmaster. We are the guardians. The defenders of the balance. We will walk in the shadows so others might know the warmth of the light. Many in the hall were whispering to each other now, but Dumbledore merely stood stock still, his face completely devoid of color as he stared at Harry's eyes. Merlin, my boy, what did that woman do to you? And do you think that your parents would have approved of this route? Killing indiscriminately. We don't kill indiscriminately, Headmaster. But we're not afraid to kill our enemies either. Pausing again, he turned his head to Ginny, who gave him a curt nod. The war has started, Headmaster. You know it be true. The four of us have been trying to tell everyone for a whole week that Voldemort is back. But none have listened to our warnings. And now it is too late. And Voldemort has drawn first blood. Blood that will be repaid in full. Behind him, he heard Astoria sniff loudly as Hermione put a hand around her shoulder. The war has started again. Harry continued on loudly, addressing everyone in the hall. And this time, the Guardians will be at the forefront to stand against the Death Eaters. Those of you who wish to fight with us are more than welcome to do so. Those who do not wish to fight, I advise that you get out of our way. But know this, bear the dark mark or side with them will one day find yourself at the end of our blades. And we will show you no mercy. Motioning with his hand, the group began a slow retreat back towards the exit, no more than a few steps at a time. Harry! Dumbledore called out, his voice no longer filled with sorrow. You must know that I cannot allow you to continue down this path. Violence begets violence, Harry. I've lived through and brought down 2 Dark Lords. I will not allow you to become a THI. Any who wish to join us now, may do so. Harry called out, cutting Dumbledore off. You have until we reach the courtyard to decide whether or not you will fight by our side or not. No one moved. Then one figure stood up from her seat and swung her legs over the bench. Fleur. Madame Maxime called out hesitantly as Fleur marched down the aisle with her head held high. She spared Harry a single nod of approval before stepping past Susan and Ginny and fell in line with the others. Wand drawn in at the ready. Victor was the next to stand. One of his fellow schoolmates tried to grab his arm, but Crumb simply planted his fist into the side of his schoolmate's head and walked over to join Harry and the others. Next, the Weasley twins both rose to their feet and fell in line. We can't let our little brother and sister hog all the Death Wonkers for themselves. George said, pulling his wand. Too right, George, Fred nodded, for once not playing their name game. Besides, we have a debt to pay to both Harry and Madame Knox. May as well start on it now. Besides, I feel we've outgrown our education here. I concur, Fred. George nodded. The next person to rise to their feet drew more than a few whispers as he walked towards the group. Don't suppose you have room for me to tag along with you, Harry? Susan. Cedric asked, looking back and forth between the two. If not for the seriousness of the situation, Harry would have laughed at the way the back of Susan's neck and the tip of her ears turned red. We'll be happy to have you, Cedric. Cedric nodded and after sparing a quick glance at Susan fell into line with the rest of them. Those were the only 5 who stood up. Harry was mildly disappointed, but he pushed that down. Most of them are kids, and besides, I don't think we'd be able to get them all out if too many joined up right now. For those of you who are Muggle-born or have Muggle parents, I highly suggest you get out of the country. Harry announced as they continued to edge back into the door frame of the doors leading out of the Great Hall. Voldemort and his flunkies are cowards and will go after your families. So get out while you still can. Dumbledore kept following them as they backtracked out of the Great Hall and into the courtyard. All of the professors were followed behind Dumbledore as he kept a good distance between them. Once they were fully out and into the courtyard, the Great Hall was pretty much empty as every student and professor followed after them. An impassioned speech, Harry, but I'm afraid that it is over. Dumbledore sighed. You cannot apparate nor portkaya out of Hogwarts, my boy. Now please, lower your weapons, I implore you all. It's not too late to turn your backs on this path. Harry didn't say anything, he merely looked each professor in the eye. Snape looked furious. McGonagall was a mixture of sadness and pride. Pomfrey looked worried. Moody was staring at them, appraisingly. And Harry couldn't help but notice that the hardened aura hadn't drawn his wand like the others. Flitwick was also staring at them with a mixture of pride and sadness. Of course we can't. Harry smirked, winking at the old man. We know that. We planned for it. You see, Headmaster, you're powerful and wise. And as much as you've pissed both my mother and myself off, we don't want you as our enemy. But there is one thing that you lack, Headmaster: imagination. And an extensive lack of knowledge concerning the Muggle world and technology. A loud humming came from overhead as two sets of searchlights cut through the darkness, momentarily blinding the students and professors. All of the students and teachers gasped, either in fear or amazement, as two LAATs descended before stopping just short of landing on the ground. The side doors opened as a squad of troopers led by General Rex and Commander Gregor poured out of the transports and took up defensive positions around Harry and the others, causing all of the students to take a step back and the professors to raise their wands. Even Moody had drawn his wand, although he kept it pointed towards the ground as he watched the soldiers form up. Despite the threat from the professors, however, the soldiers had been well trained and none of them aimed their weapons. Instead they just stood there, creating a protective human wall between the young guardians and everyone else. Master Potter. General Rex greeted him, his blaster pistol in his hand. We received your signal, sir. Nodding, Harry kept his eyes forward and shifted Daphne towards the veteran clone commander. You certainly made good time, General. Please take Night Green Grass and lay her down inside. Yes, sir. Rex saluted before taking Daphne from him and carrying her over to the nearest LAAT. One at a time the younger guardians, the champions, the twins, and the soldiers began piling into the two LAATs until only Harry was left standing just outside of the LAAT. I would highly recommend that you adjust the wards to match with the times, Headmaster. Harry shouted over the whining of the engines as he stepped up into the LAAT. Harry. Dumbledore called. It's not too late to find redemption. Turn away from this path. Pausing, Harry kept one foot up on the LAAT's interior while he held onto one of the handles. You're a man of peace, Dumbledore, and I can respect that at times. Harry shouted back. But I choose not to let evil flourish while I sit safely behind an ancient castle's wards plotting how to use the next generation like pieces on a chessboard. Hoisting himself up fully into the LAAT, Harry watched as the crowd back away as the LAATs began lifting off as the doors shut. Winky. Harry called out once they were airborne. A small pop later and the Guardian's house elf was staring up at him with her big eyes. Master Harry. Mistress Knox says you best coming home soon. Sooner than I'd planned. Harry murmured. I need a favor, Winky. Winky nodded so hard her ears started flopping back and forth. Anything for Master Harry. We had to leave in a bit of a hurry and we didn't have time to grab our things. Harry said, reaching up and grabbing hold of the overhead netting as the LAAT rocked back and forth slightly. There are a few sensitive items in our possessions. I need you to go and collect them before Dumbledore or anyone else gets to them. Can you do that for me? Winky nodded. Of course, Master Harry. Winky knows the house elves of Hogwarts, they be nice to Winky. Winky go collect Master Harry's things and his friends' things. And Cedric Diggory's, Victor Crumb's, Fleur Delacour's and the Weasley twins' things as well, Winky. Harry added. If it's not too much trouble to get them, of course. No trouble, Master Harry. Winky smiled toothily before snapping her fingers and disappearing. Once she was gone, Harry stared forward out of the forward window. So it begins. A/N, and we have officially gone off the rails of the HP canon verse. It's been a long time coming, but pretty much from here on out forget everything about the HP canon verse, cause I will only be taking a few things from it from here on out. Which means, sorry everyone, but no confrontation between Harry and Professor Umbridge, lol. Chapter 17. Standing behind her desk, Knox stared down at the dozens of reports and several newspapers that were scattered across its surface. She'd made a critical error. She'd misjudged her enemy and it cost them severely. Ever since she stepped foot on this planet, she'd been carefully analyzing any and all threats to her long-term plans. Threats like Voldemort. She'd read over every report she could get her hands on and had made it a point to try and anticipate how he would achieve his goals. The man had been meticulous during his first reign of terror. He stayed in the shadows and spent decades carefully building his power and reputation. And even after he got to the point where he was known, and feared, throughout the land, he hardly ever stepped out from the shadows. Any time he did come out, there were no survives. Such tactics had made him feared as the people began to akin him to a boogeyman almost. So when she'd been preparing for his re-emergence, she'd thought that he'd take the same route, biding his time and rebuilding his power. But instead, he completely blindsided her by striking immediately. No doubt this was his intended first strike all along. Knox frowned as she read over the reports. But the timing, it's unlike him. It's too hurried. But there is one common theme to all of these attacks. No Death Eaters were reported. More than likely he had to unleash the vampires before he was ready and in turn held back the rest of his forces in reserves. It'd been a smart plan. Unleash a powerful adversary onto the world and pull your forces back while this new element destroyed your enemies and then come in afterwards and clean up the mess. But if it'd only been a simple attack, Nox could have responded easily enough. But Voldemort's assault was two-folded. The next morning, before most of the bodies were even cold or the wounds were healed, the papers were flying off the shelves. The blame for the attack on the pureblood families had been laid at the Guardians' feet. How they came to that conclusion Nox had no idea. But the Ministry was blaming everything on her and the Guardians and reporting that any report otherwise were simply false. Casting a glance towards the Daily Prophet, Nox's lips curled in disgust. On the front page of the paper was a picture of her, underneath a headline proclaiming her to the leader of the Guardians and labeled as undesirable number 1. Skeeter had torn her apart. Showing how she'd built up a power base built entirely of Muggleborns and disgruntled half-bloods and magical creatures before creating a terrorist organization known as the Guardians, whose sole purpose was to destroy the magical community's way of life. And kill as many purebloods as possible. The true irony was that Skeeter actually wasn't that far off of the mark either. Well, except for the whole terrorist thing. But unfortunately, while she wholeheartedly agreed with her son's actions when they'd left Hogwarts, him killing a fellow student on his way out the door only served to reaffirm Skeeter's portrayal as a leader of a terrorist organization on par with Voldemort and his Death Eaters in the minds of the people. She was also left in the position of handing out Kira Carson's saber staff to Luna and Lana Beneco's lightsaber to Hermione. And until they could find more Kyber crystals or create enough synthetic crystals, an idea which more than slightly irked the former Jedi in the temple, they would be unable to make more lightsabers. Which meant that for the time being Ron, Tracy, Hannah, Astoria, and Nat would have to stay behind. The door to her office opened with as a clearly irritated Amelia Bones swept through the opening. Amelia had been hit as well recently. With the same stroke of the pen that named Nox undesirable number 1, it also removed Amelia from her position as head of the DMLE and had issued a statement claiming that she was wanted for questioning concerning her connection to Nox. Without saying a word, Amelia dropped a non-magical newspaper onto her desk. The front page was dominated by a horrific scene. A dozen houses reduced to nothing more than a charred shell. The attack happened last night in conjunction with the ones that hit all of us. Amelia explained, walking over to Nox's stash of alcohol and taking a pull straight from the bottle. A dozen families, dead. The Muggle authorities are claiming that it was a natural gas leak that started a chain reaction that set fire to all dozen houses. And what's your take? Nox asked, reading over the latest bit of bad news. Complete dragonshite. Amelia cursed. I know that neighborhood. Those 12 houses specifically were home to Muggleborns who, after graduating Hogwarts, returned to the Muggle world to live away from the rest of the magical community. Fuck, 3 of those families had children no older than my niece. But more than that, there were no bodies recovered from the fires. Which means, given who attacked us, that they're either being harvested, turned into thralls or turned completely. Nox finished for the woman, tossing the paper aside. How is the Prime Minister responding? About as well as you might imagine. Amelia sighed. He just about hit the roof according to the agent I have in his office, the one that Fudge doesn't know about. He's demanding that Fudge show up and explain what happened, but Fudge is stonewalling him for some reason. Looking down at the paper, Nox pursed her lips. No matter his reason, we will take advantage of his lack of action. I want you to go to the Prime Minister's office and explain what's going on. How Voldemort is back and how the Ministry of Magic has been infiltrated, possibly even at the highest level. And that he should set a watch on all the Muggleborn and Squib families that I know he has a file on. Oh, and while you're there take a good look at the Ministry's operative inside the British government. If he's been compromised, take him out and install the agent that's loyal to you in his place. Amelia's eyebrows rose before narrowing in anger. I'm not an assassin, Nox. No. You're not. Nox agreed, placing her hands on her desk and leaning forward. But we're at war, Amelia. Fighting a war means casualties. Voldemort's already struck the first blow and as such has practically forced us out of magical Britain. We need to focus our efforts on containment now. We can't allow him to gain a foothold in the Muggle world. If he does, then without a doubt he'll attack. And when he does, any and all hope we might have of a peaceful transition of the magical and mundane communities will go down the drain. So if this agent of the Ministry is a threat, take them out. Amelia looked like she wanted to press the issue, but Nox simply held her gaze, almost daring her to try and refute her. Fine. Amelia submitted as she looked away. I'll go to the Prime Minister today. He always said that I had an open-door policy with him. Let's hope that has remained the case. I hope so as well. Nox mused. Without realizing it, Voldemort has put us in a corner. We can't openly act against him until this threat is dealt with. The last thing that we need is for the mundane world to announce the right of annulment. Amelia's head jerked. What's that? Sighing, Knox opened one of the many sealed drawers on her desk and pulled out a 2-inch thick binder that was stuffed full of papers and tossed it over to Amelia. These plans took me quite a while to obtain. And even then I was only able to get a hold of them after a pathetic senator tried to blackmail me. In return, I confounded him into bringing me these plans. Looking down at the folder wearily, Amelia reached out and picked up the folder as Knox continued speaking. After World War II and Gellert Grindelwald's backing of Hitler came to light, the UN came the unanimous decision that it had to have a contingency plan in place for the magical world. If the country is faced with a revolt from the magical community, the leader of said country along with the backing of 4 of his cabinet can send a request to the UN for the right of annulment. If the request received 3/4 support amongst the UN delegates, it authorizes the usage of chemical, biological and nuclear armaments against no magical strongholds in the desalinated country. For the US, the targets are Salem, the Magical Congress and Ivermorny. For Britain, they would target the Ministry under London, Diagon Alley and Hogwarts. Amelia's eyes were nearly as wide as saucers as she began frantically flipping through the binder that Knox had provided her. No. They can't, there are families and children. They would, Merlin, why? Better to kill one innocent than risk a magical killing thousands in their eyes. Knox shrugged. You have no idea just how long it took me to get a hold of those plans. And those aren't even all of them. Just the strike points and within America and Britain and how they would hit them. And since I learned of them, I've been working on a countermeasure to the right which will work. How? Amelia pressed, her face edged with worry. By preventing them from even giving the orders or being able to use their weapons. Knox answered. My countermeasures are fully in place in a dozen of the world's most powerful countries. But now you understand the gravity of our situation. While I can counter the right, we cannot allow Voldemort to escape into the mundane world. We cannot give them an excuse to activate that right. Flipping through the folder, Amelia shuddered as she closed the binder. I'll make sure to stress the fact that we are handling this matter internally then. Pausing, Amelia licked her lips. How are Daphne and Astoria? Frowning, Knox sunk heavily down into her seat. Not well. Harry and the others are with them trying to offer what support they can. But I fear the loss of their parents has created a wound in both that will take some time to heal. They did manage to give us a name though. Vlad Sanguine. Wincing, Amelia took the seat directly across from Knox. That's not good. That bastard is a dreadlord vampire that was exiled and magically sealed off of the British Isles over a century ago. For him to return, it would have taken the approval of no less than 5 department heads from the ministry. Sighing, Amelia leaned her head back. And what of our other arrivals? Picking up a random report, Knox flipped through its contents while she kept talking. Adjusting. If I had known the twins were so industrious I would have pulled them out of school years ago and set them to work. I just needed to show them the lab that we have here in the temple and they just about wet themselves. I gave them a project, and to my knowledge neither has left the lab in the past 24 hours. And Xenophilius has joined the two as well. The man is actually quite the genius. Bill has started up a correspondence with Gringotts. Unfortunately, as it was only the vampires that attacked one of their employees, we can't use that to leverage the goblins against the Death Eaters. But they've already started supplying him with everything they know about this vampire clan that attacked us. Dan is still recovering and his wife is with him as is Hermione. Richard Davis is with him as well, although his injuries are not nearly as severe. Master Fay expects that both will be fully recovered within a week or 2 at the most. Dan has already expressed an interest in joining up with our troopers, so I intend to send him off to General Rex with a field promotion as soon as he's up and ready. And Maximilian and Anna Abbott are both currently helping Master Malley in the library. And what of Molly and Arthur Weasley? Amelia asked. Frowning, Knox dropped the folder down heavily. They're both adjusting. Arthur is poking around at every piece of technology he can get his hands onto, and Molly, she's been quiet for now. But I fear that this is just the calm before the storm. I know her type. Soon enough I'm going to have some more than slightly unpleasant words with her. That really wouldn't surprise me. Amelia chuckled without humor. And what of our champions? Picking up another folder from her desk, Knox started flipping through its contents. Fleur has already requested that her family be granted asylum, which I've agreed to. They should be here by the end of the week. Hopefully this will provide us with a way into talks with the Vila Nation, as they could prove to be quite beneficial to our cause. Victor has no family, but he has requested that he be taught how to fly one of the Black Wings. I've assigned Master Secura to begin training him tomorrow morning. Cedric has written his father, but as the man is deep into Fudge's administrative staff, the odds of receiving a positive reply back are slim. Both women paused as a tentative knock came from the door. Come in, Bill. Knox called out, waving her hand and making the door open. Moving slowly, Bill kept his eyes on the section of the door frame that the door retracted into as he walked into her office. That is going to take some getting used to. The young curse breaker said quietly as the door shut behind him. I take it that you've heard back from the goblins, Bill? Knox asked, nodding towards the scroll that the eldest Weasley was holding in his hand. Hey? Oh, yes ma'am. Bill stuttered, suddenly remembering the reason why he'd come up here as he handed off the large scroll to Knox. The goblins cannot take direct action against the Sanguine clan as they no longer have holdings in Gringotts. However, seeing as how they attempted to kill a valued customer of theirs and a current employee who still has a few years left on his contract, the goblins accidentally sent me these. Unrolling the scroll, which was actually an assortment of scrolls all rolled together, Knox had to actually work at keeping her face steady. Amelia, however, wasn't as skilled. Merlin's balls, are those? Yes, they are. Knox smiled as her eyes ran over the multitude of drawings before her. The blueprints to Sanguine's coven. Naturally, the goblins have no idea just how they managed to misplace such important papers. Bill went on, only this time with a slight smile. And they are looking into how they managed to disappear from the vaults. But, times are pressing and they don't believe they'll be able to assign someone to search for them for a few months. Leafing through the blueprints, Knox sent Bill a saucy grin which had the young man gulping. Bill, if I wasn't sure that Tonks would feel the urge to immolate you, or that a certain Vila would become put out with me, I would shag your brains out right here on my office floor. Smiling cockily, Bill leaned up against the corner of her desk and crossed his arms. Well, far be it for me to be somewhere Tonks has been. Then you might want to not lean up against the side of my desk right there, as she spent quite a bit of time bent over it recently. Knox commented calmly, causing Amelia to cough and Bill to freeze before turning slightly red. Right. Bill said slowly as he leaned away from her desk. Morgana's tits, that's an image that's going to take a while to get out of my head. And what an image it is. Just go shag your pretty little Vila. Knox waved absent-mindedly. I'm sure that can take image of Tonks and me rolling naked across the floor right where you're standing out of your mind. Bill's blush escalated until his entire face was the same color of his hair. Merlin saggy, I concede. I need to go and take a really cold shower now. Don't take too long, Knox called out as Bill headed for the door. I want you to with General Rex and I when we start devising our plans. Bill's back stiffened and his mouth started doing an impressive fish out of water impression. Of course Madam Knox. He mumbled before backing out of her office. Bright kid. Amelia commented after he was gone. I tried to get him into the Aura program, but the goblins swept in and grabbed him before I had a chance to. And that's why I want him with us when we plan our counterattack. Knox commented, pointing to a note that the goblins had slipped in with the blueprints. While he can't come outright and say it because of his oaths to Gringotts, apparently he was part of a team that responsible for excavating an abandoned vampire lair. And according to the goblins, the vampires are slower to accept changes than wizards and witches are. Shaking her head, Amelia rose from her seat. The goblins, they simply can't resist throwing in an insult. Even when they're trying to help, even though they're not officially helping. I'd say that you're a cut above the average, Amelia. Knox smiled looking at the woman. But then again maybe not. Amelia blinked. Come again, Knox. Serious? Knox stated flatly. When are you planning on telling him? Amelia froze as her hand twitched involuntarily towards her midsection. How do you know? Knox smirked. Call it a woman's intuition. So, how far along? Amelia looked away, unable or unwilling to hold her gaze. A few weeks. Knox smiled, though she couldn't help the slight twinge of envy that swelled within her at a woman she would be willing to call a friend for being able to do something that had been taken from Knox when she was still but a child, a feeling that she crushed without mercy or hesitation. Tell him before you go meet the Prime Minister. Knox stated. He'll be overjoyed, I assure you. Tonks will be as well. She never really wanted the title of head of House Black. And now she'll have a legit excuse for giving it back. Oh, and I don't think that I need to tell you that your condition pretty much demotes you down to regulatory work for the duration of your pregnancy. You can come with us until you start showing, but you are not allowed to be in the line of fire. Amelia's eyes hardened. I'm pregnant. Not an invalid. I never said you were. Knox shot back with just as much fire. But all the same, take it from a woman who would trade everything to be in your shoes right now. Treasure your child. And do whatever you can to keep them safe. Amelia's eyes softened as Knox's past, which she'd only revealed parts of to her and Sirius, came to the forefront of her mind. Oh, right. I'm sorry There's no harm done, Amelia. Knox waved her off. Now go tell Sirius. I need to look over these plans. Recognizing her dismissal, Amelia nodded and left her office without a backwards glance. Once she was alone, Knox allowed herself to sink deeply into her chair as envy once again coursed through her. Enough. She chided herself. You have Harry. And while you didn't push him out, he's your son as much as he is James and Lily Potter. With that thought firmly in her mind, Nox turned her mind away from Amelia, Sirius, and their soon-to-come child and instead focused on the blueprints laid out before her. She had a counterattack to plan. Those foolish vampires had absolutely no idea just what it meant to piss off a Darth. A reformed Darth she might be, but she was still willing to take the Sith approach to war. Bringing his lightsaber around, Harry caught the blue edge of the glowing blade against his black-purple blade. Angling his lightsaber, he diverted the strike and spun around, slashing upwards, aiming from his opponent's back. Expecting his opponent had anticipated this and had rolled away from him before regaining their feet and spinning back around to face him. "Nicely done, Daphne," Harry commented as Daphne held her saber staff in a guard ready for his next assault. It'd been 4 days since the attack on, well, everyone. Daphne and Astoria, having lost their parents, had been hit the hardest. But the two showed their grief in completely opposite ways. Astoria bawled her eyes out and was almost inconsolable for 2 days. The only thing that got her out of her room was when Master Nox tore down her door and pulled her out by the ear, stating categorically that Astoria was still her apprentice and that she won't accept her to skip out on any more lessons. After that brief little scene, the two disappeared for nearly a full day, and when everyone saw them again, Astoria was following his mother around diligently and had a more than slightly frightening gleam to her eye. Whatever his mother had said, or did, it had worked. And Astoria was more focused than ever. Daphne, on the other hand, outside of her outburst at Hogwarts, didn't shed a single tear. Even as she held onto her sister while she was bawling her eyes out, Daphne never shed a single tear. The next morning when Harry went down to the training room before the sunrise, he found Daphne already there, and by the look of the mostly destroyed room and by the fact that she was drenched in sweat, she'd been there for some time. Instead of walking out though, Harry drew his own lightsaber and walked towards Daphne. There were no words spoken as she sensed his presence, as he did nothing to hide it, and turned to attack him. From then on, the two spent hours upon hours every day hacking away at each other. Harry, by far, landed more hits than he received, but with each hour that passed Daphne was improving by leaps and bounds. Every day they would be joined by Luna, Ginny, Susan, Hermione, Ahsoka, and Nat. But always it was Harry and Daphne who dueled one another. Spinning her saber staff around, Daphne jumped while she spun, adding momentum to her strike as she brought one end of her saber staff down hard. "Why?" Daphne asked as they locked blades, making Harry blink. That was the first word she'd uttered in days, outside of Vlad Sanguine. "Why didn't you let me kill that little shite? You killed one of the Slytherins, arseholes that he was, so why didn't you let me kill Draco?" "Because that wasn't you, Daphne," Harry answered. "Also we needed to leave. Voldemort got what he wanted. He exposed us." Daphne's eyebrow arched at that. "That was his goal all along. He attacked anyone close to me and my mother in hopes of drawing all of us out. And when you attacked Draco, it forced all of us into action." Daphne didn't say anything as they stood there. Slowly, the pressure against his blade lessened until it was non-existent. You don't have to say anything, Daphne," Harry cut her off, deactivating his own lightsaber and stepping close to her. "I don't blame you. None of us do. Hell, I was ready to slash that little shite clean in half, and if Snape and the other professors hadn't interfered I would've." Daphne lowered her eyes. He knew Harry. I don't know how he knew, but the little shite knew what had happened. Looking back up at him, the steel that had faded from her eyes just moments ago returned with a vengeance, making her eyes shine like ice. "When I see him again, I will kill him. Him and everyone else who had a hand in this. And I'll be right beside you, Daphne," Harry said, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Me, Ginny, Susan, Hermione, Luna and even Ahsoka. We'll be there with you and help you hunt those bastard bloodsuckers and Death Eaters down to the last man." Daphne's lips turned upwards, making Harry smile in return. It was the first positive sign of emotion that she'd shown in days. "Thank you, Harry. He's right, you know. We're all with you." Looking behind him, Harry found Ahsoka leaning against the entrance to the training room with a slight grin on her face. "Thank you, Ahsoka." Daphne nodded before walking away from Harry and towards the exit. "Now if you two will excuse me, I need to find Luna. I've been neglecting my duties as her master for some time now." After Daphne left the room, Harry stared at Ahsoka. This was the first time the two of them had been alone since they'd left Hogwarts. "Where's Nat?" Harry asked, taking a step towards her. "In the library," Ahsoka answered, pushing herself off of the door frame and letting the door shut behind her. "Ginny. 3 hours of meditation in the Waterfall Tranquility Room for being an hour late to morning practice," Harry answered as the two came closer to one another while drawing his wand and casting a quick and silent locking charm on the only way in and out. Ahsoka tilted her head to the side and stopped moving with less than a pace separating the two of them. "So, I guess we have some time to ourselves, don't we? Whatever shall we do?" Harry didn't answer, preferring instead to cross the last pace between the two of them and gathered her up in his arms. Their lips crashed together almost painfully, drawing a slight gasp out of Ahsoka which she quickly recovered from as she jumped slightly and wrapped both of her legs around his waist as his hands traveled down her slender frame and held onto her underneath her legs. Their lips broke apart as Ahsoka gasped when her back hit the wall, but Harry gave her no time to recover as the primal side of his brain slowly started taking over and he started attacking the crook of her neck. Her legs tightened their grip, as her hands fisted into his hair and small gasps of pleasure left her as he pressed her against the wall of the training room. Harry wasn't quite sure just how she managed to do it, but somehow while still being pressed up against the wall, Ahsoka managed to take out the back of his knees and sending the both of them to the floor with her on top. Not that Harry was complaining, of course. Especially when she began to assault his neck and her hands literally ripped his shirt off of his chest. Through the haze that Ahsoka was inflicting upon him, Harry felt the lightest touches of what felt like wings against the top of his head. Craning his neck, Harry looked up, and saw a magically conjured black butterfly flapping nearly beside his head. Ahsoka! Harry groaned, bringing a stop to the more than slightly pleasurable sensations she was sending through his body. Not that I want to stop by any means but I think we have a voyeur here. Ceasing her attack on his skin, Ahsoka looked up and saw that black butterfly that was slowly circling the two of them. Well, that's different. Nodding, Harry reached out towards the butterfly. When his hand was almost close enough to touch, the butterfly swooped in and landed on his outstretched fingers. As soon as it touched his skin, he could hear his mother's voice in his head. Harry! The Delacours are due to arrive soon. Report down to the entrance hall if you can manage extract your tongue from Ahsoka's mouth long enough to do so. What's going on, Harry? Ahsoka asked, still atop of him, as the butterfly disappeared. Apparently my mother has found a new way to communicate throughout the temple. Harry commented, just barely managing to keep the blush from showing on his face as his mother had somehow knew exactly what the two of them were up to. Getting off of him, Ahsoka stared at the spot where the butterfly had disappeared from. What? Pushing himself up with a groan, Harry pulled out his wand and cast a quick repairing charm on his shirt. No need to give my mother more ammunition than she already has. You know how the patroness can be used to send messages. Ahsoka nodded at his question. Basically the same concept sans patroness. She conjured up that butterfly, recorded a message inside of it and sent it off to find me. Funny thing is though I heard at the ministry that they write their memos on paper then send them out by paper airplanes. This must be a combination of the two. Ahsoka blinked. That's brilliant. Yeah, Harry chuckled. I'm sure Hermione's going to have field day trying to figure out how she did it. Ahsoka nodded. So, what was the message? Hey? Oh, she said that the Delacours are due to arrive soon and that she wanted us to meet her in the entrance hall in order to greet them. Harry answered, hoping that she wouldn't ask if there was anything else to the message. Oh, all right. Ahsoka said awkwardly rising to her feet and looking over herself. Is everything in order? Harry smirked at her. Yeah, looks like it. Ahsoka stared down at herself and then shot him a sly look. Do try to do better next time then, Potter. Lest I think that you're not up to the challenge of being with me. Her comment caught him completely off guard, and by the time his brain finally managed to get back into gear Ahsoka was already out the door and turning down the hall. Hey! Harry shouted, running after her. That was completely unfair. By the time he actually managed to catch up with her, the two of them found themselves in the entrance hall with a dozen fireplaces lining either wall. Standing in front of one such fireplace were his mother and Tonks. His mother merely gave the two of them a passing glance, while Tonks on the other hand threw a saucy wink at the two of them. So, I see that the two of you actually managed to disentangle yourselves from one another long enough to greet our guests. Tonks smirked. Impressive. Harry coughed slightly and Ahsoka's cheeks took on a slight coloring as the two of them joined his mother and Tonks in front of the fireplace. Easy Tonks. After all, didn't you miss your fair share of Auror meetings because the two of us were indisposed? In bed? Or the shower? Or there was that one time when we were in the locker room in the ministry as well. Tonks' face turned completely red, as did her hair. Nox. Merlin Saggy, you're not supposed to tell your bloody son about what we do when we're... What? His mother asked casually, tilting her head to the side as she grinned at the three of them. Doing the horizontal tango? Come off it, Tonks. Harry's old enough to know about sex, and if he hasn't at least thought about what two women do together in bed, then I'd be fairly disappointed in him and tell Ahsoka that she needs to start fast-tracking his education in that subject. Now mortified, all three of them stared at Harry's mother with dropped jaws. Mother. Harry said slowly, praying for some sort of miracle to occur to save him, all of them, from this humiliation. Mercifully, his prayers were answered as the Fleur flared to life, allowing Fleur and Bill to step out, followed quickly by two who could only be Fleur's parents and a young girl. Harry. The young girl cried as soon as she was clear of the fireplace. Harry just barely managed to steady himself as the young girl barreled into him and wrapped her small arms around his midsection. Casting a pleading look at Ahsoka, his girlfriend merely gave him an amused shrug as if to tell him that he was on his own for this one. Hey Gabrielle. Harry said, awkwardly returning the younger girl's hug briefly. It's good to see you again. Gabrielle. Leave the poor boy alone. Disentangling himself slightly from the small girl, Harry looked up and got his first good look at Fla's parents. Her father was, well, ordinary. He had an easygoing face and was maybe just an inch shorter than Harry. Her mother, however, if someone didn't point out the fact that they were mother and daughter, Harry would have guessed that they were in fact sisters. Pardon, Momir. Gabrielle said quietly as she moved back from Harry. It's good to see you again, Harry. Yes, our little girl has been quite looking forward to this meeting. It took us an hour to get her out of her bedroom this morning as she had to be perfect when she met the Harry Potter this time around. Fla's father laughed, earning a glare from his youngest daughter as he stepped up and nodded towards Harry and his mother. I am Jean-Claude Delacour. Unfortunately not Jean-Claude Van Damme, to my beautiful wife's everlasting disappointment. Jean. Fla's mother sighed, slapping her husband on the shoulder. Jetma. I am Antoinette Delacour, but you may call me Anne. Everyone does. It is a pleasure to meet you both, Mademoiselle Knox, Monsieur Potter. Our daughter has spoken very highly of the both of you. And of the company you both keep. Jean-Claude added, eyeing both Ahsoka and Tonks respectfully. I'm glad to meet you both as well. Knox nodded back politely. You already know my son Harry Potter. And this is his girlfriend Ahsoka Tano. And this is my little nymphadora Tonks. Harry could have sworn he heard Tonks mutter I'll show you little under breath, but he decided not to comment on it. It is good to meet you all. Jean-Claude nodded. On behalf of both myself and the French ministry. Speaking of, his mother said. I doubt that the French ministry often lets one of their top diplomats go wherever he desires on a whim. So offense, why are you here? Jean-Claude smiled. Officially, I'm not here. His mother cocked an eyebrow at that. And unofficially? Unofficially, I'm here to assess the threat level posed by the possible return of the so-called Dark Lord Voldemort and to assess strength of you and your guardians to see if you could be potential allies to the French ministry. As well as learn as much as I can about your unusual associates. Jean-Claude explained casually. I'm also, unofficially, here to offer you whatever services I can. And my wife is here as an unofficial ambassador to the Vila nation as a whole. Not just the colony in France. Harry was surprised at that. He knew that his mother was looking for a way to open a dialogue with the Vila, considering they were probably the third most populous near-human magical species next to werewolves and vampires. But unlike those two, Vila were readily accepted almost across the globe and could be a major asset to their long-term plans. Knox smiled at having what she'd been waiting for practically thrusted into her lap. And I look forward to such discussions. And as for the abilities of the Guardians, well, you'll be able to see that for yourself firsthand soon enough. Anne's grin was almost malicious. I take it then that you're not about to let what those bastard bloodsuckers did to your people go then? Good. It is far past time someone took them down a peg. Knox's return grin was just as malicious. Oh, you have no idea. Pausing, she tilted her head off to the side. And as for my unusual associates, you're about to meet one now. As soon as the words left her lips, there was a slight crack as Master Fei appeared right next to the small group. The ageless master looked around as if searching for something before her eyes landed on the small group. Harry felt something almost, reaching emanating from Master Fei. Monsieur and Mademoiselle Delacour, may I present Master Fei of the Guardians? Knox said, introducing Master Fei. One of our eldest and most experienced masters. Master Fei barely gave the elder two Delacours a brief nod before her eyes zeroed in on the young Gabrielle. Gabrielle, for her part, was staring up at the elder woman with awe and wonder written across her face. Taking a step towards her, Master Fei knelt down in front of the young girl. What is your name, young one? Gabrielle. Focusing in on the two of them through the Force, Harry could sense that both of them were reaching out to one another as they, seemingly unconsciously, tried to form a master-apprentice bond with one another. Master Knox, Master Fei announced suddenly. I fear I'm going to have to borrow Battlemaster Marek for some time. It has been several centuries since I last held my lightsaber, and I do not want my new Padawan, or rather apprentice, to be lacking in any aspect of her training. The elder Delacours looked completely lost. Fleur was volleying back and forth between looking at her sister with pride and envy. Bill merely looked surprised. Knox just shrugged, and Ahsoka. Ahsoka looked completely floored. Master. Ahsoka said slowly. You haven't taken a Padawan in, well. A long time, my dear. Master Fei commented, rising to her feet but keeping her eyes firmly on her apprentice. And I would say that it is far past time that I did so. That is, of course, if her parents are willing. Both Jean-Claude and Anne looked uncertain about the prospect. But it was Fleur who spoke up first. Trust me, Mama, Papa, this is something we want. If what I've seen so far from Harry and the others is any indication, and even from the few tricks that the masters here have shown me over the past couple of days, Gabrielle will receive far better training and educating here than she could ever hope for at Beau's Batons. Fla's parents looked at one another and then down at their daughter. Gabrielle didn't meet their gaze, instead she just continued to stare up at Master Fei with a look of almost devotion in her eyes. All right. Jean-Claude nodded before staring hard at Master Fei. But I wish to be privy to all aspects of her education. Or at the very least receive regular updates on her progress. Master Fei didn't seem to appreciate Jean-Claude sticking his nose into her training, but then again she was no longer in the Jedi Order, so different rules applied. Very well, Master Fei conceded. I will keep you apprised as best as I am able to do so. But first, Gabrielle Delacour, do you consent to being my apprentice? Are you willing to follow my every instruction as law? Are willing to work harder than you have ever done in the past? Are you willing to devote your mind, body, and spirit to the Guardian Order? The young Vila swallowed hard as Master Fei laid out exactly what was expected of her. Sinking down onto her knees, Gabrielle bowed her head. I am, Master. Good. Master Fei nodded with a smile. Then I hereby name you my apprentice. Now get up. We have a lot to catch you up on. And not much time to do it in. Turning on her heel, Master Fei hesitated just long enough to give a nod to Nox before walking out of the entrance hall, leaving Gabrielle scrambling to get back up onto her feet and chase after her new master. Well, now that is all taken care of, Nox said, bringing the conversation back around. I believe that we need to get you two settled. Winky. Yes, mistress. Winky asked, appearing beside Nox. Harry nearly laughed as the little house elf was wearing an oversized robe styled after the Jedi, or rather the Guardian, robes with a giant Guardian emblem across her chest. Nox didn't even bat an eye. If you would be so kind, would you please show the Delacours to their rooms? Oh, and Gabrielle will be needing a room of her own set up as well. One near to Master Fei's quarters. Oh, and Mr. Delacour, you'll be able to get a first-hand assessment of the Guardian Order tomorrow as we have a strategy council at 0800 tomorrow morning. You're more than welcome to attend. After Jean-Claude nodded his consent, Winky started frantically waving for the Delacours to follow her. Winky will take good cares of them, mistress. Please, follow Winky, Master and Mistress Delacour. Winky takes good care of all of Mistress' guests. Giving their farewells, Fleur and her parents allowed the energetic little house elf to lead them out of the entrance hall and towards their quarters. So, Harry said, turning towards Bill. How was meeting your girlfriend's parents for the first time? Bill paused. You know, Harry, I've faced down vampires, ghouls, thousand-year-old death traps in pyramids, angry goblins, mummies and a whole plethora of things that scare even witches and wizards never see. But not one of those things prepared me to meet a Mother Vila. Especially after Fleur let it slip that we've been, well, intimate. Bloody hell, I'm lucky I didn't piss myself after the look she gave me. Shuddering at the image, Bill turned to Harry. Moral of the story, never piss of a Vila. Even a half Vila. I was certain she was going to serve my roasted arse to dinner. The next morning, Harry found himself in what had become known as the main briefing room within the temple, which had also been dubbed the War Room. The room was shaped like a half-sphere with rows of benches rising up along the outside, leaving the center area empty save for a single podium and a large holographic projector. Ahsoka was sitting on his left side with Nat sitting on her other side while Ginny was seated on his right. Daphne and Luna were sitting next to one another as were Susan and Hermione. All around them the rest of the masters were sitting with their respective apprentices talking quietly amongst one another. Even Remus and Ela, who had come back late the previous night with their first load of minerals from their survey and mining operation, were in attendance. Directly across the room from them sat all of the adult witches and wizards plus the two of the Tri-Wizard champions, Cedric and Victor. And seated next to them were all of the soldiers that had been present during the raid on Voldemort's resurrection ritual. Actually, Harry thought, looking over the assembled troopers. There looks to be at least 2 more squads with us this time around. Maybe General Rex and Master Ti decided that they were ready for whatever is about to happen. As Harry looked around, he was sure that every soul in the temple save for Winky, Kriaker and Bonesy was in the room. There were only 3 people missing. Nox, Bill, and Fleur. Well, BB-8 as well if you counted the usually quiet little astromech. The air within the room was so thick that he was sure it could be cut with a knife. No doubt everyone in here knows just what is about to go down. A low-toned beeping sounded, ending all conversation as Nox, Bill, Fleur, and BB-8 made their way into the meeting hall. Bill and Fleur immediately took seats on the bottom-most row while Nox and BB-8 made their way to the center. Stopping next to the projector, Nox made a slow pass around the room with her eyes before beginning. In case there was any doubt in your minds, we are at war. Tom Riddle, also known as the Dark Lord Voldemort, has returned from his wraith-like form and has picked up where he left off over a decade ago. We dealt a decisive blow to him during his ritual, thinning out his followers significantly and wounding the Dark Lord severely. His reaction, however, has left us in a quandary. Instead of pulling back and gathering his forces as he's done in the past, he struck back, striking a deal with Dreadlord Sanguine and his vampire clan. The lights in the room dimmed as BB rolled up to the edge of the projector and plugged himself in. Immediately Harry felt his fist clench and he involuntarily reached out and grabbed Ahsoka's hand as the first image appeared. It was of a small Muggle neighborhood. Only a dozen of the houses had been reduced to smoldering ash. As you can see, the magical world isn't the only area that was. The children shouldn't be here for this. They need to leave. Every eye in the room turned towards the speaker, some in confusion but most in disbelief as they found Molly Weasley turning slightly red as her husband tried to pull her back down. Knox merely glared at the woman. Mrs. Weasley. Your sons and daughter have more of a right to be here than you do. They are a part of the Guardian Order. A vital part, I might add. You, however, are not. Interrupt me again and I will throw you out of this room and onto your ass. Do not test me on this. Molly Weasley, thoroughly red at this point, started looking around desperately for any support. But all she got in return were blank stares. Even from her own children. Realizing that she was alone, Molly sunk back down into her seat. Giving Molly one last glare, Knox returned to the hologram as another image, this time of another Muggle neighborhood that had suffered the same type of damage. While Voldemort and his Death Eaters are recovering, the Sanguine clan has been making runs on the non-magical world. At current count, there have been over 50 homesteads destroyed. Amelia Bones had a meeting with the British Prime Minister and assured him that we are working to put a stop to this, so for the moment he has only released a warning and a statement that there have been some faulty gas lines which as a result are creating chain reaction. But that excuse will only last for so long. Plus, there is another factor about these attacks. Despite the fact that over 50 homesteads belonging to both Muggleborn and Squib families have been attacked, not one body has been found so far. Circling around the projection, Knox continued her briefing. At the moment there has been no sighting of Death Eaters at any attack nor has there been any evidence of their magic present. Therefore it is our conclusion that Voldemort, while nesting his forces, is using the vampires to do his dirty work. We're going to take advantage of this temporary division in their ranks. And assault Clan Sanguine where they live with the purpose of annihilating every bloodsucker that calls that clan home. The werewolves that made up the ranks of the troopers literally started howling their approval at this. Anyone who knew their history knew that there was no love lost between the vampires and werewolves, considering the fact that the vampires kept the werewolves as their daylight guardians, or rather their daylight slaves, for centuries. Once the noise had quieted down, Knox moved back around as BB-8 brought up another image. This one a satellite image of what looked like a large mansion surrounded by a fence with two other small buildings next to it on a secluded island. Over 100 years ago the Sanguine clan was exiled from the British Isles and forced to remain on this small little rock. We've since confirmed their presence on the island and thanks to some misplaced information, we've formulated a plan of attack. The image shifted again, this time showing what looked like a three-dimensional blueprint. As you can see, the manor on the surface is quite literally the tip of the iceberg. Underneath the manor are catacombs where all of the vampires live. According to the blueprints that were mistakenly given to us, there is only one point of entry into the catacombs. And that is here. Right in the center of the manor house. What about an escape tunnel, ma'am? Commander Gregor questioned, looking over the schematic with a critical eye. Surely they've installed something in case of incursion? And if not, they why not just simply bomb the island and take them all out? They haven't installed any escape routes because they do not fear attack, Commander. Bill spoke up, and then after receiving a nod from Knox stood up and pointed towards the hologram. The entirety of the catacombs are layered with runes upon runes. After World War II the Sanguine clan contracted the goblins to enhance those runes. At the moment you could drop a nuclear warhead onto the manor and all you would do is destroy the manor. The lower catacombs would seal off and the vampires would go into hibernation, wait a century or two, and then re-emerge just as strong as they were. Thank you, Bill, Knox nodded as Bill retook his seat. Mr. Weasley is correct. Upon attack and during the daylight hours the vampires will seal themselves off in the catacombs. But assaulting them at night while they are at their strongest is out of the question as we have no accurate counting of their numbers. Therefore, we will be launching our assault at sunrise. The schematic moved as several points on the blueprint became highlighted. Master Sakura. The Twi'lek master straightened at hearing her name. As the most experienced fighter pilot that we have, I'm placing you in charge of our fighter squadron, the Nighthawk Squadron, for the duration of this mission. The Nighthawk Squadron will make as many passes over the complex as needed, targeting key points indicated in your mission brief. Your primary targets are what we believe to be a guard barracks located here, his mother said, pointing to one of the smaller buildings. Your secondary targets are the spires on the eastern and western end of the mansion and the guard shack located along the main gate entrance here. Master Sakura looked over the schematic and nodded. Continuing on, Knox waved her hand was at the holographic image showing two representations of LAATs settled over the main courtyard of the complex. Once our fighters have softened their defenses, 2 LAATs will descend. The first LAAT will be carrying myself, Master Kenobi, both Master Merrex, their apprentices along with General Rex and Alpha Squad. The second LAAT will be led by Master Voss, Ti, Faye, and Ventress along with Apprentice Brute and Beta Squad. We'll touch down on the roof and make our way down into the mansion from there. Mr. Granger, I trust that our resident witches and wizards have you back up to fighting form. Hermione's father, who had up until that point had been following along quietly, gave a slight start. Yes ma'am. Good, Nox smirked. Because I'm attaching you to Delta Squad for the duration of this mission. I trust that this will not be an issue. Hermione's father didn't even bat an eye. Not at all ma'am. Good. Nox nodded, turning back around to her briefing. Master Yoda. While I know that you would be an asset to us on the field, I must ask that you stay behind with Astoria, Gabrielle, Nat, Luke, and Galen. As well as all of you apprentices that currently lack a lightsaber. They are all far too young and inexperienced for this mission. And don't bother giving me that look, girls. I and your masters will decide when you are ready for this type of mission. And you will not step foot outside of the temple until we feel that you are ready to do so. Frowning, Harry rose from his seat. M.O. Master Nox. Force, that feels odd to say. But protocol needs to be followed in these situations. What about myself and Knights Tenno, Greengrass, Bones and our apprentices? His mother turned around towards him. I was just getting to you 7. You'll have a vital part in this operation. The hologram spun again, this time highlighting a single back entrance into the manor. Harry, you and your Valkyries. Valkyries. Susan blurted out, before reddening and ducking her head as she realized she'd said that aloud. Yes, Nox smiled. You lot are all bird animagus of some sort. So Valkyries seemed appropriate. Continuing on though, you 7 will be brought to a small staging island a few miles away. Once there you will transform and fly to the island and stay hidden. After the fighters have their passes, you are to assault the manor from the back door, preventing anyone from leaving and then meeting up with us at the entrance to the catacombs. Once we've all regrouped at the entrance to the catacombs, Mr. Weasley here along with Ms. Delacour will break the wards on the entrance and will descend into their lair. Rules of engagement once we enter the catacombs, ma'am? Commander Wolf asked. Exercise extreme prejudice. Nox answered immediately. Assume that everything down in there wants to kill you. Vampires age extremely slowly. One could look and act like a child but in fact be 70 years old and have the strength of 10 men. That brings up another point, ma'am. Dan Granger spoke up again. I put 3 shots into one of these creatures' chest at almost point-blank range and it was able to shrug them off as if they meant nothing. How do we plan on fighting them? Nox grinned at that. Thank you for the segue, Commander Granger. Reaching into her robes, his mother pulled out a single bullet that almost looked to be glowing. For this mission we'll be using ballistic weaponry almost exclusively. This little thing is something that I came up with just in case the vampires ever decided to fight against us. Upon impact of the body, the outer casing will rapidly deteriorate, releasing the irradiated fluid inside. Basically, think of these as liquid sunlight in a bullet. And yes, they've been tested and, well, they work. 2 rounds in the chest and the vampire will die within seconds. And thanks to the work of Mr. Lovegood and our resident twins, we've enough rounds to coat every inch of the catacombs twice over. We've also created another little surprise for them as well. Thanks to some clever ingenuity on behalf of the Weasley twins. Zeno Lovegood spoke up, rising from his seat and holding up a small glass sphere. We call these sun grenades. And they pretty much do exactly what they sound like. They're activated by depressing the runes here and 5 seconds later you'll get a concentrated burst of sunlight enough to either kill or permanently disable a vampire. Just make sure you're not too close when they go off. They're not lethal to normal humans, but they will burn. And I've also taken the liberty of changing out all of your combat knives for silver combat knives. All of the soldiers looked more than slightly pleased at that, and those who were werewolves looked positively vindictive. What about military interference? Dan Granger asked, looking around. They're bound to notice something with this big of an operation so close to their shores. The Prime Minister has been informed this mission. Amelia Bones spoke up. He's vacated the area of all military personnel under the guise that there will be a top-secret training exercise over the course of the next few days. We should face no interference from Muggles. What about resistance on the surface, ma'am? Commander Wolf questioned. You said that the vampires will have retreated below the surface by the time of our attack. So what opposition will we be facing up top? More than likely those that have been enthralled, as well as what the vampires call day guards. Nox answered. The thralls are those that had their minds enslaved by the vampires' enthrallment abilities. And the day guards, well, as far as I can understand it, half of them worship the vampires and the other half are trying to become vampires. So needless to say that both are fiercely loyal and will fight to the death. If these, thralls as you call them, are being controlled by the vampires, then they are victims in this. Shouldn't we make the effort to secure them with non-lethal force and try to help them? Master Ti asked as she rubbed her chin in thought. You can try if you like, Master Ti, Unfortunately it's not going to do you much good. Sirius answered heavily. The vampire's enthrallment pretty much lobotomizes their victims. They know nothing other than the words of their masters and will fight to the death. Even after the vampires that enthralled them are dead, they will still try and carry out their last orders, which are usually to defend them to the death. I believe that St. Mungo's has about a 5% success rate at actually correcting a mind that has been enthralled. And even then, the person is never the same. But we should still try. Obi-Wan pressed. If their minds can be saved, then we have an obligation to do so. Harry could tell that his mother didn't like the idea, but she was stuck in a hard place as he knew that she was still trying to gain the complete trust of the Jedi that had joined with them. Even after saving them from extinction and bringing them to Earth, the weight of her once being Sith weighed too heavily on some of their minds. Capture them if you wish, his mother sighed after a pregnant pause. But you cannot bring them here. We can place them in a separate holding facility or even transfer them to St. Mungo's. But I will not risk the safety of this temple. Obi-Wan and Shaak Ti both frowned slightly, but in the end both nodded as they came to the conclusion that they weren't going to get any more than that. Good, his mother nodded. Just remember, this mission is not one of mercy. We are going to eliminate a threat to both ourselves and the world in general. Our top priority is the extinction of all vampires within the mansion and the catacombs. And our secondary goal is to try and locate any victims of the recent attacks that might be held prisoner within. I highly suggest that you all study the battle plans and layout of both the catacombs and the mansion carefully tonight. His mother wrapped up as BB-8 brought down the hologram and the lights began to brighten. Harry, you and the Valkyries are to report to the North Landing platform at 0400 tomorrow morning to begin your stage of the mission. The rest of us will prepping on the South platform at 0500. Dismissed. The next morning well before the sun rose, Ahsoka found herself standing on the Northern Landing platform along with Harry, the rest of their little group and Master Nox as they finished going over their last-minute preparations before the mission. She'd received quite the shock the previous night when she'd returned to her quarters and found a set of force armor, genuine force armor, the same type that had been banned by the Ruisan reforms, laid out on her bed. The armor was a deep red color and sectioned off to allow for movement while still providing protection for her body's vital points. Along with the armor was a dark brown almost black-like cloak. And Force only knew how, but the armor fit her like a glove as if it'd been tailor-made specifically for her and her alone. Her first inclination had been to immediately go to Harry and show him her armor, but she'd hesitated. And in the end had stayed in her room for the entirety of the night meditating. They were about to go into battle. And the last thing she needed was thoughts of what had, or might have happened, between her and Harry running through her, or his, head as they were fighting for their lives. Now standing beside him on the landing platform with the others while Master Nox finished filling them on the finer points of their mission. I fully expect that Voldemort has at least one plant within the coven. Master Nox was telling them, walking back and forth in front of them as they stood at attention, each of them wearing the same type of armor only with differing colors to tell each set apart. When you enter the manor keep your eyes open for. If possible we want to capture them for interrogation. Understand? Yes master. Ahsoka's voice was echoed by the rest of their group as they all acknowledged her. Gracing them all with a slight upturn of her lips, Master Nox surprised all of them when she brazenly stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Harry. Be safe my son. Ahsoka could just barely hear her whisper into Harry's ear before she pulled back and stared at all of them. All of you, be safe. I've grown rather attached to you lot and hate to go through the trouble of trying to find replacements for my son's little harem that I've painstakingly put together. Ahsoka knew what Master Nox was doing. She was making light of the situation to set all of their minds at ease. It was the same type of tactic that Skywalker used before battle all the time. And just like with Sky Guy, all of the girls, including Ahsoka, smirked and chuckled as Harry shook his head. Mother. Master Nox merely smiled at her son's discomfort. May the Force be with you all. She said before turning on her heel and disappearing with a crack. Now alone, Harry took a step forward and faced them. He didn't say anything even though she could tell that he wanted to. As he struggled to find the words, he instead let his eyes do his talking as he took his time meeting each of their eyes one at a time before moving on to the next. His eyes stayed on her eyes the longest, and for not the first time that morning she cursed herself for not seeking him out the night before. Let's get this done. And come home. Together. He said with a note of finality as he stepped by them and made his way up into the LAAT. Following him in, Ahsoka reached up and grabbed hold of the upper netting as the door to the LAAT shut with a note of finality. As they left the ground, her stomach began flipping just as it did before every battle she'd been a part of during the Clone Wars. And just like she did before each of those battles, she closed her eyes and began chanting the code. Only this time, her chant was quite different than before. Passion, yet peace. Serenity, yet emotion. Chaos, yet order. Watching the ocean fly by below them, Nox held onto the overhang netting as she reached out her senses trying to find her son. His presence was always muted while he was in his animagus form. But she could always find him no matter what. There on the island, she thought, looking around at the cramped cabin before looking back down at the ocean below. The first rays of dawn were starting to stretch across the surface of the ocean, giving the water a soft glow. Activating her comlink, Nox brought her wrist up to her lips. Master Sakura. The Valkyries are in place. Commence your assault. Guiding her fighter until she was just barely over the ocean's surface, Ayala Sakura kept her eyes trained at the rapidly approaching island in front of her. While she didn't necessarily agree to the wholesale destruction of the island, she could understand the necessity of their actions. They didn't have the numbers to fight this war on two fronts at the moment. The number of force sensitives made up for their lack of ground troops, but they were all untrained. Unprepared. And these, vampires, had already shown themselves to be monsters on par, perhaps with even the Sith Emperor. Master Sakura, Master Nox's voice called out over her COMM link. The Valkyries are in place. Commence your assault. Nodding to herself, she opened the channel to her squad. Nighthawk Squadron, this is Hawk Leader, check in. Hawk 1 standing by. Hawk 2 standing by. Hawk 3 standing by. Hawk 4 standing by. Nodding, she disarmed the safety mechanism on her fighter's weapon. Nighthawk Squadron, decrease speed and form up on my wing. Time until target, 30 seconds. Tightening her hold on the controls of the fighter, Ayala angled her fighter upwards before diving down and towards the guard barracks. Weapons free. Launching her bombs, Ayala pulled up sharply as behind her the barracks went up into flames. Banking around, Ayala guided her fighter towards the western tower when something strange happened. The top level of the tower wavered and disappeared, exposing a pair of large man turrets atop either tower. Evasive action. Ayala shouted, sending her fighter into a roll as she avoided the incoming fire from the turrets. Those certainly weren't in the mission brief. Ayala cursed to herself as she pulled away sharply from the mansion. This is Hawk 4. I've been clipped. Turning around in her seat, Ayala frowned as she saw small puffs of smoke coming out of the back of Hawk 4. Hawk Leader to Hawk 4, it looks like you took some damage to your main thruster. Pull up and enter a holding pattern. You're done for the day. Damn it, roger that Hawk Leader. Hawk 4 heading to holding area. Losing one of her squad was a serious blow, but she didn't want to risk the pilot's life. Not to mention that flying a crippled fighter could put the rest of them at risk. Banking around slowly, Ayala took a hard look at the two turrets. There was no good way to approach them. And if they weren't taken out, then the LAATs would be sitting ducks. Hawks 1, 2, and 3. Break off and head north. I'm going to draw the fire of those two towers to the south as I make a run for the guard shack. Once I've got their attention, swing in and take them out. Copy that, Hawk Leader. Falling back and waiting for your run. Taking hold of the stick with both hands, Ayala closed her eyes and opened herself to the force. Passion, yet peace. Serenity, yet emotion. Chaos, yet order. Opening her eyes, she let go and let the force guide her as she flew low enough to nearly scrape the ground. Her fighter tilted and flipped as she avoided the rain of ballistic bullets coming from the towers. Never thought I'd miss turbo lasers. Ayala thought to herself as she barrel rolled her fighter between. She was so close she could actually see the dozen or so soldiers that were running across the rooftop. Unfortunately for those soldiers though, the towers that had been tracking her movements didn't stop firing, even when they were pointed towards the roof and their own men. Two loud detonations resonated from behind her, and she risked a glance back in time to see the two towers go up in flames. Hawk 1 to Hawk Leader, both towers are neutralized. Good job, Nighthawks. Ayala congratulated her squadron as she zeroed in on the last of their targets. A single pull of the trigger later and the guardhouse went up in flames. Nighthawks, climb to 1,000 feet and enter into holding pattern. Master Nox. The towers are neutralized and you are clear to make your assault. May the force be with you. Raising the glass to his lips, Vlad Sanguine drank deeply of the rich red blood filling his goblet. Once he'd drained the cup of its entirety, he passed the empty goblet off to the thrall kneeling at his feet. Fill it again. Without a word, one of his many thralls moved up the dais towards him and took his goblet before fleeing quickly. Repressing a wince, Vlad tilted his head from side to side as he attempted to crack his neck. Green grass had been more formidable than he'd anticipated. Sure, he lost a few of his coven, and that had been expected. But he had not anticipated that green grass would dare use such a spell as the one he had. He'd just barely managed to avoid the hellfire, unlike almost all of the others he'd brought with him. But even though he managed to survive, he didn't do it unscathed. He'd been unable to participate in the hunts over the past week due to the fact that he'd been swimming in a pool of blood trying to heal the burns that had been inflicted upon him. Just as his thrall was returning with a full chalice, his entire throne room's silence was shuttered as dust fell from the ceiling. It seems that she has come at last. Vlad thought with a grin as his sensitive ears picked up the sounds of explosions coming from the manor house above him. Unlike the fools in the magical world, Vlad kept apprised of everything going on in the Muggle world. Because of that, he knew that Nox was probably one, if not the, most powerful women in the world in terms of both her influence in the business world and even the political world. She had access to technology and weapons that most governments didn't even have. And if word was to be believed, she was also creating her own personal army. Dreadlord! One of his fellow vampires shouted, running into the throne room and prostrating himself before Vlad. We are under attack. Vlad didn't bother to hide his annoyance as he addressed the kneeling vampire. I am well aware of that, Craven. Vlad growled. This was expected. Now seal the catacombs. We will weather this attack as we have done in the past. He would have preferred to simply fight and turn any who were worthwhile into his thralls or even fellow vampires. But the simple matter was that the attacks that he and his coven have flinging on the wizarding world had dwindled his already limited numbers. And he wasn't quite willing to risk the entirety of his coven on the whims of a trumped-up Dark Lord. Craven's head snapped up, his eyes wide. Dreadlord, there are still some of our brethren on the surface. Plus the Dieguards, and thralls. Shouldn't we? To the normal eye, Vlad simply disappeared from his throne and reappeared in front of Craven. Do not question me, Craven. Vlad growled, grabbing a fistful of the man's shirt and picking him clear off the ground. We have enough fresh stock and magically preserved blood to last us for a century. Now seal the fucking catacombs before I decide to add you to the supplies. Letting go, Craven scrambled away as soon as his feet hit the ground as he sprinted to see that Vlad's orders were carried out. Fools. The lot of them. Vlad thought, turning back to his throne. Come Nox. You will find only disappointment here. Staring down at the slightly burning building below them, Nox felt more than a little smug. This was the first time that her soldiers, her pilots and by extension her fighters were being used in tandem. And so far they were not disappointing. Both towers were completely gone. The barracks were gone as was the guardhouse at the gate. The one thing that truly put her on edge though was the suspicious lack of living bodies on the roof. 10 seconds to drop point. Drawing both her wand and lightsaber into her open hands, Nox opened the sliding door of the LAAT and calmly stepped out. The air rushed by as Nox free fell through the air before she slowed her descent just enough to land softly on the roof. Several soft footfalls came from around her as the rest of the Guardian Masters dropped out of their transports. Followed shortly after by heavier footfalls as the soldiers dropped out of their transports. Scanning the roof, Nox frowned as she failed to find any opposition. The only guards that were there to greet them were the dead. Turning her head slightly, she watched as Master Voss and his squad all descended onto the roof, looking just as confused as Nox felt at the lack of opposition. There is no way that our fighters got all of them. Kneeling down, Nox placed her hand on the roof of the building. Omnes videns. She couldn't help the grin from forming on her face as her vision pulsed, illuminating half a dozen life forms hiding just within either entry points leading from the roof and into the now ruined towers. They've set up ambush points just within either entrance. Not bad for being caught with their pants down. Nox explained, rising to her feet. Master Voss, take your squad and head for the east entrance and work your way down. You got it. Quinlan half saluted before motioning for his squad to follow him as they moved towards the opposite end of the roof. Making her way towards the door nearest to them, Nox took a moment to examine the door and the wall. Raising her wand, she cast a few charms on the wall to reinforce it. General, how many grenades, actual grenades, do you and your men have? 2 frag grenades. 2 incendiary grenades. And 2 stun grenades each, ma'am. Have 2 frag grenades at the ready. Nox told the general, turning around and leaning her back against the door. After all, we wouldn't want to disappoint them by not responding to their trap now, would we? Rex nodded, first to her and then to others of his men as he and the other troopers reached down to their belts and pulled out one of their grenades. Pointing her wand at the door, Nox let out a powerful blasting curse that reduced the door, and its frame, to nothing more than splinters. Rex and his troopers were hot on her heels as both lobbed their grenades into the new opening before the dust could even begin to settle. Both went off just on the other side of the opening, destroying anything and everything that was on the other side of the door. Omnes videns. This time when her vision pulsed, all she could see were dead bodies scattered throughout the interior of the stairway. I guess that's one way to make an entrance. Obi-Wan commented dryly. They teach you that at the Sith Academy. Of course. Nox smiled as she activated her lightsaber and moved towards the hole in the wall. It was the first class of the day. Shock and awe. Right after Murder and Mayhem 101. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, shall we? We have vampire clan to exterminate. And daylight is wasting. Sitting on a tree branch a fair distance away from the castle, Harry watched in his phoenix form as Master Sakura led her wing of fighters on 2 strafing runs. After watching the tower fall and seeing the 2 LAATs quickly approaching from the ocean, Harry let out a low trill as he spread his wings and with 2 powerful flaps he was airborne and sailing towards the back of the castle while behind him the rest of his little team took the air. There were 2 guards at the rear entrance, both of whom were looking around frantically and seemed to be arguing with one another about what was going on. Angling himself upwards, Harry took advantage of their distraction to fly almost directly above them before turning in midair and shifting. Still in the air, Harry drew his lightsaber and twisted his body, creating a cyclone with his lightsaber that went clean through each man's neck before he tucked his body in and landed safely on his feet. 6 soft thumps on the ground told him that the girls had all landed behind him and shifted back into their normal forms. Turning around, he looked at each of his girls in turn. Ahsoka looked completely calm and composed. Not surprising considering she'd already been fighting on the front lines of a galactic war for years. Ginny, who'd already bloodied herself during Ahsoka's rescue mission, barely gave the 2 corpses a second glance. Susan's face was completely neutral, but Harry could sense just the slightest touch of excitement under her calm facade. Luna appeared complete non-repulsed, in fact she looked completely at ease. Hermione, however, while she put on a brave face, he could tell that she was slightly put off by the sight of the 2 dead bodies lying at his feet. "Don't hesitate," Harry told them as he pointed his wand at the back door. Just before could cast a spell, the door was flung open. "The Dark Lord just told us to stay here and report on their success. He didn't tell us, to." 2 black-robed men with their hoods down stood in the now open door, staring confusedly at Harry and the 6 girls. Overcoming his surprise, Harry slashed his wand across his body, throwing a powerful banishing curse at the 2 men. Both men were thrown back into the house, stopping only when they crashed into the wall opposite the door with enough force to leave perfect human-shaped indents. Daphne and Susan were on them immediately, lightsabers drawn, activated and ready to cut the 2 down. "Wait!" Harry called out quickly, stopping the 3. "Mother wants anyone from Voldemort, and I dare say that these 2 fit the profile." Daphne and Susan didn't appear too pleased, but both pulled back and made way as Harry walked forward and hit both men with a stunning curse just to make sure that they would stay out. However, when he started to conjure up ropes to secure them, Hermione stepped past him and pointed her wand at the 2 unconscious men while muttering a spell under her breath. Both men were immolated as fire coursed over their bodies. But instead of burning the 2 to a crisp, like Harry had feared, the flames simply died out after destroying anything and everything the 2 men were wearing, leaving both in their birthday suits. "Well, Hermione," Luna said airily, openly admiring the 2 men on the ground while Hermione turned redder than Ginny's hair. "If you wanted to know what men look like, I could have given you a few books of mine. Although I must say, these 2 don't really stack up to the ones in my books. Although I guess that it is a little chilly out." I didn't mean it like that," Hermione snapped. Well, Master Knox said that they carry port keys on their bodies, and well, anything can be a port case, so I just that the best course of action would be to." "It's fine, Hermione," Harry cut across, ending Hermione's rant as he conjured up blankets to cover both men, followed up by ropes to secure them in place. It was a good plan. Once both were bound and secure, Harry looked around for a place to stash the 2 unconscious men. Spying a door just off to his left, he raised his wand to his eyes. Omnes Videns. The spell showed 2 figures in the room beyond, but something was off about them. Despite the fact that there was obviously a battle going on around them, the 2 were just standing in the center of the room. Stepping back, he signaled for the girls that there were 2 in the room and their general location before thrusting out his hand and blowing the door off its hinges with a force push. 6 streaks of red zipped past his head, 3 heading in the general direction of one figure while 3 headed towards the other. Both figures within the room didn't even turn around as they were hit in the back with the stunning spells and fell to the floor. Keeping his wand in front of him, Harry entered the room and found himself standing in a large kitchen that looked as if it could feed all of Hogwarts. "Strange," Susan murmured as she stepped past him and towards the 2 downed individuals. "There's a battle going on upstairs, and they were making breakfast. They're more than likely thralls," Daphne commented, squatting down next to one. Turning his wand in a tight circle, Harry conjured a length of rope which wrapped itself around each of the downed individuals. "We can worry about that later. Right now we need to move. The masters are all waiting for us." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Susan talking a few steps back from something. "Susan, what is?" His question died on his lips as he saw what had caused a veteran of a galactic war to go pale. The corner of the kitchen was covered in blood splatter, and hanging from a meat hook was a partially dissected human. "Oh my god!" Hermione gagged. "I think I'm going to be sick." Bringing his wand up, Harry threw a cutting curse to sever the chain before conjuring a blanket and throwing it over the corpse. "We have a job to do," Harry said, trying his best to keep his voice even. "Hermione, Susan. Take these 2 out into the hall and place them with our 2 resident Death Eaters, then secure the area and wait. Everyone else with me." Heading back out into the hall, Harry kept his wand at the ready while keeping his lightsaber deactivated. "It sounds like they're using ballistic weaponry," Harry thought as they advanced towards the sound of gunfire. "Have to use wands for the time being." Strangely enough, Outside of the obvious sounds of fighting coming from further in the house, they encountered zero resistance as they swept through the first floor and headed towards where Harry knew the foyer was located thanks to the blueprints that Bill had managed to provide for them. As they came upon a hall that would lead them directly to their objective, Harry jerked to a stop and jumped back into cover. "Shit!" he muttered before turning towards the girls. "It looks like all the guards that are left are making one last stand in the foyer." Raising his wand to his eyes, he poked his head just slightly out of cover. Omnes videns. The pulse showed where each of the guards were on the lower levels as well as where the guardian troopers and masters were up on the second floor. "How does it look?" Ahsoka asked as he pulled his head back. "The guards are using whatever they can as barricades on the first floor," Harry explained. "My mother's squad and Master Voss' squad have them caught in a pincer, but they can't get a clear shot because of their barricades. If we can flush them out though, then those on the second floor will have a clear shot at them." "Okay, sounds easy enough," Ginny shrugged, peeking around the corner. How exactly are we going to be doing this?" "Oh, you Gryffindors, never thinking with the head on your shoulders." Luna sighed, summoning what looked like some sort of decorative rock from a table before using her wand to etch a patterns into its surface. "Hey! I resent that," Harry grumbled. "I stand by what she said." Daphne shot back, before turning to Luna. "So what are you doing?" Ahsoka, however, was leaning over Luna's shoulder watching what she was doing. Luna. I know I'm not well versed in runes, but that doesn't look like anything to me. Just a bunch of runes clustered together." "Quite right." Luna nodded. "It's an unstable rune matrix." "And what happens to unstable rune matrices?" Using her wand to hover the rock, she brought it around the corner before banishing it down the hall. A loud boom detonated from down the hall as the guards cried it in alarm, only to be quickly silenced. "They explode." Shaking his head, Harry looked around the corner again. The barricades that the guards had been using were destroyed and all the guards were dead. "You know, Luna," Harry said slowly, shaking his head. "Sometimes you scare me." Pacing back and forth in front of the two freshly revived Death Eaters, Nox tapped her wand against the palm of her hand as she favored the two with a smirk, while around her the former Jedi, Amelia, Sirius, Zeno and General Rex looked on. At her invitation, of course. The short skirmish had actually gone incredibly well. Not only did they manage to take the mansion with no casualties, they also managed to avoid any injuries as well. And once the fight was over, they managed to bring in their reinforcements without issue, and now while the troopers were making sweeps through the mansion looking for any holdouts. While they were doing that, Bill and Fleur were hard at work disabling the seal over the catacombs. Although judging by the look on Bill's face when he started examining the entrance point, the vampires had obviously done something to the goblin wards and it would take him some time to undo it. "Well? Are you going to get on with it, bitch? We don't have all day." Stopping, Nox cocked an eyebrow at the Death Eater who'd spoken. The two were almost night and day from one another. The one who'd just spoken had an air of confidence and power to him. While the other, well, Nox was pretty sure that he was about to lose control of his bladder at any moment. Stopping in front of the man who'd spoke, she knelt down so that the two were at eye level with one another. "Now that isn't a very nice thing to say to a lady." The man's eyes only hardened. "Fuck you, bitch." "Sorry," Nox chuckled, reaching out and patting the man on the cheek. "But you're not my type. But if you want this to be over with, I can comply with that request. All that you have to do is tell me why Voldemort sent the two of you here instead of keeping you both by his side. And what his next plan of action is." The cowardly man actually flinched at the name while the one with some measure of spine went red in the face. "You dare say his name, you mudblood bitch?" "Of course I do." Nox shrugged. "Besides, it's not even his name. It's just an anagram. But back to the topic at hand. Why did Voldemort send the two of you here and what is next move?" The man with a spine smirked. "Do whatever you like to us. We won't tell you a thing." "I see. Such a shame." Nox sighed, standing up. "Master Fey. Would you like to do the honors? I think this one with the mouth is a good place to start." Nodding, the ageless master walked past Nox and took up her vacated spot, kneeling at eye level with the man. The silence stretched on as the two did nothing more than stare at one another. The corners of Master Fey's eyes tightened ever so slightly as the man with the mouth twitched his head. "What are you trying to do, half-breed bitch?" The man growled. "If you think that you can get past my barriers, then you're as dumb as a. You are nothing but hate and bile rolled together." Master Fey murmured softly. "Any light within you has been crushed. There is nothing but darkness within your mind, body, and soul." Small droplets of perspiration beaded across the man's brow. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Closing her eyes, Fey reached out and pressed her index fingers against the man's temples. "Your master does not care about you," Fey muttered as the man began to twitch. "You know this. He sent you here to die. You have doubts about him. His cause. But you do not care." The darkness within you only cares about how much pain you can inflict on others. The man's whole body started twitching as he struggled to break free. Get out of my head, bitch! Get out now before ah! The man gave off a blood-curdling scream as his head was wrenched back out of Faye's grip as his back arched to an unnatural angle. What happened next surprised even Nox as while the man was screaming blood began seeping out from his eyes, his ears, his nose, and his mouth. If not for the wards that she'd placed around the room, she was sure that his screams would have alerted even the vampires in the catacombs beneath them. Shocked, Ti took 2 steps forward to help the man, but faltered when blood started streaming out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Nearly a full minute later the man's cries died out as his body fell lifelessly to the floor. Walking up to the corpse, Nox reached out with her foot and lightly kicked at the man's leg. His presence in the force was completely gone. Well, that was different. Nox murmured, turning to look at Sirius, Amelia, and Zeno. Any ideas, you three? He must have had a trigger embedded in his mind. Zeno answered, walking forward and kneeling next to the man's bloodied head before poking it with the tip of his wand. You usually see this sort of thing with deeply embedded spies. It's to prevent anyone from forcibly extracting information out of the mind. If the trigger senses an intrusion, the mind will self-destruct. Is there any way to detect these triggers? Master Ti asked, staring dispassionately down at the body. No. Zeno answered, flicking his wand off to the side to clean the blood off of it. And it doesn't have to be a mental intrusion also. Some triggers are tied into the chemical reaction that occurs in the brain upon the consumption of Verita serum. Although the question that we should be asking is who placed the trigger in this man's mind. Did he do it? Or did Voldemort? All eyes turned to their remaining prisoner, who had in fact voided his bladder all over the front of himself. Well? Nox asked, stepping up to the man and making him flinch. We do have a spare. And I sincerely doubt that this one has the ability to create one of these triggers. So if his brain turns to mush, then we'll know that Voldemort is starting to take extra precautions. The Dark Lord placed them. The man shouted, trying to avoid Nox's outstretched hand by leaning back. He called us to stand before him before sending us here. He said that he was placing safeguards in our minds to protect us from the vampire's enthrallment. He never said anything about these triggers. That's just low. Sirius mumbled. Even by his standards. Apparently he's starting to take extra precautions. Nox mused, touching a finger to her lips. I suppose this might be my fault. The first time I encountered one of this Death Eaters I took as much information as I could from his mind. Learned a great deal about Voldemort and his original plans. Apparently Voldemort is looking to prevent me from repeating my actions. Well, this will cause a problem for future interrogations if this Dark Lord does this to all of his followers. Kenobi mused, rubbing at his beard before turning towards Zeno. Can he place these triggers on anyone? No. Zeno answered. The mind will naturally resist them. Even the most skilled legilimancers cannot place such a trigger without consent of the intended. Of course he doesn't need to actually tell them what he's doing. He just needs to say that he's placing safeguards in their mind and that would do. A skilled occlumens would be to detect what was done and counter it. But I fear that these are few and far between. That does create a problem. Nox hummed as she resumed her pacing. After completing several laps around the room, she came to a stop in front of their last remaining Death Eater. I don't suppose that you would be willing to tell us just why Voldemort sent you here and what he plans on doing next, would you? Or shall we take out chances with how careful I can be about avoiding the trigger in your mind? The man whimpered. The Dark Lord didn't tell us his plans. I swear it. He doesn't tell anyone what he's planning. He just stays secluded and mumbles to himself. That's it. I swear to you that's it. Nox stared down at the prisoner. I believe you. Her words made the man heave a sigh of relief. Now, why did he send you two here? The man licked his lips. We were overseeing the abductions and attacks by the vampires and reporting back to the Dark Lord on their success or failures. Makes sense. Nox mused. He would want to know just how much chaos was being inflicted. Kneeling down again in front of the Death Eater, Nox used the tip of her wand to lift up the sleeve of his conjured robe, revealing the magical mark branded into his flesh. Why don't you tell us all how you got that mark? She asked. And don't try to lie to me. I'll know if you're lying to me. And you won't like the consequences. The Death Eater, who'd just begun to calm down, started sweating profusely once again. I please, don't kill me. Have mercy please. Getting up, Nox began circling the Death Eater, trailing her hand along his shoulder. I promise that I won't harm you should you tell us what one has to do to earn that mark. The man broke and started sobbing. He was only a muggle. That got the attention of the former Jedi in the room as his implication became clear. Details, man. Nox said, clapping him on either shoulder and making him jump slightly. What did you do to earn that mark? Tears were flowing freely down his face as Nox came back around to face him. We have to show our our dedication to him. A muggle is brought before us and we have to use the unforgivable curses on them. The man paused, but when no one spoke up he pressed on. I used the Imperious curse and made him cut off his own fingers. Then I used the Cruciatus curse until his mind broke. And then I killed him with the killing curse. The man nearly shaking within terror by the time he finished, as all of the former Jedi in the room looked ready to strike him down where he sat. Please have mercy. All Death Eaters need to perform the same feat in order to receive their mark. Please don't kill me. Smiling kindly, Nox patted the man on his cheek. Doesn't it feel better to get that off of your chest? She asked rhetorically. And don't worry. I'm a woman of my word. And I won't kill you. Madam Bones. Amelia's heels sounded like hammers as she stepped forward, taking Nox's place in front of the prisoner. The head of the DMLE's face looked like it'd been carved from stone as she stared unforgivingly down at the cowering man. What is your name? The man soiled himself, again, as he wilted under Amelia's gaze. Uther Mural. Uther Mural. Amelia echoed. Of House Mural. A notoriously dark family that was expelled from the Wisengamot 200 years ago. Under the authority of the DMLE, I hereby find you guilty, by your own admission, of association with a known terrorist organization known as the Death Eaters. You are also hereby found guilty, again by your own admission, of using the unforgivable curses to maim, torture, and kill a muggle. The penalty these crimes is death by way of the Veil of Death. The man broke down completely. Please have mercy. I have information. I can give names. Whatever you want. Just please show mercy. Amelia's eyes remained hard as ice despite the man's pleas. I might be able to lessen your sentence to a life sentence in Azkaban. However, you must be willing to go public with names of known Death Eaters. Uther lowered his head. They'll kill me. Amelia merely shrugged. The choice yours, of course. A lifetime sentence in Azkaban for your testimony dissecting every aspect of the Death Eaters that you know. Or you can meet your end at the Veil of Death. Uther shuddered. Promise me that I'll be protected in Azkaban. I don't want my name to be known either. And put me in the minimum security section with the least amount of Dementor presence and I'll tell you everything I know. In Nox's mind, she was already working on how to use this to her advantage. Zeno still has access to his printing press. Perhaps we can get his testimonial out with his publication. Not very many people read his magazine. But if we print enough copies and flood the streets with them, it might just be enough to start turning the tide of the public's opinion. One more thing. Master Kenobi said, striding forward. You said that you were here to oversee the abductions. Are all the ones that are taken here within the mansion? The man hesitated. Only the Muggleborns. The squibs were The man's head snapped back as blood began pouring from all of the orifices on his head, just like it did with the other Death Eater. However, unlike the other, Uther did not go quickly. His body thrashed violently as his fingernails began clawing at his skin. We need to stop it. Nox yelled, grabbing the man's head in both of his hands and blunt forcing her way into his mind, trying to salvage whatever she could. But unfortunately she was far too late. But the time she actually managed to find what was causing the damage, Uther Mural had died. Fuck. Nox cursed loudly, rising to her feet and advancing on Zeno. I thought you said that it would only trigger when the mind was invaded. For the first time since she'd known him, Zeno actually looked troubled. Usually that is the case. But apparently Voldemort is taking more precautions than before. He said, his eyes meeting hers. You should feel honored. He actually truly considers you a threat. He did give us something. Master Fay stated. He said that only these, Muggleborns are here with the vampires. Those you call squibs are not. Which means that this Dark Lord wanted them. Why would he want them? Given who he is, Merlin only knows. Sirius sighed. But given what we've just learned, he might need prisoners for when he starts recruiting to replenish his ranks. A mystery for another time. Nox said with a note of finality as she lowered the wards that she'd placed around the room before opening the door with a wave of her hand. Standing just on the other side of the door, with his hand poised to knock, was her son. What is it, Harry? Harry's eyes bounced off of the two corpses in the room before coming back to her. Bill wanted me to inform you that he and Fleur have almost finished breaking the wards. He informed them, seemingly completely uncaring about the two dead bodies in the room. We'll be able to head down into the catacombs soon. Good. She responded, turning her back on the corpses and marching out of the room. This can still be used to our advantage. She thought, wandering into the foyer where the rest of the assault team, witches and wizards were gathered around Bill and Fleur as they waved their wands of the shield that had been engraved into the floor just before the stairs. The only ones not present were the apprentices she'd on purposely left behind, as well as Master Yoda, Arthur, Molly, the abbots, Cedric, Victor and Richard Davis. Any luck? Tonks asked, sidling up next to her as she watched as Bill and Fleur work. Yes and no. Nox answered honestly. Unfortunately both had kill triggers placed in their minds by Voldemort and kicked the bucket before they could provide us with anything useful. Tonks just shook her head. And just when I think that wanker can't get any lower, he continues to lower the bar. A loud crack echoed throughout the foyer as all of the troopers raised their weapons, loaded with UV rounds, towards the shield on the floor. In tandem with Bill's and Fla's backward steps, the entrance to the catacombs slowly opened as the shield on the floor split in two right down the middle, revealing a long flight of winding stairs lined with dim lights. General. I believe proper etiquette dictates that we announce ourselves. Nox asked, cocking an eyebrow at the clone. Rex nodded back to her, reaching down for one of his 2 sun grenades. Gregor, let's announce ourselves. The sun grenades were a creation by Zeno had thought up to disperse a wide area of waiting vampires. Relying on the same principles of their UV bullets, the grenades were contained in a glass sphere that would break at 5 seconds after being activated. Activating their grenades, the 2 clones threw the glass spheres down the stairs. The glass spheres bounced down the stairs and out of sight. 5 seconds after they were activated, cries of alarm could be heard coming from down the stairs as light brighter than the sun came up from the winding stairs. Activating her lightsaber, Nox took point without a word and made her way down the winding stairs. A full turn down the stairs and the smell of burnt flesh assaulted her nose. It wasn't hard to find the source of the smell. At the base of the stairs, as the path began to widen and split off in different directions, were 3 bodies that had been burned beyond the point of recognition. I must say, Zeno. Nox stated as Rex led his squad past her, their weapons raised and ready. You and the twins certainly outdid yourselves with this one. Well, I do aim to impress Madame Nox. Zeno replied with a touch of smugness. And you've succeeded. Nox shot back before noticing that Amelia and Sirius had come down the stairs. Amelia, Sirius. I want you and your wizards to head back upstairs and hold the entrance. If anyone, and I mean anyone, comes up from down here without us present, you're to stun first and ask questions later. Is that understood? Both of them looked like they wanted to protest her orders, but one stern look from Nox, as well as a quick glance down at Amelia's midriff, was enough to silence whatever protests they might have had. All right. Amelia sighed. Come on, let's head back upstairs. Once the wizards and witches had retreated back up the stairs, leaving only the guardians and their troopers, Nox rolled her shoulders as a thrill went up her spine. 2 battles in less than 2 weeks, how I have missed this feeling. Break up into your assigned groups. Nox called out, heading towards the path that would lead her down to the lowest level of the catacombs. Let's hunt some bloodsuckers. Changing out the clip from his weapon, Dan Granger stared down at the disintegrating corpse that he'd just put down. Well, Nox wasn't wrong. He thought, loading a round into the chamber. These UV rounds are certainly effective. 2 shots and these creatures literally melt from the inside out. Commander Granger, are you all right, sir? Next to him, the young man Harry Potter was nodding down towards the large gash across his arm. Unlike their guards on the surface, the vampires appeared to prefer hand-to-hand or edged weapon combat. And while that would usually give anyone with a firearm the advantage, the sheer speed in which these creatures moved made it next to impossible to get clear line on them. Hence how one had managed to dodge his shots and get close enough to claw at him. I'll live, Dan nodded, looking down at the wound. As long as you tell me that I'm not about to turn into one of those things like they do in the movies. No. Harry answered honestly. The virus is only transmitted through their bites. Not their claws. Good to know. Dan nodded, putting one last round into the vampire that had managed to claw him. Just to make sure it was dead, of course. Lead on, kid. Although I suppose that calling him a kid isn't really all that accurate. Dan thought as Harry, his apprentice, Ginny, and the alien girl Ahsoka once again took point. He's unbelievably skilled. As are those 2 girls with them. I think each of them have killed just as many of these vampires with their laser swords as our whole squad has. Not to mention they all have an aura about them that demands respect. A lot like some generals that I've met. And just to think, my little girl is not too far behind him. So much for pulling the tough dad act when she finally brings a boyfriend home. Thinking of Hermione made him wish for a moment that she wasn't with another group instead of with him. But he could understand Nox's thinking in separating the 2 of them. He would have been distracted had he been with his daughter. Hold up. Harry called out as they reached what looked like a vault door. Well, if my experience has taught me anything, a big door like this is usually here for a reason. Ahsoka murmured, tapping a finger to her lips while examining the door. Wonder what they could be hiding. Only one way to find out. Harry said while raising his lightsaber and plunging the blade into the door up to the hilt. The area around his incision point began to redden almost immediately before slowly turning white as Harry rotated his sword within the metal door. Bit by bit, the door began to melt away, forming a pile of molten metal on the floor. There we go. Harry announced suddenly, pulling his lightsaber out of the door. Think I got the lock. Ginny, Ahsoka? Mind helping me move this hunk of metal out of the way? The two girls stood on either side of Harry and together the three of them raised their hands. Metal grinding against metal ground through the hall, ended only by something snapping loudly. Turning their palms towards them, the large vault-like door slid out from its place. As one Delta squad raised their weapons, ready for whatever might be on the other side. But no one was prepared for what awaited them as the three tossed the easily 1-ton metal door aside as if it were weightless. What awaited them in the next room didn't belong anywhere besides in a house of horrors. The unmistakable coppery smell of blood assaulted his nose. Cages, no bigger than a dog kennel, were lining either wall stacked too high. Each of which had a person stuffed inside like they were an animal. But what drew his attention immediately was the table in the center of the room and the woman wearing a white lab coat standing next to it. What? How? That's impossible. Shite. The woman screamed as she ran towards the back of the room. Dan didn't hesitate as he raised his weapon and fired off a single round into the retreating woman's back. The round struck her in the shoulder blades, but unlike before, instead of her skin instantly blackening and starting to smolder, the woman merely fell the ground screaming in pain, alive and unburned. She's human. Moving into the room with everyone else, Dan took the time to examine each cage and its occupants. They were all alive, but they all looked drugged out of their minds. Good lord, they even have children in here. Medic. Now. Snapping around, Dan found Harry standing beside the table. On top of which, held and placed with half a dozen crisscrossing straps, was a struggling young man with a feeding tube shoved down his throat. It took him a second to realize why Harry had called for a medic, but as he looked down at the table the young man was laying on it became obvious. Both of his wrists were cut. And blood was free flowing out of wounds, down the table and into a drainage tube near the man's head. Don't touch him. The squad's medic yelled as Harry pointed his wand towards the cuts on his wrist. He's bleeding. Harry shouted back. Anyone with eyes can see that, knight. The medic shot back, shouldering Harry off to the side. But if you heal those wounds you'll kill him. As it is, it may already be too late. What do you mean? Ahsoka asked shakily, her eyes going back and forth between the bleeding young man, whose eyes were rolled up into the back of his head. What are they doing to him? Harvesting his blood. The medic responded, pulling out a wand and waving it over the body. I was a healer at St. Mungo's before I was turned. I've seen this type of thing before. They cut open the wrists to drain the body of blood, then they force-feed the victim a constant small stream of blood-replenishing potion and a few other potions. The victim can stay alive for a full day or more, bleeding out. Through this process the vampires can harvest nearly 100 liters of blood from a single victim before they expire. If we're not too late then we can save him, but he needs to keep bleeding for now. And if we are too late? Dan heard himself ask. We'll know right away. The medic said without emotion, grabbing hold of the tube that was shoved down the man's throat. And he's already dead. Yanking the tube out of the man's mouth, the young man gurgled in agony as blood started shooting up from his mouth like a fountain. Fuck. The medic shouted, taking a step back and pointing his wand at the young man's chest. Avada Kedavra. A green streak of light leapt from the medic's wand and into the young man's chest. The young man's struggle ceased as his body went limp and the fountain of blood pouring from his mouth slowed to only a trickle. Why did you do that? Harry shouted, rounding on the medic. Because he was already dead, Knight Potter. The medic shouted back, staring back unflinchingly into Harry's black and green eyes. He drowned in his own blood. His mind and heart just hadn't caught on to the fact yet that he was dead. Believe me, if there was a way to save him, I would have done so. He must have been hooked up like this for at least a full day or more. The pain he must have endured, it's unimaginable. A low moan drew everyone's attention as woman Dan had shot tried to weakly crawl across the floor. Blood and irradiated liquid streaming out of the wound on her back. Harry's gaze hard as he reached out with one hand. The woman's body went stiff as she was lifted up into the air and spun around to face them, her feet dangling helplessly a few inches off the floor. You're human. Dan hardly even recognized Harry's voice as the woman floated towards his outstretched hand. Why the fuck would you do this? Harry's fingers curled inwards and the floating woman began gasping as her hands clawed at her throat. Harry. Ahsoka said softly, laying a hand on his outstretched arm. You're better than this. Better than them. Don't skin to their level. Be the man I know you are. Harry continued to glare at the woman, holding her suspended in the air by her throat. Without warning his hand opened and the woman fell to the ground, coughing and clutching at her throat. You don't understand. The woman coughed. I did what was necessary. Using this method, the vampires haven't had a need to go out and hunt. And magical blood, it sustains them longer than normal blood. What is a few dozen sacrifices when thousands are saved in the process? So that's your justification for torturing and murdering innocents? Harry yelled, advancing on the woman and making her scramble backwards to try and get away from him. If you truly cared about saving lives, you'd be looking for a way to kill them. Not feed them. Reaching out, Harry smacked his palm against the woman's head. Her head snapped back, but Harry's hand stuck to her like glue. No, you don't care about saving lives. It's just a lie you tell yourself. A lie you don't even believe. You just wanted to become one of them. Letting go of the woman, Harry turned his back on her and marched back towards the exit. Pausing as he passed by the young man dead on the table. If there was any justice in the world, you'd be on this table bleeding out for days on end. The tone in his voice was so serious that Dan honestly believed that Harry was about to do just that. But I am not you. I am not a monster. Heal her wounds and bind her. The temple has holding cells. We'll lock her up until we can properly sentence her for her crimes. And someone start freeing all of these people. The squad medic stepped forward, a streak of red leaving his wand and striking the woman, knocking her out cold before flipping her over and cauterizing the wound on her back. While everyone else started going around and opening cages, Dan stepped up to Harry and placed a hand on his shoulder. You made the right choice, son. Dan said, drawing Harry's black and green eyes to him. I've seen a lot of shit in the world, kid. And I've seen it drive men and women mad. But you resisted it. Harry didn't say anything as the two held each other's gaze. Does it ever get any easier? Looking around, Dan winced as he watched Ahsoka and Ginny help a young girl who couldn't have been more than 5 years old out of one of the cages. If I ever find the answer to that question, kid, I'll let you know. Walking into the lowest level of the catacombs, Nox stared at the large ornate doors in front of her. She could sense the power radiating through them as she examined the crisscrossing pattern of runes etched into the wood steel. Humph, impressive. Activating her lightsaber, she began carving a large circle out of the door. After completing a full circle, she pulled back and then used the force to throw the cut-out section of door into the room with enough force to crush anyone who'd been dumb enough to stand in its path. And judging by the few screams she heard, she'd managed to hit at least a couple. You two stay here and watch the door. Nox said, spying Luna and Daphne out of the corner of her eye. When the time has come, I'll call for you two. But right now, I can't fight him and keep an eye on you two. Daphne looked like she wanted to say something, but after a single look from Nox she swallowed it and nodded. Yes, Master Nox. Eyeing her knight one last time, Nox squared her shoulders and waltzed through the hole she'd made. Lavish didn't begin to describe the room beyond. Gold trim lined the walls. Marble columns lined either side inlaid with gold. The room was clean that the marble floor reflected her image almost perfectly. The only imperfection was the section of door that she'd blown into the room and the streaks of blood racing across the floor in its path. And directly across from her was a raised dais that was outfitted with a large white marble stone throne. And sitting on said throne, looking completely unconcerned with her arrival, was an old withered husk of a man. Or at least what was once human man. Spinning her inactivated lightsaber around in her hand, Nox tisked as she walked down between the marble columns. I must say, it's going to be a shame when I bury this room forever. I suppose in 100 years or so when some archaeologist is digging around here they might actually be able to recover some of this gold. The withered vampire, who could only be the famed Vlad Sanguine, laughed. You assume of course that you are going to win here? Hat. How pathetic. Rising from his seat, Vlad reached to the side of his throne and pulled out a long steel sword that was nearly as tall as he was. All of those that you've fought leading to here, mean nothing. The difference between myself and them cannot even be measured. And it will be 1,000 years before you could ever think of challenging me. Nox merely eyed the Dread Lord as he descended from his throne. No wand. Stopping a dozen paces away from her, Vlad hefted his blade up and ran a finger along its edge. Before I became Vlad Sanguine, I was just a mere muggle. Then I was turned. I bided my time, grew stronger. Learned the secrets of witches and wizards, even if I could never actually cast a spell I learned to enthrall those with magic into my service. And you'd be amazed at what I can do with just a few simple runes. Pausing, Vlad pointed his blade towards her. You are not the first witch to underestimate me just because I cannot use magic. And you will not be the last. Cocking one eyebrow at the man, Nox tucked her wand back into its sheath. Very well then. Not very sporting to use magic when you cannot. Vlad hesitated. You are either incredibly brave or incredibly foolish to put away your best weapon against me. Sighing, Vlad rolled his shoulders. Either way, it won't matter in the end. The vampire moved so fast that he disappeared from her line of sight. Her arm moved without thought, activating her lightsaber and catching the edge of the steel blade against it just inches from her neck. Impressive. Nox commented, parrying his strike away and sliding away from Vlad. You almost got me on that one. Although I do have to admit I am surprised that your sword managed to survive. It wouldn't happen to be inlaid with unbreakable charms, would it? Maybe even a rune to power the charms. Vlad hadn't chased after her, instead he was looking at his sword as if it had suddenly started talking to him. Impressive, Nox. Vlad complimented her. There are few who have been able to follow my movements. Perhaps there is hope for you yet. Instead of throwing your life away, why not join me? I can make you immortal and two. Let me stop you right there. Nox sighed, holding up her hand. I have no intention of joining you. Now or ever. So just shut up and fight me. Vlad's eyes glowed. I see. Such a shame. Pivoting on her heel, Nox let the vampire that had tried to sneak up on her pass her by. Once she was around fully, she held out her hand and let loose a volley of force lightning. Only instead of its normal white-blue color, her lightning was green. The vampire that had tried to attack her screamed in agony as the lightning struck him full in the back. He didn't just fall overhead. His entire body simply disintegrated. Hey, Nox thought, sparing a quick glance down at her hand. That was different. She had no time to ponder what had just happened though, as Vlad had taken advantage of her momentary hesitancy to close the distance between the two of them. Bringing her lightsaber up into a high guard, Nox deflected his strike before sweeping down and making Vlad dance backwards to avoid her lightsaber going through his chest. Vlad was good, there was no doubt about that. The man had obviously not been idle during his life. He was quick, both with his counters and his attacks. Nox found herself alternating back and forth between Sorsu, which she'd spent the past few months refining against Master Kenobi, and Ataru to keep the man on his heels. And even with the Force to guide her, it was all that she could do to keep up with him. After trading blows with the man for several minutes, Nox used the Force to push herself away from him before hitting him with a bout of white-blue Force lightning. Vlad crossed his arms in front of him to defend himself, and besides scorching his coat little else happened to him. But as she kept the pressure up on her attack, she could just vaguely make out what looked like bracers of some sort underneath the arms of his robe. Interesting. Some sort of either magical repressor or absorption point. Either way, a trick like that only works once. Abandoning her attack, she grabbed hold of the piece of the door that she'd cut out earlier and pulled it across the room to sweep Vlad's legs out from underneath him. With a cry, Vlad fell backwards, crashing into the floor with enough force to dent the stone beneath him. Leaping up, Nox swung down at her downed opponent, only to have her strike be blocked as Vlad managed to get his own blade around him in time. By the time she managed to land, Vlad had sprung back up to his feet and was once again advancing on her like a man possessed. Nox had to rely heavily on Sorsu as she blocked a flurry of attacks from Vlad, all of which were coming at her almost faster than the eye could follow. As the fight wore on, Vlad's patience waned as his movements started to become more erratic. Die you pathetic bitch! Lunging out, Vlad made to spear her. But he overextended his thrust, leaving Nox more than enough time to swipe down with her own lightsaber, aiming not for his blade, but for his wrists. Her blood-red blade cleaved through flesh and bone as if there were nothing, removing both of the vampire's hands and as his sword clattered uselessly to the ground. Before the man could utter a single cry, Nox spun again, this time aiming low as she circled around and sliced through the man's legs just above his knees. Then with a thrust of her hand, Nox sent the Dreadlord flying backwards and into his throne. Picking up his fallen sword with the Force, Nox then sent the metal blade flying through the air as fast as a blaster bolt and into Vlad's chest, taking care not to actually pierce the man's heart. Within the space of a few heartbeats, the most feared vampire in Europe had had his hands cut off, his legs removed, been thrown back into his throne and had been pinned there through the use of his own sword piercing his chest. Vlad though, merely looked down at his current predicament as if it was a mere nuisance and nothing more. I suppose that you are expecting me to beg for my life now. No. Your life is not mine to take. Nox answered simply, deactivating her lightsaber. You two can come in now. Stepping around the ruined door, Daphne marched into the room with a smiling Luna right behind her. Luna looked around in awe at her surroundings, but Daphne had narrowed her eyes on the vampire lord pinned to his own throne. Sheathing her lightsaber into her holster, Nox walked up to Daphne and put a hand on her shoulder. He's all yours, she said before moving back to stand with Luna, giving Daphne a clear line at the vampire. It took a long time for Daphne to reach the throne, as each step she took towards the vampire was slow and calculated. When she finally reached the base of the dais, Daphne merely stared upwards at the Dread Lord. Do you know who I am? She asked, her voice completely devoid of all emotion. Vlad glared down at her, hoping to intimidate her. He failed. I assume you're the brat of some fucker that I've killed over the years. Vlad shrugged. What does it matter? I'm still going to tear your throat out. Although, you are rather pretty. In a few years you might even be considered beautiful. How about you let me go and I can grant you the greatest gift of all? Immortality. And a place at my side as my queen. Even with how far away she was from the two of them, Nox could see the echoes within the Force as the Dread Lord spoke. Interesting. So this is a vampire's enthrallment. Too bad I won't be able to study it in depth. It could prove useful. And he's a fool to think that he can freely mess with the emotions of one such as Daphne, who literally lives in emotion. True to her predictions, nothing happened. At least nothing that Vlad had been expecting as Daphne tilted her head to the side. Interesting. Is this a vampire's enthrallment? It's tied into your voice. Most interesting. Vlad blinked as he realized that his attempt at enthrall the girl had failed. Unfortunately though, sensing and messing with emotions could be considered my forte. Daphne said loudly, showing off the ring on her right hand as she took a single step up the dais. My name is Daphne Greengrass. Another step up. Daughter to Cyrus Greengrass. Another step up and she was standing right in front of the vampire, close enough to touch. And daughter to Evelyn Greengrass. Vlad's eyes bounced off the ring and back to Daphne's face. So you're the daughter of Cyrus, hey? I expected you to be older. And maybe a little more powerful given the way your father bragged out you before he died squealing like a stuck pig. Nox could almost see the fury radiate off of Daphne, but as quick as it came it was gone. Fear. Daphne's voice rang out like a gong. Your words are full of bravado. But you're scared. More scared than you've ever been in your entire life. It's like a black hole, sucking you in and extinguishing all hope. Vlad's eyes widened as he started to struggle against his impalement. I'll show you the meaning of fear, girl. The hissing of Daphne's lightsaber activating echoed throughout the silent throne room as she hovered the glowing blade right next to the vampire's head. I was planning on making this last for a long time. Daphne said emotionlessly. I wanted you to feel the pain that I felt when you tore my parents from me. But now I see. You're nothing. You're just a hollow, pitiful, scared little boy. And I will not let you turn me into the very type of monster that my parents fought against. Rearing back, Daphne thrusted her saber staff right into the mouth of Vlad Sanguine before wrenching it up through his skull, then she pivoted and sliced clean through his neck. Vlad's eyes blinked once, then his head split in half, each piece rolling away from his body in opposite directions as they fell to the ground. Giving Daphne a moment to recover herself, Nox walked slowly to the young girl making sure that she knew that she was coming. Coming to a stop beside her, Nox stared down at the headless corpse. Your parents would be proud of you, Daphne. The young girl's shoulders shook as she repressed a sniff. Thank you, Master Nox. Daphne said slowly, deactivating her lightsaber and turning towards Nox. Are we done here? Yes, Nox nodded as she gave Daphne a pat on the shoulder and turned the young girl towards the door just as General Rex walked through with 2 other soldiers. General Rex. I take it by your presence that our cleanup operation has finished. The general spared a single glance at the decapitated vampire and nodded. Yes, ma'am, he saluted. We lost 2 men during the assault and over a half-dozen others are wounded, although none of them are in critical condition. Commander Gregor is the worst of the wounded and his face is covered in second-degree burns from being too close to one of those sun grenades going off. Nox frowned. While their losses were not nearly as high as she thought when planning this assault, losing even a single soldier was a mild setback as they did not have a large pool of well-trained reserves to pull from. You've trained your men extremely well, General, Nox congratulated Rex. Thank you, ma'am. Rex nodded. Leading the 2 girls towards the hole in the door, Nox stopped just shy of the opening. Set the bomb to remote detonate, General, and then seal the room and come back up to the surface. Yes, ma'am. Rex saluted before turning to the 2 men he'd brought with him. Well, you heard her, troopers. Wilson, get that bag off your back and let's finish this. It took nearly until sundown to fully evacuate the mansion of all its prisoners. Most were in no condition to fight after their extended stay with the vampires and had requested to be sent straight to St. Mungo's, while others had requested to be sent near to their old homes. Only a few had openly volunteered to join the Guardian cause. And those that did were sent along with Commander Wolf to her recently developed manufacturing site where the troopers had been trained. Everyone who had volunteered had sworn that they were not in league with Voldemort, but Nox was still going to be making careful inquiries. If Voldemort was willing to fry the minds of his own men to keep information secret, she had no doubt that he would be willing to let one of his own suffer at the hands of the vampires in order to get one into her ranks. Ma'am. General Rex saluted, walking up to her. All civilians are evacuated and all non-Guardian forces have evacuated back to the temple. Good. Nox nodded as Kenobi, Harry, Ginny, and Ahsoka made their way up to her. Then I suppose that it's time for our resident voyeur to come out and play. Flicking her wand off the side, she sent a stinging hex at the wall. Only it didn't hit the wall, as it impacted something just before it. Something that gave off a cry of alarm. Damn it all, lass. You could have just asked me to come out if you wanted to. You didn't have to blast me with that. And you didn't have to aim for my bits, girl. Harry and Ginny eyes both widened as the invisibility cloak fell away. Professor Moody. The old scarred ex-Auror grumbled as he folded up his cloak. Took you too long enough. The 3 younger guardians all looked sheepishly at one another. We were a little preoccupied. Moody just shook his head and started limping towards them, keeping his arms out at his sides to show that he wasn't holding his wand. No excuses. Constant vigilance. Your mum knew I was here. And so that one there and the older one that looks like your bird Potter. So why didn't you 3? Chastisement can wait till later, Moody. Nox said, pointing her wand towards the scarred man, forcing him to stop in his tracks. You've been hiding along the walls ever since we started evacuating. Why? Did Dumbledore send you after us? And how did you know that we would be here? I ain't Dumbledore's lapdog, lass. And like I told your boy there, I ain't his spy either. Moody growled. Despite what some people think. As for how I knew that you'd be here, well, that was obvious. The attacks that were happening? Only occurring at night and no bodies found, all the signs of a vampire attack. And there's only one clan large enough to attack both you, your allies and the Muggleborns. So I figured that you'd be coming after them here. Been staking out this compound for 2 days waitin' for ye. Ya sure took your bloody timing getting here. That only answers one of my questions, Moody. Nox pressed. Why are you here? Grumbling, Moody slowly reached into his cloak and pulled out a small vial before placing it on the ground. A peace offering, lass. He mumbled, taking a few steps back. Once he was a safe distance away, Nox walked forward and, after casting several detection spells on the vial, picked it up to examine its contents. A pensieve memory. Moody growled. Figured you want to know what the prophecy about your boy is all about. Nox blinked. So, he's offering answers to a question that has long plagued my mind. And what do you want in exchange? For the moment, nothing. Moody replied, which immediately drew Nox's suspicion. Don't take me for a fool, Moody. You want something. What is it? I told you, nothing. Moody growled again. Listen, you probably don't believe me on that front, but frankly I don't give a flying fuck. The truth is, you and your lot are probably the best option there is for taking down the Dark Lord. And I want to help. Nox wasn't quite sure which was harder to believe. The fact that Moody was being sincere, which she could tell with just the briefest of touches with the Force. Or the fact that she actually believed him. Then why don't you join us? As you said, we're the best choice for taking Voldemort down. Because I owe Dumbledore. Moody shrugged. The old goat may have changed over the years, and not necessarily for the better. But he still saved my life back in the Second World War. I won't betray him. But, I still need to do what I can to bring Voldemort down. Plus this way, I can keep the old man from standing in your way too much. Nox stared at Moody appraisingly. Reaching a decision, she reached into her robe and pulled out a fist-size flat rock with numbers etched into its surface and tossed it onto the ground between them. Should you ever need it, press 73190 on this rock. It will turn into a portkey and bring you to a safe that only I know the location of. Pulling out his own wand, Moody went through the same series of spell that Nox had used before picking the stone up off the ground. Thanks. Just make sure you keep your head about you, Moody. Nox smirked, turning her back on him and making her way towards the waiting LAAT. Amelia tells me that you're one of the good ones. I'd hate to lose you. Or worse. Have to kill you. Behind them, Moody started laughing. Haha. I like you, lass. And the same goes to you as well. Then with a crack of apparition the old aura was gone. 10 minutes later, Nox was standing beside her 4 knights within the LAAT, hovering a safe distance away from the island. A detonator in hand and ready to be used. Daphne. She called out. When the young knight turned towards her, she held the detonator out for her to take. Bury it. Daphne didn't hesitate. Taking the detonator, the young woman spared the island one last glance before pressing down on the button. The entire manor shook for a second before erupting in a wall of flame. Stretching his new arm, Voldemort took his time examining his new silver appendage. It'd taken him over a week to properly grow it. And now that it was fully functional, he was actually starting to consider altering more aspects of his body. As he contemplated the issue, Lucius barreled his way into his throne room and fell to his knees before him. Forgive my intrusion, my lord. But the emissaries that we sent to the Sanguine clan have not reported in this evening. Lowering his arm, Voldemort merely shook his head. It only took her a week to take her revenge against the vampires. Impressive. Lucius raised his head just high enough to stare at him. My lord. Rising from his throne, Voldemort wandlessly levitated himself down the dais until he was level with Lucius. Never hurts to remind my servants about why they follow me. I knew that Nox would attack the vampires. It was the whole reason why I sent them after her in the first place. He explained, walking past Lucius and motioning for his most loyal follower to follow. Sanguine was powerful. But he lacked sight. He could never see the long game. Eventually we would have had to fight Sanguine. If for no other reason than the simple fact that he would have refused to submit. By sending him after Nox, he might have gained a few blood bags to drain and some thralls. But in doing so he brought Nox's wraith down upon his own head. And Nox, in turn, took care of our future problem for us. We can only hope that Sanguine's clan proved capable enough to actually do some damage to her numbers. He could almost taste the shock and, dare he say it, admiration that was coming off of Lucius. That's right, Lucius. Remember who is in charge around here. I know of your ambitions. Keep them in check. Or I shall see to it that you meet a similar fate. Brilliant, my lord. Save your flattery, Lucius. Voldemort drawled, coming to a stop. Send a notice. I want all of the true families loyal to our cause to bring their families' wands to me. I need a new one. At least until I receive the wand that I alone am destined to hold. Yes, my lord. Continuing on his way, the two descended deeper into the complex. The whole building had been purchased by Lucius some months ago. And the moment was currently being renovated before it could serve its true purpose. Walking out into the lowest level of the complex, the two men stared at the dozen workers digging with pickaxes and shovels while Death Eaters kept careful watch over them. It is almost time. Once I've replaced my wand, it will be time to move on to our next stage. Voldemort drawled, watching as one of his men sent a dark curse at one of the workers, making the man cry out in agony. Lucius' eyes lit up. Although not from excitement. My lord. Smirking, Voldemort watched as the slaves continued to work. Yes, it is time to replenish our numbers. And, I have Simeon I need to meet.